In that year, the magical realm remained remarkably tranquil. A freshman by the name of Wissen Wright made his entrance into Hogwarts. From that moment forth, the dark wizards of this world began to engage in an unprecedented competition among themselves. In 1989, in the city of London, a group of elementary school students emerged from the gates of Wisteria Primary School, chattering animatedly about their plans for the afternoon, creating a rather raucous atmosphere. Among them, a plump boy tugged at the hair of a slender boy beside him, while several lackeys behind him intermittently kicked the smaller boy. It was evident to anyone that this constituted bullying. However, for Dudley Dursley, the boy perpetrating the harassment, it was merely a way for them to express their glee in celebration. Wissen Wright has finally left. Dudley Dursley suddenly forcefully pushed the slender boy down, kicking him as he proclaimed, "From now on, I am the king of this school. Call me Big Dudley. Do you understand, Harry?" Dudley, the slender boy, could not suppress a groan of pain as the hefty Dudley delivered another kick to his side, intensifying the ache in his injured area. The small boy, struggling to rise with a furrowed brow, was again knocked down by Dudley's lackeys, who giggled as they kicked him. "Ha ha, that brat has finally been expelled. No one can control us anymore." Just as these little rascals celebrated, a throng of students clad in graduation attire surged forth, surrounding a gray-haired boy as they exited the school gates. A few towering students witnessed this scene and rushed forward, swiftly pinning Dudley Dursley and his cohorts to the ground. Hey, you've graduated." Dudley Dursley, flustered, attempted to struggle, but was held down, his face pressed against the ground as he mumbled, "You can't stay at this school anymore. Big Wissen hasn't left yet." A boy restraining Dudley slapped him on the head and remarked, "We're not out of school yet. Since you committed violence today, the protection fee still stands." "You? What of it?" The gray-haired boy approached leisurely, grabbing Dudley by the collar and lifting him up, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the slightly panicked boy. "Dudley Dursley, did you bring any money today?" Dudley Dursley swallowed hard, the psychological scars of the past 5 years resurfacing as he stammered a nod. Brought it. The usual arrangement?" "Yes." Dudley hastily nodded, retrieving £5 from his pocket and tremblingly handing it to the gray-haired boy, saying, I owe it for me, Piers, and Danny, and Gordon, 5 of us." According to the standards set by the gray-haired boy, Wissen Wright, any child seen fighting at Wisteria Primary School was required to prepare a pound in advance. As the leader of Dudley's gang, it was only natural for him to cover the costs for his followers. "Give them bread." The gray-haired boy tossed Dudley to the ground. A boy standing nearby took the pound from Dudley's hand and pulled out 5 palm-sized loaves from his backpack, tossing them onto the ground. This was the rule established by Wissen Wright. They were not extorting protection fees, but rather conducting legitimate business. As for why loaves that cost 4 new pence were sold for a pound, such details need not be overly elaborated. Likewise, rules were rules. Even those who were victims of bullying within the school had to pay Wissen Wright a pound for bread, even if at times they were merely innocent victims. "Harry Potter." The gray-haired boy gestured for Dudley Dursley to move aside and approached the slender boy, asking, "Do you still need to write me an IOU today?" I still don't have any money." Harry Potter lifted his gaze to meet the gray-haired boy's eyes, then slowly lowered it, hesitant to speak. "I'm sorry, I can only—" "It's all right." The gray-haired boy shrugged indifferently, reaching for paper and a pen from one of his lackeys, writing an IOU and handing it over. Harry Potter purchased bread from Wissen Wright on June 30th, 1989, with an outstanding amount of £1, due date July 31st, 1996, with annual unpaid amount subject to bank interest fluctuations. Harry Potter took the pen and signed his name. In truth, Harry had no understanding of what interest rates entailed, yet he knew that such an IOU could secure him a loaf of bread from the gray-haired boy. This bread might very well serve as his dinner. Harry Potter had been living with his aunt, Petunia Dursley, and his cousin, Dudley Dursley, who had just been reprimanded by Wissen Wright. He would surely return home to complain to his aunt and uncle. Harry had long known that when the Dursleys were angry, they would often take it out on him, most likely depriving him of dinner. That loaf of bread would at least stave off his hunger. After receiving the bread from the gray-haired boy's lackey, Harry, as he watched his creditor turn to leave, could not resist calling out to him, "Wissen Wright." Harry Potter hastily pursued the figure of the silver-haired youth as he exited the school gates, exclaiming, "Which secondary school will you attend? In 2 years, I shall graduate and seek you out." Wissen Wright came to a halt. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Harry Potter, prompting him to swiftly clarify, "I want to contact you, to repay you in the future." All the students present gazed at Wissen Wright's silhouette, including many of his admirers from his primary school, their eyes brimming with anticipation for an answer. For Wissen Wright had never divulged such information to them. Regrettably, the silver-haired youth remained silent. The boy who had etched a vivid mark in the childhood memories of all at Wisteria Primary School merely paused momentarily before resuming his purposeful strides. At that moment, a car halted at the entrance of the primary school. A silver-haired man clad in a tailored suit emerged from the vehicle, standing beside it to respectfully open the door for Wissen Wright. This man appeared somewhat aged, reminiscent of a venerable steward. Only after witnessing Wissen Wright settle into the car did he gently close the rear door and return to his driving seat. A group of primary school students observed this scene with wide eyes. These little ones were utterly oblivious to Wissen Wright's family background, only aware that he always exuded an air of authority. Harry Potter's slight frame stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze fixed intently on the car's window, awaiting its departure. This was a farewell. Perhaps the primary school students standing by the roadside would only comprehend, upon growing up, that they were bidding adieu not only to Wissen Wright, but also to their own childhoods. It seems you hold considerable esteem in this primary school. The middle-aged man at the wheel coldly started the engine, uttering in a somewhat somber tone, "However, you shall no longer inhabit the same world as them." Noting the continued silence from the silver-haired youth, the man could not help but furrow his brow, remarking, "Wissen Wright, did you request me to take time to fetch you today, merely to witness your well-being in the Muggle world? How vexing." The silver-haired youth slowly turned his head, gazing through the glass at the primary school students outside, and sighed, "Still so short-sighted, Mr. Crouch. Do not go overboard. Did you see that?" Ignoring the man's irritation, the silver-haired youth focused on Harry Potter amidst the crowd, calmly stating, "That little fellow is the illustrious Harry Potter." Harry Potter? The middle-aged man's tone immediately rose a few octaves, unable to restrain himself as he followed the silver-haired youth's gaze outside. "You found Harry Potter? No, wait. You have been at this Muggle school to protect Harry Potter." Regardless of the wizard, the mere mention of this name would elicit astonishment. Many felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the boy who had once ushered stability into the magical realm. Naturally, there were also many who harbored intentions to eliminate Harry Potter, including the middle-aged man's son, young Barty Crouch. Who knows? The silver-haired youth did not respond directly. He merely clasped his hands together, resting his arms upon his legs, and resumed his assertive demeanor. "From this moment forth, I trust you shall no longer question me." The silver-haired youth lifted his gaze to meet that of the middle-aged man at the wheel, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his narrowed eyes. "After all, it is quite troublesome to continually employ the killing curse on you." Chapter 2. A serious individual named Wissen Wright, the Soul Curse. One of the 3 unforgivable curses in the magical realm. It possesses the insidious ability to manipulate a person's actions, compelling them to act in complete accordance with the will of the caster. Should one be discovered using the Soul Curse, imprisonment in Azkaban is inevitable. Typically, such matters are reserved for adults. However, Wissen Wright is merely 11 years old this year, with a considerable time yet to reach adulthood. He has not even entered the wizarding school, Hogwarts. By all accounts, an 11-year-old Wissen Wright ought not to calmly discuss his use of the Soul Curse on a high-ranking ministry official. It is evident that Wissen Wright possesses certain peculiarities. 7 years ago, he was known as Weiss. The former Weiss was a respectable individual. A life of respectability, of course, entailed working diligently, acquiring legitimate knowledge through reputable channels, and maintaining a rather conventional social circle, albeit with a hint of social anxiety. In terms of cognition, he believed in science. In faith, he placed his trust in the state. Weiss envisioned a life of such monotony stretching before him, and while he occasionally lamented the tedium of existence during gatherings with friends, he found little fault in it. For him, the extraordinary phenomena of the world were mere embellishments to the art of living. Until one fateful day, when Weiss's mild social anxiety flared up, leading him to forge an unlikely friendship during his travels. In this world, there are always some eccentric individuals who clandestinely wield magic under the guise of illusion. Unfortunately, Weiss encountered one such oddity. "Friend, have you ever heard of magic? Have you been reading too much Harry Potter?" In response to such a neurotic inquiry, Weiss pondered momentarily before offering a polite, rhetorical retort. As a result, he was transported into the magical world. Thus, it is wise to speak with caution at times. 7 years post that bizarre transference, Weiss awakened to find himself compelled to assume the identity of Wissen Wright within the Harry Potter universe. Wissen Wright is an ordinary orphan. Such orphans are commonplace throughout London, and surviving in the city is no easy feat. The orphanage he resided in consistently sought to expel him. Fortunately, a serious transmigrator always possesses some unique qualities. Perhaps due to Weiss's prior disbelief in the existence of magic, upon becoming Wissen Wright, he inexplicably bound himself to a system named One Must Believe in Magic. Now, Vicent Light truly believes in magic. Yet, can it facilitate his return home? Clearly, a swift return is an impossibility. If Vicent Light wishes to return, he must endeavor to enhance his magical prowess through study or tasks, using his magic to support the system in traversing worlds. This system is undoubtedly a profound disappointment, a blemish upon the reputation of all systems. Yet, this very system serves as one of Vicent Light's vital assets in navigating this world, for he is but a child. At the very least, he need not fear being easily slain. Perhaps he may even possess the power to vanquish others. Name, Vicent Light. Gender, male. Date of birth, August 8, 1978. Health points, 330, compared to an average adult male's 100. Health recovery, 2 seconds. Magic points, 1725, compared to an average Auror's 500. Magic recovery, 2 seconds. Magical spells, killing curse. The incantation is Avada Kedavra. Upon striking the target, it results in immediate death, classified as one of the unforgivable curses. Soul curse. The incantation is soul departure. When cast upon a target, it compels them to fully obey the caster's will, also an unforgivable curse. Cruciatus curse. The incantation is cruciatus. If the target is struck, they will experience excruciating pain, another unforgivable curse. The magic points consumed by any spells will stabilize according to their power. Magical skills. Purification. Requires no incantation. Instantly removes all negative magical statuses from the target, consuming 100 magic points. Void Sphere. Requires no incantation. If struck by the Void Sphere, the target's current spell will be interrupted, consuming 100 magic points. Magical traits. Ever Unfrozen. A passive trait. Any petrifying magic or skill directed at him will immediately fail. Potion recipes. Health potion. Recipe consists of 50 galleons, 50 sickles, and 50 nuts, restoring 150 health points. Magic potion. Recipe consists of 50 galleons, 50 sickles, and 50 nuts, restoring 150 magic points. Magical companion. Anivia. An ice crystal phoenix skilled in ice magic. Upon sustaining fatal injury, Anivia will be reborn in the form of a phoenix egg, if not destroyed within 5 seconds. It will emerge anew from the egg. These constitute all of Vicent Light's abilities, merely from the attributes displayed. It is evident that Vicent Light's magic points affirm his status as a legitimate wizard. From a skills perspective, should Vicent Light enter Hogwarts, he would likely be summarily dispatched to Azkaban. The strength acquired through the system's ordinary tasks would generally suffice for Vicent Light to contend with most wizards in this realm, including the man currently serving as his driver. Bartemius Crouch Sr., the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, also known as Old Barty Crouch, who once harbored aspirations of becoming the Minister of Magic and is regarded as an exceptional wizard. However, 7 years prior, Old Barty Crouch underwent a rather enlightening experience at the hands of Vicent Light, coupled with a modicum of inconsequential manipulation, rendering him Vicent Light's first accomplice. After all, what a misfortune it was that Old Barty had a disreputable son. What folly it was for Old Barty to compromise his principles for the sake of his son. What a twist of fate that his unworthy son was one of Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters. What a shame that both Old Barty Crouch and his son, Little Barty Crouch, were so easily exploited. Now, the relationship between Vicent Light and Old Barty Crouch is decidedly intricate. In those earlier days, to secure Old Barty Crouch's assistance, Vicent Light was compelled to devise an irresistible proposition to eradicate Voldemort's influence and aid his son, Little Barty Crouch, in escaping from Voldemort's clutches. Allies forged from mutual interests often traverse a path fraught with suspicion, rendering trust a rare commodity. Over the course of 7 years, Old Barty Crouch has frequently harbored doubts. Whenever this senior ministry official finds himself reluctant to heed the commands of a mere child and contemplates a more extreme course of action, Vicent Light is left with no choice but to employ the soul curse to subdue Old Barty, allowing him a moment to regain his composure. After all, Old Barty Crouch had long been using the Imperius curse to control his son, ensuring that the boy would not frantically seek the missing Voldemort. At the gates of Primrose School, a gentle breeze tousled Harry Potter's hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, thus solidifying his identity. Old Barty Crouch sat in the driver's seat of the car, observing the slender boy at the school entrance. "I apologize, Mr. Riddle. I had presumed your efforts were in vain." After speaking, Old Barty Crouch slowly turned his head to regard the man beside him, Wissen Riddle, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Yet Harry Potter remains merely a child, unless he possesses strength comparable to yours at this age. I do not foresee him contributing to our plans. Harry Potter holds other value." Wissen Riddle slowly shook his head, reclining back in his seat, nonchalantly stating, "At present, he is indeed generating value for our scheme." For Wissen Riddle, at least revealing Harry Potter's existence to old Barty Crouch would earn the latter's trust. This constituted one of Harry's values, especially upon entering Hogwarts. If Wissen were to enroll there, he could not maintain long-term control over old Barty Crouch without ensuring the latter's trust. In contrast to controlling a person, eliciting genuine cooperation from someone is of paramount importance. "Let us proceed," Wissen urged old Barty Crouch, gently closing his eyes. "In 2 years, perhaps when this resilient boy enrolls at Hogwarts, we shall devise a means to oust the Minister of Magic." "How could that be possible?" "Trust me." Just as old Barty Crouch raised his doubts, Wissen interjected, "At that time, if you can seize this opportunity to return to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and gain command of the Aura Division, our plans will unfold seamlessly." Chapter 3. How can wizards comprehend the reasoning of ordinary minds? In truth, old Barty Crouch struggled to grasp Wissen's thought process. No one could predict the events of 2 years hence. Could Harry Potter's enrollment truly lead to the downfall of a Minister of Magic? Such logic seemed rather far-fetched. Wissen could not elucidate his intentions to old Barty Crouch, for he could not confess that he aimed to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone from the Goblin Bank's vault to frame someone instead. As long as he could master that skill or achieve the desired outcome, everything could be orchestrated adeptly, allowing the Minister of Magic to bear the blame. Standard task: acquire the secret treasure of Hogwarts, the Marauder's Map 01. Reward: magical skill, apparition, incomplete. What of young Barty Crouch? Wissen Riddle glanced at the focused old Barty Crouch, instinctively broaching a delicate topic. After a moment of silence, old Barty Crouch's voice emerged, noticeably subdued. "I employed the Imperius curse on him this morning. He should be more compliant now." The father-son relationship indeed bore a tragic quality. Young Barty Crouch harbored a profound hatred for his father, convinced that only Voldemort could truly be his father, further straining their already fraught relationship. One despised his son for straying down a dark path, while the other resented his father for his ruthless nature. Only those who had spent ample time with Barty Crouch would recognize that this aging, high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic possessed a softness invisible to most. Now is not the time for compassion. Wissen discerned the complexity in old Barty Crouch's sentiments. The youthful voice carried an inexplicable charm. The survival of young Barty Crouch was a sacrifice made by his mother. "We cannot allow a great mother's sacrifice to be in vain. I have always been aware." Old Barty Crouch gripped the steering wheel tightly, the wrinkles on his hands tautening as he spoke solemnly. "Thus, I consented to follow your wishes as long as Voldemort was slain. Now everything shall be liberated." Generally speaking, Voldemort's name was not to be uttered. However, since both old Barty Crouch and Wissen Riddle aimed to eliminate Voldemort, there was no need to shy away from their adversary. In his time, old Barty Crouch had been a staunch opponent of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, imprisoning many in Azkaban. Just as old Barty Crouch basked in his triumph, his son, young Barty Crouch, was revealed to be a Death Eater, causing his reputation to plummet and shattering old Barty Crouch's hopes of ascending to the position of Minister of Magic. To persist in his fight against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, old Barty Crouch personally sentenced his son to Azkaban, becoming synonymous with ruthlessness. Yet, young Barty Crouch's spirit waned, his loyalty to Voldemort proving astonishingly fragile. He nearly perished after a year of torment by Dementors in Azkaban. During that time, Mrs. Crouch fell gravely ill. Before her death, Mrs. Crouch implored her husband to orchestrate a switch, sacrificing herself in place of their son in Azkaban. Young Barty Crouch was granted reprieve, allowing him to escape the prison and survive. To ensure his son would not cause trouble, old Barty Crouch had to resort to using the Imperius curse to control young Barty Crouch, employing a house elf to closely monitor him and prevent any attempts at escape. This reliance on an unforgivable curse to maintain their father-son bond was a source of immense torment for both Barty Crouches. In the suburbs of London, the car gradually entered a residential area. This neighborhood was not inhabited by wizards, but rather by a community of ordinary muggles, thus occasionally exhibiting a lively atmosphere. The vehicle finally came to rest before an unremarkable garage. As old Barty Crouch pushed the car door open, he voiced his skepticism. "I do not believe residing in a muggle area is particularly convenient. Yet it is quite safe," Wissen replied, shaking his head slowly. "You should be aware of our setup here. It is unlikely anyone would discover the individual we wish to conceal." The house appeared utterly ordinary. In truth, the interior was a world apart. The entire residence was divided into 4 distinct sections. The first area, the living space on the first floor, would serve as the future dwelling for Wisenriddle and Old Barty Crouch, looking indistinguishable from any typical family home. The second area, the trap zone on the second floor, was equipped with muggle-repelling charms and protective enchantments, presenting itself as a wizard's abode, filled with magical traps and potions. Generally speaking, any wizard drawn in by the muggle-repelling charm, breaching the protective enchantments to ascend to the second floor, would rely solely on their knowledge to survive. After all, the traps had been set by Old Barty Crouch, a wizard of considerable experience, whose expertise had even garnered praise from Dumbledore. The third area, the trap zone in the basement, was relatively spacious, fortified by Old Barty Crouch with barriers that only wizards of Dumbledore's caliber could hope to breach. In addition, the entire basement was arranged as a clandestine laboratory for wizards, its surface concealing an array of expensive potions and equipment. However, in essence, it was not a laboratory at all. Instead, it housed various mundane contraptions such as landmines and grenades. The fourth area, the subterranean fortress safe house, constituted the very heart of this edifice. Given the perpetual threat of catastrophic crises arising from the Cold War tensions between two major Muggle nations, the necessity for a nuclear-resistant underground fortress emerged. This fortress was well stocked with supplies. On this night, Old Barty Crouch would place young Barty Crouch and the house elf Winky within the underground sanctuary. Once they entered the fortress, apart from Voldemort, no one would be able to discern its existence, for it was safeguarded by the unbreakable vow, making it impervious even to Old Barty Crouch's detection. In a sense, the young Barty Crouch, who would one day be imprisoned in this underground stronghold, served as a hostage for Voldemort to manipulate Old Barty Crouch. As a bastion against nuclear warfare, this subterranean fortress was remarkably robust. Furthermore, Old Barty Crouch had enchanted it with the unbreakable vow, transforming it into an authentic safe house. Utterly indestructible. The guardian of this safe house was Voldemort himself. Truth be told, it had been 7 or 8 years since the Dark Lord Voldemort had vanished. The fact that Voldemort had insisted on such stringent protective measures would likely seem quite peculiar to other wizards, who might even deem them somewhat paranoid. Even Old Barty Crouch himself found these layered defenses to be excessively sinister, rendering even the cunning Dark Lord Voldemort seemingly innocent by comparison. Old Barty Crouch struggled to comprehend what Voldemort was truly plotting. If Voldemort was timid, it appeared he was already preparing for the potential return of the Dark Lord. Yet if he was bold, he was excessively preoccupied with security to the extent that the safety of this house could rival that of Hogwarts itself. When Voldemort and Old Barty Crouch entered this house, the house elf Winky and young Barty Crouch had already been awaiting their arrival for some time. Once a prodigious wizard, young Barty Crouch now bore no semblance of his former pride. His hair was disheveled, and stubble adorned his chin, under the control of his father's Imperius curse. The light in young Barty Crouch's eyes was dimmed, even less vibrant than that of the house elf standing at his side. What a heart-wrenching sight he was. In this base, the Imperius curse would no longer be necessary. Voldemort gazed at young Barty Crouch and calmly explained, "I also believe, Mr. Crouch would willingly reside in the underground fortress to live a conscious life." Chapter 4. The basement that even Voldemort dares not enter. Compared to manipulating the human heart, the Imperius curse is ultimately a rather mundane means. Just as Voldemort resolved to take action, Old Barty Crouch gently placed his hand on Voldemort's arm, shaking his head and whispering, "Let me handle this, please." Voldemort respectfully stepped aside. Winky couldn't help but wipe her eyes and, with a quivering voice, bowed deeply to Voldemort, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for persuading Master to spare young Master." Winky had witnessed the tragic downfall of the Crouch family. As a female elf, she possessed an inherent maternal instinct, which fueled her sympathy for her despondent young master. Ensnared by the Imperius curse. "You're welcome," Voldemort replied with a gentle smile, nodding. "Mr. Crouch may well become irate upon regaining consciousness, and there will be many matters to discuss with you in the future. This is my duty." Winky clasped her hands in front of her. As Old Barty Crouch raised his wand towards his son, a glimmer of light flickered from its tip before his arm fell limply at his side. For Old Barty Crouch knew that his son, who harbored a deep-seated loathing for him, would soon return. Indeed, young Barty Crouch fixed his gaze upon his father, his eyes gradually transitioning from confusion to clarity, only to erupt in a blaze of rage. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spat. "I thought you would control me with the Imperius curse until the day I die." Old Barty Crouch remained silent. Perhaps he truly ought to have done so. Voldemort chuckled softly from the side before explaining, "However, that would be rather inhumane, which is why Mr. Crouch intends to offer you an alternative." What alternative? Young Barty Crouch instinctively turned his head, but upon seeing Voldemort, he scoffed disdainfully. I've seen you, you little imp. How dare you? You didn't align with the Master or Dumbledore, and now you've allied with a child. It's not an alliance, Voldemort interjected, extending his palm in explanation. My relationship with your father is one of collaboration, at least for now. I have no interest in trivialities. Young Barty Crouch's face remained one of contempt as he gazed up at his aging father, unwilling to engage with the loathed figure of his biological father. He simply redirected his attention back to Voldemort, his voice hoarse. So, what do you intend to do with me? Ah, very well, Voldemort chuckled lightly, raising his gaze to young Barty Crouch and stating, you are now an adult. You must have your own thoughts. Therefore, we shall present you with two choices. First, your life continues as it has in the past, with your father periodically casting the Imperius curse to control your mind. Second, you may choose to reside in the safe house of this house, from which point he will no longer control your thoughts. I choose the latter. Show me where you intend to confine me. Without waiting for Voldemort to finish, young Barty Crouch swiftly made his selection, his eyes shimmering with a newfound anticipation. There could be nothing more painful than having one's mind controlled. Young Barty Crouch cared little for where he would be imprisoned. Could it possibly be worse than the time he was confined in Azkaban? Very well, Voldemort nodded slowly. It seemed that everyone in the world was accustomed to operating within predefined boundaries. Young Barty Crouch, upon hearing of his two future options, naturally chose the one he deemed most advantageous, rather than voicing any objections. In the third area, within the dim underground chamber, Winky waved her tiny hands and cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the entire basement. On the surface, it appeared to be a wizard's laboratory. Are you planning to make me reside in a laboratory? Young Barty assessed the space, his mind racing with possibilities, for the laboratory seemed remarkably well equipped. If he were to live here in the future, perhaps he might find an opportunity to escape. Do not wander about here. Old Barty Crouch, with a grave demeanor, sternly forbade his son from entering the basement, intoning, if you disturb anything here, every single floorboard will claim your life. Upon uttering these words, old Barty turned his gaze towards Wissen Wright. Where's the safe house we prepared earlier? Only you, the loyal keeper of the secret, can discern its location. He moved towards the left cabinet. Wissen Wright, standing at the threshold of the laboratory, did not advance a step further, but merely cautioned. Do you remember the safest route through here? Indeed. Old Barty nodded heavily. After this, he stepped into the underground laboratory, traversing 3 floorboards to the left, moving forward 2 floorboards, stepping right 1, advancing 2 more floorboards, and finally turning left for another 2. Young Barty observed this peculiar sequence of movements with a mixture of confusion and exasperation, as his father's unusual path stripped away his usual stern demeanor. May I test the potency of the traps? Young Barty could not resist the urge to descend. Wissen Wright, observing his actions, murmured, the best I can do for you is to tidy up your remains for the dogs. Don't. Shiny, alarmed, hastily grasped young Barty's arm, causing him to halt abruptly. If it merely jeopardized his safety, young Barty might have been indifferent, but the notion of being reduced to dog food was indeed insulting. Moreover, perhaps this place was genuinely perilous, as Wissen Wright, the young imp, had no intention of entering the basement. Old Barty, leading the way, paused before the left cabinet, waiting for his son to catch up while turning to Wissen Wright. Where should we proceed next? Old Barty furrowed his brow and inquired gravely. I recall that the potion vials in this cabinet are filled with muggle trinkets. No, there's also a bucket. Wissen Wright provided technical guidance from a doorway. Old Barty opened the lower cabinet door, revealing a bucket that appeared to be an ordinary iron container. In reality, it served as a mode of transportation in the Wizarding World. After a moment of silence, old Barty extended his hand towards his son. Take my hand. Young Barty frowned slightly, unwilling to heed his father's request, and quickly swapped places with Shiny, preferring to hold onto the imp's paw instead. Old Barty grasped Shiny's other paw, stepping into the iron bucket, their figures twisting rapidly as they entered. The iron bucket in the left cabinet of the basement vanished from sight. Suddenly, a clanging of metal echoed from the right cabinet. To traverse from the left cabinet to the right, they had to rely on this magical transportation, as everything in between was a trap. Floorboards, tables, chairs, laboratory benches, and beakers all posed potential threats to the integrity of the underground chamber. As old Barty opened the right cabinet door, revealing himself, his son, and the imp, young Barty's face wore an impatient expression, and he could not help but complain. It's merely a prison, more challenging to locate than James Potter's safe house. Old Barty disregarded his son's words and turned again to Wissen Wright. What should we do next? Stand back. Wissen Wright raised a finger, releasing a spark of magic that drifted gently into the cabinet. The magic awakened, and the barrier quietly manifested. The protective enchantment of the safe house quickly receded, unveiling a sturdy steel circular door. Standing before this iron door, old Barty exerted force to twist it open, revealing the glow of the underground fortress within. This outer door could only be opened from the outside. Old Barty regarded his son, his expression serious as he stated, "Inside, there is another door that can be controlled from within, ensuring your safety, stocked with provisions sufficient for 2 years, along with some Muggle literature." Mr. Young Barty, Wissen Wright, standing at the entrance of the basement, smiled and added, "I specifically selected some books for you, including several on treating depression. This is merely prudent foresight." Wissen Wright believed that young Barty, confined within the subterranean fortress, would undoubtedly peruse those psychological texts. Chapter 5. It is time to stir things up. The Fidelia's charm is rather remarkable. Ever since Shiny and young Barty took residence in the safety of the underground fortress, old Barty could not ascertain his son's whereabouts. He was assured of his son's safety and comfort. Moreover, with the absence of daily confrontations with his son, old Barty's life had taken on a somewhat tranquil and leisurely quality. The only predicament? The care of Wissen Wright. Lacking a house elf, the two had subsisted for half a month on roasted potatoes, fried potatoes, and mashed potatoes with various sauces, until Wissen Wright could no longer tolerate it and hastily prepared a spicy potato stir-fry, leading old Barty to realize that caring for the little fellow wasn't so bad after all. Over a month passed, and Wissen Wright's 11th birthday finally arrived. On the morning of August 8th, a strange owl alighted beside the mailbox, clutching a letter in its beak, tilting its head to drop the letter into the mailbox before taking flight once more. As old Barty worked at the Ministry of Magic, only Wissen Wright witnessed this owl, prompting him to retrieve the letter from the mailbox in advance. Indeed, it was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Children exhibiting magical abilities across England and Ireland would receive their admission letters on their 11th birthday, provided they were of age before the start of the school year. If the child's birthday fell before the start of term, as was the case for Wissen Wright, who was born on August 8th, they would receive their Hogwarts acceptance letter. Should a child's birthday occur after the commencement of term, they would have to wait an additional year. The envelope bore a prominent letterhead at its center, surrounded by illustrations of 4 creatures, each symbolizing the 4 houses of Hogwarts: the eagle for Ravenclaw, the lion for Gryffindor, the badger for Hufflepuff, and the serpent for Slytherin. Wissen Wright meticulously tore open the envelope, extracting 2 sheets of parchment, and lowered his gaze to the contents of the first page. "Dear Mr. Wright, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We await your owl's response by August 15th. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall." The tone of this acceptance letter was exceedingly polite. Anyone who beheld this missive would inevitably ponder the humility of its author, revealing naught of the arrogance often associated with wizards. Even an ordinary Muggle who has never heard of the existence of magic and wizards would not harbor any aversion upon receiving this letter of acceptance. Perhaps what they would feel instead is a serene yearning. Wissen Wright had yet to encounter Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and transfiguration instructor at Hogwarts. But through depictions in films from his past life, he understood that beneath her humble exterior lay an indomitable strength that few could aspire to possess. As Wissen Wright turned to the second page of the letter, the contents became rather intricate, filled with terms that the average person had never encountered. Even he had never laid eyes upon them. The requirements for first-year students included: 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. A plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. A pair of protective gloves made from dragon hide or similar material. 4. A winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student attire must bear a name tag. Just the thought of these garments made Wissen Wright furrow his brow. The new students were required to prepare 3 sets of uniforms. Most first years at Hogwarts were around 11 years old, still in their growth spurts, and a single outfit would hardly last more than a year before needing replacement. He frowned as he gazed at the densely packed list of textbooks, realizing just how many new books a first-year student was expected to procure in advance. All students must prepare the following textbooks: Standard Spells, Beginner by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore, Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, and Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Wissen Wright felt acutely aware of his own lack of knowledge. Among the authors of the first-year textbooks, he had only heard of Newt Scamander, who seemed to have married an American witch. Beyond these textbooks, the remaining items on the list were relatively straightforward. Other equipment included a wand, a large standard-size cauldron, number 2, a set of glass or crystal potion vials, a telescope, and a brass scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. After perusing the entire list, Vincent Light shook his head in resignation. He would undoubtedly need Barty Crouch's assistance in gathering these supplies. Nevertheless, receiving this letter was indeed a piece of good news, for within the system, there existed a series of rewarding main quest tasks. And now the first phase, the acceptance letter task, had been marked as complete. Phase 1. Receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. 11. Task completed. Reward. Increase magic capacity by 200 points. Spell. Memory Charm. Memory Charm. Passive magical ability. Advanced proficiency. Does not require the self-sealing of the mind, allowing free control over the display and concealment of one's memories. The Memory Charm proved to be quite practical, for wizards excelled in retrieving memories from individuals. Now, with the advanced proficiency of the Memory Charm, he could easily deceive someone of Voldemort-esque caliber when it came to soul-sucking. Vincent Light concluded that the primary purpose of the first phase reward was to enable him to evade the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, during which the sorting hat would probe the emotions and memories of new students. However, this was merely a final safeguard. Vincent Light did not wish for the sorting hat to be placed upon his head. Who could say how peculiar the hat, left behind by the founder of Gryffindor, truly was? What if it failed to announce any house name and instead declared Azkaban? The atmosphere would undoubtedly become rather awkward. That seemed unlikely, though. Vincent Light was not a malevolent person. Phase 2. Join one of the Hogwarts houses 01. Choose one, and based on the chosen house, different magical skill rewards will be granted. Choose Ravenclaw 01. Reward. Increase magic capacity by 200 points. Magical skill. Life Beam. Choose Gryffindor 01. Reward. Increase life value by 200 points. Magical skill. Hunting Rhythm. Choose Hufflepuff 01. Reward. Increase life value by 200 points. Magical skill. Void Feast. Choose Slytherin 01. Reward. Increase magic capacity by 200 points. Magical skill. Petrifying Gaze. If one were to consider solely the system rewards, it would be wise to choose Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, as in a magical realm. Rewards for life force were rare indeed. Who wouldn't wish to become a melee spellcaster in such a world? Of course, Vincent Light was acutely aware that he desired to enter Hufflepuff, for it housed the largest number of students, all of whom were honest and kind-hearted. Yes, the ethos of this house aligned perfectly with his own character. Furthermore, the magical skill of Void Feast also enhanced life force, greatly compensating for his shortcomings. However, gaining entry into Hufflepuff would be nearly as challenging as reaching the heavens, for he could scarcely conjure memories that aligned with the house's traits of honesty and kindness. This presented a rather awkward predicament. He would have to create some disturbances, preparing the headmaster of Hogwarts for the possibility of his causing trouble at the school. With a resigned sigh, Vincent Light retrieved a sheet of parchment from his drawer, grasped the quill on his desk, and elegantly inscribed 2 words. Read. Chapter 6. The Ice Crystal Phoenix delivering the letter. Hogwarts, the esteemed school of magic, was currently in the midst of its holiday break. However, this year marked the enrollment of a considerable number of new students, and Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, was overwhelmed with work. Like her fellow professors, she had to assist some muggle-born new students' parents in explaining the existence of magic. It was undeniable that the influx of new students this year was unprecedented. Yet, despite the busyness of the Hogwarts professors, one individual remained comparatively at ease: the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a name known throughout the magical world, universally acknowledged as the greatest living white wizard of his time. The name Dumbledore was often accompanied by a litany of astonishing achievements, and wizards had grown up alongside the legacy of this remarkable figure. Furthermore, Dumbledore was regarded as the most illustrious headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, a reputation that he cherished deeply. At this stage in his life, there was nothing Dumbledore found more fulfilling than nurturing a new generation of young witches and wizards. Presently, Dumbledore sat in his office, his hair somewhat disheveled, a pair of half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose, and his long white beard cascading down as his hands rested upon a substantial tome of magic. He was a true elder, rich in knowledge and wisdom. Beside the elderly gentleman rested a cup of warm red tea, accompanied by a plate of sweet and delectable sponge cake, with a flat spoon resting atop the dish. This old man led a life of remarkable comfort. Above the table stood a birdcage perch, where a resplendent phoenix, adorned in fiery hues, quietly perched, occasionally shaking its head. Dumbledore, noticing the phoenix's subtle movements, set aside the pages of his book, took a small spoonful of sponge cake, and gently offered it to the phoenix, soothingly reminding, "I nearly forgot. Fawkes must have his breakfast diligently each day." Fawkes the Phoenix had long been Dumbledore's companion, their bond akin to that of family. One of the few beings capable of remaining by Dumbledore's side through the years. Just as the fiery phoenix bent down to grasp the morsel of cake, its body suddenly froze, as if sensing an imminent danger, and swiftly turned its head. The once melodious call of the phoenix transformed into a chilling cry, signaling the presence of danger. Dumbledore hastily set down his spoon, rolled up the sleeves of his ample robe, and approached the window of the headmaster's office to gaze at the sky. A sudden chill enveloped the summer air at Hogwarts. The caretaker, Filch, and the house elves below sensed the abrupt drop in temperature, as if winter had arrived prematurely at the school. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Dumbledore beheld a colossal ice crystal bird circling ominously above the Hogwarts barrier. Its impressive wingspan, measuring several meters, rendered it reminiscent of an ancient creature, while the immense magical energy and crystalline frost within its form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. As a legendary mythological being, Fawkes undoubtedly recognized the terror embodied by this ice crystal bird, which was, without a doubt, another mythological creature. Dumbledore lifted his gaze to the spiraling ice bird, his sharp eyes discerning that it appeared to be clutching an envelope in its formidable beak. Thus, it was a messenger creature? Puzzled, Dumbledore removed his spectacles, rubbed the area around his eyes, and donned them once more. Am I merely too old to see clearly? No, he had not misjudged. It was not his age clouding his vision, but rather this powerful magical being capable of influencing the weather was indeed employed to deliver messages, an act that seemed rather ostentatious. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely interpret it as a provocation directed at Albus Dumbledore, and even Dumbledore himself shared this sentiment. However, the old man, possessing a magnanimous character, was unfazed by this display. With a smile, Dumbledore waved to the ice bird soaring above, casting a silent spell that amplified his aged voice to a grand and resonant tone. If you have come to deliver a message, simply descend. I have some treats here. This was a customary practice among wizards. Typically, messenger pets were offered a bite after completing their task. Upon hearing the elder's voice, the ice crystal phoenix swiftly descended from the sky, breaking through the Hogwarts barrier. Its immense form hovered in the space between the floors of Hogwarts, and, as it landed, layers of frost rapidly formed upon the walls. Fawkes, perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder, could not resist letting out a few excited cries, seemingly greeting the ice bird. Alas, the ice bird remained as cold as its form, merely extending its massive head to carefully present the envelope it had been clutching. Truth be told, delivering messages posed a significant challenge for it. Dumbledore had to tiptoe to retrieve the envelope, the frigid temperature causing his fingers to tremble. The letter now resembling a solid block of ice. As the old man took the letter, he whimsically pondered whether he ought to kindle the fireplace to dry it out in the summer heat. Upon seeing Dumbledore retrieve the letter, the ice bird wasted no time, swiftly spreading its wings and soaring away from the school. It was indeed a creature of considerable character. Dumbledore glanced at the envelope, which was addressed to Hogwarts. This was a letter sent to the school, and coupled with the earlier appearance of the ice bird, Dumbledore surmised it might be a correspondence from another magical institution. However, upon opening the envelope, he found the contents somewhat perplexing until he noted the signature, realizing it was a reply from a new student. One could not help but think how fortunate it was that he was the one to receive it. Had Professor Minerva McGonagall been the recipient, she would likely have regarded the young one as a troublesome student. For Professor McGonagall held decorum in the highest regard and could not remain as unflappable as the old man in the face of any situation. Read, by the way, may I bring my pet, Anivia, into the school? It was a birthday gift from Mr. Barty Crouch. P.S. The messenger ice bird is Anivia, is slightly larger, and Mr. Crouch mentioned it might not be allowed, even though it does not require sustenance. Sincerely, Wissen Wright. It appeared to be a rather spirited young creature. After reading the contents of the letter, Dumbledore anticipated that this new student, Wissen Wright, would likely stir up quite a commotion within the school. Such occurrences were of little concern to the elderly man. Furthermore, Dumbledore was aware that this year's incoming class included several lively students, such as the Weasley twins, who would also be attending Hogwarts. The name Wissen Wright had crossed his mind before, Recalling the first time he had encountered this name, he picked up the quill from the table and began to compose a response to Wissen Wright with utmost seriousness. On the photo wall in the headmaster's office, the portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters seemed to come alive, all speaking at once. Dumbledore, who has sent you a letter? We overheard from those outside that the sender is provoking Hogwarts. No, merely a kind and amusing young soul. Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head, as he continued to write with diligence, responding to them. Once this batch of youngsters enrolls, Hogwarts shall be livelier than in any previous year. Chapter 7. Does your conscience not prick you? Noon. On the outskirts of London. Wissen Wright's residence. A fiery phoenix alighted upon the window ledge, tapping the glass with its beak. The very phoenix Dumbledore had dispatched to deliver the reply, with the envelope crafted from special fireproof paper. The old man could discern Wissen Wright's subtly proud demeanor from the letter, a trait befitting one of excellence, hinting that he required a reminder of the vastness of the world. A phoenix of mythic renown. Dumbledore chose this method to impart Wissen Wright's first lesson, mentally preparing himself for the mischief Wissen Wright might unleash at Hogwarts. It seemed that progress was on the right track. Wissen Wright beheld the phoenix fox, clutching an envelope in its beak, and with a sense of satisfaction, approached the window. He gently opened it to receive the envelope from the phoenix's grasp. The contents within were remarkably simple. Indeed, it was a response from Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Light, regarding your inquiry, my counsel is to refrain from proceeding. If Avonlea perpetuates an eternal winter at Hogwarts, many will find themselves in disarray. I have always believed that summer ice cream surpasses winter roast chicken in delight. I trust Mr. Barty Crouch will ensure Avonlea is well cared for. Should you insist on bringing your companion to school, perhaps I can assist you in finding a suitable arrangement for Avonlea at the institution. Lastly, Mr. Light, like us, possesses a kind heart. For us, kindness is never a burdensome secret to divulge, nor is it something that needs concealing. Happy birthday. I hope to see you soon. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. If you have any toffee at hand, do share a piece with Fawkes, considering that its shed feather is a birthday gift to you. This is a fair exchange for both you and Fawkes, is it not? After perusing the letter, Wissen Wright cast a glance at the phoenix lingering at the window, and upon shaking open the envelope, discovered a phoenix feather nestled within. Was this Dumbledore's gift? He tucked away the letter and picked up a small treat from the table, offering it to the phoenix, which took a few bites before taking flight. The plan was progressing seamlessly. Wissen Wright calmly set down the letter, the coveted phoenix feather, which many wizards yearned for but could not attain, carelessly discarded on the table. For he had acquired something of far greater significance. Indeed, that sagacious elder had discerned the truth. The notion of a fair exchange had always characterized Wissen Wright's approach in his primary years. Now, with Dumbledore's mention of it, even publicly commending his subtly displayed kindness in the letter, Wissen Wright realized his performance had been successful. Over the years, Dumbledore had discreetly assigned individuals to protect Harry Potter, and he himself had covertly observed Harry's life at Wisteria Primary. Among those with a significant presence, Wissen Wright was not to be overlooked. This haughty and aloof young lad concealed within him a gentleness and kindness often imperceptible to the untrained eye. Dumbledore had captured Wissen Wright's essence of kindness. In truth, any individual with ample experience and an observant perspective could easily recognize the brilliance that lay within Wissen Wright. A beam of light projected through the fog, appearing remarkably radiant to those who took the time to truly look, inadvertently causing them to overlook one crucial aspect. This light emanated from the fog itself. Regardless of the issues that might arise from the fog, the existence of this light could not be disregarded. People would consider this light the very core of the fog. A sudden clanging sound interrupted Wissen Wright's contemplation. Old Barty Crouch, still clad in his suit, entered carrying a birthday cake. Though his expression bore a hint of concern, I believe I just saw the Phoenix Fox. Dumbledore is exceedingly astute. He may have already uncovered the secret of this house. If Dumbledore discovers this secret, the fact that his son, young Barty Crouch, is still alive will be revealed, rendering everything meaningless. This was also the reason old Barty Crouch wished to avoid contact with Dumbledore. As he spoke of these potential dangers, his gaze fell upon the Hogwarts emblazoned envelope on the table, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Has Hogwarts begun sending acceptance letters via Phoenix? Such a practice seems rather extravagant. The envelope on the table was still made of fireproof parchment, a material typically reserved for the Ministry's most confidential documents. Wissen Wright, with a tilt of his head, indicated to old Barty Crouch to put away the envelope. The letter contains a phoenix feather sent by Dumbledore, a gift for you. After saying this, Wissen Wright produced the enrollment list he had received that morning. I have already received the acceptance letter. How could Dumbledore send a letter? Old Barty Crouch inquired while stowing away the envelope containing the phoenix feather, as only he could truly harness the value of this feather. I had Avenea visit Hogwarts. Wissen Wright leaned back in his chair, his expression serene. This essentially informs Dumbledore that I might cause a stir at Hogwarts. The Icebird? Old Barty Crouch vividly recalled Wissen Wright's Icebird, having witnessed firsthand the extraordinary magic it possessed. That is not a pet for the average person. Dumbledore will be suspicious of you. Not all. Wissen Wright interrupted Barty Crouch's words confidently, leisurely explaining. I have informed Dumbledore that Avenea is a birthday gift from you. Old Barty Crouch's brow furrowed instantly. At any time, he endeavored to maintain his composure, merely bearing an undue burden, which hardly constituted a significant dilemma. There's also good news. A smile graced Wissen Wright's lips, his expression brimming with joy. I can now reveal that during my years at the Muggle primary school, I achieved the greatest success. Dumbledore had been covertly observing Harry Potter. Hence, he must have noticed my actions at that Muggle school, which would establish a fixed impression of me in his mind. As long as he formed a consistent perception of me, he would psychologically affirm that I have always been a student concealing my goodwill, deliberately engaging in unreasonable behavior. Of course, Wissen Wright did not articulate the most crucial reason. A person who genuinely causes trouble at school is, in fact, the easiest to trust. No one would suspect him of concocting a plot to upend the Wizarding World. Old Barty Crouch fixed his gaze intensely on Wissen Wright. It must be said that Wissen Wright's cunning was hardly commensurate with his age, even among adult wizards. Particularly in an era rife with Voldemort's misdeeds, it seemed rather excessively treacherous, for it was a pure exploitation of human thought and nature. Yet, to scheme against an elder, would Wissen Wright's conscience remain untroubled? Chapter 8. The beginning of a magical journey at the Leaky Cauldron. Such a conscience undoubtedly resided within Wissen Wright. Just as old Barty Crouch had purchased the birthday cake, even young Barty, imprisoned in the subterranean fortress, and the house elf, Winky, were also included. Moreover, it was Wissen Wright who personally delivered it. However, young Barty, having endured over a month in the subterranean fortress, expressed his desire to return to the surface. Even if it meant being subjected to the soul-sucking curse, at least he would not have to endure the daily, vivid despair akin to that of a confinement chamber. There was no one to converse with at all. Within the subterranean fortress, the only entity capable of communication was the diligent house elf Winky, which was a far cry from his time in Azkaban, where there were other prisoners to exchange insults with. Little Barty had never loathed his consciousness as profoundly as he did at that moment. "Let me leave this place," he exclaimed, his grip tightening around the iron door of the underground fortress, his visage contorted with rage. "Even if you employ the soul-sucking curse upon me, it matters not. Just allow me to depart." "Regrettably, that is a choice you have made for yourself," Wissen Wright replied with utmost politeness, denying his request. Indeed, this was entirely in accordance with Wissen Wright's expectations. Most of Voldemort's loyal Death Eaters seemed to revel in causing turmoil, unable to withstand the solitude that plagued their minds. Wissen Wright had not wholly refused to extend a helping hand. He kindly reminded little Barty, "However, I had anticipated that you might face such psychological challenges before you ever set foot in this underground fortress. I once again recommend that you peruse the self-help tomes upon the shelves. That little imp is truly a devil." Little Barty glared at Wissen Wright with fury. Realizing that this rascal had foreseen his impending madness within the fortress, yet still lured him into residing there. "You despicable little scoundrel. Speak respectfully. Refrain from cursing," Wissen Wright admonished, his brow slightly furrowing as he forcefully pried little Barty's fingers from the iron door, shoving him back into the underground haven. One must learn to adopt a more open mindset. At the very least, this place offers you the opportunity to shed any detrimental habits you have accumulated in the past. With that, Wissen Wright disregarded the now even more incensed little Barty and called over the house elf, Shiny, imparting earnest instructions. "In the future, do not engage in conversation with Mr. Barty. Simply ensure that he does not perish here." But the kind-hearted house elf hesitated. "There is no but." Wissen Wright shook his head, smiling gently as he added, "If you converse with him too much, you will squander Mr. Crouch's noble intentions for his son. You would not wish to witness their relationship devolve into animosity, would you?" "Yes, Master Light." Ultimately, the benevolent house elf nodded in agreement. Wissen Wright cast a glance at the sumptuous lunch laid out upon the table in the subterranean fortress and continued his instructions softly. "In the future, do not prepare any lavish meals for him. This is a spiritual penance we have orchestrated for him, and a life of penance should naturally be somewhat austere. A cup of plain water and a slice of bread each day should suffice." "Understood." The kind house elf comprehended the essence of the penance. "You little demon." Despite the youthful, gray-haired boy's voice still sounding quite juvenile, it did not prevent little Barty from perceiving it as the whispers of a devil. This little rascal. How dare he utter such words? Why must he meddle in my life within this underground fortress? A slice of bread and a cup of water. Azkaban never offered such a wretched standard of living. Enough. Only those who labor earnestly shall receive their rewards. Wissen Wright ignored little Barty completely and, after subtly complimenting Shiny, slowly shut the great door of the underground fortress amidst little Barty Crouch's furious and despairing gaze. "Stop! You little demon! You vile wretch!" he shouted, pounding against the iron door, heedless of the swelling on his knuckles, hoping his curses would penetrate the barrier. Alas! It was futile. Wissen Wright could no longer hear him. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Wissen Wright from surmising that little Barty would undoubtedly hurl insults, given his lack of moral fortitude. As Wissen Wright raked his fingers through his gray hair and turned to depart, he could not help but shake his head in disapproval, murmuring, "The level of moral education leaves much to be desired. I hope that when we next meet, his demeanor will have softened." Compared to his father, little Barty still had a long way to go. As a high-ranking official within the Ministry of Magic, old Barty consistently exhibited a demeanor of seriousness and gravity, maintaining composure regardless of the circumstances he faced, always considering matters with meticulous care. This trait was precisely why Wissen Wright held old Barty Crouch in such esteem. Now that Wissen Wright had received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, old Barty Crouch was naturally obliged to escort him to the bustling marketplace of wizards, the legendary Diagon Alley. It was the only place to procure all the items on the first-year supply list. To reach Diagon Alley, there were generally two methods. The first involved entering through the Leaky Cauldron in downtown London, where one could find the entrance to Diagon Alley. The second method utilized the Floo Network's fireplace, simply requiring the throwing of Floo powder into the hearth for direct transport. Naturally, Wissen Wright opted for the more prudent approach. He explained to old Barty that he wished to experience the wonders of the Leaky Cauldron, the starting point for ordinary individuals embarking on their magical journey. Additionally, the Leaky Cauldron presented a relatively straightforward exploration task. Enter Diagon Alley through the back of the Leaky Cauldron, 01. Reward. Unlocking charm. Incomplete. Regarding the notion of accessing Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron, old Barty Crouch found it of little consequence, as all wizards held no ill feelings toward it. In fact, every young wizard's genuine introduction to the magical realm began with their families guiding them through the Leaky Cauldron to enter Diagon Alley. Moreover, the Leaky Cauldron boasts a history spanning nearly 5 centuries, accompanying all wizards as they grew, imbuing its existence with unique significance. In the past, before the Muggle-repelling charm was employed, the establishment nearly faced demolition by Muggles intent on constructing a road. In response, the entire wizarding community united to cast Oblivion charms upon the Muggle architects, altering the road plans, thus ensuring the Leaky Cauldron's survival to this day. In downtown London, nestled between a Muggle bookstore and a record store, stood a narrow, ancient wooden door. Due to the Muggle-repelling charm, passing ordinary humans remained blissfully unaware of its existence. These unsuspecting individuals had no inkling that should they inadvertently step through this wooden door, they would gain access to the enchanting world of magic. Chapter 9. The Leaky Cauldron. Cedric Diggory. As Wissen Wright and old Barty Crouch opened the wooden door to enter the bar, the cozy establishment bustled with activity. A throng of wizards animatedly raised their glasses, engaging in lively conversation. Among them was a particularly loquacious middle-aged man, sporting spectacles perched upon his nose, embodying the quintessential image of a scholarly gentleman. This journey proved delightful. The middle-aged man, now embodying the archetype of a learned scholar, excitedly regaled his fellow patrons with tales of his travels. I encountered many wondrous magical creatures in the rainforest. And upon learning of my expedition to the jungles of South America, Mr. Newt Scamander graciously invited me to his home. Clearly, from the man's words, it was evident that receiving an invitation from Newt Scamander, the renowned expert on magical creatures, was a considerable point of pride. Indeed, it was worthy of such pride, as Newt Scamander held a prestigious reputation within the magical community, having authored numerous books on magical creatures, which have long served as textbooks at Hogwarts. Let us celebrate Amos Diggory's journey. Cheers to Amos for receiving an invitation from Mr. Scamander. The patrons of the Leaky Cauldron joyfully raised their glasses in celebration of the man privileged to have received such an invitation, among whom one tall figure stood out most fervently. He was a half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. While ostensibly serving as a mere caretaker at the school, was in truth a person of immense trust for Dumbledore. This half-giant possessed a profound passion for magical creatures, thus exhibiting considerable enthusiasm towards the travel tales recounted by the loquacious gentleman. However, Ruby as Hagrid was not the focal point for Wissen Wright. In comparison, there was a strikingly handsome dark-haired youth in the bar, a tall figure standing behind the garrulous man, who captured Wissen Wright's attention even more. The youth's allure was undeniable. With a hint of unwarranted modesty, Wissen Wright felt this boy's handsomeness was perhaps just a shade beneath his own. Seemingly sensing Wissen Wright's gaze, the dark-haired youth turned towards him, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. He exuded an air of politeness. Both his demeanor and expression radiated a natural elegance, inspiring an instinctive desire to commend him. At that moment, the animated middle-aged man draped an arm over the boy's shoulder, loudly proclaiming, "Regrettably, I cannot visit Mr. Scamander's home at present. For my son Cedric is about to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, and today I must accompany him to procure the necessary supplies for new students." When speaking of his son, the middle-aged man's tone became tinged with wistfulness. This year, Cedric turns 12, with his birthday falling in winter, thus necessitating a delay of a year. Just as the other patrons sought to console him, the man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "However, Cedric has had the opportunity to review the textbooks I left behind for him, and I am confident that with his intellect, he shall become an exemplary Hufflepuff student." Cedric's cheeks flushed with modesty, perhaps feeling a twinge of embarrassment from his father's praise, or maybe due to the scrutinizing gazes of the patrons around him. Were he an ordinary boy, he might have hidden behind his father's back, too shy to confront the adult's intense stares. Yet Cedric's reaction was markedly different. After a brief moment of bashfulness, he humbly lowered his head and offered an apology to the gathered crowd. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your leisurely afternoon. Let us toast to Cedric Diggory, to Amos Diggory for having such a fine son, to Hogwarts for welcoming an exceptional student, and to Hufflepuff, who shall undoubtedly be bested by Gryffindor once more in this year's Quidditch Cup." The bar erupted once more into a chorus of cheers, with a few patrons slyly slipping in their own jests, clearly alumni of Gryffindor House. As the revelry continued, Cedric Diggory and his father Amos finally navigated through the throng to greet others. Amos had spotted old Barty Crouch, both men barely able to claim the title of colleagues at the Ministry of Magic. Once a figure of considerable renown, Barty now found himself in semi-retirement, yet still held the esteemed position of Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. "Long time no see, Mr. Crouch," Amos approached, extending his hand and gripping Barty's firmly. "You appear to be in fine spirits. And you as well, Amos," Barty replied, slowly releasing his grip, his gaze falling upon the young Cedric Diggory beside Amos, as he earnestly commended, "Amos, you have a truly remarkable son." "Ha ha!" Amos could no longer conceal his pride, heartily patting his son's shoulder and insisting, "This is indeed the greatest source of pride in my life." Having said that, Amos's attention shifted to the silver-haired youth beside Barty, inquiring softly, "And who might this be?" "Ah, this is—" Barty hesitated, uncertain how to properly introduce Wissen Wright. If he undersold Wissen Wright's identity, what if he felt humiliated in front of others? Wissen Wright, sensing Barty's hesitation, extended his hand towards Amos Diggory, introducing himself. "I am Wissen Wright, a new student entering Hogwarts this year." He then glanced at Cedric Diggory, adding, "If all goes as anticipated, I should also be joining Hufflepuff." "Oh!" Amos's eyes brightened at this revelation. Cedric's gaze also sparkled with delight, finding a kindred spirit in this newly met peer, perhaps due to his inherently good nature. This kindness was undoubtedly genuine. Cedric even took the initiative to extend his hand to Wissen Wright, earnestly stating, "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Cedric Diggory." "I heard that." Wissen Wright replied warmly, shaking Cedric's hand, his face alight with sincerity. "It brings me joy to encounter a fellow classmate at this moment." "I feel the same way." Cedric enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. Learning is a laborious yet joyous pursuit. Wissen Wright held a profound affinity for forming friendships. While Wissen Wright and Cedric engaged in amicable discourse, old Barty Crouch's mind was flooded with uncertainty, pondering Wissen Wright's words. Why did Wissen Wright believe he would be sorted into Hufflepuff? This boy seemed rather distant from the qualities associated with Hufflepuff. Such an event appeared improbable. The sorting hat of Hogwarts would surely not place this potentially perilous lad into the honest and kind Hufflepuff house. As Barty continued to contemplate, the loquacious Amos Diggory extended an invitation. "Mr. Crouch, it seems we are both here to assist our children in gathering the items from their new student lists. Shall we proceed to Diagon Alley?" At this juncture, Amos added with a smile, "If we delay any longer, I fear we may not secure the ideal owl for Cedric. As a father, Amos wished for nothing but the best for his son, striving to provide Cedric with every advantage possible. Naturally, Cedric had never failed to meet his father's expectations. The group made their way through the leaky cauldron and approached an uneven brick wall, which served as the entrance to Diagon Alley. Amos produced his wand and tapped a few bricks, eliciting a sound of scraping. The bricks then began to shift and rotate rapidly. In mere seconds, the worn bricks of the dilapidated wall rearranged themselves, unveiling a passageway to the magical realm. On the other side of this portal lay the enchanting sights of Diagon Alley. Even though Cedric Diggory had long heard tales of Diagon Alley from his father, a glimmer of awe danced in his eyes. As for Vincent, the pragmatic individual had already received his task reward. Exploration task. Enter Diagon Alley through the back of the leaky cauldron. 11. Reward. Unlocking spell. Unlocking spell. The incantation is Alohomora, which, if wielded by one with sufficient magical power, can open any locked door in the world, even those protected by concealment charms. One cannot deny the allure of such an unlocking spell. Vincent harbored some mischievous speculations. Perhaps he could enter any common room at Hogwarts without uttering a single spell. After casting a glance at his reward, Vincent began to survey Diagon Alley, the most bustling marketplace of the magical world. The street was not particularly wide, flanked on either side by a plethora of wizarding shops. At this moment, Diagon Alley was teeming with life, as many wizards donned in pointed hats stood on the street, merrily chatting about their shopping hauls. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Diggory, where are you headed? Amos Diggory turned to old Barty Crouch and Vincent, inquiring about their plans. Before promptly providing the answer for his son, I intend to take Cedric to Ollivander's wand shop first. He has long desired a wand of his own. Cedric will certainly find the one that suits him best. After Barty Crouch nodded gently in acknowledgement, he elaborated, it seems we shall be parting ways here. We plan to acquire our necessities in the order of the shops. Vincent had no objections to this arrangement. Following the sequence, the two parties would indeed diverge. The nearest shop to them was the cauldron shop, mentioned in their list, where they needed to procure a cauldron for potions class. Please procure a sturdy pot for me, Vincent requested of old Barty, adding an explanation, preferably one that could be used to bash someone's head in during a scuffle. The corner of old Barty Crouch's eye twitched. This little rascal had yet to even set foot in Hogwarts, and already he was preparing for potential brawls. Old Barty had an inkling that this would be one of his most troublesome shopping expeditions. Who knew how many peculiar requests Vincent would make? As they approached the intersection where Gringotts Wizarding Bank stood, Vincent gradually came to a halt, seemingly intent on memorizing the structure. Old Barty Crouch glanced at Vincent and began to recount the history of Gringotts. Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, is, aside from Hogwarts, presided over by Dumbledore, the safest place in the world, run by goblins. Be sure to visit it sometime. As Vincent departed from the entrance of Gringotts, he languidly remarked, if only I could wait a little longer, I hope by then there will be plenty of good things inside. Old Barty Crouch's eye twitched again. Why did this little fellow speak so earnestly, as though he intended to pilfer from Gringotts? After leaving Gringotts, the next stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Hogwarts newcomers would procure their uniforms. Vincent donned a wizard's robe and suddenly quipped, can this garment serve as a sack? If one were to ensnare someone in it, would it not tear? Madame Malkin stood momentarily stunned. The somewhat plump, which could not suppress a chuckle, dear, you truly have a penchant for jest. Hogwarts strictly prohibits fights. That's quite all right. I particularly appreciate that rule, Vincent replied earnestly, nodding while pointing to the robe draped over him, just a size larger than this. And 3 pieces will suffice. This was merely a habit from his previous life, primarily to secure the task rewards. Exploration task. Purchase a wizard's robe at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. 11. Task completed. Reward. Cleaning spell. Cleaning spell. The incantation is Scourgify, which allows the caster to cleanse any object according to their will and magical power. If the caster is sufficiently powerful, they may even eliminate unwanted items from existence. A rather practical spell indeed. Vincent was quite pleased with these utilitarian little charms. Madame Malkin's demeanor grew somewhat stiff. She had never encountered such an assertive child before, and could not help but remark, wouldn't a standard size larger be slightly too big for you? I expect to grow quite rapidly, Vincent replied as he tossed the robe onto a chair. This moment revealed a commendable trait of Vincent to old Barty Crouch. The lad's thoughts were mature, not overly finicky, and he did not waste time. Because of this quality, they quickly procured all the necessary items. After purchasing the essential textbooks for Hogwarts newcomers at Flourish and Blots, Vincent finally discovered a method to truly master most spells. Or rather, it was the only approach that would allow him to learn a spell to the extent of wielding it with finesse. Exploration task. Purchase a set of Hogwarts first-year textbooks at Flourish and Blots 11. Task completed. Reward. Learning method and task. Learning task. By employing the learning method, study the incantations by reading them 100 times, diligently transcribing them 100 times, and thoroughly memorizing them 100 times. One will swiftly master and excel in this magical art. Learning task. By employing the learning method, study potion recipes by reading them 100 times, diligently transcribing them 100 times, and thoroughly memorizing them 100 times. One will swiftly master the creation of this potion. This learning method left Vincent feeling a myriad of emotions. He extended his hand to accept the bag of robes from old Barty Crouch, surrendering the thick stack of textbooks in his arms to him, and sighed deeply. No matter where one is, learning is indeed a laborious endeavor. Reflecting on the arduous journey ahead, Vincent continued, though we all know that mastering knowledge will undoubtedly bring immense joy. Chapter 11. Old Barty Crouch remained unfazed. One must admit, this method of spell learning is remarkably effective. At least for Vincent, it certainly holds more advantages, as many spells in the magical world cannot be acquired through mere rote learning. For instance, some dark magic that is incomprehensible to the average person. Vincent need only read the incantation 100 times, transcribe it 100 times, and recite it 100 times to directly learn those formidable dark arts. Furthermore, spells learned through this method would, in both power and proficiency, vastly surpass those of mere novices. Compared to those dark arts, there exist advanced potions that ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to concoct. Vesemir only needs to read the potion formula 100 times, transcribe it 100 times, and recite it 100 times to master the creation of these advanced potions. Given some time, he could effortlessly become a master of advanced potion making. However, this also signifies one crucial fact. Even if Vesemir merely aspires to master all fundamental practical spells and basic potion recipes, he must exert tenfold or even 100-fold effort compared to others. No one could claim he lacked diligence. Old Barty Crouch lifted the heavy textbook and glanced at Vesemir, whose expression was inscrutable. He assumed the boy was troubled by the weight of the tomes. Unbeknownst to Barty, Vesemir's thoughts diverged, and he softly remarked, "You are a prodigious little wizard unlike any I have encountered before. Given your innate talent for magic, the first-year curriculum at Hogwarts will undoubtedly pose no challenge for you." "I am no genius," Vesemir replied, eyeing the hefty textbooks and shaking his head. "I intend to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the study of magic. Do not dismiss all my efforts with a mere label of genius." "Why so humble?" Old Barty pondered, somewhat baffled by Vesemir. After all, this little fellow had once demonstrated the audacity to cast the unforgivable curses with mere finger gestures at the age of 4. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand." Vesemir shook his head, choosing to shift the topic away from learning and directing his gaze towards the nearby broom shop. "Let us procure a broomstick. If memory serves me correctly." Old Barty Crouch observed Vesemir intently and explained earnestly, "First-year students are prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks. The new student list should have made this abundantly clear. Let us just buy one." Vesemir shrugged indifferently. "I never intended to soar through the skies on a broomstick anyway. The main objective of this exploratory task is to acquire a rather useful skill. Exploratory task. Purchase a broomstick 01. Reward. Magical ability. Wind riding. Incomplete. A wizard's flying apparatus is, of course, a broomstick." Old Barty Crouch elaborated seriously. "Historically, many have attempted to invent flying spells, yet none have succeeded. However," his voice suddenly dropped, "there was indeed one individual who did. Voldemort. He developed a form of magic that allows for wind riding, enabling him to fly at astonishing speeds, making him impossible to catch." "Wind riding, you say?" Vesemir mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It seems a proper wizard indeed requires a broomstick." Old Barty Crouch was left with no choice. Since Vesemir had articulated his desire so clearly, Barty reluctantly purchased an expensive Nimbus 1700 broomstick for him. "This is the latest model." The shopkeeper at the broom shop smiled pleasantly, introducing its features. "The Nimbus 1700 can exceed speeds of 100 kilometers per hour and perform 360-degree aerial spins with ease. It appears remarkably sturdy." Vesemir nodded in satisfaction. The broomstick certainly looked impressive, and upon acquiring it, he received his reward. Exploratory task. Purchase a broomstick 11. Task complete. Reward. Magical ability. Wind riding. Wind riding. Passive ability, allowing one to fly freely in the sky without the aid of any object, with speeds easily surpassing the speed of sound. Goodness, is this for real? If Voldemort also employs wind riding, It's no wonder he has eluded capture within the magical community. No other wizards could catch up, save for Dumbledore. Yet now, someone could indeed pursue him. Old Barty Crouch remained unaware of Vesemir's thoughts, gazing at the broomstick nonchalantly cradled in Vesemir's arms. Falling into contemplation once more. When he had overheard Vesemir inquiring about the broom's quality, it was evident the boy's intentions were transparent. He must be considering using it for combat. This little rascal, could he not show just a modicum of respect? This is, after all, the most expensive broom in the Nimbus series. Reluctantly, Old Barty Crouch guided Vesemir out of the broom shop, noticing a silver-haired youth nearby. Observing the distant owl shop with keen interest, he could not help but inquire, "Are you considering purchasing an owl? It would facilitate our communication via letters. We cannot always rely on your icebird for messaging." Sending a letter with that enormous icebird, was it truly meant for delivering messages? Or was it merely a means of intimidation? "Of course, I shall buy one," Vesemir replied, astonished at Old Barty's suggestion. How could a wizard be considered proper without his own owl? Old Barty Crouch's eye twitched. Did this little fellow lack a clear self-awareness? What legitimate wizard would contemplate employing their purchase supplies for combat? Nevertheless, acquiring an owl was essential, as Vesemir's exploratory tasks included one concerning an owl. Exploratory task: purchase a messenger owl at the Hooting Owl Shop, 01. Reward: magical spell, transformation spell, incomplete. To be frank, Vesemir truly needed to master more spells quickly, as diligently studying a spell would consume a significant amount of his time. This was not the primary reason, however. The most crucial reason was that, as someone aspiring to be a legitimate wizard, he could not solely excel in the 3 unforgivable curses. Standing at the entrance of the Hooting Owl Shop, Vesemir scrutinized the owls on display. "I shall select one that appears somewhat fierce." "Owls do not assist in fighting," Old Barty Crouch remarked, his inner turmoil finally settling into calm. Chapter 12. Vesemir, a freshly minted illegal animagus. To be honest, Old Barty had never believed he could maintain such tranquility. Throughout this journey, he had endured Vesemir's myriad peculiar requests, and now he found himself relieved that he had preemptively thwarted the boy's aspirations. This little rascal even wished to use an owl for combat. "What are you thinking?" Vesemir raised an eyebrow, his expression one of confusion. "Do you think I'm merely a first year who knows nothing but brawling? Aren't you?" Old Barty Crouch longed to retort. "Right now, I still needed to assist with messaging." As Vesemir extended his fingers to tease the owls, he continued to chatter. "Yet in a few years, I shall become quite busy. If I choose one that appears fiercer, I can release it, and it will fend for itself." Old Barty Crouch fell silent. Aside from wizards of Hufflepuff lineage, many in the magical community allowed their owls to roam free, foraging for sustenance in nature. Many owls only get to indulge in food offered by others when they are tasked with delivering messages. The last time they were meticulously cared for by their human companions was during their school days. Old Barty Crouch was rarely privy to the gentle disposition of young Wissen Wright, and he softly complimented him, saying, "Your considerations are indeed thoughtful." Yet, Wissen Wright humbly shook his head, earnestly explaining, "It is also a matter of safety in the magical world. There are those who can transform into animals. One can never tell if a wizard might deliberately become an owl to eavesdrop on our secrets." Wissen Wright even cited a saying from his past life: "The more people one encounters, the more one tends to favor dogs." Yet in the magical realm, even a pet mouse could betray you. Old Barty Crouch felt he had spoken too soon. Moreover, was this young lad being overly cautious? While a wizard can indeed practice transfiguration to change into an animal, the difficulty level is extraordinarily high, fraught with irreversible dangers. However, should that wizard successfully transform their body into an animal form, it signifies they have become an animagus, necessitating registration with the Ministry of Magic, thereby marking them as a rare master of transfiguration. For instance, Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, is a distinguished animagus and also the professor of transfiguration at the school. How could such a precious animagus possibly lurk beside an ordinary student? Wissen Wright, undeterred by Old Barty Crouch's musings, entered the shop in search of the proprietor, exclaiming, "Hello, do you have any particularly unruly owls? Ideally, ones I can set free right after purchasing." The owner of the owl shop appeared somewhat astonished. Having operated this establishment in Diagon Alley for many years, he had never encountered such an eccentric customer as Wissen Wright. Nevertheless, a customer is a customer. The Wizarding World does not operate on a monopoly basis, and thus the shop could not refuse a patron's request. Despite his reservations regarding Wissen Wright's peculiar shopping approach, The shopkeeper diligently presented an obstinate owl for Wissen Wright and old Barty Crouch to consider. As a wizard hailing from Hufflepuff House, the shopkeeper candidly informed his clients. If he requires assistance with delivering messages, it may take a few days, as it might just fly off to catch mice instead. Wissen Wright's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, realizing that this owl deserved careful nurturing for several years. A mouse-catching owl, indeed. But owls are meant for delivering messages. Old Barty Crouch's face remained impassive as he questioned whether this young fellow had completely forgotten their purpose for visiting the shop in the first place. Owls are the messengers of wizards. Yet Wissen Wright engaged in a delightful conversation with the shopkeeper, completely disregarding old Barty Crouch's counsel, and went ahead to purchase the rebellious owl on the spot. Wissen Wright accepted the birdcage gifted by the proprietor, contentedly placing the owl inside, thus acquiring his second pet. Simultaneously, Wissen Wright unwittingly unlocked the most challenging spell to master. Exploration task. Purchase an owl pet from the Ilio Owl shop in Diagon Alley. 11. Task completed. Reward. Transformation spell. Since the transfiguration spell lacks any specific incantation, it relies solely on the caster's intent to transform the object, implying that Wissen Wright's journey to mastering it would be exceptionally arduous. After all, the number of incantations for transfiguration is overwhelming. To obtain this spell was indeed an unexpected delight. Furthermore, the wizard's ability to utilize the highest form of the transfiguration spell, the Animagus form, was now directly grasped by Wissen Wright. Transfiguration spell lacks any specific incantation capable of transforming objects. If the caster possesses sufficient magical power, they may even transform into other beings. Clearly, this was merely an owl. Otherwise, the system would not have notified the completion of the task. Wissen Wright handed all the items he was carrying to old Barty Crouch while holding the birdcage, gazing at the fierce and rebellious owl within, and smilingly remarked, "What a delightful little creature that promises good fortune." Old Barty Crouch, bewildered, carried the bags filled with their purchases, unable to comprehend how an owl could bring good luck simply because it excelled at catching mice. The real question was whether this owl could indeed assist in delivering messages. Wissen Wright, unfazed by the owl's message-sending capabilities, gazed at his new pet and declared, "Since you enjoy catching mice, I shall name you Voldemort." Surely the mice will be terrified by that name. Old Barty Crouch's brow furrowed instantly. Whether a mouse could be frightened by a name was beyond him. He only knew that Wissen Wright was perhaps being a tad reckless. Old Barty Crouch swiftly surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no one had taken notice of Wissen Wright's words, and his expression softened slightly. No need for concern. Wissen Wright, seemingly attuned to old Barty's unease, leisurely replied, "You must know that I am more cautious than anyone. Only those whom I choose to trust will understand my true intentions. Still, exercise caution," old Barty Crouch advised gravely, observing the ever-smiling silver-haired youth. "Do not casually mention that name in public. It may attract undue attention. After I was reassigned from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, many Death Eaters escaped punishment." Old Barty Crouch certainly did not wish for Wissen Wright to meet an untimely demise before he had fully matured, especially with his own son currently imprisoned in an underground fortress. "I will remember," Wissen Wright replied, tapping the birdcage and gazing at the fierce owl within, chuckling. "Then let us be a bit more discreet and call it Tom. I hope it helps catch some mice." Chapter 13. Today's patrons at Ollivander's wand shop were rather peculiar. They were just one wand short of completing their list. Old Barty Crouch contemplated the items on the list and turned his gaze toward a shop near the owl store. "Let us head to Ollivander's wand shop to select a wand that suits you." This shopping excursion was finally nearing its conclusion. Old Barty Crouch had never imagined that shopping could be so exhausting. "Any wand will do for me," Wissen Wright remarked nonchalantly. Clutching the birdcage, the greatest utility of a wand is to make me appear as a proper wizard. Losing it would equate to losing my combat capability. Old Barty Crouch recalled the scenes of battle alongside Wissen Wright and spoke in a somber tone. When they think that way, death is already perilously close. Generally speaking, a wand serves as a medium for a wizard to control their magical power. Every wizard places immense value on their wand. Even Voldemort and Dumbledore are no exceptions. However, for Wissen Wright, the masquerade effect of a wand far outweighed its practical use. Because Wissen possesses the extraordinary ability to unleash any degree of magical power and wield any spell without the need for any intermediary. This is something that old Barty has personally experienced. On that fateful day, when the wind howled fiercely, old Barty Crouch endured a severe beating. Lacking any understanding of Wissen's capabilities, throughout the entire confrontation, old Barty was unable to cast even a single complete incantation before the young Wissen. In that battle, Old Barty Crouch experienced excruciating pain, and he finally comprehended the sheer cruelty with which his son, little Barty, inflicted the same torment upon other wizards as a Death Eater. "Let us proceed," Wissen said, casting a glance at old Barty Crouch, who was lost in his memories, rousing him with his voice. "I hope we can find a sturdy wand within." Sturdy, old Barty mused, feeling somewhat uneasy at this descriptor. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated, "However, I believe you should not underestimate the value of a wand." As they approached Ollivander's wand shop, a black-haired youth and a middle-aged man emerged from within. It was none other than Cedric Diggory and his father. The youth, with flushed cheeks, awkwardly clutched a wand box while walking beside his father, his eyes seemingly filled with resignation. Had this father and son been selecting a wand for so long? Wissen and old Barty Crouch had already procured everything else. Yet Cedric Diggory was only now finding a suitable wand? Was it truly so arduous to select an appropriate wand? "Mr. Crouch, Mr. Wissen, it is a pleasure to see you again." Amos Diggory greeted them with a beaming smile, proudly introducing his son's accomplishment. "We finally selected the wand that suits Cedric best. 12¼ inches, crafted from the pure and truthful you would, with a core of male unicorn hair." Cedric's face grew even more embarrassed. "It sounds like an excellent wand," old Barty Crouch remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. While he had initially maintained a polite demeanor towards Amos, he now felt somewhat at a loss regarding Amos's display of pride. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious to the feelings of others. Throughout the British wizarding community, everyone was aware of old Barty Crouch's circumstances. He had personally sent his son to Azkaban, allowing him to perish there. "Congratulations," Wissen interjected, interrupting Amos's flow, and looked at Cedric Diggory, tilting his head slightly. "By the way, do you still need to purchase other items?" "Yes, my list includes quite a few more preparations." Cedric nodded hurriedly, a hint of gratitude in his gaze towards Wissen. "Then we shall take our leave, Wissen. We shall meet again at the beginning of term." With that, Cedric gently patted his father's arm, bidding farewell to Wissen as he hurriedly led his somewhat bewildered father towards other shops. "What is Mr. Crouch pondering?" Wissen inquired with a light chuckle, observing old Barty Crouch standing still. "Do you think Cedric's father is overly effusive in his praise for his son?" "Perhaps not." Old Barty shook his head, then nodded vigorously, his voice taking on a melancholic tone. "In truth, Barty was once quite exceptional, yet I have never once openly praised him." Indeed, his son, little Barty, had once been remarkable. Regrettably, old Barty Crouch had never acknowledged this, leading little Barty down a dark path into the service of Voldemort. Old Barty Crouch was a man of stern demeanor, exhibiting great seriousness before anyone, including his own son. Now, he found himself somewhat envious of Amos Diggory's unabashed candor, despite its apparent folly, which could even come off as impatience. Yet, it allowed for a father to express his love for his son so freely. "Let us proceed to select a wand," Wissen said, shaking his head and opting not to console old Barty Crouch, instead pushing open the door to Ollivander's wand shop. Upon entering, Wissen was greeted by a scene of utter disarray within the wand shop. Wand boxes were strewn haphazardly across the shelves, and the floor was littered with scattered wand boxes, giving the impression that the shop had recently been ransacked. Even Wissen could not help but entertain a fleeting notion that perhaps Voldemort had returned prematurely. Inside the shop, an elderly man was trembling as he tidied up the fallen wand boxes. Upon hearing the door creak open, he instinctively called out, "Amos, I assure you that wand is undoubtedly the most compatible for Cedric. There is no need for further selection." Wissen and old Barty exchanged knowing glances. It was evident that Amos Diggory had greatly tested the patience of the elderly wand seller in his quest to find the perfect wand for his son. The old man, diligently collecting the scattered items, was none other than Ollivander, one of the 3 finest wand makers in all of Europe. Old Ollivander, noticing the sudden quiet in the shop, looked up and spotted a silver-haired youth alongside the familiar old Barty Crouch. This sight caused him to release a sigh of relief, and with a hint of apology, he explained, "I am sorry, I mistook you for Amos." This was due to the fact that Amos Diggory had been relentless in his desire for his son Cedric to acquire the ideal wand, repeatedly imploring old Ollivander to find a better, more fitting option. An incompatible wand could render a wizard's magical abilities ill-suited, causing their magic to either fall dormant or unleash uncontrollable surges that could wreak havoc on their surroundings. Their excessive selections had resulted in the current state of disarray in the shop. "It's quite all right," old Barty Crouch slowly shook his head, fully understanding old Ollivander's frustration. "Mr. Diggory can indeed be somewhat excessively competitive at times. This is not always a virtue." Old Ollivander nodded in agreement, then defended Amos Diggory, saying, however, he truly does have an exceptional son. Cedric Diggory is indeed worthy of such a father's dedication. As he spoke, old Ollivander rubbed his forehead with his fingers. Unable to suppress his praise, that boy is truly remarkable. He embodies the grace of an accomplished wizard. Just from observing him for a brief moment, I could tell he represents the very standards we hope for in our young ones. As old Ollivander concluded his commendation of Cedric, he carefully navigated through the scattered wand boxes on the floor and, with unsteady steps, approached them. His gaze gradually fell upon the silver-haired youth standing beside old Barty, his pale eyes scrutinizing Vison's face with keen interest. "This is Vison," old Barty said, glancing at the silver-haired youth beside him. "Wissen Wright, a new student entering Hogwarts this year. I wish to select a wand." Vison took the initiative, earnestly articulating his request. "I seek a wand of sufficient sturdiness. One that can break the bones of others even if my own magical energy is depleted." Chapter 14. Vison, I am not a genius. A rather peculiar request. Old Ollivander had never encountered such a young wizard. After pondering for a moment, the elderly man wobbled over to the shelves, rummaging through the wand boxes in search of his past creations. Vison initially expected the wand shop owner to be irate upon hearing such a request. To his surprise, old Ollivander earnestly began his search. The old man's temperament was truly commendable. Of course, it was expected of Ollivander. No matter how bizarre the wand, he possessed a creation for it. As old Ollivander searched for a wand that would suit Vison's request, he babbled on, seemingly enjoying the conversation with the young wizard. "Such a wand may not necessarily suit you. If the material is sufficiently sturdy, when was the last time someone purchased a robust wand? Ah, yes, a rather large fellow. Hagrid, if I recall correctly. This material does not lend itself, well, to channeling magical power. Wands are meant for casting spells. To use one to strike another's body would be a gross misuse. Elegance and poise are the hallmarks of a wizard." His words trailed off as he carefully approached Vison, cradling a long wand box in his hands. He slowly began to introduce his creation. "I remember this one well, crafted from cedar wood. Its box has survived 17 falls without a scratch. Perhaps this is the sturdiest wand I possess." The cedar wand appeared somewhat elongated, significantly longer than old Batty's wand. Vison opened the wand box, his palm resting on the wand, and a surge of magic emanated from his hand, seamlessly merging with the wand. It must be said, the sensation this wand provided was rather pleasant. As Vison gently waved the wand, a brilliant starry light flickered at its tip, illuminating the entire wand shop. Old Ollivander smiled at this spectacle, continuing with his introduction. 15 inches, with a core of male unicorn hair, it shall never betray its master." As he spoke, old Ollivander extended the wand box towards Vison. The wand body is made of cedar wood, while it may not be as hard as ironwood. No one in the world would dare oppose a wizard wielding a cedar wand. Clearly, old Ollivander believed Vison to be a somewhat tempestuous child, which is why he had deliberately selected this wand for him. Indeed, this wand seemed perfectly suited to Vison. The longevity of Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley is not merely a coincidence. The esteemed wand maker is recognized as one of the 3 greatest wand artisans in Europe for good reason. The old man continued, patiently advising, "Child, it is not just wizards who choose wands. Wands also choose wizards. This one has decided to follow you. How does it feel?" Old Batty Crouch furrowed his brow. Vison did not, like other newcomers, rely solely on instinctive magical prowess to wield a wand. He could independently utilize any wand. It should be a perfect match. Old Ollivander, perhaps haunted by Amos Diggory's previous wand selection, sensed a similar tendency in old Batty Crouch and hastily added, "I assure you, there is no wand in this shop more fitting for this young fellow. This shall be the one." Vison placed the wand back into the box and casually remarked, "I quite like the symbolism of cedarwood." Exploration task. Purchase a wand at Ollivander's wand shop. 11. Task completed. Reward. Disarming charm. Disarming charm. The incantation is Expelliarmus. When cast upon a target, it disarms them of their weapon, causing it to fly into the caster's hand. If the caster's magical power is sufficiently strong, they can disarm any weapon. This disarming charm seems somewhat amiss. Logically, this spell should not be based on magical strength. However, if it could indeed disarm any weapon, disarming those formidable wands would pose no issue. It might even be worth attempting to acquire the Sword of Gryffindor. Now, that would be a true treasure. Who could resist the allure of becoming a sword master in the magical world? Vison and old Batty Crouch departed from Ollivander's wand shop, having procured the final wand on the new student checklist, rendering further time in Diagon Alley unnecessary. Old Batty Crouch appeared somewhat apprehensive about Vison's occasional clumsiness and earnestly explained the significance of a wand. Perhaps you believe you can cast spells without a wand at your whim. But that does not diminish the wand's importance. A suitable wand can reduce your magical expenditure and enhance your spell potency. This one suits me quite well, Wissen replied, his left hand carrying a birdcage containing an owl, while his right cradled the wand box, casually reassuring, "There's no need to worry. I am well aware of my choices. To be honest, I would prefer a wand that allows me to seal my powers." The thought of a powerful wizard, fond of the disarming charm, shouting Expelliarmus at Wissen and believing victory was theirs upon seizing his wand, was amusing to contemplate. Well, ultimately, it comes down to your choice. Old Batty Crouch said nothing further, feeling somewhat relieved that this tedious shopping expedition had reached its conclusion. "Shall we return?" Wissen remarked, glancing at Old Batty, whose hands were full. "Once we're back, I need to begin previewing the first-year textbooks." A look of confusion crossed Old Batty's face. What could possibly warrant Wissen's study of first-year textbooks? The lad had already mastered the unforgivable curses. Old Batty Crouch had never anticipated that Wissen's mention of previewing was sincere. This young rascal would actually prepare for first-year studies. Over the next 20 days, Old Batty Crouch would be profoundly impressed by Wissen's diligence. Beginning in the morning, Wissen sat on the balcony, earnestly holding a spell book, reciting the incantation for the Lumos spell, repeating it 100 times with luminous flickers. At this point, anyone would have memorized the spell, and Old Batty Crouch believed Wissen had exerted sufficient effort. Yet, Wissen proceeded to transcribe the incantation for Lumos. Surely, one need not go to such lengths for the sake of memorization. However, it was still too early. After writing the incantation 100 times, Wissen closed the book and diligently began to recite the Lumos spell from memory. "I must concede, this method is commendable," Old Batty Crouch mused, adjusting his attire before heading to work, offering one final piece of advice to Wissen. "However, this approach is rather inefficient. You should endeavor to practice using your wand. That is the way of a wizard. I am not a genius," Wissen interjected, waving his hand dismissively at Old Batty. "You go on to work. Perhaps I will experiment with the Lumos spell tonight." Chapter 15. This is not the Lumos spell. So obstinate. Old Batty Crouch resignedly set off to work. As he was merely a subordinate-like partner, he could do little to counter Wissenlight's obstinacy. Having no choice but to await the teacher's re-education of Wissen upon his entry into Hogwarts, who would willingly subject themselves to such tedious study. Wissenlight cast a glance at the spellbook of charms in his hands, marking out his study plan, while shaking his head in despair. If it weren't for the greater good, who would not prefer to be a straightforward genius? Illumination charm. The incantation is Lumos, through which the caster can conjure a stable beam of sunlight that lasts for an extended period. If the caster possesses sufficient magical power, they can control the area and duration of the illumination, capable of reviving the summer daylight, even in the depths of a wintry night. It was merely an illumination charm. Wissenlight felt that this spell's potency had been significantly enhanced. Not just the illumination charm, but following the system's method of learning. It seemed that any ordinary charm could be mastered to perfection, and once Wissen's magical energy became more abundant, he could unleash powers beyond imagination. To be frank, mastering these spells was quite enjoyable. However, the incantations were often rather monotonous, and even with the method of repetition 100-fold, Wissen found himself feeling somewhat lost in life. Throughout the day, aside from the illumination charm, Wissen also mastered 2 additional new spells. Levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa, allowing the caster to make objects float. If the caster's magical energy is sufficient, they can alter the gravitational pull of the object, even enabling a building to float in the air. Fire charm. The incantation is Incendio, which releases and manipulates a ball of flame. If the caster's magical energy is adequate, they can guide the flames, shaping them into any form. A mere fire charm. The magical effects were akin to a fearsome inferno spell. I must say, the true efficiency of this learning method is remarkably high. It requires hardly any time. Within approximately a week, Wissen could master all the spells from the first-year curriculum. Of course, there were potions as well. Wissenlight felt somewhat overwhelmed, for the potion recipes were long and odorous, encompassing even the methods of concocting the ingredients, some of which he had never even heard of. Wissen planned to carve out time to diligently study potions, requesting Old Batty Crouch to assist him in preparing a commonly used potion recipe for the Polyjuice potion, determined to fully grasp its brewing method before the start of term. The Polyjuice potion is capable of transforming a person into another for a short period, making it an extremely useful concoction, whether for framing someone or for deception. In the coming days, Wissen intended to focus primarily on charms, as his own magical prowess was paramount compared to the peculiarities of potions. After all, The magic he would most likely rely upon in the future would undoubtedly be his unique life potion and magical energy potion, supplemented by the essential polyjuice potion. As for when he attended potions class in the future, it would matter little if he could not brew a potion successfully when it came time for group work. He could simply find a classmate with commendable grades. For instance, his new friend Cedric Diggory would be quite suitable, should there be any individual assessments. Wissen Wright could only hope that Professor Severus Snape would not mock him for his potion grades. As dusk fell, old Barty Crouch returned home from work. This disciplined man was filled with a sense of admiration upon seeing Wissen Wright diligently seated at the table, previewing his textbooks, as his earnest approach to study appeared quite serious. "How'd it go today?" Barty inquired while removing his suit, asking about his learning progress. "Have you mastered the illumination charm? You should go prepare dinner." Wissen's voice sounded somewhat impatient as he replied, "I still need a few more attempts to finish copying this incantation. Please do not disturb my study." Merely memorizing the incantations was insufficient. Barty Crouch could not help but frown whenever the topic of wizardry arose. He became exceedingly serious. If you truly wish to master such magic, it is essential to pay attention to both the intonation of the incantation and the spell itself. Soul extraction. Wissen Wright suddenly lifted his head. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, old Barty Crouch found himself silenced, controlled by Wissen's use of the Cruciatus Curse. Wissen Wright pointed towards the kitchen, his youthful voice softening. "Mr. Crouch, please go prepare dinner. We can discuss magic after nightfall." "Yes." Old Barty Crouch turned and walked toward the kitchen. As night descended and dinner time arrived, Wissen released old Barty Crouch from the Cruciatus Curse, allowing him to regain his freedom. However, once Barty regained his senses, the first matter he addressed was not the incident involving the Cruciatus Curse, but rather, with a grave expression, he warned, "Once you enter Hogwarts, you must not use magic outside of school as a minor. There is a significant reason for this. Once registered as a student, the Ministry of Magic will set tracking spells to monitor these young wizards, preventing them from misusing magic in the Muggle world. If any young wizard's tracking spell shows unusual activity, it signifies illegal use of magic outside of school, and even minors will be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic." Wissen Wright, being somewhat inattentive to the finer details, seemed to have a penchant for employing unforgivable curses. Should the Ministry's Aurors discover such behavior, they would likely send Wissen straight to Azkaban. At that point, the Ministry might not even have Auror enforcement teams left. "I understand," Wissen Wright replied earnestly. Typically, when confronted with serious matters, Wissen showed great respect for the advice offered by old Barty Crouch. Nevertheless, it was not a significant hassle. After Barty explained, he continued, "If you dislike using a wand, as long as your magic is not channeled through it, the tracking spell will not react." Having once served as the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Department, old Barty knew how to circumvent tracking spells. Perhaps only Wissen could achieve such feats. Other young wizards probably wouldn't even be able to perform nonverbal spells. As for wandless magic, they likely have never even heard of it. Very well. Wissen Wright felt a slight sense of relief and slowly raised his hand to snap his fingers. "Now, let me show you the results of my studies." Lumos. Accompanied by Wissen's youthful and clear voice, the entire living room suddenly illuminated as if it were midday. Moreover, the light gradually spread from the living room to the kitchen and other rooms as the caster continued to control the area of the illumination charm. This method of lighting appeared as though light was conjured from thin air. It even imparted a sense of warmth to the room. Old Barty looked up at the living room, now resembling daylight, and with astonishment, he turned to gaze at Wissen Wright still seated at the table. "Is this the illumination charm?" "Indeed." Wissen gently nodded, observing the astonished expression on old Barty's face. "Based on the magical energy I have utilized, this should last until midnight, and in the future, there will be no need for underfloor heating in winter. This is hardly a conventional illumination charm." A hint of perplexity flickered in old Barty Crouch's eyes. Generally, wizards conjure illumination charms that manifest merely as a flicker of light from their wands, akin to a Muggle flashlight. Yet, Wissen's charm enveloped the entire room in a radiant glow. Of course, there exist other methods to produce a stronger light from a wand. However, the magical effect exhibited by Wissen light appeared far more potent, illuminating the room as if it were bathed in sunlight. It was beyond comprehension. Was this truly an illumination charm? It seemed to transcend the very essence of one. How could this possibly be considered a normal illumination charm? With his elbows resting on the table and hands propping up his chin, Wissen remarked, "My magical energy allows one to bask in light at all times." Is that not splendid? Chapter 16. Do you deserve to belong to Hufflepuff? Wissen Light was rather extraordinary. This young lad executed spells with a finesse surpassing that of many seasoned wizards, and the potency of their magic was simply incomparable. Old Barty Crouch ceased to criticize Vicen's methods of study, subtly indicating that such a diligent student might very well be sorted into Ravenclaw upon enrollment. Naturally, Vicen could also be placed in Slytherin. In Old Barty's eyes, a house filled with ambition and a penchant for self-preservation like Slytherin seemed perfectly suited to Vicen Light's character. Likewise, there was a possibility for him to be sorted into Gryffindor. Undoubtedly, this spirited young lad never lacked courage. In fact, Old Barty Crouch believed that Vicen Light could fit into any house at Hogwarts, except for the one he yearned for, Hufflepuff. What manner of students comprised Hufflepuff? It was a house filled with the most ordinary of students, boasting the largest cohort of newcomers each year. Honesty, kindness, integrity, equality, loyalty, and diligence were the traits embodied by Hufflepuff's new students. While these characteristics appeared commendable, they were qualities that any average person could possess, making it challenging for them to stand out in a crowd. Some lacked noble lineage and ambitious aspirations, thus not entering Slytherin. Others sought a tranquil and stable life, hence not joining Gryffindor. And some lacked exceptional talent, which precluded them from Ravenclaw. This was the reality of house sorting at Hogwarts. Yet, they represented the most prevalent demographic within the wizarding world. I admire Hufflepuff. Until the commencement of Hogwarts, Vicen Light formally discussed with Old Barty the reasons for his desire to choose Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, unlike Gryffindor, might not appear to possess the courage to disrupt a peaceful existence, but they would never retreat in the face of evil. Hufflepuff, unlike Slytherin, lacked those so-called noble pure-blood lineages, yet they were now the most populous group in the wizarding world. Hufflepuff, unlike Ravenclaw, could not wholly immerse themselves in knowledge, but they possessed their own thoughts and wisdom, striving diligently in both study and life. I can see that you speak with great accuracy. Old Barty Crouch earnestly agreed with Vicen Light's perspective, to the extent that he himself was swayed, altering his attitude toward Hufflepuff. However, after articulating this, Old Barty's gaze was filled with skepticism towards Vicen Light. But you exhibit none of the traits typical of Hufflepuff. Those are good people. Wouldn't you be a menace among them? At this juncture, Old Barty Crouch felt his words were somewhat harsh, and hesitantly added, "Of course. I do not mean to imply that you are unworthy of Hufflepuff." "What do you mean by that?" Vicen Light's countenance darkened with indignation. He was striving to elucidate just how admirable Hufflepuff was, and yet Old Barty concluded he did not belong there. The choice of house was not solely within an individual's control. Old Barty shook his head, attempting to soothe Vicen's distress. "I merely wish to caution you in advance, hoping you do not harbor excessive expectations regarding entering Hufflepuff. I understand your intent, but..." Vicen Light's emotions gradually stabilized as he lifted his gaze to meet Old Barty Crouch's. "For the future of the wizarding world, I must enter Hufflepuff. We must rally the majority to our side." Old Barty Crouch nodded with a sense of restraint. With such a utilitarian mindset, how could he not be sorted into Slytherin? And yet, here he was, contemplating Hufflepuff. "Well then, let us discuss another matter." Vicen Light disregarded Old Barty Crouch's peculiar expression and shifted to a different topic. If a first-year student were to cause a minor disturbance during the sorting ceremony, would they face any undue hardship? "Apologies, but I lack experience in that regard." Old Barty Crouch's eyelids twitched. Over the years, every newcomer to Hogwarts approached the sorting ceremony with trepidation. What sort of student would even contemplate causing trouble at such a moment? "You may take your leave now." Vicen Light waved his hand dismissively at Old Barty Crouch, only to suddenly call out to him, issuing one final request. "Also, before school begins, please procure the potion recipe for Polyjuice Potion, the one that allows one to assume another's appearance." What mischief was this little rascal planning? Old Barty Crouch instantly felt a surge of wariness. "I sincerely hope you do not create too much chaos at Hogwarts, lest Dumbledore turn his attention toward you and discover your proclivity for dark magic." "Rest assured," Vicen Light replied earnestly, dismissing the concern with a casual remark. "No matter what tumult arises at Hogwarts, it will certainly not involve me." Old Barty Crouch felt somewhat reassured. Generally speaking, time does not linger at the behest of human will, and the comfortable days of vacation always pass swiftly. Finally, the day arrived for Hogwarts to commence. September 1st, 1989, the day of Hogwarts opening had finally arrived. Throughout this time, Vicen Light had diligently immersed himself in study at home and reaped significant rewards, mastering numerous spells from his textbooks. Moreover, he had learned several spells not yet available to first-year students through Old Barty Crouch's magical notes. and the potency of Weissen's spellcasting far exceeded that of old Barty Crouch by several orders of magnitude. It was nothing short of frightening. Name, Wissen Wright. Gender, male. Date of birth, August 8, 1978. Health points, 330. The average adult man has 100. Health recovery, 2 seconds. Magic value, 1925. The standard for a typical aura is 500. Magic recovery, 2 seconds. Spells, Killing Curse, Soul-Sucking Curse, Cruciatus Curse, Mind-Blocking Curse, Unlocking Charm, Cleaning Charm, Transfiguration Charm, Disarming Charm, Lumos Charm, Repairing Charm, Incendio, Levitation Charm, Petrificus Totalu, Summoning Charm, Apparition Charm, Jinxing Charm. The magic value consumed by any spell will be regulated based on the spell's potency. Magical skills, Purification, Void Sphere. Magical special abilities, Immunity to Petrification, Wind Flight. Potion recipes, Elixir of Life, Magic Potion, Compound Potion. Magical creatures, Avenia, an Ice Crystal Phoenix, adept in ice magic. Tom, an owl, skilled in catching mice. Everything seems to be in order. Wissen Wright surveyed his academic accomplishments with satisfaction, lifting his hand to levitate his luggage, directing it to float neatly into the trunk of the car. With Weissen's current level of magical prowess, managing the curriculum for first-year students posed no challenge. Old Barty Crouch glanced at his watch before taking the driver's seat. He had heard that this year's intake of first-year students was substantial, and perhaps he would encounter many familiar faces of the platform. It would be prudent to take note of them. As Weissen spoke, he opened the car door, settled into his seat, and leaned back against the rear cushion, closing his eyes for a brief respite. If their children misbehaved at school, it would fall upon their parents. Chapter 17. Mr. Percy Weasley, may I purchase your mice? It must be said that this year's first-year students are indeed numerous. When old Barty Crouch brought Wissen Wright to the London platform, the station was bustling with parents accompanying their children to school. Each Hogwarts first year was pushing a small luggage cart, laden with their belongings, including an array of peculiar pet cages. Among them, the most conspicuous was undoubtedly a cluster of red-haired individuals, for the Weasley family was quite populous. Old Barty Crouch cast a glance at the red-haired clan and softly introduced Arthur Weasley. Currently the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic, is a remarkably affable individual, well regarded among his colleagues. Standing beside Arthur was his wife, Molly Weasley, whose demeanor, though seemingly irritable, belied a kind-hearted nature. She was exceptionally adept at nurturing her children, a fact universally acknowledged. Behind them stood their eldest son, Bill Weasley, who graduated from Hogwarts 2 years prior with exemplary grades, having obtained all certifications in the ordinary wizarding level examinations at a remarkably young age. Hey, Barty! Just as old Barty Crouch was introducing the Weasley family to Wissen Wright, Arthur Weasley noticed him and greeted with hearty laughter. Clearly, they shared a warm rapport. The entire platform turned to observe. Unfazed, Arthur waved at them and approached old Barty Crouch and Wissen Wright with his family in tow. This is Mr. Crouch, Arthur Weasley said, extending his hand to shake old Barty while introducing his children. Mr. Crouch is my colleague at the Ministry of Magic. He seems to be the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department now. The Weasley children scrutinized old Barty Crouch with curiosity, examining the impeccably dressed middle-aged man. In terms of appearance alone, old Barty Crouch indeed resembled a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic. Compared to the somewhat disheveled Arthur Weasley, old Barty Crouch epitomized the children's impression of a ministry official, especially as he was a genuine high-ranking officer. This is Bill. Arthur Weasley gestured toward the tall young man standing behind him, smiling as he introduced, You should have met Bill. He currently works as a cursebreaker at Gringotts. A promising young man indeed. Old Barty Crouch nodded earnestly. Ha ha ha. Bill has certainly set a fine example for his younger siblings. Arthur Weasley chuckled heartily, evidently pleased by the praise for his eldest son, and his hand landed on the shoulder of another young man pushing a luggage cart. This is Charlie, Arthur Weasley said, draping an arm over the young man's shoulder, his smile broadening even further. Charlie is now in his 6th year, serving as both the Gryffindor prefect and Quidditch team captain. Many say he is destined to join the national Quidditch team. After saying this, Arthur Weasley couldn't help but express some regret. However, the lad is passionate about studying magical creatures and plans to go to Romania after graduation to research dragons. It's a pity that our family hoped to produce a Quidditch player. That occupation certainly requires considerable patience. Old Barty Crouch regarded Charlie Weasley with a hint of admiration. If assistance is needed in the future, I can facilitate connections in Romania. That would be immensely appreciated. Charlie Weasley replied earnestly. As the head of the International Magical Cooperation Department, old Barty Crouch's help would be invaluable should Charlie wish to work in Romania. This is our most studious young man. Arthur Weasley approached a young man with tousled red hair, his smile growing ever wider. Percy, just now in his 3rd year. I believe that in 2 years, when he takes his OWLs, Percy will achieve top marks in every subject. Good morning, Mr. Crouch. Percy Weasley greeted old Barty Crouch with utmost seriousness. Compared to his siblings, Percy Weasley was impeccably dressed. Even his manner of speaking was notably formal. Good morning, Mr. Percy Weasley, old Barty Crouch replied with a polite nod. Now, here come our 2 little troublemakers. Arthur Weasley laughed heartily as he gathered 2 red-haired boys, pushing luggage carts close to him, introducing them with gusto. Fred, George. These 2 little rascals were born on April Fool's Day and enjoy mischief more than anyone else in the family. They're just about to enter Hogwarts. It was abundantly clear that Fred Weasley and George Weasley were twins. Their hair, features, and even the freckles on their faces were nearly identical. And when their father suddenly embraced them, their expressions mirrored one another perfectly. Once Arthur Weasley released them, Fred and George finally exhaled in relief and greeted old Barty Crouch. Hello, I am Fred. You may also call me George. Hello, I am George. You may also call me Fred. After each boy introduced himself, they exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, Because we know, Mr. Crouch, you certainly cannot tell us apart. Ha 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 ha. Arthur Weasley could not help but tousle the hair of the pair of twin brothers. Laughing heartily as he remarked, You truly never forget to be mischievous, no matter where you go. After making this playful comment, Arthur gestured towards the remaining son and daughter. That's Ron, and that's Ginny. At last, our family has welcomed a well-behaved daughter. In 2 years, Ron will be ready to attend school, while Ginny will need to wait another 3. One cannot deny that the Weasley family is indeed numerous. The sheer number of wizards within their household alone makes them a formidable family in the magical community. In fact, the Weasleys are quite renowned among pure-blood wizarding families. After introducing his family, Arthur's gaze fell upon the silver-haired boy beside old Barty Crouch. This little fellow is Vincent. Vincent, observing the curious Weasley family, introduced himself, saying, Currently, I am temporarily residing in Mr. Crouch's home. Following this, he scrutinized the Weasley family's vibrant red hair, particularly fixating on Fred and George, offering them a friendly smile. These brothers are quite talented. They must surely enjoy taking the fall for others. Yes? Finally, Vincent's gaze settled on Ron Weasley, one of the future saviors in a trio of friends. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Ron Weasley would later emerge as a winner in life? Old Barty Crouch patted Vincent on the shoulder and continued introducing him to everyone. As it happens, Vincent is also a new student at Hogwarts this year. What a delightful young lad he is. Molly Weasley beamed, offering her praise. Thank you, Vincent replied, lowering his head slightly, a hint of shyness in his smile. In that moment, the silver-haired boy appeared utterly harmless. However, in the next instant, Vincent's demeanor shifted dramatically. Mr. Percy Weasley, do you want a mouse? The once seemingly innocuous boy reached out towards Percy's pet mouse. As the others looked on in astonishment, Vincent suddenly yanked a tuft of fur from the sleeping mouse, which squeaked in agony. What are you doing? Percy Weasley exclaimed, astonished at Vincent's bullying of the mouse. The Weasley family stood in shock at the scene. Even young Ron's face contorted with anger. What is wrong with him? Vincent narrowed his eyes and smiled, discreetly concealing the tuft of fur as he explained. My owl enjoys feasting on mice, and I was merely inquiring if Mr. Percy would be willing to sell it to me. Chapter 18. Let us hope the new students this year possess commendable physical fitness. In truth, it is rare for a wizard to sell their pet. Vincent's intentions were glaringly evident. He sought to use Percy's pet mouse to feed his owl. Such a notion is rather cruel. Moreover, his earlier treatment of the mouse was certainly harsh. Upon hearing Vincent's words, the Weasley family was left in a state of shock and confusion. How could this young lad calmly articulate such a thing? Old Barty Crouch hurriedly placed a hand on Vincent's shoulder, quickly attempting to shift the topic. Shall we escort the children to platform 9 3/4? Yes, of course. Arthur Weasley nodded in agreement, regaining his composure. Do not push me, Vincent retorted, stepping forward while casting a glance back at Percy Weasley. Mr. Percy, should you decide to part with your mouse, feel free to contact me at school. Tom hasn't caught a mouse in quite some time. Barty Crouch pushed Vincent along with a peculiar expression. Once Barty Crouch led Vincent towards platform 9 3/4. The Weasley family finally regained their senses. What has happened? Mrs. Molly Weasley furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her disbelief. That little fellow is just a child. Yet how could he be so cruel? The eldest of the Weasley clan, Bill, casually placed his hands in his pockets and remarked, "Perhaps he is quite pampered at home and has been spoiled." Percy must have been startled as well, noted Charlie, the second son, gently patting his younger brother's head to soothe his emotions. Once he enters Hogwarts, he will surely outgrow such thoughts. No, not really. Percy Weasley slowly shook his head. Casting a glance at his pet's cage, with a rather unattractive mouse, Spot had stopped its squeaking and fallen back asleep. This mouse was indeed quite ugly. Even its toes were malformed, and it frequently shed fur, leaving a mess in his room. It merely slept foolishly in its cage, showing no particular talents. If he could exchange it for some friendships, especially with the new student Vichent and influential figures like old Barty Crouch, it might be worthwhile. However, Percy had cared for it for a long time. After contemplating for a moment, Percy suddenly grabbed the cage and handed it to his younger brother. "Ron, from now on, Spot is yours. Haven't you always wanted a pet? Spot might face dangers at school." "Huh?" Ron Weasley looked up at his brother in surprise, slowly lifting his gaze to the cage presented before him. "Are you truly willing to give Spot to me?" Young Ron was desperate for a pet. Unfortunately, the Weasley family's financial situation made it impossible to purchase a wizarding pet for a child not yet 11 years old. "Quickly take it, Mrs. Molly Weasley urged her youngest son to accept the mouse cage. Watching the brothers' affectionate exchange, she couldn't help but pinch Percy's cheeks affectionately. "What a considerate big brother you are. Mother loves you dearly." Before her words had fully left her lips, Molly turned to her husband. "Arthur, why don't we wait until next year and help Percy buy an owl?" "All right." Arthur Weasley glanced at Percy, who appeared somewhat downcast, and quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, old Barty Crouch regarded Vichent with a serious expression. "Do you realize you nearly offended the Weasley family just now?" "Do not worry." Vichent leaned against his luggage cart, nonchalantly spreading his palms. "It's just a little mouse. Besides, who can predict what the future holds?" That mouse would inevitably fall into his grasp. Without waiting for Barty Crouch's response, Vichent turned away and softly instructed, "You may return now. In the evening, have Anivia send me some ingredients for the polyjuice potion." "Very well," Barty Crouch sighed, feeling somewhat weary, and could only nod helplessly, advising, "Do not act too recklessly at school. You wouldn't want Dumbledore to notice." "No need to worry about that," Vichent responded with a light chuckle. "The headmaster is already well aware of what I am." "Do you truly believe a boisterous new student would be one to hide in the shadows?" Barty Crouch fell silent, for even he found Vichent's cunning towards Dumbledore to be rather excessive. There was truly no need for further admonition. Platform 9 and 3/4. The boarding platform is nestled between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station in London, concealed from the ordinary human eye. Presently, a long queue has formed here. By dashing through the wall, one can reach the designated boarding point for Hogwarts. Whether they are 7th-year students or 1st years, everyone patiently stands in line, pushing their luggage carts through the wall to access Platform 9. Wissen Wright is a remarkably rule-abiding individual. Therefore, he too dutifully queues up, steering his cart towards the wall. As Wissen Wright traverses the platform's barrier, he feels as though he is stepping into a cloud. Once fully immersed, he finds himself in a different location, the true Platform 9. A majestic black steam train awaits here, the very express that transports newcomers to Hogwarts, whisking them away to their esteemed institution. Wissen Wright glances at his reward. Exploration task. Enter the station through Platform 9, 11. Task complete. Reward. Disillusionment charm. Disillusionment charm. The caster can render themselves invisible by altering the color of their body. If their magical prowess is sufficient, they can achieve complete invisibility. This spell appears quite useful. However, he wonders if its invisibility can rival that of an invisibility cloak. Just as Wissen Wright contemplates the efficacy of the disillusionment charm, a gentle voice graces his ear. "Hey, Wissen, shall we go together? Cedric?" Wissen Wright slowly turns his head. Cedric stands beside him, adorned with a warm smile that radiates like sunlight. "It seems our journey to Hogwarts will be quite lengthy. Encountering a familiar friend is truly delightful." "Indeed," Wissen Wright responds with a smile, nodding at Cedric. "Let's find a more spacious compartment." "Sounds good," Cedric replies with a smile. "I hope there will still be decent seats." Wissen Wright pushes his luggage cart while murmuring, "Otherwise, I can only hope this year's first years have good physical fitness." Chapter 19. Cedric. Lend a hand. Let us throw them out together. The Hogwarts Express boasts ample space. Yet this year's influx of first years is overwhelming. As Wissen Wright and Cedric board, they traverse the compartments, only to find each one already occupied by others. When they finally reach the last compartment still inhabited, Cedric looks at Wissen Wright with a hint of exasperation. "Perhaps we should squeeze into the 5th compartment. There's only one person there, and some space remains. Norus. Wissen Wright replies, shaking his head slowly yet resolutely. He peers into the compartment and inquires of its occupants. What would your thoughts be if you were sorted in a Hufflepuff? What is Hufflepuff? The boys in the compartment ask curiously. No worries, you just rest here. Wissen Wright reassures them with a kind smile, gesturing for Cedric to follow him to the next compartment. Let's ask there. All right, Cedric responds cheerfully. At this moment, Cedric remains unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing Wissen Wright is simply seeking potential classmates for a specific house. Clearly, Cedric is still an innocent youth. Hello. Wissen Wright opens another compartment door, glancing at two girls who have ceased their conversation. He smiles and asks, what would your thoughts be if you were sorted into Hufflepuff? That would be wonderful. One girl beams, playfully responding, because my mother was in Hufflepuff. The other girl notices Wissen Wright's cart and kindly offers, do you still need to find a suitable seat? We have space here. No, I apologize for the interruption. Before the girl can finish, Wissen Wright politely nods to both of them, saying, I hope we may meet in Hufflepuff in the future. With that, he closes the door. The two girls are momentarily taken aback. Just as Cedric is about to question Wissen Wright, he has already opened the next compartment door, maintaining his courteous smile. May I inquire, if you were sorted in a Hufflepuff, what would your thoughts be? Only trash would be sorted into that house. If I were placed there, I would rather drop out. The three boys in this compartment immediately react with indignation, as if confronted with something revolting, disdainfully disparaging Hufflepuff, coming from a noble, pure-blood wizarding family. How could they ever wish to be sorted in such a mediocre house? All right, I understand now. Wissen Wright nods earnestly, turning to the visibly incensed Cedric. We've found our compartment. Let us sit here. Huh? Cedric, still fuming, fails to grasp Wissen Wright's intent. The three young wizards in the compartment are equally bewildered. In the next moment, under Cedric's watchful gaze, Wissen Wright suddenly draws his wand and points it decisively at the three boys within the compartment. Petrificus totalis. Due to Wissen Wright's swift casting, the three boys barely have time to utter a cry before being immobilized by the petrification spell. What on earth is happening? Cedric stares in disbelief at Wissen Wright's actions, utterly flabbergasted. Wissen, we just started school, and you're using magic against fellow students. Ignorance is no excuse. Wissen Wright waves his hand dismissively, urging him, stop dawdling and come help. Let's toss them out. Oh, all right. Cedric nods slowly, still in a daze. Together, they clear the compartment, piling the three petrified boys along with their luggage onto their respective carts, leaving them in the corridor to languish. This doesn't feel right. Cedric, seated in the compartment, gazes at Wissen Wright in disbelief. You've been asking everyone in each compartment about their opinions on Hufflepuff, deliberately seeking out those who would speak ill of it. Is there a problem? Wissen Wright inquires, tilting his head in confusion, explaining earnestly. I queried their attitudes toward Hufflepuff. They insulted it, so I dealt with them. But Cedric furrows his brow, beginning to scrutinize for inconsistencies. Your intention wasn't merely to ask about their opinions regarding Hufflepuff. You aimed to provoke them into disparaging it, seeking justification for your actions. This is entrapment. Wissen Wright leans back in his seat, his expression suddenly turning cold as he begins to bully the unsuspecting. So, Cedric, are you accusing your own friend? No, that is not what I meant. Cedric suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, shaking his head as he said, I am merely concerned that this might lead to trouble for you. If, in a moment of error, I, as your friend, fail to intervene, then I am indeed unworthy of that title. Furthermore, he had not only refrained from stopping the incident earlier, but had even joined forces with Victoire in the fray. Cedric felt it necessary to keep a closer watch on Victoire in the future, ensuring this friend did not stray further down the wrong path. All right, next time, remember to stop me. Victoire casually brushed off Cedric's concern. Cedric, however, gazed earnestly into Victoire's eyes, sincerely promising to heed his words. Indeed, he was a genuinely earnest child, befitting of Hufflepuff. Yet, before either could settle back into their seats, a stewardess approached, wheeling a cart laden with snacks. Upon spotting the three luggage trolleys blocking the aisle and the three petrified boys atop them, she could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, Oh my, who has done this? To petrify three little ones here. I will go out and admit my fault, Cedric declared, attempting to pull open the compartment door. Sit down. Victoire stood up, firmly pushing Cedric back into his seat. He adjusted his clothing and spoke in a serious tone. This is my fault. I shall bear the responsibility myself. No, I was complicit in this, Cedric. Victoire's youthful face bore a serious expression. It is not the mark of an honest Hufflepuff to let a friend shoulder the blame for one's own misdeeds. Cedric looked at Victoire with a mix of surprise and gratitude. It was evident that he was still quite young. Just as Cedric assumed Victoire was about to confess their wrongdoing, he overheard Victoire reporting the incident to the stewardess through the compartment door. "It was my doing. I was with friends, inquiring of others in the carriage about what it would be like to join Hufflepuff after enrollment." The three of them immediately began hurling insults, claiming that only a lowly wizard would choose Hufflepuff. Unable to tolerate their abuse, I swiftly dealt with them. "Well done," the stewardess instinctively praised. Chapter 20. The Value of Victoire. Victoire could ascertain that nearly all the staff aboard the Hogwarts Express were alumni of Hufflepuff, and this stewardess was no exception. Upon hearing of the incident on the train, rather than reprimanding Victoire, she offered her assistance in rectifying the situation, even agreeing to escort the unfortunate trio to the head boys' compartment, while Cedric sensed something amiss with the world around him. The stewardess gently lauded Victoire. "How brave of you to admit your fault. Such an honest child." Cedric remained perplexed as the stewardess continued to converse with Victoire, even reassuring him, "Do not be afraid, but do try not to act so impulsively in the future. What if these individuals led to such a lovely badger being punished by the school?" Afterward, she added, "If you do find yourself punished because of this, remember to speak to Professor Sprout. She won't allow such a charming badger to be bullied." "Yes, I will remember." Victoire's earnest voice conveyed sincerity. Upon returning to the compartment, Cedric was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Looking quizzically at Victoire, "Why would she choose to help us with this?" "Because we are all Hufflepuffs," Victoire replied, embodying the notion of camaraderie among their kind. Just as Victoire began to enlighten Cedric about the proportion of wizards from Hufflepuff in the magical community, a striking scene unfolded within the train. A stewardess, using her wand, guided the 3 luggage trolleys, carrying the petrified children from the first-year compartment to the head boys' compartment, prompting curious stares from every young wizard aboard. Some even ventured to inquire. The warm-hearted stewardess would smile at the inquisitive students, explaining they insulted Hufflepuff, and our little badger merely gave them a slight reprimand. Oh no, he is still a badger who has yet to undergo the sorting ceremony. Instantly, the train erupted in excitement. Soon, nearly all the students aboard were aware that this year's Hufflepuff would welcome a rather spirited new student. Hufflepuff students eagerly anticipated seeing this newcomer during the sorting ceremony. But alas, the stewardess would divulge no further details. Throughout their journey, the scenery outside the train was quite pleasant. Victoire and Cedric each held a book, sitting quietly in their compartment, occasionally exchanging remarks about their reading progress. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a harmonious ambience over their interaction, and the stewardess even brought them complimentary lunches midway through the journey. However, not everyone could endure such a monotonous trip. The first-year compartment soon buzzed with chatter as students discussed their experiences aboard the Hogwarts Express, with the hot topic undoubtedly being the incident involving the 3 new students. "Hey, did you hear?" The compartment door was suddenly yanked open, and a boy, brimming with disbelief, peered in at the 2 engrossed in their reading. "How can you still be reading when 3 first-years were attacked?" Cedric set down his book, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "Close the door," Victoire said, unwavering, maintaining his focus on his potions textbook as if nothing could disturb his reading. "All right," Victoire's tone brooked no argument, compelling the boy to comply as he cautiously stepped into the compartment to close the door. "Close it from the outside," Victoire commanded without lifting his gaze. "Oh, okay." The boy nodded quickly. Yet, as he stepped outside to close the door, he felt a bit dazed. Was he just subtly dismissed? The boy felt as though his intellect had been rubbed against the ground, and he dared not provoke further, leaving with his head hung low. Cedric chuckled at this scene, but realizing it might be a bit undignified, he quickly cleared his throat, intending to offer a few words of advice to his friend. "Victoire, I think you needn't be so aloof with our classmates. After all, we will be together for the next few years. Am I not friendly enough?" Victoire suddenly paused his reading, slowly looking up at Cedric. He could walk in standing, and he can walk out standing. Cedric's eyes widened in confusion and bewilderment. Is that considered friendliness? Of course. Victoire returned his focus to the book in hand. Well then, Cedric could only shake his head in resignation, knowing that once they entered the school, others would surely recognize the true value that Victoire possessed. At the very least, Cedric had noticed. He was acutely aware of his father, Amos Diggory's nature, as his father had a tendency to incessantly praise his son, often eliciting annoyance from those around him. In truth, later, after parting ways with Wei-sun, Cedric encountered some new students while shopping for other items in Diagon Alley with his father. To his dismay, he overheard these newcomers mocking his father, who was quite fond of praising him. While others might find his father laughable, Cedric held a deep affection for his endearingly simple-minded parent. Consequently, The events that unfolded in Diagon Alley solidified Cedric's appreciation for Wissen, a rare gem of a friend. Only Wissen Light refrained from ridiculing his father. In fact, during their time in Diagon Alley, Wissen even took it upon himself to rescue the embarrassed Cedric from an awkward situation, as if it were merely his duty. Despite Wissen's occasionally irritable temperament, this did not detract from his value as a friend Cedric was eager to nurture. He had discerned the precious qualities of his companion. Wissen was genuinely respectful towards others and embodied the essence of respectability, a trait that was particularly rare for young wizards to grasp at such a tender age. Cedric glanced at Wissen, who was engrossed in his book, and relinquished his attempt to persuade him, resolving instead to look after his friend more diligently at school. After all, he was a year older than Wissen. As dusk enveloped the sky, the lights within the train compartment flickered on, and the Hogwarts Express gradually reduced its speed. Wissen Light sensed the change, abruptly closing his book and placing it calmly on the table. "Let us prepare to disembark. We shall be arriving shortly," he stated. "Are we finally nearing our destination?" Cedric inquired, setting his own book aside. Just then, a cacophony of youthful voices echoed down the train corridor, belonging to the Hogwarts prefects tasked with assisting the first-year students. "First years, don your uniforms and prepare to disembark. Gather your belongings. They will be transported directly to your house common rooms." Cedric couldn't help but steal another glance at Wissen, secretly hoping for some trouble to arise. Wissen Light slowly lifted his gaze towards the swiftly passing street lamps outside, beginning to awaken to his elementary school nature. "Otherwise, I fear my school life will be dreadfully mundane," he remarked. Please don't say that," Cedric replied awkwardly, clenching his fists in an effort to shift the topic. "By the way, Wissen, has Mr. Crouch told you what the sorting ceremony is like? My father has always refused to disclose that information." "That is of little consequence," Wissen responded thoughtfully, turning to face Cedric. "It ultimately depends on how you envision the sorting ceremony. It will manifest as you desire." Chapter 21. The school is your home. The train came to a gradual halt. At last, Hogwarts Station had arrived. At this moment, each house prefect stood by the train doors, ensuring the safe disembarkation of all first-year students, preventing any mishaps among the young ones. "Let us proceed," Wissen Light said as he adjusted his robes. This journey to Hogwarts had been quite pleasant for Wissen, and the gifts awaiting him at the journeys and only heightened his satisfaction. Exploration task. Arrive at school via the Hogwarts Express 11. Task completed. Reward. Apparition spell. Apparition spell. Apparition can be divided into disapparition and apparition, allowing one to instantly transport their body to a destination, unbound by any barriers. If the caster possesses sufficient magical power, they can apparate to any location in the world. "All right," Cedric said, a twinge of nervousness prompting him to take a deep breath. Just as Wissen and Cedric fell in line with a group of first years preparing to disembark, a booming voice reverberated throughout the station. "First years, gather here. Do not be shy. Step off the train quickly. First years, assemble right here." The newcomers turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, and a towering silhouette carrying a lantern appeared before them, startling many of the first years. It was Hagrid. Cedric quickly recognized him, for his imposing stature made him unmistakable. There was likely no other in the British wizarding world quite like him. The keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "My father is good friends with Hagrid," Cedric whispered to Wissen. "You might have seen him at the Leaky Cauldron. I've heard he has a fondness for magical creatures. Is Mr. Light present?" Hagrid bellowed again, brandishing his lantern as he called out to the throng of first years. "Where's Mr. Wissen Light? Has anyone seen Wissen Light? What's the matter?" Wissen Light stepped forward. Hagrid, with his massive frame, approached quickly, excitement barely contained on his face, which was enough to intimidate the gathered newcomers. However, glancing at the anxious first years, Hagrid stifled his exuberance, cleared his throat, and assumed a composed demeanor. "All first years, follow me. We shall take the boats. Hurry up and keep up." The young ones promptly complied, for the towering figure was indeed quite formidable. Hagrid led the group of young wizards to the edge of the Black Lake, where several flat-bottomed boats awaited them, accompanied by lanterns along the shore. Each boat could accommodate 4 individuals. Hagrid stood at the water's edge, directing the young wizards aboard, distributing illuminating lanterns as he did so. "This will be your guiding light. Be sure to hold it steady at the bow." The group of young wizards, trembling with trepidation, boarded the flat-bottomed boats. Hagrid took his own lantern, seated himself in one of the boats, and led the way. As he raised his hand, the water surface began to ripple rapidly. With Hagrid's movements, the boats glided forward. Each young wizard remained motionless, acutely aware that any sudden movement might capsize their vessel in the depths of the Black Lake. However, Their attention was soon captured elsewhere. A magnificent castle loomed atop a mountain, resplendent with lights, its ancient and formidable architecture standing majestically against the skyline, instantly captivating all the young wizards. That was Hogwarts. Excitement lit up the faces of the young witches and wizards. The expressions of all present mirrored one another, even the mischief makers Fred and George, whose eyes sparkled with awe at the sight of the castle. Each young wizard was filled with anticipation, eager to enter this magnificent institution. Yet, Hagrid remained dutifully engaged, guiding them to the boathouse dock, ensuring they followed the steps leading to the grand entrance hall of Hogwarts. As Hagrid stood at the boathouse, tidying the boats, he observed the departing wizards with a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. The young wizards ascended the steps, and as Cedric surveyed the school, he began to enlighten his friend. It is a tradition for first years to arrive at Hogwarts by boat. The path we are taking mirrors the route taken by the 4 founders of Hogwarts when they first entered the castle. Indeed, I am aware, Wissen replied. Wissen Wright hesitated momentarily before nodding. The first time he beheld Hogwarts, he was profoundly awestruck. Yet the bounty of this boat journey across the lake to Hogwarts left him even more astounded. Exploration task. Sail across the Black Lake to reach Hogwarts Castle, 11. Task completed. Reward. Water prison spell. Water prison. No incantation required. The caster can manipulate water with their magical power to create a prison of water. If the caster's power is sufficient, they can command the ocean to conjure a cataclysmic tsunami, transforming any structure into a watery confinement. Was this magic perhaps a tad overestimated in his capabilities? Wissen Wright felt that it was unlikely he would ever achieve such feats. In truth, he believed that merely being able to control the Black Lake at Hogwarts in the future would suffice. Soon, the young wizards entered the castle. A throng of young sorcerers ascended the steps within the castle, chattering animatedly about the grandeur of Hogwarts, infusing the serene castle with a hint of merriment. This was their inaugural encounter with such opulent and magnificent architecture. Welcome to Hogwarts. A witch adorned with a wizard's hat stood at the entrance of the hall to greet them. This seemingly elderly witch regarded the group of youngsters with a warm smile, gently clapping her hands to quiet the young sorcerers. All right, the witch gestured towards the grand doors behind her, her voice gradually rising to introduce the newcomers to the events that were about to unfold. In a short while, you will all pass through these doors. Your fellow students in the Great Hall await your arrival. However, before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and during your time here, your house will serve as your home. Professor, a voice suddenly piped up from among the young wizards, is the school our home? Or is the house our home? This question left the witch momentarily speechless. Yet, after a brief pause, a look of contemplation crossed her face, only to dissolve into a smile as she answered both. The esteemed Witch of Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall, gently extended her arms, her smile encompassing all the young sorcerers present. Whether it is Hogwarts or the house you are about to join, both will be your home. Thank you, Professor. I have no further questions. The gray-haired boy who had asked the question nodded politely. Chapter 22. Do you think school is your home? The witch addressing the young sorcerers was none other than Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Having been prompted by the gray-haired boy's inquiry, she now held a slight impression of him. He appeared as though he might not be easily tamed within the confines of the school. It is well known that spirited children often find themselves sorted into Gryffindor, whose head is none other than Professor McGonagall herself. She made a mental note of the gray-haired boy's visage, considering that she would need to keep an eye on this little troublemaker during his time at school. Regrettably, it seemed that this year's cohort of new students included more than one potential mischief maker. Soon, another young wizard raised a question, with 2 nearly identical voices simultaneously asking, "Can we set traps at school? Why are there so many troublesome children in this year's class?" Professor McGonagall thought incredulously. Such an obvious question was surely out of the question. Of course not, she replied as her gaze fell upon 2 identical twins, both sporting striking red hair. It was clear these red-haired youngsters must belong to the Weasley family. Without further contemplation, Professor McGonagall knew that any wizard hailing from the Weasley lineage would undoubtedly be sorted into her Gryffindor house. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope that these twin sorcerers would emulate their older brothers, be it Bill, who graduated 2 years prior, Charlie, a 6th year, or Percy, a 3rd year, all of whom had proven to be a source of ease for her. Yet, it was evident that the twins were starkly different from their siblings. Is that not permissible, Professor? Fred Weasley blinked his eyes and glanced at his brother George. The twins raised their heads in unison, expressing their skepticism. But we love setting up all sorts of peculiar traps at home. Do you think this school is your home? Professor McGonagall felt her blood pressure rise at their audacity, immediately regretting her phrasing. Was she not simply undermining her own authority? After all, these were merely children. Professor McGonagall could not help but spread her hands in exasperation, earnestly explaining, ultimately, school is school. It is a place for your learning. I merely used a metaphor, as you will be spending a significant amount of time here, more so than at home. With that, Professor McGonagall swiftly changed the subject, wishing to avoid further discussion that might lead the young wizard astray. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, she said, rubbing her forehead, her tone growing somber. The house you are sorted into is of utmost importance, as your actions while at school will either earn or cost your house points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest total will receive the House Cup, the greatest honor for a house. Upon concluding her remarks, Professor McGonagall waved her hand, gently instructing, "Please wait here for a moment and do not wander about. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly." With that, the professor turned and entered the Great Hall, needing to ensure that all students from the other years were present before commencing the sorting ceremony for the newcomers. How unfortunate, Wissen Wright mused, shaking his head in regret as he watched Professor McGonagall depart, casting a glance at the Weasley twins. I had just captured a splendid opportunity to evade any school rule penalties, and now it has been disrupted by others. Wait a moment. Why has the sorting not begun yet? Cedric said, looking at his friend in disbelief as he patted Wissen Wright's shoulder in a gesture meant to soothe him, feeling a slight sense of relief himself. Now we can quietly study. Alas, Wissen Wright remained lamenting the linguistic loophole he had perceived from Professor McGonagall, only to have it unraveled by the Weasley twins. He could hardly fathom how these two brothers thought. However, at this moment, Fred and George Weasley, the twin brothers, were entirely unconcerned with the events that had just transpired. The twin brothers remained utterly oblivious to Professor Minerva McGonagall's scrutiny, entirely unaware that they had attracted the attention of the future headmistress. Of course, neither the twins nor Professor McGonagall realized that, in fact, they had alleviated a significant dilemma for Hogwarts. Vincent looked at the twins, sensing that his future life at the school might be jeopardized by these potential adversaries, perhaps hindering his aspirations to dominate Hogwarts. One could only hope that they would be utilized wisely in the future. Fred Weasley seemed to notice Vincent's gaze. He playfully patted his brother George on the shoulder, and George immediately grasped his meaning. The twins exchanged knowing winks with Vincent, as if to say, "Hey, Vincent, are you thinking what we are thinking?" Vincent could only shake his head in disbelief. Who could possibly share the same thoughts as these two clowns? Just moments ago, he had managed to exploit a loophole in Professor McGonagall's words to divert a table meant for dining, only for the twins to upend it entirely. How could they even dare to mention it? Unperturbed by their earlier mishap, the twins resumed their antics, playfully teasing their classmates, inciting laughter among the surrounding young witches and wizards. It seemed that the twins had an innate ability to bring joy to those around them, no matter the setting. However, such behavior was undoubtedly a nuisance in the eyes of Hogwarts professors. When Professor McGonagall returned, the scene before her caused her eyelids to twitch ominously. The head of Gryffindor's expression darkened, her demeanor swiftly taking on a serious tone. "Mr. Weasley, might I request that you behave yourselves for a moment?" The twins promptly slumped their shoulders. Yet, just as those around them assumed they were feeling dejected, the brothers gradually bent forward, their movements slow and deliberate, as if attempting to sink into the floor itself. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and declared in a measured tone, "All first-year students, please follow me inside. The sorting ceremony is about to commence." This pair of twins was sure to stir up considerable trouble within the school. Yet, Professor McGonagall found her attention captivated by the Weasley twins, completely forgetting the first student to raise a question. "Vincent, I'm still a bit anxious," Cedric whispered to his friend beside him. "What if something goes wrong during the sorting ceremony? What if I'm not sorted in a Hufflepuff?" "Don't worry. You'll be even more anxious shortly." Vincent kindly prepared Cedric for what was to come. Chapter 23. Is there really no danger? I don't believe it. The doors to the Great Hall of Hogwarts creaked open. Professor McGonagall led the young witches and wizards inside, each of whom instinctively clenched their fists upon entering. The hall was packed with students from other years, all clad in wizarding robes and pointed hats, seated according to their respective houses. They observed the newcomers with quiet curiosity, as if seeing their own former, nervous selves reflected in them. The first-year students dared not glance back at the older students, instead casting their eyes about the hall, quickly captivated by its enchanting decorations. The ceiling of the hall mirrored a beautiful night sky, beneath which rows of lit candles floated in midair, casting a warm glow alongside braziers, illuminating the ancient and elegant chamber. All of this was a testament to the wonders of magic. As the young witches and wizards gazed in awe, Professor McGonagall halted before a raised platform. Upon it rested an old, tattered sorting hat, the very instrument for the sorting ceremony. Standing tall, Professor McGonagall held a list before her, glanced at it briefly, then set it down, stating softly, "Before we proceed with the sorting, Professor Dumbledore has a few words to share." The students turned their eyes toward the platform behind the sorting hat, where the most prominent figures in the Great Hall sat, the Hogwarts faculty, who scrutinized the first years as they prepared for the ceremony. Among them was a distinguished elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. There was no need for formal introductions. Every first year had inevitably heard of Albus Dumbledore, even in the briefest encounters with the Wizarding World. As Professor McGonagall's voice faded, Dumbledore rose slowly from his seat, calm and composed, addressing the assembly. "Here, I would like to announce a few simple reminders for the start of the school year, particularly for our first years." The first-year students immediately focused intently on his words. Noticing their expressions, Dumbledore began outlining the important points. Students are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, as it is a designated area of danger. The first years promptly committed this warning to memory. Vincent had a premonition of what Dumbledore would say next, merely a series of trivial admonitions intended to caution the newcomers. In truth, these warnings often sparked curiosity among some. Like the Weasley twins, who exchanged glances filled with mischief, their intentions unclear. "And our caretaker, Mr. Filch," Dumbledore continued, gesturing toward a decrepit figure standing by a small door, "would like me to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is also off limits. If you wish to avoid a most unfortunate fate, do not venture there. Thank you." Vincent stifled a yawn, while the twins' eyes sparkled with mischief. Through Dumbledore's words, the assembled first years absorbed the information they craved. The timid took note of the forbidden areas, while the bolder among them began plotting their daring escapades within the castle. "Now, let us commence the sorting." Professor McGonagall's words snapped the young witches and wizards back to attention as she held her list aloft. "When your name is called, please step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house." The first years once again felt the weight of anxiety settle upon them. Cedric Diggory, Professor McGonagall called the first name. Cedric tightened his grip in nervous anticipation. Vincent offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Don't worry, Cedric. I'll be right there with you." "All right." Cedric nodded earnestly, his clenched fist gradually unfurling as he lifted his leg and stepped towards the sorting hat, settling himself upon the high stool that drew the gaze of all present. As Professor Minerva McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Cedric's head, an eccentric voice erupted from the hat, proclaiming, "Hufflepuff." A radiant smile instantly blossomed on Cedric's face, for he and his companion, Vincent, had previously confided that they both aspired to join Hufflepuff House. Now, his dream had indeed come to fruition. As the first student to complete the sorting ceremony, Cedric took his place at the Hufflepuff table, and a thunderous applause resonated throughout the Great Hall. "Morris Flint," Professor McGonagall's voice echoed once more. A somewhat familiar, yet anxious-looking youth ascended the steps, sitting upon the stool with an expression that suggested he was enduring some form of torment. "Slytherin." The moment the hat was placed upon his head and it loudly announced Slytherin, Morris Flint finally exhaled in relief. A group of Slytherin students clapped with icy expressions. Vincent recognized why Morris Flint seemed familiar. He had earlier dealt with the lad on the train that morning. No wonder the boy appeared so stressed. Had he not been sorted into Slytherin, he likely would have faced repercussions at home. Just as Vincent was mentally noting Morris Flint's name, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly called out his own. "Vincent." "Here," Vincent replied calmly. This was a remnant habit from his previous life, a customary response ingrained in every educated child from his world. He adjusted his robes slightly, appearing more solemn than any other first-year student. However, to the eyes of others, this demeanor was interpreted as sheer fear. Clearly, it could also be seen as excessive caution. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the aloof, silver-haired boy approached the sorting hat and, in a low voice, inquired Professor McGonagall, "Is the sorting ceremony truly devoid of danger?" "Mr. Light?" Professor McGonagall, holding the sorting hat, appeared somewhat perplexed. Suddenly recalling something, she smiled and reassured him, "Fear not, there is no danger as long as you don the hat." Throughout the years, there had always been those who relished in frightening young witches and wizards with tales of the sorting ceremony. In truth, it was a rather straightforward affair, requiring only the wearing of the sorting hat. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Vincent furrowed his brows and continued earnestly, "Professor McGonagall, May I inspect it? Mr. Crouch informed me that the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts can be perilous. Chapter 24. The one who draws the sword of Gryffindor. It was careless of her to overlook this inquisitive young lad. While Professor McGonagall had focused her attention on the Weasley twins, she had neglected to consider that Vincent Light might not be an ordinary student. "There is no need for that," she replied, her forehead twitching slightly, her expression serious. "I assure you, the sorting ceremony is entirely safe. I would still prefer to inspect it personally." Vincent shook his head and earnestly explained, "If you believe it may cause delays, I am willing to be the last to partake in the sorting ceremony." "Very well, Mr. Light. You are indeed the first student to make such a request." Professor McGonagall gazed at Vincent intently before placing the sorting hat upon the stool. This young lad truly possessed remarkable audacity, or perhaps, one could argue, he exhibited an excess of caution. "Thank you." Vincent nodded politely. As he earnestly began to examine the sorting hat, a group of upperclassmen could not suppress their whispers, some even mocking this cautious youth. Indeed, the first years had long been led to believe in the dangers of the sorting ceremony. Yet soon, their laughter would be stifled. With his left hand grasping the hat, Vincent's right hand delved inside, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. In the next instant, Vincent abruptly withdrew a gleaming sword from the depths of the sorting hat. "Oh!" Professor McGonagall gasped in shock. The entire Hogwarts erupted in astonishment. The faculty members instinctively rose from their seats, and even the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore looked on in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The clear, melodious sound of metal rang out as, before the astonished eyes of all, a sharp sword was drawn from the sorting hat. Vincent, gripping the sword tightly, plunged it directly into the stone floor beneath him. He leaned upon the sword, raising his gaze to the astonished Professor McGonagall, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. In truth, Vincent had merely sought to test whether he possessed the capability to draw the sword of Gryffindor. If that failed, he could have resorted to a disarming charm. However, the sword of Gryffindor had responded to his call. Advanced exploration task. Draw the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. 11. Task completed. Reward. 500 health points. In stark contrast to Vincent's innocent demeanor, the other young witches and wizards present were genuinely terrified. Some particularly timid first years were even reduced to tears by the sight of the sword. No one could have anticipated that the sorting hat concealed such a lethal weapon. Even those who had previously worn the sorting hat felt a tremor of fear, for they had, to varying extents, been intimidated by their elders regarding the dangers of the sorting ceremony. After experiencing the sorting, they had assumed the adults were merely deceiving them. Who could have imagined that such a thing was indeed real? The sorting ceremony was, in fact, exceedingly perilous. The Great Hall was abuzz with excitement as everyone engaged in hushed conversations. No one had ever conceived that the sorting hat harbored a weapon capable of inflicting harm. Professor McGonagall's face drained of color, for she had never known a sword resided within the sorting hat. Just moments ago, she had confidently guaranteed the safety of the ceremony, and now she was faced with a reality that struck her more swiftly than anything encountered at the entrance. "Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall slowly turned to look at Dumbledore, her expression betraying a mix of unease and curiosity. If anyone possessed knowledge of why a sword lay hidden within the sorting hat, it would undoubtedly be the audacious Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore himself appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed, the sorting hat contained a sword, a relic left behind by Godric Gryffindor, one of Hogwarts' founders. Even he had never anticipated that a first-year student would be able to draw the sword of Gryffindor. In strictest terms, only those deemed worthy of courage by the sorting hat could draw the legendary sword, a secret passed down among headmasters. Very well, perhaps Wissen Wright truly fits the mold. It appears that this little fellow possesses an abundance of courage. The astonishment in Dumbledore's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sudden sense of solace. For yet another exceptional student had emerged from Gryffindor House. Silence. Just as the Great Hall was abuzz with murmurs, Dumbledore rose slowly from his seat, his aged voice still resonating with clarity. The entire hall fell into a swift hush. That was a treasure left behind by Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts. Dumbledore cast a glance at Wissen Wright, who stood steadfastly with the sword in hand, and proclaimed, "No one has ever laid eyes upon it. Only those who truly embody the virtues of Gryffindor House can wield it." At this, Dumbledore gently applauded. "It seems there is no need for the sorting hat to decide. We already know that Gryffindor has gained another remarkable student." A round of applause erupted throughout the hall. Except for Slytherin, all the other houses couldn't help but celebrate. Especially the Gryffindor students, whose hands nearly turned red from their fervent clapping. Cedric, who had just been sorted into Hufflepuff, wore a bewildered expression. Who could explain to him what was happening? They had journeyed together with the promise of joining Hufflepuff. Now, he had been placed in Hufflepuff, while his friends were heading to Gryffindor. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Wizenlight gradually released his grip on the sword's hilt. Mr. Wizenlight? Professor Minerva McGonagall's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief as she questioned the cogency of his words. Do you understand what you are saying? Gryffindor is the house that suits you best. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Wizenlight calmly and resolutely reiterated his desire. Professor McGonagall felt an unprecedented weariness, and she urged again, Mr. Wizenlight, this is not something you can decide for yourself. Who could enlighten her? What was so lacking in Gryffindor House? Why would a good student insist on going to Hufflepuff? Moreover, this little one had drawn forth the sword of Gryffindor and still insisted on Hufflepuff, without considering the awkwardness for a Gryffindor headmistress. What troubled Professor McGonagall further was that she was indeed the head of Gryffindor House. Who could decide? Wizenlight looked up in surprise. The sorting hat. Professor McGonagall glanced speechlessly at the sorting hat perched upon the stool and softly explained. Now you can ascertain that the sorting hat poses no threat, correct? Only it can determine your rightful place. The sorting hat? Wizenlight placed the sword beside the hat. Wow, yes, I have long had my answer. The sorting hat trembled involuntarily and quickly voiced its opinion. To draw forth the sword of Gryffindor on one's first day. There is no house more suited to you than Gryffindor. However, I would like to inquire about your preference. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Wizenlight reiterated his request once more. The sorting hat, almost as if it were a sentient being, patiently inquired. Very well, but why do you wish to join Hufflepuff? For the culinary magic. No. Wizenlight's gaze shifted towards Cedric, speaking with a calm demeanor. I made a pact with my friends to join Hufflepuff. One must not casually break promises among friends. Certainly. As he uttered this, Wizenlight knew he could no longer casually disregard commitments to friends. Chapter 25. A Long and Frigid Night. How fortunate one must be to have a friend like Wizenlight. Every eye in the Great Hall followed Wizenlight's gaze to the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric sat with reddened eyes. A great friendship. The sorting hat was oblivious to Wizenlight's true sentiments. After a moment of reflection, the sorting hat's voice grew somber. If you choose Hufflepuff, you must relinquish the sword of Gryffindor, a symbol of courage. Are you prepared to sacrifice your future for friendship? Gryffindor is truly the house that suits you best. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, for the sorting hat's inquiry resonated within the hearts of all present. For Wizenlight, such matters required little deliberation, for he had already attained Gryffindor's greatest reward. Wizenlight cast a tranquil glance at the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, deliberately relinquishing his grip, thus signaling his stance. Very well, as you wish. The sorting hat sighed deeply, recounting the tale of its master. The fractured friendship with a friend is Godric Gryffindor's lifelong regret. Had he lived, he would surely take solace in your courage and loyalty. With these words, the sorting hat's voice suddenly soared. Wizenlight, Hufflepuff. The great hall fell into silence. Yet this silence lasted but a fleeting moment before the Hufflepuff table erupted in a tumultuous cheer. Even Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, couldn't help but rise to applaud, celebrating her house's acquisition of a distinctive badger, a student of unwavering friendship. This marked the finest beginning for Hufflepuff in the new academic year. Hey, Wizenlight, welcome, our new badger. Welcome, Wizenlight, to Hufflepuff. Every Hufflepuff student greeted Wizenlight with warmth, eagerly rising to shake his hand. Amidst the jubilant shouts of Hufflepuff students, Cedric rushed over, grasping Wizenlight's hand tightly, beads of sweat dotting his brow. You nearly scared me to death. Cedric clutched Wizenlight's arm, his face a mixture of emotion, concern, and guilt. Wizen, you should have gone to Gryffindor. I said it before. Wizenlight resolutely shook his head. For now, he need not consider anything else. His reputation in Hufflepuff had already soared, and every wizard of Hufflepuff lineage would hold him in great esteem. Silence. Dumbledore's gaze slowly shifted to Wizenlight, proclaiming, First, congratulations to Mr. Wizenlight on entering Hufflepuff House. May you always uphold your loyalty. With that, Dumbledore shifted his tone. Additionally, as a consequence of disrupting the sorting ceremony, Mr. Wizenlight shall accompany our Keeper of Keys, Hagrid, on a night patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Very well, Wizenlight replied calmly. Many students turned their gazes toward Rubeus Hagrid, seated among the faculty, his half-giant face barely containing his exuberance. The sorting ceremony proceeded without further incident. Even when it was the lively Weasley twins' turn, they refrained from causing a ruckus, daunted by Professor McGonagall's icy glare. Everyone was aware that Professor McGonagall's mood was likely not the best. For the Weasley twins, there was a distinction between courting danger and seeking demise. Vessen's thoughts were no longer occupied with the remaining sorting ceremony. His entire focus was fixated on the rewards of his main quest for joining Hufflepuff House. Main quest, second ring. Join a house at Hogwarts, 11. Choose Hufflepuff. Reward. Increase health by 200 points. Magical skill. Void Feast. Void Feast. Upon consuming any substance from the world, you can instantly begin to recover your health and magical energy. What a diabolical skill. Vessen had always assumed that the Void Feast would be a passive ability to enhance life force, only to discover it was merely a skill for recovery. It was over. Regret washed over him. Was there still time to change his decision? Of course there was not. Vessen could only reassure himself that this skill was indeed formidable. As long as no one could instantly vanquish Wissen Wright with magic, he could endure the battle, even if he were chewing on dirt and sand. At that moment, Professor Minerva McGonagall put away the sorting hat and declared the sorting ceremony for this year's Hogwarts newcomers at an end, as no students were causing any further disturbances. The ceremony concluded swiftly, when Dumbledore rose once more to announce the commencement of the feast. The long tables in the Great Hall were suddenly laden with an abundance of sumptuous food. These delights had been prepared in advance by Hogwarts house elves, magically delivered to the tables during feasts or mealtimes. As is customary at Hogwarts, various creatures residing in the castle would not be absent. Ghosts merrily floated in from all corners of the Great Hall, some even appearing directly at the tables, laughing heartily at the startled newcomers. To study at Hogwarts, one must become accustomed to the ghosts that inhabit the castle, for they will persistently be a part of student life. Hufflepuff was somewhat more fortunate, as the ghost associated with their house was a benevolent, rotund friar. Gryffindor was livelier, with their ghost enjoying conversations with students, even exchanging tales of their holidays, while the bolder Gryffindor students showed no fear. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, was quieter. Many of the boys in Ravenclaw appeared slightly flushed, as the specter that frequented their table was an elegant and serene female ghost, who sat quietly at an empty spot, observing the students as they dined. Slytherin was more ominous. Perhaps due to the individualistic nature of Slytherin students, their camaraderie was often shallow, as they schemed in secrecy. For instance, Morris Flint, who had previously been reprimanded by Wissen Wright on the train, was now whispering with an upperclassman, occasionally casting resentful glances at Vessen's back. That upperclassman was his brother, Marcus Flint, a third-year student and a chaser on the Slytherin Quidditch team. As the feast concluded, students from each house followed their prefects to their respective dormitories, particularly the first years who needed to locate the stairs leading to their quarters. The staircases throughout Hogwarts were in constant flux, and a misstep could easily lead one astray to unknown destinations. Hufflepuff's dormitory was situated adjacent to a passageway leading to the basement, accessible through a still life painting, with their neighbors being the house elves residing in the kitchen below. It was no wonder Hufflepuff had a reputation for being food enthusiasts. After all, opening the dormitory door led directly to the kitchen in search of snacks. Indeed, the Hufflepuff students often indulged in this practice. Wissen Wright observed a senior girl with pink hair calling out to the house elves, requesting their assistance in preparing a midnight snack for that evening. The feast had only just concluded. This house certainly had a voracious appetite. Coincidentally, Wissen recognized the pink-haired girl. She was Tonks Nymphadora, a fifth-year student who, though not a prefect, was a well-respected figure in Hufflepuff. If Wissen recalled correctly, Tonks had consumed quite a substantial amount during the feast. Just as Wissen was silently pondering Tonks's peculiar appetite, she suddenly approached him, warmly patting his shoulder. "Hey, Wissen," she greeted, her face adorned with a sweet smile, her lips curling with pride. "I've already asked the elves to prepare something for you. Remember to grab a bite in the common room after your patrol in the Forbidden Forest." "Thank you." Wissen nodded awkwardly. Initially, he had suspected Tonks's appetite was excessive, but it turned out she was simply being kind by preparing him a late-night snack. "Worried about tonight's patrol in the Forbidden Forest?" Tonks inquired, bending down to meet Vessen's gaze, her smile reassuring. "You needn't fret. Hagrid is a warm-hearted giant, and the Forbidden Forest isn't as perilous as Professor Dumbledore might suggest." "Yes," Wissen replied, still feeling somewhat constrained. "If you're truly frightened," Tonks mused, tilting her head as her pink hair fell delicately by her ear, seemingly deep in thought. The next moment, she lifted her head, winking at Wissen with a mischievous grin. "I could sneak along with you to the Forbidden Forest. I'm quite familiar with the place and have a good rapport with Hagrid." Clearly, this senior had violated school rules on numerous occasions and was determined to continue doing so. Such a troublemaker would be better suited to Gryffindor. Wissen stiffened momentarily, quickly shaking his head. "No, I'll manage on my own." The The Forbidden Forest shouldn't be too frightening. He absolutely could not allow Tonks to accompany him, for he had important matters to attend to that night. If all went according to plan, Vesson had a strong inkling as to why Dumbledore had punished him with a patrol in the Forbidden Forest. The old man never engaged in meaningless endeavors. Dumbledore had likely informed Hagrid that a first year might need assistance in caring for a never-before-seen ice phoenix that would soon be placed in the Forbidden Forest. Until then, they would remain unaware. When the crystalline phoenix, Anivia, appeared at Hogwarts, it would bring along the potion ingredients meticulously prepared for Vesson by old Barty Crouch. Tonight was destined to be a long and frigid night. Chapter 26. Since I cannot sleep early, let us all forego sleep. In a Hufflepuff dormitory, Wissen Wright and Cedric were assigned to the same room. Vesson had already unpacked his belongings and glanced at Cedric, who lay in bed, struggling to keep his eyes wide open, waiting for Vesson's return. You should go to sleep, he suggested. Wissen Wright cast a glance at Cedric, whose face was etched with fatigue, before approaching the bedside to tuck him in with care. He earnestly cautioned, make sure to keep yourself covered. The chill may seep in tonight as snow is expected, and the air is rather brisk, even though it is still autumn. Cedric, struggling, mumbled, "Oh, I must have misremembered." Wissen smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to counter Cedric's words. Observing his roommate's eyes flutter shut as he drifted into slumber, Wissen quietly exited the dormitory. The night stretched long. After leaving his quarters, Wissen did not hasten to Hagrid's abode. Instead, he first ventured to the kitchen on the lower floor, seeking the house elves who resided there. Is anyone on duty, Mr. Light? Upon hearing footsteps, a house elf's head cautiously emerged from beneath the table, responding with utmost care, "We are still preparing your supper, Mr. Light. Do you have any special requests?" "Thank you." Wissen shook his head gently and replied, "It may turn quite cold tonight. Could you please ignite the hearth in Hufflepuff?" "Will be cold. Very soon," Wissen stated calmly. Though the house elves seemed somewhat perplexed by his words, they promptly acquiesced to his request, hurrying to kindle the fire in Hufflepuff's fireplace. The night at Hogwarts was eerily silent. Wissen Light made his way step by step towards the castle entrance. Unbeknownst to anyone, high above the clouds, a magnificent phoenix, adorned in shimmering blue ice crystals, soared gracefully through the night sky. "Anivia, you may descend." Standing at the edge of Hogwarts Castle, Wissen quietly beckoned his pet, his voice barely a whisper. "The night is long, and I have yet to sleep. There is no need for everyone to retire so early. Is there?" Suddenly, the crystalline phoenix swooped down. As it descended, the moisture in the air swiftly condensed, and a flurry of ice crystals began to cascade down like snowflakes. The temperature plummeted immediately. By the time the ice phoenix came into Vissen's view, a thick blanket of white snow had already settled upon Hogwarts Castle. The entire edifice was enveloped in a pristine, icy splendor. Many students, lost in dreams, huddled tighter under their covers, while others, roused from slumber, found themselves bewildered and hastily rose to ignite the hearths in their respective dormitories. The faculty members began to assess the situation. Except for Hufflepuff, the rest of Hogwarts had been awakened by the cold. When Dumbledore was stirred from his sleep by the chill, he pondered for a moment before recalling the unusual drop in temperature and snowfall for this season. He promptly retrieved his wand and ignited the fireplace. Wrapped in a blanket, Dumbledore settled beside the flames for warmth, murmuring about the troublesome creature responsible. What a bothersome little fellow. However, Dumbledore could never have anticipated that this sudden snowfall was merely the prelude to the night's unfolding events. "Have you brought everything?" Wissen Light reached out to retrieve the items delivered by the Ice Bird, which contained the ingredients for Polyjuice potions sent by old Barty Crouch, all of which were already prepared. They required only a simple brewing. These materials were placed within a small cauldron. Flames roared to life. A flicker of fire silently arose from Vissen's palm, and the ingredients began to bubble vigorously under the heat. Crafting a single batch of Polyjuice potion was a trivial endeavor for Wissen, who had memorized the recipe 300 times. This potion was intended to transform the drinker into another person. Therefore, as the potion neared completion, he added a single hair plucked from a small mouse, and its color gradually shifted to a rich brown. Once Wissen bottled the freshly concocted Polyjuice potion, a wave of magic emanated from his fingertips, cleansing the area where he had brewed. In an instant, all traces of the chaotic scene vanished, even the faint aroma of the potion dissipating into thin air. This spell, designed to obliterate evidence, proved remarkably convenient for tidying up, even eluding the scrutiny of Hogwarts Potions master, Snape. The scent of the Polyjuice potion was indeed unpleasant. Wissen Light grimaced as he stowed his small vial away, glancing at the ice bird flapping its wings beside him. and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Let us be off. We shall pay Hagrid a visit and perhaps take a look at where you will be staying in the future. Throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, perhaps the only individual who could find joy amidst the sudden snowfall was the half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid, for his thoughts were far removed from the weather. Hagrid had heard from Dumbledore that a new student had acquired a creature so rare that even he considered it extraordinary, even more so than a phoenix, an animal not even the famed magizoologist Newt Scamander had documented. This revelation genuinely thrilled Hagrid. In a life devoid of extraordinary hobbies, he found solace in caring for magical creatures, dedicating his very essence to their well-being. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Hagrid, who had just ignited the fireplace for warmth, approached the door and was greeted by the sight of Wissen Wright, who he swiftly beckoned inside to warm himself. Wissen, come in quickly and warm up. I'll brew you a cup of hot tea. Before he could finish, Hagrid's gaze was drawn to the vivid blue ice crystals behind Wissen, prompting him to step outside to behold the full majesty of the ice phoenix. It stood taller than him. Just in terms of size, it rivaled even a dragon. Most astonishingly, its entire body was adorned with azure ice crystals, layered like feathers, resembling a breathtaking ice sculpture. It was truly beautiful. Hagrid gazed at the ice phoenix, utterly entranced. His fascination with these magical creatures was always profound. Just as he could no longer resist the urge to reach out and stroke its wing, Wissen Wright interjected, "If you do not wish to become an ice sculpture yourself, it would be best not to do so." All right. Hagrid nodded vigorously, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Dumbledore mentioned you might bring a rare ice bird pet. I never imagined it would be so stunning. After speaking, Hagrid cast another glance at the Hogwarts castle, encased in its wintry realm, and could not help but quietly inquire. Hey, Wissen, what exactly is it? Did it bring the snowfall? Mr. Scamander's book mentioned a thunderbird in the Americas that can change the weather. Is your pet called a snowbird? Hagrid's voice was soft, as he subconsciously believed that inquiring about its species might provoke the ice bird's ire. Wissen Wright regarded him oddly, slowly shaking his head while extending his hand toward his pet. The enormous ice bird gradually lowered its head, extending its sharp beak to affectionately nuzzle Wissen's palm, clearly displaying its fondness for him. Her name is Anivia. As Wissen gently caressed his ice bird, he slowly turned his head to reveal a magnificent ice phoenix. Chapter 27. The Scapegoat. Does the scapegoat know or care? A phoenix, Hagrid exclaimed in disbelief, drawing a sharp breath. Where on earth did it come from? It was a gift from Mr. Crouch, Wissen replied nonchalantly, as was his custom, casually shifting the blame. It has been by my side since I was 4. I intended for Mr. Crouch to take care of it. At this point, Wissen patted the bird's sharp beak and sighed. Unfortunately, I don't know how it found me tonight. Perhaps it realized I was home and flew to the school to seek me out. Quite clever. Hagrid continued to lavish praise. Wissen nodded in quiet agreement, calmly adding, Fortunately, I have been assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. That's wonderful. Hagrid quickly interrupted Wissen, sensing something amiss, and hastily clarified, it's fortunate that we encountered it. As Hagrid spoke, he occasionally glanced at the enchanting ice phoenix beside him. To be honest, I have never seen such a beautiful phoenix. This was undoubtedly Hagrid's enthusiastic flattery. The magical world is replete with extraordinary creatures, many of which are breathtakingly beautiful, yet the ice phoenix evokes an overwhelming sense of awe. Of course, it's also possible that Hagrid's aesthetic sense is somewhat skewed. For a half-giant, perhaps the mere size of an animal constitutes a distinct form of beauty. I want to find a temporary place for it, Wissen said, eyeing the still enraptured Hagrid. Anivia is quite intelligent and won't cause any trouble, as long as it suppresses its magical power. It won't disturb the surrounding environment while it sleeps. Sleeping? Hagrid inquired. Similar to hibernation. Wissen gently stroked the ice crystals atop Anivia's head, whispering, Winter is the season that suits Anivia best. During other seasons, it can rest in a favored spot until winter awakens it. How fascinating. Hagrid stroked his beard and swiftly proposed, We could place it next to my hut. I can build a nest for it right away. I wouldn't mind if it wakes up and it's cold outside. Hagrid truly has a fondness for animals. Wissen patted Anivia's head and remarked, It doesn't need such trouble. Anivia can manage by itself, right? Cheap. The ice phoenix affectionately nudged Wissen's arm. In the next moment, under Hagrid's watchful gaze, the ice phoenix suddenly unfurled its wings, sending snowflakes swirling anew in the chilling breeze. The ground began to rise, manifesting walls of ice. Wissen stepped back cautiously, observing as his ice phoenix commenced constructing its nest. With the formidable enhancement of ice magic, a vast, enclosed ice house rose majestically. Anivia stood within the ice house, slowly folding its wings, its head nestled within them, its entire body curling up as if encased in ice, succumbing to slumber. Wissen approached the ice house, his hand gently caressing the walls while he gazed at the ice bird, resembling a statue within. Of course, should anyone mistakenly believe it was truly asleep and attempt to capture or steal it, they could only pray that the would-be thief had numerous lives to squander. As the ice phoenix drifted into slumber, the snowstorm enveloping Hogwarts came to a standstill. Hagrid stood beside the ice house, marveling at the creature within. It's truly remarkable. Nature always produces such magnificent beings. Perhaps, Wissen non-committally nodded, suddenly steering the conversation elsewhere. Hagrid, shall we begin our patrol now? I'm feeling a bit weary. Then hurry back and rest, Hagrid replied without turning around, emphasizing the Forbidden Forest has been quite peaceful lately. Make sure to get some rest, Wissen. Wissen remained silent for a moment, yet he glanced at his pet once more. Noticing the stillness beside him, Hagrid turned to Wissen, who appeared reluctant to depart, and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. If you have a time, feel free to visit me at the hut. Thank you. Wissen solemnly nodded in gratitude. Hagrid was indeed a warm-hearted soul. Wissen did not rush. Instead, he slowly walked through the snow towards the gates of Hogwarts, leaving a long trail of footprints behind. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the imprints in the snow and gradually produced the polyjuice potion he had concocted, calmly taking a sip. This potion would provide him with an hour's worth of transformation time. Almost instantaneously upon ingestion, the potion took effect, and with its unpleasant taste, Wissen's body began to morph. His striking gray hair transformed into a dull brown. His slightly loose wizarding robes were suddenly stretched by his newly enlarged physique, the fabric tightening and accentuating his bulk. Wissen slowly felt his altered face, acutely aware of its unappealing nature, for the visage belonged to someone quite unfortunate in appearance. Peter Pettigrew was the name of this face's owner. This was the true identity of the rat, Scabbers, that Percy Weasley had cared for. Peter Pettigrew was an illegal animagus not registered with the Ministry of Magic, and like his animal form, he bore a sharp-toothed, rat-like countenance. He was not a good person. During his time at Hogwarts, he had a few close friends who trusted him deeply. Originally, Peter should have belonged to the side of justice alongside his friends. However, he was captured by Voldemort, surrendered, and became a spy, betraying his friends and revealing secrets that led to the deaths of Harry Potter's parents. This, of course, also resulted in the eventual downfall of Voldemort and his Death Eater Legion. When Voldemort attempted to kill the infant Harry Potter with magic, the ancient curse residing within Harry rebounded, causing Voldemort to lose a significant portion of his life. From that point on, Voldemort vanished, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to resurrect himself. Both the forces of justice and evil suffered grievous losses due to Peter Pettigrew's treachery. Such a spy is truly a conundrum. Yet, Peter Pettigrew was not without merit. At least he was adept at hiding his true self. Aside from the one who knew the truth, Sirius Black, no one ever suspected Peter Pettigrew. However, this led to Sirius Black relentlessly pursuing his old friend, Peter. Ultimately, Peter was forced to create a massive explosion to fake his own death and to evade Sirius's continued pursuit. He transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and thus hid in the Weasley household. This concealment lasted nearly 7 or 8 years. Wissen let out a soft sigh, draping his school uniform over his shoulders. Adorned with the visage of the infamous Peter Pettigrew, he re-entered the snowy expanse, dashing through the drifts, leaving a trail of deep footprints until he reached the entrance of the school. To avoid raising suspicion, Wissen had meticulously crafted the footprints of Pettigrew's escape from Hogwarts, ensuring his plan was foolproof. Everything was intricately interwoven, and the unexpected snowfall fell perfectly in line with Wissen's scheme. As for what was to follow, it was naturally time for Pettigrew to wreak havoc at Hogwarts, pitting himself against the entire wizarding world. This apparition, in an instant, Wissen vanished from the school entrance. Hogwarts strictly prohibited the use of apparition by anyone unless granted permission by the headmaster, or if they possessed sufficient magical prowess. However, Wissen command of the spell allowed him to utilize it freely in any location. This evening, he was resolute. He must secure the Marauder's map. For that very map lay within the office of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, who could foresee whether the Weasley twins might find themselves in trouble tomorrow. Summoned to Filch's office, once the Marauder's map fell into their hands, retrieving it would be no simple task. Should the opportunity present itself, Wissen would not mind undertaking additional assignments. After all, he was not in his own guise. and someone else was already taking the blame. Despite the fact that this scapegoat remained blissfully unaware, what did it matter? Chapter 28. Pray tell, how did you survive the wretched Sirius Black? In the dead of night, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, a short, stout figure suddenly emerged. This rotund individual wandered the first-floor corridor in search of caretaker Filch's office, seemingly unconcerned about being observed. Perhaps he was simply unfamiliar with the layout, being a novice and all, and not yet acquainted with the pathways of Hogwarts. A ghost silently observed this stout figure. Initially intending to greet him, the ghost abruptly halted as a realization struck. It then glided towards the basement. If memory served correctly, this school housed another student who bore a striking resemblance to the stout figure, and they were, in fact, old adversaries. This must be the place. The portly figure swaggered up to Filch's office door, raised his finger, and whispered an incantation. Alohomora. The door swung open with a suddenness that startled Filch, who had only just settled beneath his covers, having been roused by the chill of the snowfall. Filch had conducted a patrol of the school and had only just returned to his office, barely managing to tuck himself into bed. Who goes there? Filch's movements were surprisingly agile for a man of his age. The Hogwarts caretaker swiftly seized his oil lamp and grabbed a stick, confronting the unexpected intruder. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar visage, a wave of relief washed over him, and he uttered, "Peter Pettigrew, how dare you appear at such an hour?" Before Filch could finish his sentence, clarity struck him as a look of terror crossed his wrinkled face. Are you human or ghost? This is not Hogwarts of a decade past. Peter Pettigrew is no longer a Gryffindor student. He has been dead for 7 or 8 years, and the Ministry even awarded him a first-class Order of Merlin upon his demise. Why do you appear now? Peter Pettigrew chuckled awkwardly, raising a hand to signal Filch to lower his stick. No need to be alarmed, Mr. Filch. I assure you, I am quite human and as normal as can be. I am merely here to retrieve an item. What item? The aged Filch instinctively queried, only to awaken to the gravity of the situation. Wait, who are you? Shh. Peter Pettigrew raised a finger to his lips, casting a furtive glance at Filch. Keep your voice down. I am simply looking for a piece of parchment that you confiscated from Potter and his friends. Where have you stashed it? First, clarify your identity, Filch demanded, brandishing his stick defensively at the stout figure before him. Despite his stammering, the elderly man maintained an air of authority. Such obstinacy, Peter Pettigrew remarked, his brow furrowing in irritation. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Filch, casting a Petri ficus totalis that rendered Filch immobile. Only then did Pettigrew begin to search the room earnestly. Due to James Potter's penchant for trouble, Filch had designated a cabinet specifically for confiscated items belonging to Potter, and it did not take long for Pettigrew to locate it. Alohomora. The cabinet door was forcefully opened by magic. Pettigrew leisurely rummaged through the contents and finally unearthed a relatively intact piece of parchment. The ease of his success almost astonishing. Common task. Acquire the secret treasure of Hogwarts. The Marauder's Map. 11. Task completed. Reward. Magical skill. Apparition. Apparition. By mentally locking onto the desired location, one can ignore any boundary restrictions and directly teleport to any position after 3 seconds, consuming 100 magical energy points. Theoretically, he had already acquired the apparition spell. However, due to magical limitations, his current reserves were insufficient even to apparate directly from Hogwarts to London. Teleportation merely required 100 points of magical energy. At the very least, this method would significantly alter his means of transport. Most importantly, it would afford him an alibi. If trouble arose outside, who would suspect a student who had long resided at Hogwarts? Let me think of the incantation. Peter Pettigrew pondered slowly, gazing at the blank parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. As he spoke the incantation, a map gradually materialized on the parchment, revealing the locations of every individual within Hogwarts. This map proved immensely useful. Even without the system's reward of a teleportation skill, it would allow him to monitor the movements throughout Hogwarts. Thus, in the future, whatever he wished to accomplish within Hogwarts could be assured of success. Just as Pettigrew planned to conceal the map, he noticed another figure's icon appearing at the entrance to Filch's office. A peculiar smile crept across Peter Pettigrew's face as he murmured to himself, I hadn't intended on undertaking any combat tasks just yet. Perhaps I could give it a try? You. Accompanied by the cold voice, a man clad in a black cloak slowly opened the door, gripping a wand tightly in his hand. Indeed. You're never up to any good. This man possessed long, straight hair, and wore an expression of disdain and mockery as he squinted at Peter Pettigrew. I had thought Barlow was spinning tales. I never imagined you would truly be here. Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts. Once, he was a classmate of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Due to the recent snowfall, Severus Snape momentarily fulfilled his duties as the head of Slytherin House by instructing the house elves to light the fireplaces. Upon returning to his chamber, he intended to peruse a potion textbook to prepare for the first-year potions class. However, the ghost of Slytherin suddenly informed him that Peter Pettigrew was wandering within the castle, much to Snape's incredulity regarding the ghost's sanity. Yet, the specter lingered obstinately. Reluctantly, Snape ascended to the first floor to investigate, only to find the door to Filch's office ajar, with the unmistakable voice of Peter Pettigrew emanating from within. Indeed, it was the voice of that coward. Resurrected or perpetually alive, Severus Snape seemed to be engaged in a silent dialogue with himself, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Peter Pettigrew, a coward forever hiding behind two imbeciles, outliving even that arrogant fool. Peter Pettigrew, a figure of perpetual timidity, had merely trailed behind the boastful James Potter during their years at school. Reflecting on the wretched James Potter, Snape's expression gradually shifted from unveiled sorrow to a subtle change of topic. Doing leaguing me, Peter Pettigrew. I'm most curious how you managed to survive the vile Sirius Black back then. Chapter 29. Everything was my design. Theoretically, Peter Pettigrew had been dead for 7 or 8 years. Under no circumstance should he have appeared at Hogwarts at this time. Yet, Snape was resolute in his belief that it was indeed Peter who had survived, dismissing the notion of an impostor. After all, who would be foolish enough to impersonate Peter Pettigrew? This very Pettigrew had come to the school to pilfer magical artifact from the days of James Potter, even possessing knowledge of the spells associated with them. Who else could it possibly be but him? Yet, how had he managed to survive? Despite the astonishment brewing within him, Snape maintained an impassive facade. He had no desire to lose his composure in front of Pettigrew. Upon hearing Snape mention Sirius Black, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Peter Pettigrew's face. He was one of my closest friends at school, and I could never comprehend why he pursued me with such fervor. Engrossed in this inquiry, Pettigrew began to mutter to himself, shaking his head as he pondered. Was it merely because I inadvertently leaked the address of the Potter safe house to Voldemort? What did you say? Severus Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Even he had not anticipated that Peter Pettigrew would provide such an unfathomable, infuriating answer. The revelation that the leak of the Potter safe house had directly led to the murder of James and Lily Potter at the hands of Voldemort, leaving only Harry Potter as their orphan survivor, was staggering. For years, everyone had believed that Sirius Black had betrayed the Potters. Snape had never expected to hear an alternative explanation from Pettigrew. Moreover, how could this scoundrel trivialize the actions that had resulted in Lily's demise? Fury and disbelief ignited within Severus Snape, compelling him to advance and seize Pettigrew by the collar, his composure slipping amidst his rage. You were the one who divulged the location of his safe house to Voldemort. Show some decorum. You are a Slytherin, after all. Suddenly, Peter Pettigrew let out a mocking laugh, seized Snape's wrist, and forcefully shoved him back, causing Snape to crash heavily to the ground. Let me ponder this. Pettigrew mused as he sauntered towards Snape, bending down to scrutinize the fallen figure. Where should I begin? Perhaps from our school days? Snape glared at him furiously. Just as Snape covertly contemplated raising his wand, Pettigrew began, Severus, do you know? James Potter and Sirius Black never considered family lineage when choosing their friends, for none could rival their illustrious heritage. Severus Snape fell into silence, unable to refute the truth of this statement. Both James Potter and Sirius Black hailed from some of the most distinguished families among wizards, a fact Snape could not deny. Pettigrew regarded Snape with a leisurely glance and continued, such esteemed lineage permits one to freely choose their path in life, yet it does not erase their inherent arrogance. They always looked down upon me, treating me as a mere lackey. At this point, a cold sneer escaped Pettigrew's lips. Even after we graduated and fought against Voldemort, they believed that a worthless creature like me would not attract his attention, leading them to make a decision they would regret for eternity. Severus Snape sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze. In that moment, he beheld a visage of pure malice on Peter Pettigrew's face. Devoid of any semblance of the cowardly creature he once knew, they made me the secret keeper of the Potter safe house. Pettigrew grinned malevolently at Snape, his eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. Initially, Sirius Black was the secret keeper, but the arrogant Black believed he would attract Voldemort's gaze. Thus, he sought out a worthless wretch like me, someone who would go unnoticed by the Dark Lord. He persuaded the Potters to make me the secret keeper. As Pettigrew spoke, his face contorted with a fierce intensity, rendering him utterly grotesque in the night, evoking a chilling sensation in Severus Snape. He suddenly understood what this Peter Pettigrew was about to do. No wonder Sirius Black had been relentlessly pursuing him. Thus, Severus Snape's lips quivered slightly as he recalled that nightmarish evening. You revealed the location of the safe house to Voldemort. How delightfully naive, Pettigrew chuckled, lowering himself beside Snape, his laughter light yet sinister. Severus, did you think you had deciphered my motives? Did you presume I sought merely revenge against them? Pettigrew slowly shook his head, a malevolent smile creeping across his face. If it were simply for revenge, that would be too lenient for Voldemort, wouldn't it? You are mistaken, Severus. I am not like you, driven solely by the needs of others. The only person in this world one can truly trust is oneself. Only I can be relied upon. Snape felt as though his mind were fracturing. As Pettigrew gradually stood, he grinned wickedly and said, and whoever claimed that only Voldemort could become the Dark Lord? You. Snape gazed at Peter Pettigrew in disbelief. The fools of Slytherin are truly naive. After a derisive chuckle, Peter Pettigrew shook his head and began to recount his scheme. For I had discovered that Lily had mastered a formidable spell. A spell potent enough to serve as a trap for Voldemort. One that could lead to his immediate demise. How delightfully exquisite. Ha ha ha. So, you deliberately revealed the safe house to Voldemort. Severus Snape felt a chill run through him. He had never imagined that a coward could orchestrate such a plan, manipulating everyone like mere pawns. This fellow, his cunning is utterly terrifying. Even Severus, who considered himself astute, could not help but feel a creeping dread at Pettigrew's machinations. For he understood the terror of Voldemort. Faced with such a formidable adversary, how could Pettigrew dare to scheme? This wretch is the most fearsome puppeteer of the entire magical realm. Even Dumbledore could never have fathomed it. As expected, Voldemort walked straight into the trap. When Pettigrew spoke of his plan's success, his demeanor gradually turned calm, his expression becoming increasingly indifferent. Fools are irredeemable, and even a master of potions cannot alter the inherent foolish arrogance of Slytherin. In that moment, Pettigrew seemed to possess all the wisdom in the world. In that moment, he was a truly terrifying mastermind. Chapter 30. The Terrifying Puppeteer, Peter Pettigrew. Snape had always believed himself to be sufficiently patient. Yet, at this moment before Pettigrew, he realized what true cunning and devastating power looked like. Even Voldemort, a Dark Lord whose magical prowess and intellect surpassed nearly all, fell victim to Pettigrew's scheming. This audacious plan unfolded with remarkable ease. As Pettigrew relished in the recounting of his past machinations, he slowly lowered his gaze to Snape. The only person who could potentially disrupt this plan is you, Snape. You nearly thwarted my scheme. Snape looked up, puzzled and uneasy, for it was the first time he had witnessed the true visage of Peter Pettigrew. When had he nearly disrupted Pettigrew's plan? Had he truly done so? It might have been a fortuitous accident. Lily. The mention of a woman's name caused Snape's eyes to narrow, igniting a tempest of fury within him as he glared at Pettigrew. For Lily was the love of Snape's life. Yet, she had become a pawn in Pettigrew's scheme. This bastard had known that Lily had learned the spell capable of harming Voldemort, and he dared to use her as a piece in his game to eliminate the Dark Lord. You have always loved Lily, haven't you? Pettigrew pierced through Snape's thoughts, continuing with calmness. I venture to guess that after you aligned with Voldemort, you must have pleaded for her before him. Snape's body trembled involuntarily. This wretch had indeed orchestrated the monumental upheaval of the past, and had even discerned such a secret. You know this as well. Snape's palm quivered against the ground. Memories of that nightmarish evening flooding back, filling his heart with sorrow, nearly bringing him to tears. Of course, Pettigrew could not suppress a light chuckle, nonchalantly explaining, because I witnessed Lily defying Voldemort. The merciless Dark Lord hesitated for a moment over whether to kill her, which is rather unusual. I surmised that someone must have interceded for Lily before Voldemort, and that intercessor could only be you, for only you would wish to protect that woman. Pettigrew regarded Snape, suddenly sneering. TSK, had Voldemort not killed Lily at that time, her blood would not have triggered the spell, and my plan would have failed, potentially exposing my identity. A most unfortunate turn of events. Voldemort was exceedingly arrogant. Fortunately, I understand his character well. I know that a prideful Dark Lord would not halt his killing spree based on a mere utterance from a subordinate. Thus, Voldemort killed Lily and sought to eliminate her son, Harry Potter. Ironically, the spell activated the moment Lily perished. In the end, everything concluded. Pettigrew slowly extended his arms, closing his eyes in satisfaction as he exclaimed, My plan has succeeded. The Dark Lord has vanished, and James Potter and Sirius have faced the consequences of their hubris. So it was always you. The typically composed Snape could no longer restrain himself. He had no desire to continue inquiring about Pettigrew's subsequent actions, instead tightening his grip on his wand. He must not act recklessly, for someone like Pettigrew would be difficult to ambush and eliminate. Pettigrew seemed to sense Snape's movements, casually snapping his fingers and swiftly casting a disarmament spell. Expelliarmus. The speed of the disarming spell exceeded Snape's reaction time. Snape's wand flew from his grasp, landing in Pettigrew's hands. Grasping the wand with one hand and pointing at Snape's body with the other, Pettigrew uttered another incantation. Crucio. The red light from the wand flickered briefly. Snape's body collapsed helplessly to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Snape. Yet this agony could not quell his hatred for Pettigrew. He would not let this puppeteer escape unscathed. Pettigrew, clutching Snape's wand, gradually forced it down onto the table, mocking Snape, who writhed in pain on the floor. Snape, did you truly believe I remain the same as I once was? His strength. He could overpower the wand and drive it into the table. Observing Snape's astonishment, Pettigrew chuckled lightly. After killing the Dark Lord, I inherited his knowledge. Snape, you are far from my equal now. Pettigrew clenched his fist once more, sneering. There is no one in this world who can match me. Eventually, the world will realize that the true Dark Lord is the one who laughs last. You have overlooked Dumbledore. Snape glared at Pettigrew with loathing, his face still resolute. Dumbledore is the strongest white wizard in this world. Likewise, Snape had not lost his wits, for he sought to unravel how Pettigrew could so confidently claim to be the strongest, and how he intended to contend with Dumbledore. I understand what you wish to know. Pettigrew seemingly saw through Snape's thoughts and explained without reservation. I have never underestimated the greatest headmaster in Hogwarts history, so I have long prepared a grand gift for him. I trust Dumbledore has already taken note. Lord Voldemort inexorably approaches immortality, and he shall undoubtedly resurrect and return, with no one capable of thwarting his resurgence, not even I, despite acquiring his knowledge. Thus, I have prepared a magnificent gift for our esteemed headmaster, which is also one of the secrets I have sought at Hogwarts. To ensure his eternal life, Voldemort crafted 6 Horcruxes, in addition to a secret Horcrux that Dumbledore must surely be aware of. In total, there exist 7 Horcruxes. Unless these 7 are resolved, Voldemort will perpetually resurrect, and he will never be eradicated, which is a dilemma that torments me. Alas, the resolution of each Horcrux may very well cost lives. Headmaster Dumbledore will undoubtedly feel compelled to confront these Horcruxes and sacrifice himself in the pursuit of vanquishing Voldemort. For the Dark Lord's power far exceeds my own. This is the fate that the great Headmaster Dumbledore is destined to embrace, a fate I have long orchestrated for him. Peter Pettigrew indifferently laid these facts bare, calmly observing Severus Snape's ever-shifting expression. This is a most audacious scheme. Indeed, it is an audacious scheme. Even Severus Snape is acutely aware that Dumbledore has been investigating the reasons behind Voldemort's resurrection, and now the answer has been delivered to them. In the quest to annihilate Voldemort, Dumbledore finds himself with little choice, for they all comprehend the terror that Voldemort embodies. Even Peter Pettigrew would go to great lengths to manipulate everyone in his ambition to eradicate Voldemort. Then, Snape clenched his jaw, nearly biting his gums raw. That explosion 8 years ago was also part of your meticulously devised plan to feign death and escape? Indeed. Peter Pettigrew chuckled dismissively, spreading his palms in a gesture of indifference. Sirius Black, my dear friend, one of my closest companions, I know him better than anyone. He is as reckless and self-assured as James Potter. I orchestrated an explosion, and at the moment it ignited, I deliberately severed one of my own fingers as a remnant of the supposed aftermath, ensuring Sirius would be utterly disheartened, allowing me a stretch of time to study the magic left behind by Voldemort. After speaking, Peter's smile gradually faded. This grotesque, corpulent man slowly raised his palm, revealing a finger that was indeed missing. His expression turned chillingly cold, as if the severed digit were not his own. Chapter 31. Dumbledore. Peter Pettigrew aspires to become the 3rd Dark Lord. The night was dark and tempestuous. The oil lamp in Filch's office flickered dimly. Severus Snape gazed upon the ghastly visage of Peter Pettigrew, his hatred burgeoning like creeping vines, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Yet, Snape found himself powerless. His wand was impaled into the desk by Pettigrew. Indeed, Pettigrew's magical prowess far surpassed his own. Even within the entire wizarding world, few could rival him. Now, the truth lay bare. Snape's eyes burned with fury and despair as he beheld the very architect behind Lily's demise standing before him, rendered helpless. Farewell, Snape. Peter Pettigrew extended his claw-like hand, waving his fingerless palm in a final farewell to Snape. "If the opportunity arises, remember to convey my regards to Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall prove to him that I will be the finest student Hogwarts has ever known." With that, Peter Pettigrew departed with a grin, leaving Snape slumped on the floor and Filch petrified. "That scoundrel!" Snape seethed, delivering a furious punch into the wall. In that moment, he was torn between loathing Pettigrew's vile cunning and detesting his own impotence, lamenting his inability to confront his nemesis. Outside Filch's office, Peter Pettigrew strolled leisurely down the corridor. At that moment, he appeared unhurried, merely lowering his gaze to the Marauder's map in his hands, seemingly searching for a concealed path. Time passed silently. Just as Peter continued to study the map, his appearance and form began to shift instantaneously, transforming him into an entirely different individual. It seemed the potion's time had arrived. Accompanied by the voice of a youthful boy, the once wandering Peter Pettigrew had now reverted to the guise of Barty Crouch Jr. This signified that the audacious claims made moments ago in Filch's office, that he had orchestrated the past and would become the new Dark Lord, were all an act performed by Barty Crouch Jr. Mr. Pettigrew is rather timid. As Barty Crouch Jr. continued to scrutinize the Marauder's map, he ambled along in search of the Hufflepuff common room. Reflecting leisurely, "I have done him a tremendous favor. I hope my actions will fortify him in the future." From a purely logical standpoint, Barty Crouch Jr. believed that the tale he had crafted for Peter Pettigrew contained no significant flaws. Perhaps it should not. Even if Dumbledore and Snape were to seek out the still-living Sirius Black in Azkaban to verify this matter, they would only uncover more concrete evidence to implicate Peter as the true mastermind. Unless, of course, Peter were to take his own life in front of everyone to prove his innocence. Naturally, that would serve little purpose. What good is suicide? Who could attest that death follows such an act? Could Peter's self-destruction absolve him of all guilt? Who knows if a self-proclaimed possessor of Voldemort's knowledge like Peter Pettigrew might secretly craft a Horcrux for his own preservation. First, let's have a late-night snack in the common room. Barty Crouch Jr. returned to the Hufflepuff common room, where the gray-haired youth, satisfied after his recent escapades, settled onto the sofa, gazing at the pastries and thermos on the table. These were prepared with the assistance of the house elf at the behest of his senior, Tonks. It must be said, the students of Hufflepuff House are inherently kind-hearted individuals. Good people are rewarded in kind. As a good person, Barty naturally reaped his rewards. Seated on the sofa, he pinched a piece of pastry and began to peruse the rewards he had garnered that night. Besides acquiring the unrestricted teleportation skill from the Marauder's map, he had also received a combat reward for defeating Snape. Such combat tasks are not easily accomplished. As a diligent student, Barty Crouch Jr. could not openly battle a professor, yet it seemed he could continue to utilize Peter Pettigrew's identity for future tasks. For the reward for combat tasks are indeed bountiful. Combat task: defeat Severus Snape, 11. Task completed. Reward: the spell Wandless Magic. The spell of the Godblade, the incantation also known as the Godblade, when it strikes the foe with a magical curse, inflicts wounds upon the target's body that are beyond healing, unless a counter curse is swiftly enacted. Should the caster possess sufficient magical power, the intangible blade can be transformed into a tangible sword, capable of cleaving through all edifices and even barriers. Battle task: defeat the head of Slytherin, 11. Task completed. Reward: the magical skill Parseltongue, 100 health points, 500 magic points. Truly befitting of the head of Slytherin. Wissen Wright accepted his reward with great satisfaction. The only lamentation was that the reward for vanquishing a head offered merely 100 health points, rendering his ambition of becoming a sword-wielding melee wizard a distant dream. It was even less than the task of retrieving the Gryffindor sword. Wissen Wright sat in the Hufflepuff common room, indulging in pastries and sipping tea, quietly awaiting the forthcoming upheaval. He knew the narrative of the night was far from over. Tonight, no one would be able to sleep soundly. After all, Wissen had performed a great deed under the guise of Peter Pettigrew. On the first floor of Hogwarts, in Filch's office, there was no time to linger. Snape had finally regained a modicum of strength. He gritted his teeth against the pain, attempting to rise and leaning against the wall as he made his way to the desk. Time could not be squandered. If he could inform Dumbledore even a moment sooner, perhaps they could apprehend Peter Pettigrew before he escaped. Truth be told, he was currently no match for Peter Pettigrew. Snape hastily reached for the wand embedded in the desk, straining to extract it, a testament to the formidable power of Pettigrew. What knowledge had that wretch gleaned from Voldemort? Severus Snape dared not tarry, but the journey to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor seemed insurmountable. He could only swiftly cast a magical fireworks signal out the window. The resounding explosion of fireworks echoed throughout the castle. This tumult once again roused all of Hogwarts from their slumber. Many were jolted awake by the blast, bewildered by the events of the night, wondering if they could ever find peace and sleep again. Within Hogwarts, the sole individual capable of performing apparition was Dumbledore, who immediately comprehended the urgency of the situation and instantly apparat to the first floor. Snape? Dumbledore inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the panting Snape and his somewhat disheveled robes. What transpired? Who was responsible? Peter Pettigrew. Snape spat through clenched teeth, raising his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, his expression betraying an uncontrollable fury. Peter Pettigrew is very much alive. The deaths of Lily, the demise of Voldemort. All of it was orchestrated by him. Snape's anger swelled as he pondered this revelation. That scoundrel must not be allowed to escape. The potions master, on the brink of rage, exclaimed, Pettigrew, that cowardly impostor, aims to become the third Dark Lord. Chapter 32. How could Peter Pettigrew, a Gryffindor, possibly lack courage? This was inconceivable. Dumbledore immediately questioned the authenticity of this claim. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he had observed Pettigrew's behavior. During his school days, Pettigrew merely trailed behind Potter and his cohort. From any perspective, Peter Pettigrew lacked the qualifications to become a Dark Lord. Even James Potter, Sirius Black, and Severus Snape had more credibility in that regard than Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew could barely be considered a competent wizard. I know this is hard to believe. Snape inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Dumbledore, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. He even boasted to me moments ago, everything is unfolding according to his design. Pettigrew was the true traitor who betrayed Lily and the others, and all of it is his conspiracy. Snape succinctly relayed the information he had gathered, that Sirius, in his folly, believed Pettigrew to be a worthless pawn who would not attract Voldemort's attention, thus making him the secret keeper of their safe house. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slowly. This indeed seemed plausible. After Voldemort and the Potters' demise, Sirius had frantically pursued Pettigrew, and this rationale held water. Leaning wearily against the wall, Snape closed his eyes. Pettigrew had long known that Lily had learned the sacrificial curse to counter Voldemort, revealing the secret of the safe house to Voldemort, leading to their mutual destruction. Snape suppressed his anguish and fury, continuing in a low voice. That despicable wretch has stolen knowledge from Voldemort. His wandless magic is more adept than anyone I have ever seen. To conceal his identity, he manipulated that fool Black to orchestrate the explosion 8 years ago, feigning death until he amassed enough power to resurface. Moreover, he no longer fears discovery. He no longer fears your power. He has even arranged what comes next. Dumbledore. He has everything planned. Snape gradually opened his eyes, locking his gaze with Dumbledore's, continuing solemnly. He revealed to me that Voldemort achieved immortality because he created Horcruxes in advance. Horcruxes. Dumbledore's eyes widened involuntarily. The mention of that term rendered everything comprehensible. Voldemort's survival and eventual return were indeed due to his Horcruxes, which preserve his soul, allowing him to approach immortality. Unless Voldemort's Horcruxes were addressed, the wizarding world would forever be threatened by his resurgence. Indeed, Pettigrew's scheme was masterfully devised, leaving even Dumbledore at a loss for a counter. If time were squandered chasing after Pettigrew, there would be none left to seek out the Horcruxes. Voldemort could resurrect at any moment, ultimately leading to a cataclysmic upheaval in the magical realm. However, it was not entirely without flaw, for Dumbledore had likely gleaned some insight. If they truly were Horcruxes, Dumbledore fell into contemplation, solemnly continuing, I believe I have discerned the cause, and I will endeavor to resolve this matter swiftly. If we can uncover a lead, we might find them in no time. Do you already have a lead? Snape felt a slight relief wash over him, but questioned anxiously. Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, and there's a secret Horcrux you must be aware of. 7 Horcruxes in total. Addressing each Horcrux may pose dangers. Is that correct? 7? Upon hearing this number, Dumbledore's gaze snapped to Snape. Was this a jest? Generally, the creation of a single Horcrux was perilous. The fact that Voldemort possessed 7 was unfathomable. Even aside from the so-called secret Horcrux, there were 6 completely unknown Horcruxes. When would he ever locate them? Moreover, destroying a Horcrux is no simple task. Thus, Severus Snape's expression gradually darkened as he murmured, You have no idea how many Horcruxes Voldemort has created. The theoretical implications of creating Horcruxes are perilous. The venerable Albus Dumbledore, his beard flecked with age, began to elucidate the complexities involved in their creation. With each Horcrux Voldemort crafts, he must fragment his very soul. Generally, no one dares to divide their soul into so many pieces. However, Snape clenched his fists tightly, striking the wall with a fierce blow. He is a madman. We all know he is insane. A lunatic like Voldemort will undoubtedly manufacture Horcruxes without restraint. The figure that Wormtail had disclosed was indeed accurate. The cowardly murderer had already laid plans to manipulate Dumbledore. Calm down, Severus, Dumbledore soothed, raising his hand to cast a charm that healed the wounds on Snape's knuckles before continuing. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. What Wormtail claimed may not be true. We must first investigate. How shall we investigate? Azkaban, Dumbledore pronounced, naming a place that instilled dread in the wizarding world. The elder spoke with an air of tranquility. Perhaps there exists an innocent soul there seeking redemption. We need only inquire to ascertain whether Peter was indeed the one who betrayed the Potters. Indeed, Azkaban houses another participant, he continued. Sirius Black, reputed to be a Death Eater, allegedly orchestrated a horrifying explosion that claimed the lives of Wormtail and a dozen Muggles. Many believe that since Sirius Black was the secret keeper for the Potter family's safe house, his allegiance to Voldemort led to the tragic demise of the Potters. Moreover, it was the infamous Bartemius Crouch who presided over the trials of Death Eaters, often bypassing conventional judicial processes to cast them into Azkaban. Sirius Black was never given a fair trial. In fact, he seemed indifferent. He was apprehended at the scene of the explosion. Since his incarceration in Azkaban, no one has heard a whisper of his fate. We must pursue Peter, Severus Snape articulated after explaining his thoughts to Dumbledore, suddenly recalling the reason for leading Dumbledore to the first floor. Perhaps we could apprehend Peter directly. Regrettably, it was too late. A heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts that night. The footprints leading from the castle entrance to the school's gates were starkly visible in the snow. Wormtail had already departed. I shall make a journey to Azkaban, Dumbledore said, placing a reassuring hand on Snape's shoulder, continuing to calm the potion's professor. Do not fret. It is not too late for us. First, we must uncover the truth of the past. It must be him. Snape crouched slowly, observing the trail of footprints in the snow. His teeth clenched. How could someone who mingled with that arrogant group of James Potters ever have been a coward? He has always been in disguise. In that moment, Snape unearthed another piece of evidence. Wormtail was a Gryffindor, and, conveniently, Gryffindors are not known for lacking courage. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Typically, such scheming individuals would belong to Slytherin, would they not? Well, perhaps the Sorting Hat has its flaws, he mused, recalling how it had placed a first year capable of drawing the sword of Gryffindor into Hufflepuff. Chapter 33. A first year who could become an asset. Dumbledore made his way to Azkaban under the cover of night. The gravity of the revelation that Wormtail was the mastermind behind that incident was too great. Dumbledore needed to ascertain the truth swiftly. If all this were indeed accurate, the extent of Wormtail's destructive potential was alarming. Naturally, Dumbledore would have to venture to Azkaban alone, as Snape was ill-suited to roam its confines. In the past, Severus Snape had allied himself with Voldemort and was a Death Eater held in high regard by him. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have hesitated even for a moment when he murdered Lily Potter. However, Voldemort's downfall ensued, leading to the incarceration of his followers in Azkaban. This meant that the Death Eaters currently imprisoned in Azkaban were once Snape's colleagues, and their reunion would likely be quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Snape's relationship with Sirius Black was exceedingly strained. If Snape were to accompany Dumbledore, it was likely they would exchange nothing but insults across the bars of their cells. In the dead of night, on an island in the Northern Sea, the frigid isle was largely deserted, as few dared to linger there. In addition to the biting cold of the island and its surrounding waters, it was home to a host of eerie and terrifying dark creatures, Dementors. These entities, formless and hollow, subsist by siphoning the joy and courage from humans. When they desire, they can consume a person's very soul. Even the mere proximity to them strips individuals of their bravery and happiness, immersing them in the depths of despair. Undoubtedly, they are among the most fearsome beings in the magical world. Yet, their intellect is markedly deficient, and the Ministry of Magic has reached an accord with them, designating them as the Guardians of Azkaban. This lonely island in the Northern Sea serves as both the wizarding prison of Azkaban and the dwelling place for these dark creatures. Upon Dumbledore's arrival at the island, the Dementors immediately sensed the presence of an intruder, a swarm of them converging into a dense mass of shadow, rushing towards him. However, upon catching a whiff of the potent aura emanating from Dumbledore, they swiftly halted their advance, recognizing him as a formidable threat. Dumbledore retrieved a document bearing the Ministry of Magic's official seal, and as the Dementors detected the scent of the sealing wax, they retreated in haste. After dispatching the guards, Dumbledore proceeded along the path leading into the castle of Azkaban. Upon entering, he was met with a sight of Death Eaters confined within the castle, many of whom appeared grotesquely disfigured by the torment inflicted by the Dementors. These prisoners, long devoid of spirit, clamored at the small windows of their cells upon seeing Dumbledore. Frantic in their desperation, Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore. Each prisoner could not contain their cries, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope for liberation, yearning for Dumbledore to save them from their plight. Of course, not all were pleased by Dumbledore's presence. For instance, the fervent devotee of Voldemort, Bellatrix Lestrange, lay on the ground, cursing Dumbledore with wild abandon. Stubborn old fool, traitor to his own bloodline, the headmaster of a cursed school? Bah, a wizard's traitor. Dumbledore, however, paid her no heed. Having reached his current age and status, any form of derision, skepticism, or praise had become inconsequential to him. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, disregarding the wayward students who had strayed from the path, and approached a narrow cell. Inside resided Sirius Black. This wizard, born of noble lineage and esteemed surname, was condemned to a fate worse than death within these prison walls, seemingly indifferent to his plight. Even the Dementors found no joy in his presence. Observing the gaunt figure of Sirius, Dumbledore's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he softly called his name. Black. Sirius Black, accustomed to the cacophony of insults echoing through the prison fortress, was momentarily taken aback by the familiar voice. He lay on the floor, slowly turning to glance through the small window of his cell door, and with great effort, he crawled to his feet, inching toward the door. Dumbledore, I have a question for you. Dumbledore fixed his penetrating gaze upon Sirius's eyes, his own twinkling with an unprecedented sharpness. Tell me, who was it that betrayed the Potter safe house? Was it you or Peter Pettigrew? You know? Sirius inhaled a ragged breath, then lowered his head in contemplation. I trusted the wrong person. I believed he was still our friend. At this point, discussing it seems futile. My dear friends, James and Lily Potter, are gone. The only survivor, Harry Potter, is not permitted to be raised by me, nor can I even approach him. Everything seems devoid of meaning now. Dumbledore did not seek to console Sirius, but continued his inquiry with a grave tone. Was it you who orchestrated the explosion in the Muggle world 8 years ago? Or was it Peter himself? Does it even matter? Sirius waved his hand dismissively, preparing to recline back on the floor. That traitor is dead, and I have no desire to live any longer. Tell me. Dumbledore's voice suddenly rose in intensity. It was him, Sirius responded promptly, recalling that fateful day. I cornered that traitor in a crowded street corner, leaving him with no escape. He caused an explosion and took his own life. I see, Dumbledore said slowly, nodding. After speaking, the elderly man turned to leave, but paused to cast one last glance at the despondent Sirius. If we can find evidence to substantiate your claims, we will endeavor to exonerate you. That is no longer necessary. Sirius slowly sank down against the door, speaking languidly. Everything is my own fault. Even if I were to be freed, what would it change? You could see James's son, Harry Potter. Dumbledore, in that moment, seemed to wish to rekindle hope within Sirius, gently stating, in 2 years, Harry will be 11 and will soon attend Hogwarts. Will you allow me to care for Harry? Sirius's spirit ignited with newfound hope. He sprang to his feet, gripping the small window of his cell, urgently gazing at Dumbledore. When can I meet Harry? Let us go now. Not now. Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Harry must remain in the Muggle world for a while longer, and I must thoroughly investigate the truth of that past event and swiftly gather evidence to secure your release from Azkaban. That is the crux of the matter. In truth, Dumbledore had already come to believe Sirius's account. In his heart, he was convinced that Peter Pettigrew was the true mastermind behind it all. However, without sufficient evidence, the Ministry of Magic would not permit Sirius's release. This was the cumbersome nature of the Ministry. When they imprisoned Sirius, there was no trial, and now, to release him, they would undoubtedly require proof. I understand. Sirius Black lowered his head, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Despite his lingering despondency, a flicker of hope had ignited within him. Were it not for the concern that Dumbledore had not yet fully restored his trust in him, Sirius would have considered a desperate escape. The days ahead were long. He could wait patiently. Sooner or later, he would have the opportunity to meet his godson openly. Sirius felt a lightness in his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as Dumbledore departed Azkaban, he bore an unusually heavy heart. Peter Pettigrew, the one who had betrayed the Potters. Coupled with Pettigrew's knowledge of Voldemort's Horcruxes and his past deceptions, it became evident that he had been orchestrating a grand scheme. Now, everyone had become mere pawns in Pettigrew's game. For the first time, Dumbledore was struck by the depth of Pettigrew's intellect, feeling a mix of astonishment and unease at his machinations. Perhaps the only fortunate aspect was that Pettigrew had miscalculated the future. He was focused solely on manipulating the powerful wizards of the past, neglecting the emerging young witches and wizards of the future. The future remained unpredictable. Dumbledore was not the only one capable of vanquishing Horcruxes. In time, courageous new students would rise to confront Voldemort, among whom would be those capable of destroying Horcruxes. Particularly among this year's newcomers, there was a young lad who could draw the sword of Gryffindor, destined to become a significant ally in the fight against Voldemort and the destruction of Horcruxes. Chapter 34. Vancelot was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Now, everything was clear. Dumbledore's immediate task was to ascertain Peter Pettigrew's motives for infiltrating Hogwarts and what he had taken from school. Only Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, held the key to this information. For Pettigrew's primary target was an item in Filch's office, a significant object that had compelled him to risk entry into Hogwarts. In the early hours, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts. Upon his arrival, he sought out Severus Snape and Argus Filch to inquire about the item Pettigrew had taken. It was a piece of parchment. Filch seemed to recall the parchment vividly, musing, "It appears to be something I confiscated from James Potter." The parchment bore a spell that read, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Snape's face contorted with disgust at the mention of James Potter. That fellow never behaved himself at school. Very well. Dumbledore contemplated the events of the past, considering seeking external assistance. It seems we must uncover the parchment's purpose through others. Perhaps he should have questioned what Peter Pettigrew had stolen beforehand, and then asked Sirius Black in Azkaban. He might have discovered the parchment's significance. However, James Potter had more friends than just the two of them back in the day. There exists another individual, more worthy of Dumbledore's trust, who is also a friend of James Potter, and perhaps this person is privy to the parchment's purpose. This individual is known as Remus Lupin. In their youth, James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin formed the illustrious Gryffindor quartet, perpetually embroiled in mischief throughout their time at school. If there were any secrets concealed within that parchment, it stands to reason that if Peter Pettigrew was aware of them, then Remus Lupin undoubtedly would be as well. Dumbledore hoped that you would maintain discretion regarding Peter's affairs. He gazed earnestly at Argus Filch and Severus Snape, his demeanor unusually grave. This matter must remain confidential. For if too many individuals were to learn of it, unimaginable troubles could ensue, potentially affecting the entire wizarding world. Dumbledore's desire to keep Peter Pettigrew's survival a secret stemmed primarily from his concern that Pettigrew might disseminate knowledge of the Horcruxes. Should the Death Eaters become aware, locating the Horcruxes would become exceedingly arduous. It was quite unexpected that on the very first night of the term, Hogwarts would be embroiled in such a significant incident. However, for Wissen Wright, no matter how grave the troubles at Hogwarts, they were likely of no consequence to him as a first-year student. Presently, Wissen Wright was faring quite well. For the second day of school coincidentally fell on a Saturday, and it was certain that no classes would be held over the weekend. Nevertheless, as a first-year student, he was obliged to study subjects such as history of magic, potions, transfiguration, flying, astronomy, herbology, charms, and defense against the dark arts. No classes on the weekend? How could one possibly keep pace with the curriculum? It is no wonder that Hogwarts' graduation rate is not particularly high. In fact, first-year students had it somewhat easier. Students in their third year and beyond not only had mandatory courses, but also elective ones, such as care of magical creatures. Thus, since first years did not attend care of magical creatures, why were they required to procure a book related to magical creatures? Sitting in the Hufflepuff common room, Wissen Wright perused the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and maliciously speculated that perhaps Dumbledore was attempting to boost sales for his favorite student, Newt Scamander. "Wissen, your tea," Cedric said, placing a cup of tea on the table and casting a curious glance at Wissen Wright's extracurricular reading. "A book by Scamander? Are you reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them?" "I have a signed copy by Mr. Scamander." As a Hufflepuff student, it seemed that everyone held great admiration for Newt Scamander, the esteemed magizoologist from their house. Cedric, too, was no exception. The signed book had been procured through the assistance of his father, Amos. "There is no need for that. I am merely passing the time," Wissen Wright replied, setting aside his book to take a sip of tea, then raising his gaze to Cedric. Studying incessantly can be rather dreary, even within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Wissen Wright maintained his study habits, which appeared somewhat strenuous to others. Within the brief span of the weekend, the entire Hufflepuff house became aware of Wissen Wright's profound passion for learning. Although his methods may not have been the most effective, his dedication to his studies seemed to surpass even that of the Ravenclaw students. Few could endure the monotonous repetition of memorizing a standard potion recipe as Wissen Wright did. During this time, there was little noteworthy news. The most recent development was Gryffindor's deduction of 10 points due to the Weasley twins' violation of school rules, having been caught by Filch during a nighttime escapade on campus. Wissen Wright couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief. Had he not taken the Marauders map on the first night, he might have fallen victim to the twins' antics. Of course, the theft of the Marauders map was attributed to Peter Pettigrew. On Sunday, Dumbledore finally received a letter from Remus Lupin, confirming that the parchment was indeed the Marauders map. The map not only indicated certain secret passages within Hogwarts, but also tracked the movements of everyone within the castle. This meant that Peter Pettigrew could infiltrate Hogwarts at any moment, pilfering treasures or even harming individuals without anyone noticing. To ensure security, Dumbledore initiated a thorough search of Hogwarts, activating the school's defensive enchantments to prevent Pettigrew's re-entry. In his quest to apprehend Pettigrew, Dumbledore personally oversaw the operation and set magical traps in several of the secret passages. This, however, resulted in another deduction of points from Gryffindor, as the Weasley twins stumbled upon one of the traps during their clandestine explorations and became ensnared. This led to quite an embarrassing situation. Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, was thoroughly exasperated by the antics of the Weasley twins. At the rate they were accruing deductions, Gryffindor was destined to finish at the bottom of the House Cup standings this year. On the evening of the weekend, Wissen Wright learned of these events and expressed great satisfaction with the outcome. Unfortunately, the following day, Monday morning, Wissen Wright had the honor of becoming the very first student in Hufflepuff to incur a point deduction. Chapter 35. You value your life more than I imagined. On Monday, the young wizards finally attended their first class. Due to the nature of certain magical subjects, which cannot be paused midway, particularly those requiring extensive hours, Hogwarts employs the same instructors across all years. To avoid scheduling conflicts, classes sometimes merge students from two different houses. For instance, in Potions class, which would span the entirety of the student's education, the sole instructor, Professor Severus Snape, was tasked with teaching potions to all 7 years at Hogwarts, leaving him somewhat pressed for time. Consequently, from Monday to Friday evenings, Professor Snape had to attend classes, making him arguably the busiest instructor at Hogwarts. Remarkably, under such a demanding schedule, Professor Snape still managed to enjoy weekends off. Indeed, wizards are masters of time management. On Monday morning, the first-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students separated to attend their charms class, while the first-year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students gathered together to venture to the Potions classroom in the dungeons. The Potions classroom was somewhat dimly lit, and a group of young wizards surveyed their surroundings with discontent, knowing they would be spending the entire morning in this foreboding chamber. I have heard my father speak of Professor Snape, the potions instructor. It is said he was a prodigious student of potions during his own schooling, though his temperament is rumored to be rather harsh. I have encountered Professor Snape. He is a rather stern individual. Professor Snape is the youngest head of Slytherin House in history. The classroom buzzed incessantly with chatter, marking the commencement of their first lesson at Hogwarts. Every student brimmed with curiosity regarding Potions class and its esteemed professor. Indeed, they spoke the truth. Severus Snape was a prodigious talent in potion making during his studies, having even graduated as a master of the craft. Moreover, he was remarkably youthful, being merely 29 years old this year, as both the potions master and head of Slytherin House. As the young witches and wizards continued their animated discussions, the heavy door of the potions classroom swung open with a resounding thud, and a man clad in a black cloak strode in with formidable authority. His pace was swift, the billowing cloak trailing behind him, lending an air of intimidation to his presence. It was none other than Professor Severus Snape, who, as he approached the lectern, spoke in a chilling tone. This classroom should not be filled with excessive noise. Any true scholar of potion making would never commit such an indiscretion. Instantly, the room fell silent. Snape ascended to the lectern, surveying the fresh faces of the first years with a cold gaze, and continued, "This is a potions class. There is no need for you to brandish your wands or utter nonsensical incantations. Rather, you must endeavor to comprehend the most intricate knowledge of potion making and master the most refined techniques. However, I suspect that many of you are unlikely to achieve this." He slowly wrapped his cloak tighter around himself and added, "Only a select few can truly appreciate the profound science and meticulous artistry involved in potion creation. Even having one individual among you succeed would be a remarkable feat." Many young wizards wore expressions of indignation. Snape's harsh words were difficult for these 11 and 12-year-olds to bear. Observing their discontent, Snape calmly continued, "You believe that the magic within you signifies extraordinary talent. But learning potion making is not as simple as waving your wand and casting spells or flipping open your notebooks. At this point, Snape paused his biting remarks and gradually stated, "For today, I advise you note that some common ingredients used in potion making are toxic, lest some overconfident fool touches them with their bare hands and forfeits their life." With a flurry, each young witch and wizard hastily opened their notebooks. Throughout Snape's lecture, they endured the occasional venomous quip that accompanied his teachings, diligently recording the names of the perilously hazardous potion ingredients. Frankly, if potions were an elective course, aside from the students of Slytherin, it is doubtful many would choose to attend his class. Even if Wissen Wright were aware of Snape's backstory, he would have to concede that the professor was often perceived as a villain, and there was indeed some justification for this. His words were exceedingly sharp. One must always exercise caution when speaking. As Wissen Wright silently reflected on this, Snape's voice suddenly ceased, for he had noticed several students beginning to drift away, a troubling sign. His gaze swept the room, selecting a quintessential example from among them. He fixed his eyes upon a gray-haired boy who met his gaze. The most renowned first year from Hufflepuff was undoubtedly the perfect candidate for this demonstration. Locking onto Wissen Wright, Snape coldly inquired, "Mr. Wissen Wright, did you take note of what I just said? Why was his name being mentioned?" Upon hearing Snape invoke his name, Wissen Wright felt a wave of unease wash over him. He anticipated what was to come. "I did," he replied, glancing at his notebook. "Then you should be looking down at your notes rather than at me." Snape retorted with a scoff, continuing coldly, "I trust all of you will remember that during the very first potions lesson, it is best not to lose focus, as it may jeopardize your lives." The young witches and wizards immediately straightened in their seats. Snape let out a disdainful huff, observing the suddenly anxious expressions of the students before turning back to Wissen Wright. "As for you, Mr. Wissen Wright, Hufflepuff will lose 5 points because of you." With that, Snape approached his desk, recorded the point deduction, and then seemed to recall something. "Mr. Wissen Wright, do you have any objections to the point deduction?" "None," Wissen Wright replied calmly, gripping his cool tightly. This was potions class, after all. Regardless of how absurd Snape's rationale for point deductions might be, or how harsh his words were, as a diligent student, Wissen Wright would not stoop to openly contradict him or harbor any grievances. Such behavior was not in accordance with his principles. Snape noted the student's unexpected honesty, pondering for a moment before asking, "Mr. Wissen Wright, how would you handle the highly poisonous aconite?" This question genuinely perplexed Wissen Wright. Until now, he had never encountered such a query. Given his physical capabilities, he could technically handle aconite with bare hands without issue, though he certainly could not respond in such a manner. Were he to answer thus, Professor Snape might very well explode with anger, berating him for 10 uninterrupted minutes. After a moment's contemplation, Wissen Wright opted for the most cautious response. "I would don protective gear, wear a face shield, put on regular gloves, then cover them with dragonhide gloves, and finally use tweezers to place the aconite into a handling vessel." Snape's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Who could explain to him why this seemingly cautious lad had managed to draw the sword of Gryffindor, a symbol of bravery? The potion's master's expression was one of exasperation as he spoke in a cryptic tone. "Mr. Wissen Wright, you value your life more than I had anticipated. Indeed, you are ill-suited to be among the reckless and arrogant lot of Gryffindor." Wissen Wright was left somewhat speechless. Why did Snape harbor such disdain for Gryffindor? Even now, he could not resist taking a jab at the house. So, was it too much to ask for his lost points to be restored? Clearly, such a thing was utterly impossible. "Very well, take your seat," Snape finally said, his gaze drifting away from Wissen Wright to address the entire class. "When handling aconite, you must always wear dragonhide gloves to prevent any contact with your skin. If any of you are as cautious as Mr. Wissen Wright, you might consider fully arming yourselves as he did. So, why aren't you writing this down?" For the entirety of the morning, Snape's sarcastic remarks showed no signs of abating. Even aware that he was imparting knowledge, few students felt any inclination to express gratitude, though it was likely that Snape himself was indifferent to such sentiments. Consequently, by the time the lesson concluded, the first-year students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw remained mired in the disappointment of Snape's relentless barbs. Very few of the first-year students paid attention to the valuable knowledge they were acquiring in potions class. After all, who could blame Professor Snape, who was competent in every aspect except for his rather unpleasant demeanor? After class, Cedric noticed Professor Snape leaving the classroom and promptly put away his notebook. He quietly inquired of his friend, "Winston, why do I get the impression that Professor Snape seems rather displeased? Would you think he might be in a better mood?" Winston Wright yawned, responding indifferently, "Perhaps not until after we graduate." Even without the incident involving Peter Pettigrew a few days ago, Professor Severus Snape's mood was unlikely to improve. as this man lives a life filled with suffering. However, it is likely that the troubles caused by Pettigrew have only exacerbated his foul mood. Come on, it's time for lunch, Winston said, twisting his wrist. Cedric nodded, assisting Winston in putting away his notes. In regard to the point deduction imposed by Professor Snape, none of the Hufflepuff students present blamed Winston, for it was evident to any reasonable person that many were already fatigued from the lesson, and Winston was merely the unfortunate soul singled out. As the two made their way to the Hogwarts Great Hall for a meal, a girl suddenly rushed towards them, her face marked with urgency. Winston, Cedric, a few first years from Gryffindor and Slytherin have started fighting in the courtyard. How incredible! On the very first day of classes. They're already brawling. Are there any injuries? This was the kind-hearted Cedric. Are many involved in the fight? Asked the even more benevolent Winston Wright. I don't know. The Hufflepuff girl replied, glancing at Cedric in confusion. By the time I arrived, many had already gathered, and I'm unsure how many were actually fighting. I need to find the prefect. I must inform a professor immediately. The corner of Winston's eye twitched. Why mention this to us, two unrelated individuals? When you seek the prefect and a professor. Clearly, a crowd of onlookers must have been drawn by you. The scene of the inter-house brawl was rather dramatic. A group of young wizards bearing Gryffindor badges faced off against a contingent of Slytherins. Every young wizard's face a mask of indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. However, the situation was, in truth, somewhat unseemly. First-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin were arguing, while first-years from Hufflepuff attempted to mediate, and those from Ravenclaw were inexplicably trying to reason with them. Is this truly the time for reasoning? What a chaotic mess. Everyone petrify. A Jinx unexpectedly hurtled towards Winston. Watch out. Cedric, standing beside Winston, swiftly drew his wand and deflected the spell. Unfortunately, a well-meaning Ravenclaw student was inadvertently struck and sent tumbling away. Thus, it is wise to refrain from spectating during a fight. As the balance of confrontation was disrupted by someone casting a spell, wizards from both Slytherin and Gryffindor, who had learned jinxes that morning, hurriedly brandished their wands. Everyone petrify, freeze in place, stupefy, clear the area, clean water like a spring. In an instant, the courtyard became a chaotic flurry of weak spells. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin had just attended their jinx class, and each young wizard eagerly unleashed any spells they could muster against one another. The skirmish between these young wizards exhibited little finesse. Any wizard capable of casting an offensive jinx could already be considered well-versed. The Slytherins held a distinct advantage, hailing from wizarding families, while the Gryffindors, under the leadership of the Weasley twins, showed no signs of backing down. Winston Wright observed the scene, wishing to comment. To be frank, describing the spectacle as akin to fledgling chicks pecking at one another would be an overestimation. Since they were all novices, incidents of spells being miscast were not uncommon. They could hardly master their spells. Cedric remained at Winston's side, deflecting a misplaced jinx while turning to his friend. Winston, let us step back until the professors and prefects arrive. No sooner had he spoken than two jinxes came flying towards them. They were the work of a Slytherin first year and another from Gryffindor, clearly unable to control their magic. Cedric barely had time to react, managing to deflect one jinx, only to be struck down by the other. Truly, an unfortunate turn of events. My apologies, said a dark-skinned Gryffindor girl, glancing towards Cedric and Winston. Do not worry, Winston muttered, inexplicably, as he crouched to examine Cedric's injury. The next moment, Winston's brow furrowed in concern as he exclaimed, Quick, someone help. Cedric is hurt. No, I'm fine, the handsome Hufflepuff protested, struggling to rise, but Winston firmly held him down. Seeing that someone appeared genuinely injured, the brawl in the courtyard gradually subsided. The first-year students from Slytherin and Gryffindor had only just begun to learn how to duel with magic, even when they did strike their opponents. It merely caused them to fall to the ground, inflicting little real harm. Among the most successful, the Weasley twins had merely managed to petrify two Slytherin first years. No one could have anticipated that the first injury would occur among the onlooking Hufflepuffs, with one individual unable to stand. Hurry, someone help, Winston urged, pressing down on Cedric, who can cast a sleeping spell to let Cedric rest for a bit. Winston, I'm really fine, Cedric persisted, attempting to explain, unwilling to be a burden, and feeling quite well, in fact. I can't. A Hufflepuff boy dashed over, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the struggling Cedric on the ground. Stupefy. A spell struck Cedric's body, and with the assistance of the two Hufflepuff boys, he finally closed his eyes. Winston released a sigh of relief, softly asking, Could someone help carry my friend back to our common room? Cedric seems reluctant to visit the nurse. I'll help. Hufflepuff is never short of enthusiastic badgers. Moreover, Winston held considerable esteem among the Hufflepuffs. As Winston requested assistance, 2 or 3 first years immediately stepped forward to help carry Cedric away. All present fixed their gaze upon Cedric as he was escorted away by several first-year students, a sense of unease creeping into the hearts of some, fearing that this incident might escalate into something far more troublesome. However, the greatest trouble was soon to emerge. "Very well, it is time for us to settle the score," Wissen Wright announced, rising slowly to address the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. "My friend has been inadvertently harmed by you. Will anyone provide me with an explanation?" Finally, he had found a pretext to retaliate. Chapter 37. To avert any accidental injuries during Hufflepuff's attempts at mediation, it was best that all fighting cease. Everyone present was acutely aware of Wissen Wright's profound regard for his friends. He had even forsaken his chance to join Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony, opting instead for Hufflepuff, which was often overshadowed at Hogwarts. "I apologize," exclaimed a dark-skinned girl from Gryffindor, stepping forward with an air of responsibility. "This was my mistake." "If you believe," Wissen Wright, impatient, interrupted her, his expression icy. "If apologies were effective, why are we here learning magic? What do you intend to do?" The girl furrowed her brow, unable to contain her irritation. She possessed a fiery temperament. She would acknowledge her faults, but what was Wissen Wright's point? This attitude. Wissen Wright's gaze bore into her as he slowly raised his wand. "It seems you lack sincerity in your apology." "No, I don't." The girl sensed a misunderstanding and hastily gestured to explain. However, Wissen Wright was no longer inclined to listen. He aimed his wand skyward. Flames erupted, and with the deep resonance of his incantation, a plume of red fire shot forth from his wand, soaring into the heavens. As it ascended, the flame rapidly expanded into a colossal fireball, its overwhelming heat causing unease among all witnesses. In the next moment, the fireball detonated in the sky like a firework. Smaller fireballs separated swiftly, plummeting from above. This individual had resorted to violence without provocation, unleashing a large-scale magical assault. The fireballs, trailing red tails, traced elegant parabolic arcs, crashing down upon the crowds of Slytherin and Gryffindor. "Wait a moment." A voice of dissent arose from the Gryffindor ranks. "This matter seems unconnected to us." A similar chorus of protest emerged from Slytherin. "Hey, Wissen Wright, we didn't harm Cedric. Are you declaring war on Slytherin?" "I care not," Wissen Wright retorted, wielding his wand, directing magical attacks toward all the first years of both houses. "When my friend was injured in this altercation, I wish for all those who instigated it to feel his suffering." As Wissen Wright guided the barrage, fireballs rained down upon the courtyard, causing small wizards to tumble to the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames clinging to their robes. Just a single spell sent the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students into utter disarray, leaving them bereft of any means to mount a defense. "Help me. Someone, save me. Mom. Dad. I want to go home. Clear water. Don't be afraid. Use the water-making spell." Among the panicked young wizards, a few managed to retain their composure. Earlier that day, Gryffindor and Slytherin had attended a charms class, where Professor Flitwick had taught the simple yet effective water-making spell. Yet, this knowledge could not quell the chaos engulfing the square. In truth, Wissen Wright had employed merely the most elementary of fire spells, which, if handled properly, posed no mortal threat. The sheer terror of the descending fireballs, however, was overwhelming. Amidst the cacophony of fearful cries, several level-headed young wizards dashed about, brandishing their wands to assist their classmates in extinguishing the flames. Wissen Wright, the Hufflepuff boy who had previously aided in rendering Cedric unconscious, approached, speaking softly. "Though someone injured Cedric, many are innocent and now injured themselves. Shouldn't we lend a hand?" Hufflepuff students were inherently kind-hearted. This boy, named Elvin Borns, also happened to be the nephew of this year's defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts. "Do not worry. They will not perish," Wissen Wright replied slowly, shaking his head. "However, we must devise a solution to this issue to prevent future conflicts." Elvin was at a loss for words. Was it enough to simply ensure no one died? Was it Wissen Wright who was amiss, or was the risk of conflict at Hogwarts always this high? Wissen Wright regarded the boy beside him. "Elvin, do you know the reason behind today as quarrel? It seems to revolve around you," Elvin Borns replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. The clash between the first years of Slytherin and Gryffindor stemmed from the aftermath of the sorting ceremony, as Wissen Wright's refusal to join Gryffindor had inadvertently given Slytherin a reason to mock them. Gryffindor? Not even a dog would go there. Such remarks were undeniably insulting. Elvin attempted to convey the reasons for the conflict delicately, but as a Hufflepuff, he was bound to honesty, and Hufflepuff students were typically not eloquent. From Elvin Borns' detailed account, Wisenlight gleaned that his reputation among Slytherin was far from favorable. After all, he had assaulted 3 Slytherin first years on the train. Very well, Wisenlight sighed, shaking his head. Since I instigated this conflict, let me be the one to resolve it. How will you do that? Elvin Borns inquired, curiosity etched across his youthful face. Wisenlight offered no reply, instead striding toward the center of the square. Many young wizards present felt a twinge of apprehension at his approach. This dangerous Hufflepuff first year had just subdued the entirety of both houses with a single spell. In terms of magical prowess, Wisenlight was clearly in a league far beyond that of his peers. Silence, please. I wish to speak briefly. Wisenlight extended his arms, signaling for calm. What transpired today was undesirable for all, so I have devised a solution to prevent such conflicts in the future. The crowd, unable to suppress their curiosity, turned their eyes toward Wisenlight. This individual had just assaulted the first years of 2 houses, yet now claimed to have a solution for the discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This was indeed a conundrum of monumental proportions. Even Professor Dumbledore himself would struggle to find an answer. For centuries, the esteemed headmasters of Hogwarts have failed to discover an adequate solution. However, they have merely overthought the matter. Commencing today, Wisenlight, undeterred by the gaze of the assembled crowd, calmly proposed his own remedy. In order to prevent our Hufflepuff students from suffering the same fate as Cedric, who was inadvertently harmed while mediating conflicts between other houses, I implore the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin to exercise restraint and refrain from engaging in combat. A cacophony of perplexity enveloped the young wizards as they collectively pondered this proposal. Chapter 38. Hanging the Slytherin prefect on the wall, a tribute to my lost 5 points. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is this truly Wisenlight's solution? What an absurd proposition. To safeguard you Hufflepuffs from the perils of intervening in disputes, you suggest that Gryffindor and Slytherin should abstain from fighting? This hardly seems to concern Hufflepuff in any way. A Gryffindor freshman, unable to suppress the impulse, voiced a rebuttal to Wisenlight. Indeed, the Slytherin newcomers soon regained their composure, and for the first time, they collectively aligned with Gryffindor's sentiments, exclaiming, "You need not meddle. This way, when we deal with that foolish Gryffindor lot, none of you shall be inadvertently harmed." Such self-righteous benevolence. It appears some wish to test the efficacy of my other spells. Wisenlight's remark silenced the square, his gaze sweeping over the few young wizards who had spoken out, patiently elucidating. I have always believed that one's goodwill requires nurturing, and thus I do not wish for anyone to dismiss the kindness of Hufflepuff. Such words sounded somewhat reasonable, and the assembled wizards momentarily accepted this notion. However, the astute among them quickly recognized that this behavior was more domineering than that of Gryffindor and Slytherin combined. In contrast to their slower counterparts, some older students swiftly discerned the essence of Wisenlight's words. A group of upperclassmen descended the castle steps, among them a young man adorned with the Slytherin prefect badge who scoffed. "Little one, since when did Hufflepuff students become so overbearing?" This was a Slytherin prefect, flanked by 2 other Slytherin prefects, attesting to his high standing within Slytherin. He was indeed the 7th-year prefect. In addition to the Slytherin prefect, 3 male prefects from Gryffindor approached, evidently there to support their freshmen. Incidents of fighting among newcomers typically do not provoke intervention from Hogwarts professors, as they are generally resolved by the respective house prefects. The mere authority of prefects to deduct house points is sufficient to render most students submissive in their presence. Regrettably, the prefects of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were conspicuously absent, believing the day's events had no bearing on their houses. Perhaps they, too, had once been naive like the freshmen, only to realize that it was best not to meddle. Little did the Hufflepuff prefects know that their absence would soon invite greater troubles. Wisenlight slowly turned to face the approaching group, his gaze locking onto the Slytherin 7th-year prefect who had spoken. Wisenlight scrutinized the arrogant visage of the Slytherin prefect, noting the unwavering defiance in his eyes. "Is this what you call overbearing?" The 11-year-old boy, with his gray hair, calmly addressed the 6 years older young man. "If you so desire. Perhaps Hufflepuff could indeed be a bit more domineering. Little one, do you know who you are speaking to?" The Slytherin prefect, rather than becoming angry, laughed and turned to his fellow prefects, instructing, "Remember this little brat's name. How many points should be deducted for defying a prefect? By the way, did Hufflepuff receive any points from the professors today? They surely have none now. Ha ha. As prefects of Hogwarts, they wield considerable authority. Indeed, defying a prefect serves as a valid excuse for point deductions, allowing them to dismiss lower-year students with ease." Wisenlight, Erwin Bournes could not help but tug at Wissen Wright's sleeve. As a scion of the Bournes family, Erwin had heard tales regarding prefects, as their family had produced numerous Hufflepuff prefects. Wissen Wright disregarded Erwin's counsel, instead responding earnestly to the Slytherin prefect. Even if points were to be awarded, perhaps they are no longer valid, for in today's potions class, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, deducted 5 points from me. Ha! What quintessential Hufflepuff honesty! At Wissen Wright's words, laughter erupted among the Slytherin students filling the square. Just as their mirth began to fade, Wissen Wright raised his wand, pointing it at the 3 Slytherin prefects. I am not entirely certain what a prefect constitutes. But does a Slytherin prefect merely rely on verbal bravado? Little one, you're treading on dangerous ground. One of the Slytherin prefects warned coldly, drawing his wand and directing it at Wissen Wright. You think that having learned a bit of magic grants you the right to raise your wand against everyone? Disarm you. A spell shot forth from his wand. Wissen Wright deftly waved his wand, deflecting the incoming disarmament spell and loudly intoning the same incantation, returning the spell with equal swiftness. Disarm you. Caught off guard, the Slytherin prefect was struck by Wissen Wright's disarmament spell, sending his wand flying into Wissen Wright's grasp. Even for this prefect, being unexpectedly disarmed by a freshman was a source of considerable embarrassment. You are correct. Wissen Wright grasped the wand belonging to his adversary and softly continued. I hope you remember your own words and refrain from raising your wand against others indiscriminately. I trust you will learn this lesson. With that, Wissen Wright thrust his thumb down forcefully, snapping the wand before all present. Crack! The sharp sound of the wand breaking resonated through the air. To destroy a wizard's wand is tantamount to declaring war. You little brat. The remaining 2 Slytherin prefects instantly erupted in fury. These 2 young wizards, disregarding their identities and the age disparity, hastily drew their wands to cast spells at Wissen Wright. One was a 6th-year prefect of Slytherin, and the other was a 7th-year prefect. Both had passed the wizarding professional examinations and even mastered the unforgivable curses. Yet ultimately, they were a step too slow. Flames roared. Wissen Wright waved his wand, igniting a flame from its tip. The fire surged. What appeared to be a feeble flicker quickly transformed into a massive arc of flame, the searing heat wave sweeping the Slytherin prefects off their feet. The arrogant and overbearing Slytherin prefects, caught unawares, were swiftly felled to the ground by Wissen Wright. They were all petrified, completely immobilized. Wissen Wright delivered his final blow, rendering the 3 Slytherin prefects helpless, lying rigidly on the ground, forced to witness the unfolding events with their own eyes. What a disgrace it was to be cornered by a mere child. One must never casually point their wand at another. Grasping his wand firmly, Wissen Wright directed it at the fallen Slytherin prefects, courteously yet resolutely stating, "Thank you for your warning. In return, allow me to offer a piece of advice. A wizard must never forget to keep a firm grip on their wand." The 3 Slytherin prefects glared at him in fury. Observing the trio of young wizards stripped of their capacity to resist, Wissen Wright began channeling his magic into his wand. You made a valid point earlier. Hufflepuff may not possess many house points, but every single one is invaluable to us. Do not fret. I understand that you may not grasp this now. Yet I believe you soon will comprehend the feelings I experienced when your head of house deducted points from me. I shall now hang you upon the walls of Hogwarts. A tribute to the 5 points I lost in potions class this morning, so you may truly appreciate my sentiment at that moment. Chapter 39. The school shall not expel a kind student. Levitate. As the incantation of the levitation charm echoed, a spark of magic from Wissen Wright's wand alighted upon the robes of the 3 Slytherin prefects, as if they had suddenly come to life. They began to lift their owners into the air. This was the effect of Wissen Wright's levitation charm, based on his magical prowess and mastery of the spell. He could keep these 3 Slytherin prefects' robes floating for a duration of 5 days. In an instant, the robes of the 3 Slytherin prefects, now enchanted with the levitation spell, were suspended against the walls of Hogwarts Castle, leaving the onlookers in the square utterly astonished. Many young witches and wizards were left speechless with fright. Even the Gryffindor prefects were taken aback. Who could explain to them how, in the span of mere minutes, a freshman had toppled all 3 male Slytherin prefects and hung them on the wall? Yet, the Slytherins were indeed a source of embarrassment. The 3 Gryffindor prefects felt a flicker of delight as they slowly turned to gaze at the gray-haired Hufflepuff boy, unable to suppress the urge to applaud his audacious actions. They recognized once more that the Sorting Hat's fervent recommendation for Wissen Wright to join Gryffindor was undoubtedly correct. Wissen Wright was indeed an exemplary fit for Gryffindor. What a pity that this gray-haired boy chose Hufflepuff instead. Clearly, Hufflepuff had never seen a wizard like Wissen Wright before, to the point where even his fellow students were left in awe of him. Wissen, you just confronted the prefects. Elvin Bones, a young Hufflepuff, looked somewhat terrified as he gazed up at the Slytherin prefects hanging on the castle wall. Just 3, Wissen Wright replied nonchalantly, patting Elvin Bones on the shoulder. Do not worry. Each house has 6 prefects. Elvin Bones widened his eyes. Why did he sense a hint of regret in Wissen Wright's words? Did he truly intend to hang all the Slytherin prefects upon the castle walls? Now, we have more pressing matters. Wissen Wright turned to glance at the Gryffindor prefects and then at the young witches and wizards in the square, resuming his proposal. Once again, I reiterate, to prevent our kind-hearted Hufflepuff classmates from suffering any more misfortune, from this day forth, dueling within the house is strictly prohibited. Are there any objections to this proposal? The young witches and wizards fell into a profound silence. Was this not mere meddling on the part of the Hufflepuffs? However, the lesson was clear. Who dared to voice any objections? The Slytherin prefects were still suspended above. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had no reservations about the proposal. For them, it was of little consequence. The Gryffindor students turned to their prefects, clearly hoping their leaders would voice support. However, today the Gryffindor prefects were destined to disappoint them, as they seemed to harbor no dissenting opinions, viewing Wissen Wright's stance as naive and overly idealistic. In truth, the conflicts between Gryffindor and Slytherin were well known throughout the magical community. They were matters that could only be tacitly understood, never spoken of openly. In the past, there had been older Hufflepuff students who had altruistically attempted to intervene in such affairs. But they soon came to realize that the discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin was not something outsiders could remedy. The Hufflepuff students grew accustomed to this reality. Perhaps Wissen Wright, motivated by concern for a friend who had been inadvertently harmed, sought to intervene. Yet, it was likely that in a year or two, he would adapt to the recurring conflicts that arose between Gryffindor and Slytherin, just as the Hufflepuff prefects had done. Of course, that realization may come sooner than anticipated. For today, Wissen Wright had directly confronted the 3 Slytherin prefects, a slap in the face to their head, Severus Snape. By the afternoon, he would likely find himself facing disciplinary action. This was indeed an act of assault against prefects. Even more shockingly, he had done so all at once against 3 of them. Such an occurrence had never transpired within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. By midday, Severus Snape became aware of the incident. The head of Slytherin House promptly rushed to rescue his disgraced prefect from the wall and brought them to his office. One was in 5th year, another in 6th, and the last in 7th. Severus Snape regarded his wayward students with an expression of coldness and disdain. To think that you cannot even best an 11-year-old child. You are the worst Slytherin prefects I have ever encountered. What a disgrace to the entire Slytherin house. You have brought shame upon all wizards of Slytherin lineage. Severus was at a loss for how to report this embarrassing situation to Dumbledore and Professor Minerva McGonagall. How could he justify that a mere first year had bested 3 Slytherin prefects? Such humiliating words were the last he wished to utter. From this day forth, you are no longer Slytherin prefects. Severus Snape cast a cold glance at the students who dared not breathe a word and promptly revoked their titles. Slytherin was not lacking in ambition. There were plenty of students eager to take on the role of prefect, any one of whom could assume the mantle with aplomb. Now go, Snape concluded, tightening his cloak around him as he looked upon them with contempt. I shall be writing to your parents. You would do well to keep a low profile and refrain from any further actions that might bring me shame. Yes, the students replied, trembling as they exited Snape's office. Even though they had previously held an imposing stature as the prefects within the rigidly hierarchical Slytherin house, none dared to challenge the decision of Professor Snape, the head of the house. The embarrassing incident involving the Slytherin prefects spread rapidly, and soon the entire Hogwarts community was aware of the events that transpired at noon. While the students of Slytherin were notably less sympathetic, many from other houses expressed admiration for Weasley, particularly those from Gryffindor, despite their own lion being involved in the fray. There were also murmurs of regret regarding the Sorting Hat ceremony. Conversely, the Hufflepuff students harbored concerns, fearing that their own badger might face severe repercussions. Among them were those who worried that Weasley might be expelled. Tonks even sought out her house head, Professor Sprout, believing that the faculty ought to have a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. From what transpired, it appeared that Weasley had not committed any egregious offense during the altercation. It was said that he and Cedric had merely attempted to mediate, reacting vigorously only after witnessing their friend being harmed. The primary issue lay in the fact that he had injured 3 Slytherin prefects, even displaying one of them on the castle walls. This incident was indeed more troublesome than the assault on 2 first-year students from different houses. Professor Sprout, eager to prevent Weasley from facing severe disciplinary action. Rushed to the headmaster's office without even taking her lunch, an indication of her urgency. Albus. Upon meeting Dumbledore, Professor Sprout candidly articulated her plea. Weasley is still but a child. Do not expel him. We ought to afford him more opportunities. Fear not, Sprout, come. Partaking some sustenance first, Dumbledore replied with a warmth that exceeded Sprout's expectations. He even kindly offered her some of his snacks as a makeshift lunch. Only after they had shared a meal in the headmaster's office did Dumbledore convey his sentiments. The school would not expel a benevolent student. You are quite right, my dear, he said earnestly. Kindness must always be nurtured. I shall discuss this matter with Severus. Chapter 40. Who wouldn't relish the camaraderie of a friend like Weasley? Dumbledore's perspective was notably broader. He was aware of Weasley's past and understood his character, making it inconceivable for him to relinquish such a promising student. Moreover, the Wizarding World faced new challenges. The threat of Voldemort's return loomed large, alongside the lurking menace of Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew. Weasley was a student capable of wielding the sword of Gryffindor and had single-handedly triumphed over 3 upper-year Slytherin prefects at such a tender age. Judging by the strength of the spells Weasley cast, he was nearly at the level of an Auror, even though Dumbledore had heard of Weasley's diligent study habits. He could not overlook the formidable magical talent that resided within him, coupled with the formidable education under Barty Crouch. It was no wonder that the young lad often exuded a prideful demeanor, behaving as he did in Muggle primary school. This was entirely understandable. Furthermore, a student with a benevolent heart, albeit somewhat reckless in action, was far less concerning to Dumbledore than the seemingly timid Wormtail who orchestrated chaos from the shadows. In truth, Dumbledore himself was even less inclined than Professor Sprout to see Weasley expelled. He was already contemplating ways to avert such an outcome. After bidding farewell to the reassured Professor Sprout, he began to thoughtfully devise strategies to help Weasley temper his behavior, ensuring he understood the potential consequences that could lead to his expulsion. Of course, Dumbledore also made a mental note to remind Snape. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, students from every year gather to dine. Most Hufflepuff students desire to sit near Weasley, casting occasional glances at their badger, as if fearing he might be expelled. I'm going to find my aunt. Elvin Bones, sensing the heavy atmosphere, could no longer contain himself. Setting down his cutlery and preparing to rush to the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. His aunt was not only this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, but also held the esteemed position of a permanent wizard in the Wizengamot, the highest council of the Ministry of Magic, respected even by Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic. Come back. Weasley seized his robes, pulling him back down beside his seat. Finish your meal first. I know what I'm doing. Weasley was acutely aware that Dumbledore would never expel him. Even the embarrassed Professor Snape would surely be persuaded by Dumbledore, for their perspectives transcended those of mere students. They were not confined to the walls of the school. Indeed, Weasley's own outlook mirrored this. There was no need to worry about expulsion. In reality, there was no cause for concern. Soon, Tonks, the head of Hufflepuff, returned with good news. Professor Sprout had instructed Tonks to inform the Hufflepuff students that their badger would not face expulsion. As the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout never concealed her partiality for her students, even personally selecting a flourishing sprig of flowering herb for Tonks to present to Weasley as a token of appreciation for their badger. Before Tonks could relay Professor Sprout's message in its entirety, the Great Hall erupted with laughter from the Hufflepuff table. This lunch was unprecedented in its joy. As Weasley listened to the cheerful laughter around him and observed the little pot of herbs in Tonks's hands, which bore a vibrant bouquet of orange flowers, he felt an unexpected surge of happiness despite having anticipated such outcomes. Do not touch that herb, Tonks chuckled, placing the pot beside Weasley. Professor Sprout specifically instructed that if you keep it in your dormitory, it'll ensure you a good night's sleep. All right, I understand. Weasley nodded in acknowledgement, his hand gently brushing the pot, a smile inadvertently gracing his face. I'll head back to the dormitory first and wake Cedric for dinner, lest he be late this afternoon. Today, Weasley felt he had gained much. Not only had he received the rewards for the tasks assigned by the system, but the atmosphere within Hufflepuff had also granted him a delightful sense of relaxation. Perhaps it was the thrill of the brawl. Combat task: defeat a first-year Slytherin student, 11. Reward: 10 points of magical energy. Combat task: defeat a fifth-year Slytherin student, 11. Reward: 50 points of magical energy. Combat task: defeat a sixth-year Slytherin student, 11. Reward: 60 points of magical energy. Combat task: defeat a seventh-year student from Slytherin Academy, 11. Reward: 70 points of magical power. Combat task: defeat a first-year student from Gryffindor Academy, 11. Reward: 10 points of life. These uncomplicated combat tasks offer rewards that are merely satisfactory. What is most significant is the sheer volume of these tasks. They encompass students from every year and every house, thereby providing Wissen ample opportunities to enhance the magical and life energy within him. There's no need to rush through these tasks. Even upon their completion, they merely represent a form of accumulation, for Wissen has a lengthy school career ahead of him, and such simple tasks will abound in opportunities. The only regret, perhaps, is that there are not enough of these tasks. In truth, Wissen feels that the system could issue more of these challenges, whether it involves battling one student or 10. The distinction is negligible for him. Clearly, Wissen Wright's mood is quite buoyant. However, Cedric, upon awakening, feels a sense of unease. Whispers of his story echo throughout Hogwarts. He has become the subject of conversation due to an incident where he was inadvertently harmed by magic during a confrontation between the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, which led his friend Wissen to retaliate against both houses' newcomers. Even the three heads of Slytherin, who arrived to mediate the situation, found themselves at the mercy of Wissen Wright, who left them dangling from the walls of Hogwarts. Good heavens! This incident far surpasses the commotion caused by the sorting ceremony. Cedric hesitates to inquire why Wissen had insisted he return to rest, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His emotions are decidedly complex. While Weissen's commitment to friendship moves Cedric, it also stirs a sense of worry within the kind-hearted Hufflepuff youth, for Wissen has once again landed himself in trouble for the sake of a friend. Of course, this is not entirely a negative occurrence. The students of Hufflepuff have once again recognized Weissen's dedication to friendship, and many of them feel a tinge of envy towards Cedric for having befriended someone as remarkable as Wissen even before the term began. Who would not wish for a friend of Wissen Wright's caliber? Chapter 41. Only friendships forged through sacrifice will be cherished. In truth, the first-year students of Hufflepuff indeed share this sentiment. The entire cohort begins to gravitate towards Wissen, eagerly greeting him, which reveals that the silver-haired boy is not as aloof as they had initially imagined. Wissen engages in polite conversation with each student who approaches him, an act that fills many young wizards with a sense of pride. Since the start of the school year, Wissen Wright has been perceived as a legendary figure they could only look up to. After all, he is the freshman who drew the sword of Gryffindor. Today, he even bested the heads of Slytherin. To be frank, Cedric is far more popular among the freshmen than Wissen Wright. If the students regard Cedric with affection, their attitude towards Wissen is likely one of respect for his formidable strength. Were it not for Cedric's warm and kind demeanor toward his classmates, they might feel that they and Wissen belong to entirely different worlds. I'm sorry, Wissen. I always thought you were rather cold. A Hufflepuff girl says as she greets Wissen, a hint of contrition on her face. She candidly expresses her thoughts. Whenever we saw you, you were either reading in the common room or having tea with Cedric. She glances at Cedric before continuing. It's always Cedric who greets us. You rarely speak up. That was my fault. Wissen Wright humbly accepts her words and politely explains, Mr. Crouch has taught me to think that approaching strangers might be too forward, as I do not wish to make others feel uncomfortable. Well, that's fine. The girl suddenly shakes her head, smiling as she adds, Wissen, your aloofness is actually quite alluring. We think it's cooler than that bunch from Slytherin. Thank you. Wissen Wright nods graciously. Clearly, this girl possesses a certain innocence typical of Hufflepuff. Since joining the house, Wissen has never hesitated to extend his friendship. It is merely that those who seek his companionship could be a bit more proactive. Generally, people tend to view readily offered friendship as somewhat cheap. It is only when they believe they have actively contributed to forging a friendship that it is perceived as precious. Only valuable things are cherished more deeply. Now, the entire first-year class of Hufflepuff is yearning for Weissen's friendship. As they make their way to the afternoon transfiguration class, all the first-year students follow closely behind Wissen, creating a lively procession towards the classroom. In the afternoon, within the transfiguration classroom, the enthusiasm of the Hufflepuff young wizards remains undiminished. They even relinquish the best seats in the classroom for Weissen's benefit. In truth, Wissen feels this is unnecessary, as the students believe the best spots are right beneath the professor's nose. Their fervor leaves Wissen little room to slack off. Cedric, seated beside Wissen, continues to wrestle with his complex feelings. The naive boy still cannot shake off the events of the day, and an inexplicable sensation arises within him. Cedric wonders if their friendship is somehow cursed, as it seems to always attract trouble. The first time, Wissen chose to join Hufflepuff for the sake of friendship, abandoning the more suitable Gryffindor. The second time, he instigated a conflict with both houses' newcomers and their heads, causing an even greater ruckus. Surely, The next time will not lead to another significant debacle? It cannot be. This must be a mere illusion. Cedric rubs his temples, convincing himself that as long as he remains vigilant, they should not encounter further trouble. Some people retain their childlike innocence forever, just as Cedric perceives his friend Wissen Wright. Wissen holds a similar view of Cedric. They both believe their friend embodies a remarkable simplicity. Wissen cannot help but marvel at Cedric's naivety, as he insists on sitting in the front row, accepting the goodwill of their classmates. That position is truly excruciating. With a resigned sigh, Wissen picks up his Transfiguration textbook, casually flipping through the pages, appearing somewhat distracted. As a wizard who has already mastered the Animagus form, Wissen Wright finds little need to concern himself with Transfiguration class. In terms of mastery over transformation abilities, Wissen is undoubtedly comparable to any master of transfiguration in the world, despite not yet having attempted his own Animagus transformation. Information regarding transformation abilities suggests that, theoretically, Wissen could morph into any creature. However, it remains uncertain whether he could transform into an animal of his own imagination otherwise. Such a skill would merely serve for escape. The class time arrived quietly, and the classroom gradually fell into a serene silence. Although Professor Minerva McGonagall, the instructor of Transfiguration, had yet to arrive, the dutiful Hufflepuff Badgers had already begun to engage in self-study. Just as Wissen was lost in thought, casually flipping through the Transfiguration textbook, a tabby cat suddenly leapt onto his desk, intently observing his movements with a quizzical tilt of its head. "Wissen, look!" Cedric exclaimed, nudging Wasing's arm. The naive boy could not help but smile at the cat's seemingly anthropomorphic behavior. Cedric even contemplated reaching out to shake the cat's paw. For a Hufflepuff never hides their affection for any creature. However, some animals should not be approached recklessly. When Wissen Wright noticed this scene, his gaze fell upon the tabby cat, and he immediately recognized its peculiarity. This was no ordinary cat. No, Wissen Wright could barely prevent Cedric from reaching out. In truth, this tabby was not a cat at all. It was the Animagus form of a master of transfiguration. In the next moment, the tabby cat swiftly leapt from the desk, and as it descended, its form rapidly transformed, startling all present as it morphed into a witch, Professor Minerva McGonagall, the very instructor of their Transfiguration class, a vice principal renowned for her fairness. Despite being the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall managed to treat every student equally in her administration of school affairs. Mr. Light, Professor McGonagall addressed, standing beside the desk and ignoring Cedric's awkwardness. She gently advised Wissen, "I hope you can focus a bit more while reading your textbook next time. Perhaps slow down a little while flipping through the pages." Chapter 42. The Invader Among Us in the Night. Transfiguration is undeniably a fascinating subject, as the ability to transform objects is a hallmark of wizardry. Standing by the lectern, Professor McGonagall waved her wand lightly, transforming the desk beside her into an endearingly rotund pig. Wow! The little wizards gasped in astonishment, unable to close their mouths. Even Cedric, who had diligently self-studied all the first-year courses, could not help but marvel at Professor McGonagall's exceptional transfiguration skills. Wissen Wright's attention wandered. At that moment, his thoughts were not on Professor McGonagall's transfiguration magic. Rather, he was contemplating her Animagus form, as a witch who could transform into a cat. Did Professor McGonagall enjoy catching mice? It seemed there was an avenue to explore. Wasing's fingers curled slightly, signaling his deep contemplation. Perhaps tonight he could challenge Professor McGonagall to a duel of transfiguration skills. This was not merely a task reward. It was also to reinforce Mr. Peter Pettigrew's identity as the Dark Lord. While Wissen Wright pondered seriously, a matchstick suddenly appeared on his desk, an alternative application of transfiguration, conjuring objects from thin air. "All right, that concludes today's lesson," Professor McGonagall said, slowly bringing her hands together. "Today, you'll learn to transform this matchstick into a needle." Instinctively, Wissen grasped his wand and effortlessly transformed the matchstick into a needle. Such a transformation was child's play for him. "Well done, Mr. Light," Professor McGonagall remarked approvingly, casting a glance of appreciation toward Wissen before fulfilling her role as a teacher. "Hufflepuff gains 10 points. That was the quickest transformation I have ever witnessed. Perhaps you have already studied the textbook in advance?" This new student was truly remarkable, exhibiting an extraordinary talent for transfiguration. His control over magical energy, casting speed, and precision far surpassed that of his peers. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. She should have insisted that this prodigy be placed in Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony, as historically, Gryffindor students excelled in transfiguration. "Yes, Professor. Wasting Light did not refute McGonagall's assumption. This transfiguration class was merely an appetizer. Tonight, Hogwarts would be the true stage for transfiguration magic. He hoped the professor would not be too astonished, for from this evening onward, the entire history of transfiguration in the Wizarding World would be irrevocably altered. It must be said that Hogwarts scheduling had its flaws. For instance, potion and transfiguration classes were both slated for Monday, leaving the young wizards exhausted after a full day of learning. That evening, in the Hufflepuff dormitory, the flowered clover scent by Professor Sprout continued to bloom, its refreshing fragrance enveloping the room, allowing Cedric to quickly drift back to sleep. Truly, the herbology professor was remarkable. Wasting Light placed the potted plant near Cedric's bedside, hoping it would grant his roommate a restful slumber. Once Cedric succumbed to slumber, Wasting retrieved the Marauder's map and a vial of Polyjuice potion, taking a slow sip. Tonight at Hogwarts, it seemed he was not the only one who would wander the halls in the dead of night. Rubbing his temples, he inhaled the floral scent wafting from his clothing, casting a cleansing charm to mask the fragrance that might reveal his presence. In the late hours, on the second floor of Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall's office was a sanctuary of reflection. The head of Gryffindor House and Transfiguration instructor was still reminiscing about the afternoon's class, carefully holding a quill as she recorded each new student's performance in her notes. Professor McGonagall never overlooked any student. She aimed to educate based on their individual performances. Some students required additional practice, others needed to accelerate their learning pace, some merited encouragement, while others required constructive criticism. She was one of the most diligent professors at Hogwarts. Regrettably, Professor McGonagall had yet to encounter a single animagus among her students and harbored a desire to teach one. In truth, among all the students she had instructed, at least 4 had emerged as animagi, though none had registered with the Ministry of Magic. Professor Minerva McGonagall had finally completed her lesson plan. She meticulously tidied her desk before making her way to the window, where, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, her figure quietly vanished. A tabby cat stealthily appeared on the floor, leaping gracefully onto the windowsill. Content, it stretched its paws and rested its head comfortably upon them. Work hours had concluded. It was time to rest. This was a small secret of Professor McGonagall's, being a master of animagus transformation. She relished her animal form so much that she would sometimes sneak off to sleep like an ordinary cat. The deep night at Hogwarts had grown increasingly tranquil. Just as the tabby cat was about to close its eyes in blissful slumber, it suddenly heard the unmistakable voices of the Weasley twins emanating from upstairs. In her animal form, both her hearing and sense of smell were far more acute than a human's. Surely, this must be a dream. The mischievous twins could not possibly be breaking school rules every single day. How could anyone be wandering the halls of Hogwarts at such an hour? Were they on an adventure? Regrettably, the Weasley twins were indeed those kinds of students. The tabby cat, feeling a tinge of dismay, lingered for a moment before jumping down from the windowsill and nudging open the office door, determined to investigate the matter further. Outside, the corridor was deserted. After pondering for a moment, the tabby cat resolved to quietly patrol the area, lest the twins stir up any trouble once more. As it stealthily descended the stairs, a short, stout shadow emerged, entering Professor McGonagall's office. It was evident that this unwelcome intruder harbored ill intentions. The dim light of the late hour illuminated the figure of none other than Peter Pettigrew, a former student of Professor McGonagall. Let me think about how to greet her, he mused, stroking his chin with a pointed finger, self-aware as he spoke to himself. Even someone like me must respect Professor McGonagall. Surely, I should show her even more respect. Chapter 43. The Reappearance of Peter Pettigrew. In the dead of night, tranquility had fled from Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall, transformed into her tabby cat form, quietly patrolled the 3rd floor, instantly discovering the Weasley twins, who were engaged in their clandestine midnight escapade. The head of Gryffindor House felt that the antics of the Weasley twins would surely add years to her life. Their audacity was astounding. They had even fashioned a pair of special shoes to facilitate their nighttime adventures, designed to muffle their footsteps and evade detection. Thankfully, she had heard them tonight. Otherwise, had anything happened to them within the school grounds, how could she possibly explain it to their parents? Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, suppressing her ire, and spoke sternly. Avonty, you learned your lesson from the magical trap you fell into a few days ago. However, Fred Weasley, momentarily flustered, suddenly retorted with a grin. Professor McGonagall, don't you think that trap was rather intriguing? George Weasley, standing beside him, eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, what secrets could such an impressive trap possibly conceal? Professor McGonagall found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Well, the magical trap was undeniably fascinating. She knew it had been set by Dumbledore. As a witch hailing from Gryffindor herself, she could not deny her own curiosity about such matters. What might Dumbledore have hidden behind that trap? Yet, curiosity was certainly not a valid excuse for the Weasley twins to evade punishment. Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall resolutely declared, undeterred by their chatter. Due to your repeated violation of Hogwarts curfew, Gryffindor House will deduct 50 points for each of you. 50 points. Fred and George exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the severity of the penalty. Professor McGonagall continued calmly. To be precise, you have collectively caused Gryffindor to lose 100 points. I hope you will remember today's lesson. Professor McGonagall, you're the head of Gryffindor. Fred and George's eyes darted back and forth, and they immediately sought to curry favor with their headmistress. If their older brother Charlie were to discover that they had lost 100 points, he might feel a twinge of regret, while Percy would undoubtedly scold them mercilessly. Percy was always keen on the House Cup, diligently studying to contribute to Gryffindor's score. During holidays, he would often lament about students who caused the house to lose points. Who could have imagined that his own brothers would be the culprits? Of course, such trivial matters could be overlooked. What was paramount was that they would be looked down upon by their peers. As your head of Gryffindor, I must make this decision, and I hope you will remember today's lesson. Professor McGonagall observed the two boys, who appeared somewhat dejected yet seemed determined not to learn from their mistakes, and continued solemnly, in addition to the points deduction, I will inform Mr. Hagrid tomorrow that you will accompany him on a night patrol in the Forbidden Forest as punishment. The twins exchanged puzzled glances. They blinked simultaneously, recalling that the Forbidden Forest was also a prohibited area. This did not seem entirely unfavorable. Their spirits lifted once more, much to Professor McGonagall's chagrin. Why did Gryffindor always attract such peculiar troublemakers? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief that that boy named Wissen Wright hadn't entered Gryffindor. In her heart, she felt a hint of regret, for he truly possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning transfiguration. To ensure they would not escape, Professor McGonagall instructed the caretaker, Filch, to escort the twins back to the Gryffindor dormitory before returning to her office for a moment of respite. The night fell silent once more. Just as Professor McGonagall reached to push open the door, she glimpsed a somewhat familiar stout man within her office. The stout man, hearing the door creak, slowly turned to face his former headmistress and stammered, Professor McGonagall, why are you back so soon? Mr. Pettigrew? Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed instantly. This stout man was one of her former students, Peter Pettigrew, who had always lingered around James Potter and Sirius Black, two notorious troublemakers. Despite the company he kept, Pettigrew himself rarely sought out conflict. 8 years ago, the news of the demise of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, who was killed by Sirius Black, reached Professor Minerva McGonagall, leaving her with a tinge of sorrow for her former student. Wait a moment. Peter Pettigrew had long been deceased. Professor McGonagall was utterly unaware of his resurrection and swiftly drew her wand, aiming it at Peter Pettigrew. Who are you? Why do you appear here at this moment? I am your student, Peter Pettigrew replied, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face, his claw-like hands spread across his chest as if desperately attempting to explain. Professor McGonagall, do you not remember me? Answer my question, Professor McGonagall demanded, her vigilance unwavering. The esteemed, which had already discerned that her office had been ransacked, indicating that this individual was not here for benevolent reasons. It truly is me, Professor, Peter Pettigrew protested, his face marred by a look of grievance, his hands flailing as he sought to clarify, seemingly saddened that his former teacher regarded him as a stranger. Just as Professor McGonagall continued to point her wand at him, while furrowing her brow in contemplation, Peter Pettigrew's demeanor suddenly shifted. In the next moment, the plump man's expression hardened, becoming cold and somewhat menacing. It appears that Professor Dumbledore has yet to inform you about me. Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall replied, her brow furrowed in perplexity. I shall inquire with him myself. For now, tell me, who are you and why are you here? Professor, did you not recognize me? Peter Pettigrew shook his head in resignation, speaking softly. Regardless of your inquiries, you will naturally come to believe my words are true once you question Professor Dumbledore. As for my presence here, Peter Pettigrew sighed. The Wizarding World has been abuzz these past few days. A first-year student has drawn the sword of Gryffindor. Regrettably, I learned of this too late. The night I stealthily infiltrated here to retrieve something was the very night the legendary sword of Gryffindor was revealed. I was so close to obtaining it. Chapter 44. Fortunately, two red-haired little rascals triggered a trap for me. In truth, the news of a first-year student drawing the sword of Gryffindor was no secret. Many upperclassmen had shared the events of the sorting ceremony with their parents. Such an occurrence was simply too intriguing. A first year capable of drawing the legendary sword of Gryffindor chose to join Hufflepuff for the sake of friendship. The entire wizarding community was rife with curiosity about this newcomer, many knowing that this student was the adopted child of old Barty Crouch, which lent some credence to the promise made by the elder Crouch regarding Weasley. Naturally, wizards were also exceedingly curious about the sword of Gryffindor. They had never anticipated that the rumors surrounding the sorting ceremony, passed down through generations, were indeed true. Those who studied at Hogwarts in the past had truly walked a perilous path. However, no one would have imagined that someone would infiltrate Hogwarts with designs on the sword of Gryffindor. What a pity. Peter Pettigrew unabashedly expressed his covetousness for the sword of Gryffindor, spreading his arms in lament. Had I known the sword of Gryffindor was present that night, I would not have departed so easily. Professor McGonagall regarded Peter Pettigrew with an intense gaze, questioning sternly, "You infiltrated Hogwarts on the very day the first-year students arrived?" "Indeed," Peter Pettigrew admitted, a look of resignation crossing his face as he sighed. "Perhaps it was my overconfidence, believing I could control everything, that led me to overlook the fact that Gryffindor possessed treasures rivaling those of other houses." As he spoke, a deeper look of regret crossed his features. "By the time I learned of the sword of Gryffindor, all the secret passages have been ensnared with magical traps, likely the handiwork of Professor Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall's expression grew grave. It suddenly dawned upon her why Dumbledore had set numerous magical traps to guard against clandestine intrusions into the school. Fortunately, a glint of relief flickered in Peter Pettigrew's eyes, and a smile, ambiguous in its nature, crept onto his lips. "I had been awaiting another opportunity to infiltrate the school. Thankfully, two red-haired little rascals triggered a magical trap, rendering it ineffective, allowing me to sneak in without alerting Professor Dumbledore." As he recounted this, Peter Pettigrew speculated with a hint of amusement, "If I'm not mistaken, those two identical little rascals must belong to Gryffindor, correct?" "I am certain of it, for they sport red hair. They must be from the Weasley family, as every Weasley wizard is invariably a Gryffindor." As he concluded, Peter Pettigrew even praised the two little troublemakers. "They truly are two well-behaved children. Had it not been for their triggering the trap, I would not have been able to enter the school so easily." Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. The head of Gryffindor House listened to Peter Pettigrew's taunts, her desire to retrieve the Weasley twins and give them a stern talking to, intensifying. If it were not for those two mischievous boys ruining the trap, how could this man have infiltrated Hogwarts? The Weasley twins were simply too prone to causing chaos. At that moment, Professor McGonagall was filled with a resolve to ensure that the twin brothers would mend their ways. Peter Pettigrew seemed to sense Professor McGonagall's change in mood and deftly redirected the conversation. "Very well. Let us not dwell on those little rascals any longer. Instead, let us return to the matter at hand." Peter Pettigrew slowly bowed, adopting a humble demeanor. "Professor McGonagall, you are my most esteemed teacher, and I shall forever hold you in high regard. I would not wish to harm a single hair on your head, nor even meet your gaze." "I do not know what you have endured," Professor McGonagall remarked cautiously, maintaining her wand's aim at Peter Pettigrew, wary of any potential nefarious schemes from the stout man before her. She continued, "If you truly are that child, Peter, then divulge everything to me, and accompany me to see Dumbledore." "I am afraid I cannot do that. I am now an adversary of Professor Dumbledore," Peter Pettigrew replied, seemingly unfazed by the wand in McGonagall's hand, as if it were no more formidable than a common stick. "Headmistress, might you lower your wand? I harbor no intent to harm you." "Sleep now," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, abruptly waving her wand, sending a spell of slumber soaring toward Peter Pettigrew. Stupefied, Peter Pettigrew casually snapped his fingers, effortlessly dispelling the sleeping charm mid-flight. Professor McGonagall appeared to anticipate the first spell's potential failure, as she continued to wield her wand, unleashing a torrent of spells. The diminutive figure of Peter Pettigrew extended a solitary finger, deftly deflecting every spell that danced forth from Professor Minerva McGonagall's wand. In mere seconds, the incantations aimed at him left scorch marks on his nails. This midnight intruder bore a conflicted expression, seemingly wrestling with the reluctance to confront Professor McGonagall. Alas, clenching his jaw, Peter found himself begrudgingly resentful of his own inadequacy. It appeared that he would glean no information regarding the whereabouts of the Gryffindor sword from her. In the next instant, he wholly relinquished the futile endeavor. The stout man as form twisted and shrank into that of a mouse, scurrying past Professor McGonagall and escaping from the office. This spectacle left Minerva McGonagall utterly astonished. The intruder, who had ostensibly been Peter Pettigrew, was in fact an animagus, a revelation that greatly exceeded her expectations. Yet, Had he forgotten that she, as the head of Gryffindor House, was also an animagus, adept at restraining her own animal form? If he believed he could evade her watchful eyes simply by transforming into a mouse, he woefully underestimated her prowess as the head of Gryffindor. In a flash, Minerva McGonagall morphed into a tabby cat, swiftly pursuing the trail left by the mouse, initiating a chase reminiscent of a classic cat-and-mouse game within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Chapter 45. The Animagus Who Could Transform into 3 Creatures. Under ordinary circumstances, the antics of a cat and mouse would be unremarkable. However, this particular pursuit unfolding in Hogwarts was far rarer than any Auror's efforts to apprehend dark wizards. Frankly speaking, many wizards may never witness such a spectacle in their lifetime. This confrontation was a duel between 2 masters of animagus transformation, a rarity in the 20th century, where only 7 new animagi had been officially recorded. A brown mouse scuttled along the floor, traversing the corridor's corners, appearing no different from an ordinary foraging rodent in the ancient castle. Until, without warning, a tabby cat emerged, darting towards it, causing the mouse to hasten its pace and flee towards the stairs. The cat and mouse ascended the staircase simultaneously. Relying on its diminutive stature, the mouse nimbly maneuvered through the gaps in the banister, desperate to evade capture by the tabby cat. The cat found itself unable to navigate through those crevices. In the next moment, the tabby cat abruptly reverted to its human form. With a resounding blast, Minerva McGonagall sought the elusive mouse, swiftly raising her wand to cast a spell, intending to shatter the banister. Creating an open space would ensure that a mouse could never escape the clutches of a cat. Just as the spell detonated, the mouse's form transformed back into that of Peter Pettigrew, his hands gripping the banister as he vaulted upward with an agility uncharacteristic of his stout frame. Landing on another staircase, Petrificus Totalis, Minerva McGonagall focused intently on the rapidly shifting positions of Peter, relentlessly unleashing her spells. Crucio, Petrificus Totalis, Petrificus Totalis. A flurry of incantations erupted, yet these spells proved utterly ineffective against Peter. Whenever one of these spells was poised to strike, his body swiftly morphed back into a mouse, dodging McGonagall's onslaught. Cutting indeed, just as the mouse seemed on the verge of escape, Minerva McGonagall grasped the banister tightly, her form transforming once more into the animagus tabby cat. With powerful hind legs pushing off the banister, she leapt gracefully down the staircase, igniting a new round of pursuit. The chase between animagi was infinitely more exhilarating than any confrontation between wizards. When Peter realized he could not shake off the tabby cat, he reverted to his mouse form, seeking refuge in the various storage rooms of Hogwarts. Yet he could not elude McGonagall's relentless pursuit. As she spotted Peter about to disappear into a storage room, she quickly shifted back to her human form and wielded her wand to demolish the cluttered space. For them, the transition between animagus and human forms was almost seamless, representing the pinnacle of transformation mastery. In a matter of minutes, Peter and Minerva had lost count of the number of transformations they had undergone, having chased one another from the 2nd floor up to the 7th. Along the way, they traversed the library, the armory corridor, the restricted section, and countless classrooms. Even the most adept animagus would find such a complex environment an opportunity for escape. However, Peter found no such reprieve. He was relentlessly pursued by McGonagall. Yet, the next encounter might not yield the same outcome. Now on the 7th floor, once they ascended to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, given the ladder's intricate layout, Peter would find it exponentially more challenging to be discovered in his mouse form. The 8th floor was also the most familiar territory for Peter, housing the Gryffindor dormitory, as well as the headmaster's office. However, capturing an animagus was no simple task, even for Dumbledore. For the heartbeat and essence of an animagus mirrored that of their animal counterpart. With a thunderous explosion, Minerva McGonagall saw the mouse preparing to ascend the stairs again and swiftly reverted to her human form, brandishing her wand. A spell shot forth from her wand, blasting a section of the staircase into a cloud of dust. With no other option, Peter, in his mouse form, was compelled to retreat back to the 7th floor corridor in search of a hiding spot. Now, you shall not escape. Minerva McGonagall's body twisted and shrank once more into a tabby cat, leaping onto the railing and using its momentum to pounce in the direction of the mouse. This time, there was no way to evade capture, just as the tabby cat leaped into the air, preparing to pin down the mouse. A startling turn of events unfolded that left the cat aghast. The tabby cat stared in bewilderment as the mouse it had lunged for suddenly enlarged dramatically, transforming into a creature of formidable size. No, this was not merely a change in size. The mouse had morphed into an entirely different animal. It was no longer a mouse, but a resplendent lion, majestic and powerful, akin to the emblem of Gryffindor House. The tabby cat seemed momentarily paralyzed by fear, for it had never encountered anyone capable of transforming into such a large creature, nor had it witnessed anyone possessing two distinct animagus forms. Indeed, such a phenomenon had never before been witnessed. The invader, suspected to be the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, astonishingly possesses the animagus forms of both a mouse and a lion, utterly shattering the Wizarding World's understanding. It is hard for any wizard to fathom that someone could transform into two distinct creatures. This imposing lion flicked its head, seemingly still adjusting to its current state, while a dazed tabby cat clung to its back. After a few moments of bewilderment, the lion quickly regained its composure, vigorously shaking its body and dislodging the tabby cat. Despite both being felines, the stark contrast in their sizes was evident, in terms of intimidation and lethality. The differences between a lion and a cat are practically astronomical. The lion's temperament is far more ferocious. As the majestic beast became aware of the cat's presence, it suddenly twisted its head, extending a massive paw to pin the little feline to the ground. With a roar, its gaping maw lunged towards the cat's head. Just one bite could easily end the life of this little creature. The kitten appeared utterly paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the lion as it prepared to strike. However, the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. This seemed merely a display of intimidation from a lion, or perhaps Peter Pettigrew, in this form, was reluctant to genuinely harm his esteemed headmaster. Upon realizing that the tabby cat he had pinned showed no reaction, the lion shook its head dismissively and gradually turned toward the window ledge of the corridor. Under the watchful gaze of Professor Minerva McGonagall's transformed tabby cat, the lion's form rapidly diminished, transforming in the blink of an eye into a small sparrow that flitted out of the castle. Not merely two forms. Peter Pettigrew could metamorphose into three animals. He must be the most formidable animagus in history. Chapter 46. I trust Mr. Pettigrew will have sweet dreams. After a considerable time, the tabby cat on the ground gradually reverted to human form. Professor Minerva McGonagall, steadying herself against the railing, stood up, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. If that was indeed Peter, how could he possibly assume three animagus forms? This revelation was utterly revolutionary for Professor McGonagall. Within the entirety of the British magical community, aside from the long-esteemed Transfiguration Master Albus Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly one of the most proficient in the art of transformation. Yet tonight, she had witnessed an even more terrifying animagus, one capable of transforming into a mouse, a lion, and a sparrow. If that intruder truly was Peter Pettigrew, it was a cause for celebration, whether it be the resurrection of a former student or their surpassing their teacher in a mastery of transfiguration. However, the extent of Peter Pettigrew's transformations was staggering. Professor McGonagall remained rooted in contemplation for several moments, recalling Peter Pettigrew's words upon their first encounter, realizing that Dumbledore must be aware of the hidden implications. As anticipated, when Dumbledore learned from Professor McGonagall of Peter's infiltration in Hogwarts, his expression suggested he had long anticipated this development. He slipped in again when Dumbledore met Professor McGonagall, still clad in his nightrobe, his brow furrowed slightly. The question remains, how did he gain entry? Are there still vulnerabilities within the school? The old wizard's demeanor was calm when discussing Peter, for he understood that Pettigrew would undoubtedly create a plethora of troubles. After all, a puppet master who had lurked in the shadows for so many years, amassing power and knowledge, could not simply reveal himself and vanish again without consequence. Surprisingly, only 2 days had elapsed since Peter Pettigrew's theft of the Marauder's map, and yet another upheaval had arisen. Moreover, he had evidently set magical traps. If Peter Pettigrew managed to secretly infiltrate Hogwarts, it would surely alert the headmaster. How could he have once again slipped in unnoticed? Albus, you knew all along. Professor McGonagall's face displayed a hint of displeasure as she muttered her grievances. 2 of our Weasley students stumbled into your magical traps, providing Peter the perfect opportunity to sneak in. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Well, I never anticipated that could be a vulnerability. Dumbledore could only feel a deep sense of helplessness regarding the situation. Minerva, you should find a way to educate your students, so those 2 rascals remain in line for a while. Now, do get some rest. I understand, but don't change the subject. Professor McGonagall felt her frustration mounting, rubbing her temples as she sought to regain her thoughts. At the very least, tell me what this is all about, why Peter is still alive, and how he came to be like this. Professor McGonagall's fingers tapped against her forehead, her expression one of exasperation. I never knew such an animagus could exist, capable of transforming into 3 different creatures, and that this individual is one of my students. 3 forms? Indeed, without a doubt. Professor McGonagall nodded earnestly, reminiscing about the 2 occasions she had witnessed Peter Pettigrew's transformations. The first time he attempted to escape from my office, becoming a small mouse. The second time, just as I was on the verge of capturing the mouse, he transformed into a lion, reminiscent of the lion in our Gryffindor crest. And the third time, he morphed into a sparrow and flew away. That scene truly left Professor McGonagall in shock, particularly as she had been in her tabby cat form, utterly powerless against such a colossal lion, nearly perishing in the encounter. I understand now. Dumbledore's expression darkened considerably. The mere existence of 3 animagus forms far surpassed that of all wizards who practice transfiguration in the magical realm. Even Dumbledore himself could not predict the extent of Peter Pettigrew's growth during his 8 years of concealment. Furthermore, no one could ascertain that Pettigrew was limited to just 3 forms. If he possessed additional transformations, this would imply that locating him would be an insurmountable challenge, leaving them to passively await his arrival into their traps. To speak candidly, Dumbledore believed that the likelihood of Peter Pettigrew aspiring to become the 3rd Dark Lord was exceedingly high. He might even surpass Voldemort in his endeavors. Even if Pettigrew's power were only half that of Voldemort, his superior intellect could compensate for those deficiencies. And even Dumbledore felt that Peter Pettigrew would prove more formidable than Voldemort. Just as Dumbledore was deep in thought, Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. Interrupting his contemplation with a raised voice, "Dumbledore, you must at least tell me what is going on. Why is Peter still alive? Why has he become like this? A student from Gryffindor College seeks to steal the Gryffindor sword. He intends to steal the Gryffindor sword?" Dumbledore once again seized upon the crux of the matter, his eyes instantly sparkling with insight, before quickly tempering his expression. "I see. Perhaps I have discerned his motivation for desiring that artifact. Due to the fact that the sword of Gryffindor possesses the remarkable ability to vanquish any malevolent dark magical artifact." Although Dumbledore remained uncertain as to how Peter Pettigrew had come by this knowledge, it was unequivocally apparent that Pettigrew's intention was to seize the sword to eradicate the Horcruxes left behind by Voldemort. Does this not imply that Peter Pettigrew harbors one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in his possession? Dumbledore. Professor Minerva McGonagall felt her patience wearing thin, as she wondered why Dumbledore was so reticent to address the matter at hand. Dumbledore, with a firm rap on the table. Professor McGonagall expressed her dissatisfaction. "You ought to divulge the truth to me, rather than allowing me to prompt you into contemplation." "Very well." Dumbledore shook his head, speaking with a sense of resignation. "Minerva, if you wish, I hope you will not be too astonished after hearing this. It appears Gryffindor House may have a rather troublesome student. This matter can no longer remain concealed, for sooner or later, Pettigrew will stir up trouble. All the professors at Hogwarts must heighten their vigilance to prevent Pettigrew from infiltrating the school again, especially since he has now set his sights on the sword of Gryffindor, which Dumbledore simply cannot abide." While Dumbledore was elucidating the concealed truth regarding Peter Pettigrew to Professor McGonagall, they were unaware that the impostor, who had caused considerable chaos, had returned to Hufflepuff dormitory that very night. Indeed, it was once again Wissen Wright, for only he possessed the extraordinary ability to transform into 3 distinct animal forms. As for the events of the evening, they would only serve to elevate Dumbledore's wariness towards Peter Pettigrew, leading him to steadfastly believe that Pettigrew was the true mastermind behind it all. What relevance does this hold for Wissen Wright? For Wissen, the most significant aspect was that he had acquired a substantial reward. Combat task: defeat Professor Minerva McGonagall. 11. Task completed. Reward: Fiery Curse spell. Fiery Curse, an unquenchable hellfire that, once ignited upon its target, can even harm the very soul of the victim. Only a truly powerful wizard can wield it. The Fiery Curse can undergo any form of metamorphosis, and once its full power is unleashed, it can persist for a considerable time, even without sufficient magical energy to sustain it. Combat task: defeat the head of Gryffindor. 11. Task completed. Reward: magical special skill, stone chess, health points, 500, magic points, 100. Stone chess possesses the ability to manipulate stones to create stone puppets and can also command other statues in battle. Although Wissen Wright found the stone chess magical skill rather peculiar, the generous health bonus that accompanied the reward left him exceedingly satisfied with the events of the night. Wissen Wright carefully tucked himself under his small blanket, contentedly closing his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he wished. Mr. Pettigrew must also be asleep. May everyone have sweet dreams tonight. Good night. Chapter 47. Professor Amelia Bones of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Most individuals in the world yearn for a tranquil life. Yet, there will always arise peculiar, well-meaning individuals who delight in assisting others in leading exhilarating lives, such as helping others to stand against the world. Wissen Wright is such a well-meaning person. Now that this well-meaning individual has drifted into a deep slumber, the puppet master he himself created, Peter Pettigrew, has finally become the enemy of all at Hogwarts. In the dead of night, within the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Professor McGonagall had gleaned some truths. For instance, Peter Pettigrew had betrayed everyone, orchestrating the demise of Voldemort and the Potters, while also crafting the explosive incident that wrongfully implicated Sirius Black. The cowardice of that Gryffindor had unveiled his true nature, declaring to the world his ambition to become the third Dark Lord. This was far from a favorable development. The reputation of Gryffindor House would be utterly tarnished by his actions. As the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall could not possibly stand idly by and allow such a calamity to unfold. Indeed, she was even more concerned about the reputation of Gryffindor than others might imagine, treating its students with an even greater degree of strictness. "Do not fret, Minerva," Dumbledore reassured the anxious McGonagall, taking his time to explain. "We should have been mentally prepared for this. Gryffindor House cannot be comprised solely of benevolent wizards, as we are all too aware. What shall we do now? For the moment, there is little we can do." Dumbledore slowly approached the window, gazing at the starry night sky. And after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, "If Peter is a high-level animagus capable of transforming into 3 different animals, our chances of locating him are exceedingly slim. In truth, an animagus's animal form is akin to that of any ordinary creature. Moreover, given that Peter Pettigrew is capable of transforming into 3 different animals, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he could assume other forms as well, rendering Dumbledore quite helpless." Contemplating Peter Pettigrew's actions that night, Dumbledore solemnly stated, "What concerns me more is that Peter may be deliberately showcasing his magical prowess. If he aspires to become the Dark Lord, he cannot remain hidden indefinitely. What can I do?" Professor McGonagall could not help but furrow her brow, rambling on. How could Gryffindor possibly produce a Dark Lord, when even dark wizards are remarkably scarce? The arrival of the unexpected is always so unrelenting. Dumbledore slowly shook his head, softly continuing, "Minerva, do not dwell too heavily on this. You are a teacher at Hogwarts, and a teacher's legacy is forever tied to their students." Minerva McGonagall instantly recalled Peter Pettigrew's words from that evening, her expression darkening as she clenched her fists in frustration. "Our 2 young Weasley gentlemen have once again violated the curfew rules. Truly, the Weasley twins are incorrigible. Had it not been for their careless disruption of the traps set by Dumbledore, how could Peter Pettigrew have found the opportunity to infiltrate the school?" The following day, all the houses at Hogwarts received the news. Due to the Weasley twins' breach of school rules, Gryffindor House was penalized 100 points. In the morning, as all the students gathered for breakfast, Professor McGonagall furiously announced this punishment in the Great Hall, having spent a sleepless night in her indignation. This was indeed delightful news. Wissen Wright was particularly pleased with this outcome. Last night, he had exerted considerable effort. "Wissen Wright, shall we attend class?" Cedric patted Wissen's shoulder, having noticed that his friend seemed to be in good spirits today. The day ahead was filled with a hectic schedule, comprising 3 classes. Aside from a brief lesson with Professor Flitwick on charms, the remaining 2 substantial classes were entirely dedicated to defense against the dark arts. When discussing the defense against the dark arts course, one cannot overlook the position of the professor for this subject at Hogwarts. In the past, Voldemort was still quite young. Back then, he was known as Tom Riddle, and this future Dark Lord had found himself struggling to secure a suitable position after graduating from Hogwarts. Thus, Tom Riddle proactively approached his mentor, Albus Dumbledore, seeking the esteemed position of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, aspiring to secure a teaching post. Dumbledore, however, declined his request. The reason for his refusal lay in Dumbledore's recognition of Riddle's fervent obsession with dark magic. He deemed it irresponsible to appoint such an individual to teach a course centered on combating the very darkness Riddle was drawn to. Dumbledore's decision mirrors that of the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, which rejected a self-taught artist, both instances resulting in significant turmoil for the world. Tom Riddle remained haunted by this dismissal. Consequently, he placed a curse upon the position of the defense against the dark arts professor, ensuring that any occupant of this role could serve no more than a single year. While the veracity of Voldemort's curse remains uncertain, it is indisputable that henceforth, every professor of this subject at Hogwarts was compelled to vacate their position within a year due to various unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Dumbledore was burdened each year with the arduous task of finding a suitable candidate for the role, leaving one to wonder if he ever regretted his initial rejection of Voldemort. Naturally, this matter became shrouded in secrecy. With the commencement of a new academic year, the position of defense against the dark arts professor became vacant once more. Dumbledore personally extended an invitation to a witch named Amelia Bones to assume the role for the current year. The entirety of the magical community was aware that Amelia Bones could serve no more than a year in this position, not solely due to Voldemort's curse, but also because Amelia was on the cusp of promotion. She had recently stepped down from her position as the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, retaining only her seat as a permanent member of the WizardingWorld. However, it was common knowledge that Amelia Bones would undoubtedly be elevated to the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement the following year, rendering her unable to continue teaching at Hogwarts, even for a mere year. Amelia was warmly received by many students, particularly those from Hufflepuff House, who held her in high regard, knowing she hailed from their own house. Among her admirers was her nephew, Irvin Bones, who, at that moment, was quietly lamenting to himself about his aunt's strict principles. He mused that no appeal could sway her once she had made a decision, as the reasons presented were invariably deemed insufficient. Just then, a calm voice pierced the classroom atmosphere as a somewhat broad hand gently patted Irvin Bones on the head. It was Amelia Bones. This surely was a serious professor, thought Irvin. In the first lesson, the students listened intently. Professor Amelia Bones did not delve into the defenses against various dark creatures. Perhaps she believed that the inaugural class should leave a profound impression on the students. Instead, she dedicated the session to recounting the nefarious history of dark wizards and the detrimental effects of dark magic on a magical world. She did not shy away from mentioning the Dark Lord, Voldemort. As she spoke of the ominous dark mark hovering over a house, her brow furrowed slightly, continuing, "People already knew that within that house lay nothing but a heap of corpses, a result of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, who reveled in murder for sport. During that dark era, every wizard ventured forth with trepidation, fearing the dark mark might appear over their own home, dreading the possibility that upon returning, they would find only the cold bodies of their loved ones, who had bid them farewell that very morning." The young witches and wizards shivered at her words, for it was their first encounter with such a brutal history. Several among them had families that had perished at the hands of Death Eaters, and some even broke down in tears. Unbeknownst to these young students, Professor Bones harbored a deeper sorrow within her heart as she recounted this history, for she had lived through that dark time. Tragically, her brother Edgar Bones and his family had fallen victim to a group of Death Eaters. Indeed, the stories she shared were born from her own experiences. When she and her brother rushed to their uncle's home, they were greeted by the sight of the dark mark ominously floating above, and all that remained were the lifeless bodies of her brother's family. The grief and helplessness she endured were profound. Yet, this resolute professor exhibited no sign of weakness or mourning. Instead, she continued with unwavering composure, stating, "Whether for your own protection or for the safeguarding of your cherished family and friends, I hope every first-year student present here can acquire the knowledge to resist dark wizards through this defense against the dark arts course." The young witches and wizards immediately lifted their heads in response. Although Amelia Bones's teaching style may have been somewhat stern, it did not detract from her high level of instruction, particularly as she was poised to ascend to a prominent position within the Ministry of Magic. At the very least, no one could dismiss the significance of a defense against the dark arts. Perhaps this was precisely the objective of Professor Amelia Bones in her inaugural lesson. Her teaching proved remarkably effective, even captivating young Irvin. In contrast, while the other students trembled, Irvin absorbed the lessons with diligence. The transgressions of Voldemort and his Death Eaters were vital lessons for him to remember. A Dark Lord who only knew how to instill terror was destined for failure. As a Dark Lord, one must not act recklessly. One must proceed with calculated precision. At the very least, one should exhibit a semblance of cunning, akin to the rat Peter Pettigrew, whom Irvin himself had disguised. As the first defense against the dark arts class concluded, all the young witches and wizards had come to recognize the importance of this subject, as it was the only course that would teach them to combat in the manner of wizards. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between individuals. Some only just grasped the importance of learning, while others had already gleaned lessons from the failures of predecessors. This difference is not merely one of understanding the world, but perhaps also reflects a divergence in moral character. How many minds could think as uniquely as Irvin's? In contrast to Professor Amelia Bones of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, presented as a figure of extensive knowledge. Professor Flitwick was the head of Ravenclaw House, Despite his stature being rather diminutive, approximately a meter tall, and somewhat resembling a gnome, he sported a head full of fluffy white hair and a beard. He was a well-respected educator at Hogwarts, having taught there for many years. Even within the entire school, Professor Flitwick commanded considerable respect. However, this did not imply that he was devoid of charm. In fact, during his youth, he was a champion in wizard dueling, a fact that was often celebrated among the students of Ravenclaw House. Many within Hogwarts were aware of this. The Sorting Hat of Hogwarts is not omnipotent. It took an inordinate amount of time to determine the appropriate houses for two new students. One of them was Professor Flitwick, and the other was Professor Minerva McGonagall. In their youth, both were deemed by the Sorting Hat to embody the qualities of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw simultaneously. Professor McGonagall was placed in Gryffindor, while Professor Flitwick was assigned to Ravenclaw. This is particularly intriguing. Had they been sorted into the opposite houses, their roles as heads of their respective houses might have been reversed. This also attests to the fact that Professor Flitwick is not devoid of courage. However, during his classes, Professor Flitwick must stand atop a stack of thick textbooks. Otherwise, most students might not catch even a glimpse of him. If all goes as anticipated, Weasley believes he might earn Professor Flitwick's praise in Charms class, potentially garnering substantial points for Hufflepuff. Prior to the start of the school year, Weasley diligently practiced and memorized spells hundreds of times, mastering nearly all the charms required for first-year students. Why the relentless effort? Simply for this very moment. Weasley planned to leave a favorable impression on Professor Flitwick from the very first class, hoping to establish a good rapport with the head of Ravenclaw, possibly even acquiring some obscure spells from him in the future. However, a slight complication arose. What constitutes a successful spellcast? Standing on a pile of thick textbooks, Professor Flitwick waved his wand and inscribed a line on the blackboard. A precise wand movement, a perfectly intoned incantation, guided by the intent within your mind. And at that moment, a spell is successfully cast. Let's begin by practicing our wand movements. Weasley felt utterly bewildered. Why should the act of casting a spell be so particular about the wand's movement? He had never consciously learned such intricacies. Moreover, isn't magic simply a matter of flicking one's fingers? Why should there be such stringent requirements for the precision of wand movements and the intonation of incantations? This was nothing short of a challenge for Weasley. Professor Flitwick was not intentionally making things difficult for him. The erudite head of Ravenclaw had heard of Weasley's study methods and even expressed his commendation. Perhaps everyone could take a page from Mr. Weasley's book. Professor Flitwick gazed at Weasley, generously bestowing praise. If only everyone could emulate Mr. Weasley, mastering the wand movements and incantation intonations through extensive memorization until they became second nature. Much like his adept use of the levitation charm and the fire-making spell. Weasley's expression turned momentarily blank. No, you are mistaken, Professor Flitwick. He certainly could not reveal that he had always been feigning his proficiency, waving his wand haphazardly and reciting incantations nonsensically. Why should wand movements be so precise? Isn't it merely a matter of waving the wand a couple of times? Why should incantations be so meticulous about tone? Can't one simply mumble the words? Why are there so many steps to casting a spell? Isn't it just a matter of flicking a finger or blinking an eye? To be honest, taking the path of a serious wizard suddenly seemed quite daunting to Weasley. Chapter 49. Everyone, please take your seats for dinner. It is exceedingly difficult. Learning at Hogwarts is immensely challenging. For Weasley, attending class diligently proves to be a Herculean task. Perhaps the simplest thing would be to impersonate Peter Pettigrew and cause a ruckus at Hogwarts. What has become of this world? Throughout the entirety of Charms class, Professor Flitwick instructed the students on how to cast a spell known as the Softening Charm, with the incantation softening and soothing. The magical effect of this charm is to render an ordinary object, even a stone, pliable, theoretically preventing injuries from falls. Listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation of this charm, one could not help but wonder if he feared that students might accidentally hang themselves on walls and fall to the ground. Thus, an immediate issue arose. This charm lay outside Weasley's learning scope. Softening and soothing. Cedric waved his wand slowly, softly intoning the incantation, and a flicker of magical energy ignited at the tip of his wand. This magic descended upon the wooden block on the table, visibly causing it to wilt. Cedric had successfully cast his spell. Professor Flitwick waved his wand and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Look, Mr. Diggory has succeeded. Hufflepuff gains 10 points." "Thank you, Professor," Cedric replied, his face aglow with delight, a hint of crimson tinting his cheeks as he graciously acknowledged Professor Flitwick's praise. Cedric's elation was palpable as he turned to glance at his unmoving friend, his expression turning to one of surprise. Weasley? Based on Cedric's understanding of his friend, Weasley should have grasped the simple, softening charm before him. After pondering for a few seconds, Weasley attempted to channel magic into his wand, raised it toward the wooden block on the table, and softly uttered the incantation. Softening and soothing. The magical energy sank without a trace. The wooden block remained utterly still. Weasley's face instantly grew cold. Cedric, observing Weasley's demeanor, quietly suggested, "Perhaps your wand movement was a tad too vigorous, and your intonation a bit low." "Huh," Weasley chuckled softly, shaking his head at the wooden block, self-deprecatingly remarking, "No rush, I'll learn at my own pace." By the end of Charms class, Weasley still could not cast the softening charm, but fortunately, his fellow Hufflepuffs were not overly concerned. Only Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, perceived Weasley's lack of magical aptitude. Every wand movement and incantation he attempted was fraught with errors. Perhaps this young lad would have to rely solely on diligence to compensate for his shortcomings in learning. Weasley found himself at a loss for explanation. With time still on his side, there remained an afternoon defense against the dark arts class. The esteemed Professor Amelia Bones commenced her lesson, imparting an exceedingly simple and practical spell known as the Repelling Charm. Unfortunately, this charm also fell outside Weasley's learning scope. The outcome was predictable. By the time dinner was served in the Great Hall, the entire Hogwarts community was aware that Weasley, the once boisterous first year from Hufflepuff, could not master even the two simplest spells. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, a group of Hufflepuff students continued to console their little badger. Seated opposite the rather pensive Wissen, the fifth-year prefect Nymphadora Tonks struggled to suppress a smile, attempting to reassure him, "Do not fret, it's merely two simple spells. There are none easier than those. With a bit more practice, you'll master them in no time. Why, you could even win house points for Hufflepuff with a transfiguration spell." Wissen continued to chew his food slowly. "Wissen, take a look at this." The prefect seemed to sense his discontent, and suddenly her mouth transformed into a duck's bill, which she lowered towards him while quacking playfully. "We may not excel in other areas, but we are certainly adept at transfiguration." Wissen lifted his gaze to Tonks. Now sporting a duck's beak, his expression tinged with confusion, yet he nodded earnestly. "So cheer up." Tonks chuckled, reverting to her original form. She then proposed, "How about we venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight? I can introduce you to Hagrid. His hut is filled with fascinating curiosities. We must abide by the school rules." Wissen's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Tonks. "Yesterday, 2 first years from Gryffindor were penalized 100 points for breaching curfew. We've only just managed to accumulate a few house points. We cannot jeopardize them for personal whims." Suddenly, a wave of laughter erupted within the Great Hall. A senior student from Slytherin called out with arrogance towards Hufflepuff, "Hey, Hufflepuff, keeping those house points is futile. The House Cup is surely ours this year." Such words dripped with hubris, and Slytherin had every reason to be confident, having claimed the House Cup for 4 consecutive years. With the school year only just commencing, Slytherin and Ravenclaw were already far ahead. Moreover, the Quidditch matches, a significant contributor to house points, would favor Slytherin, whose team was far superior to Ravenclaw's. Hufflepuff aiming for the House Cup? How laughable. A little whelp who can't even master the 2 simplest spells dares to dream of the cup. The laughter from Slytherin echoed. A cacophony of mockery from both upperclassmen and fresh faces, amused by the folly of a young wizard who had only yesterday been bested by their former prefect. At that moment, Cedric could no longer contain himself. He set down his knife and fork, his expression darkening as he rose to confront the Slytherin table. This was an insult Cedric could not tolerate. More precisely, no Hufflepuff could endure an affront directed at one of their own friends. As Cedric stood, students from all years of Hufflepuff instinctively followed suit, rising to face Slytherin. They had insulted their cherished badger. Even the Hufflepuff prefect, usually inclined to advocate for peace, felt the tension rise, while the Gryffindor prefects grew anxious, aware that their table lay precariously between the 2 rival houses. Should a brawl ensue, it could spell disaster for the innocent bystanders. Tonks had even drawn her wand, ready to defend her house should Slytherin continue their taunts. The entirety of Hufflepuff, it seemed, was prepared to disregard the rules for a chance to retaliate. Yet amidst the brewing storm, only Wissen remained serenely seated at his place, unperturbed by Slytherin's scorn. His calm demeanor was striking. He simply continued to eat his apple, taking his time to reassure his classmates. "Let us sit and enjoy our meal. We should not allow our dining experience to be soured." Chapter 50. 3 simple words that incited Slytherin's fury. A collective bewilderment swept through the crowd. Why was Wissen still so composed when all of Hufflepuff stood ready to defend him? Surely, mealtime was not the moment for such trivialities. While everyone acknowledged the significance of dining, some matters clearly surpassed mere sustenance. Initially, Slytherin's table had quieted as many students stood, preparing to confront Hufflepuff. However, upon hearing Vissen's words, laughter erupted anew from Slytherin, their derision aimed squarely at Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff's students glared at Slytherin while occasionally glancing at the steadfast Wissen, feeling a mix of admiration and frustration. Yet they were at a loss for words. Should they tell Wissen, "We are all here backing you. Why are you so focused on your meal?" Such a sentiment felt unjust, for there was nothing wrong with a Hufflepuff savoring his food. Wissen remained unfazed by the scrutiny, diligently finishing his apple slice, even taking the time to wipe his mouth with a napkin. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his prior life as social prowess. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, he persisted in his chosen activity. The potential for a large-scale confrontation seemed to wane, as Vissen's tranquility quelled the brewing storm, and students from both houses began to reconsider their stance and resume their seats. "Hey!" Just as everyone settled back down, Wissen suddenly raised his voice, directing his gaze at the Slytherin students, irritation evident in his tone. "Slytherin, who told you to sit down?" Indeed, Vissen's audacity surpassed even that of the Gryffindors. How could he possibly be intimidated? This newcomer appeared quite adept at provocation, although he spoke the most mundane words in the most unremarkable tone. His utterances somehow ignited a deeper ire within Slytherin than the most scathing insults could provoke. "What did you say? You little brat. Are you looking for trouble? Who do you think you are?" Slytherin erupted in fury. Confusion reigned as students debated whether to take their seats or remain standing. The decorum instilled in them since childhood was drowned in a wave of rage. What happened to maintaining the dignity of pure-blood wizards? What the composure required to resist the taunts of enemies? What about the idea that brawling was the most disgraceful of actions? To hell with it. All they wanted now was to obliterate Wissen Wright. Every Slytherin student glared furiously at Wissen, and one impulsive student even hurled a spell in his direction. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students hastily vacated their tables, seeking refuge, unwilling to be caught in this unwarranted conflict. As the first student cast a spell, Slytherin and Hufflepuff students instantly drew their wands. "Do not engage." Wissen attempted to dissuade his Hufflepuff classmates. If it were just him against all of Slytherin, he would not be overly concerned. However, should the entirety of Hufflepuff clash with Slytherin, the situation would undoubtedly spiral out of control. Magic. Accidents are all too easy to come by. Yet, how could the students of Hufflepuff stand idly by while Slytherin bullies a small badger? Instantly, the Great Hall transformed into their battleground, with spells flying chaotically in every direction and students struck by magic scattered throughout. The innocent pupils of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were inevitably caught in the crossfire. It was a scene of unprecedented chaos. Numerous Gryffindor students even clandestinely joined in, stealthily wielding their wands to occasionally strike at their rivals, until the Great Hall devolved into a melee involving hundreds of students. Vincent Light was compelled to raise his wand, pointing it towards the starry ceiling of the hall. A resounding voice echoed within the Great Hall. All petrified, a petrification curse shot forth from Vincent's wand. The magical force that Vincent employed for this curse surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through the entire space of the Great Hall and encompassing everything within. All the students were instantly immobilized by the petrification curse. Whether from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, or even Hufflepuff, all were rendered motionless by the overwhelming power of this spell. Every action was halted in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to freeze, as every individual remained frozen in their last motion, their bodies stiff as stone, yearning even to blink. What had once been a cacophony of chaos in the Great Hall was suddenly silenced in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the multitude of students standing in peculiar poses, one might have thought Hogwarts was on holiday today. No one anticipated that Vincent Light could immobilize all the students with a mere petrification spell. Even if any professor were present, they could only marvel at the formidable strength of this spell, for few in the entire magical community could achieve such a feat, despite being a wizard of considerable power like Vincent, whose magical energy had surged to over 2,700 points, comparable to 5 ordinary Aurors. This immense power was entirely depleted in that singular moment. Vincent could distinctly feel his energy drained, a sense of mental stagnation creeping in, as if the very essence of his magic had been siphoned away. Fortunately, the completion of numerous system combat tasks had replenished his magic, alleviating that hazy sensation. This was Vincent's first time unleashing his full strength. However, the duration of this petrification spell was not destined to last long. Given the presence of several upper-year wizards, they might only require a few minutes to break the curse. Had they been more vigilant, they could have prepared defenses in advance to avert the effects of Vincent's spell, to ensure the spell's area of effect. Vincent had no choice but to sacrifice its intensity, an unavoidable outcome. Fortunately, this powerful petrification spell succeeded. Students from every house present were astounded by its might. What kind of extraordinary newcomer was this Wissen Wright? He had appeared lackluster in class, yet the spells he cast were as formidable as those of a monster. At that moment, Vincent had no time to ponder anything else. This was not yet the end. He needed to replenish his magical energy. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back to lean against the table, casually picking up some fruit and beginning to munch on it to restore his magic. Now, Vincent could only rely on the Feast of the Void to regain his power, for he lacked even the energy necessary to dispel the petrification curse. If a Slytherin upper year student had miraculously escaped being caught by Vincent's spell or had managed to break the curse, it might present the best opportunity to triumph over him. Of course, they might also witness the rise of a melee mage, as it was highly probable that Vincent would send them to the hospital wing with a punch. Many in attendance suddenly felt bewildered. What was this? Why was the young lad eating fruit at a time like this? Shouldn't Vincent be focused on dispelling the petrification curse instead of casually snacking against the backdrop of so many onlookers? Everyone, take a moment to rest, Vincent declared, biting into the fruit to restore his magic, while simultaneously addressing the petrified students. By the way, today everyone witnessed that it was Slytherin who initiated the conflict. Chapter 51. I do not accept your opinions, but I will remember those who voiced them. Vincent Wright's thought process was utterly peculiar. All the students present anticipated that his first words would be some form of insult directed at Slytherin. Yet they were taken aback when he instead chose to delineate the responsibility for the conflict. One unusual perspective this newcomer had. Was this truly the moment to assign blame to the Slytherin students? Shouldn't the priority be to break the petrification curse affecting everyone? Am I mistaken in my assertion? Vincent appeared particularly concerned about who had initiated the conflict, his gaze sweeping across the other students. If I have erred, you may voice your opinion shortly. Having restored his magical energy, Vincent raised his wand once more towards the group of petrified students, softly continuing, although I shall not accept your opinions. I will remember those who offer them. Many students felt a sense of frustration wash over them. Even the Hufflepuff students who had consistently supported Vincent could discern the implications behind their badger's words. If this was not a veiled threat, they might soon find themselves devouring all the forks from the dining table. Spell freeze. Vincent's wand emitted another surge of magical energy. This surge was distinct from the petrification curse. It flowed gently like a soft breeze over the students, gradually releasing each from the grip of the petrification spell. Among them were those who had maintained awkward poses, and as they were freed, they grimaced while rubbing their sore shoulders and wrists. Within the Great Hall, aside from the students of Slytherin, the others slowly began to recover, engaging in hushed conversations. Naturally, few dared to approach Vincent with their opinions. Quiet down. Vincent's words swiftly restored silence to the Great Hall, his gaze sincere as he addressed everyone earnestly. If no one has any objections, I would like today's events to conclude here. As he spoke, Vincent gently waved his wand and added softly, of course, this excludes those from Slytherin. In the next moment, all the Slytherin students began to levitate slowly into the air. There was no need for speculation. Everyone present knew what was about to transpire. For Vincent had already done this once before. Indeed, the Slytherin students were neatly suspended on the walls, creating a scene so amusing that, had it not been for the somber atmosphere of the Great Hall, the Gryffindor students would have burst into laughter. The actions of Wissen Wright had utterly stunned the other students. With the Slytherin students hanging on the walls, what objections could the others possibly raise? Who would dare voice dissent? This 11-year-old Hufflepuff first year had firmly established his authority at Hogwarts, solely through the might of his wand. With a languid flourish of his wand, Wissen Wright quelled the instigators of the conflict, gracefully gesturing for everyone to resume their meals. In that moment, a sense of unease gripped many hearts. For this seemingly polite, silver-haired youth had, just a moment ago, been using his wand to affix Slytherin students to the wall. Even the Hufflepuff students sensed something amiss about Wissen Wright. Yet they struggled to articulate it. It was a peculiar feeling. However, upon witnessing Wissen Wright return to his seat, chuckling lightly while conversing with the head girl Tonks, they began to think it might simply be an illusion. The Great Hall swiftly returned to its usual clamor. The Ravenclaw students hurriedly departed, eager to avoid any undesirable trouble. For they had never been fond of such trifles, especially as they had been caught up in an unfounded debacle. Many Gryffindor students resumed their seats. continuing their dinner while casting curious glances at the Slytherin students suspended on the wall. Perhaps this would be a dinner they would remember for a lifetime. Nymphadora Tonks propped her arm on the table, cradling her chin in curiosity, and asked, "Your magical prowess is truly remarkable." "I can't say for certain," Wisenlight replied, knitting his brow. This was his first time exerting himself to such an extent, channeling all his magical energy in an instant. And he couldn't be sure that the Petrie Ficus curse could achieve such a result. Of course, amidst the chaos, Wisenlight could only render everyone, including the Hufflepuff students, immobile. Should any student have lost control and inadvertently harmed someone gravely, there was a high probability that someone would face expulsion from Hogwarts. Tonks casually picked up an apple and bit into it, muttering, "At first, I thought you were afraid, you little rascal. I simply didn't want to involve everyone else." Wisenlight replied, a note of resignation in his voice. This was a sentiment he genuinely wished to express, primarily because he believed he could handle all the Slytherin students himself. "But we are friends," Cedric earnestly corrected Wisenlight, spreading his palms as he explained. "If someone insults my friend, I cannot remain indifferent. It is precisely because we are friends." Wisenlight shook his head, spearing a piece of fruit with his fork, and sighed softly, "that I wish to keep trouble from affecting my friends." Cedric furrowed his brow, finding this statement impossible to counter. If Wisenlight were to cause any trouble, Cedric would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, if he himself were to create a problem in the future, he would hope Wisenlight would not become embroiled in it. It was a paradox, yet one born from a mutual desire to sincerely uphold their friendship. Tonks couldn't help but admire Wisenlight, glancing at Cedric as she remarked, "Little Cedric is truly enviable for having a friend like you at school." "Indeed, it is a friendship to be envied," Tonks sighed, acknowledging that the bond between the two boys was indeed rare, even among Hufflepuffs. Wisenlight raised an eyebrow and softly replied, "As long as someone is willing to extend their trust, I am more than willing to reciprocate with my friendship." "Huh?" If that is the case, Tonks immediately perked up, extending her hand towards Wisenlight. "Does that mean we are friends now?" "If you wish so," Wisenlight replied, glancing up at Tonks. "Wisen, can we too?" A group of Hufflepuff students seated nearby suddenly became animated. The other Hufflepuff students quickly grew interested, gathering around Wisenlight. A marvelous scene unfolded within the Great Hall. Hufflepuff students enthusiastically surrounded Wisenlight, extending their hands in greeting, each one eagerly shaking his hand. Unbeknownst to them, they might have thought Hufflepuff was hosting a fan meet and greet. Meanwhile, the silver-haired youth at the center earnestly shook hands with each classmate, gently embracing their shoulders, saying, "May we forever remain true to our friendship." Chapter 52. The nights at Hogwarts are never peaceful. The Hufflepuff students were elated, each believing they had gained Wisenlight as friendship. Had any wizard who had once followed the Dark Lord been present, witnessing Wisenlight embracing the Hufflepuff students, they might have mistakenly thought they were observing a new generation of the Dark Lord. Regrettably, this spectacle appeared entirely normal to everyone else. After Wisenlight had amicably greeted and embraced all the Hufflepuff students, each one wore a satisfied smile, with many lingering by Wisenlight and Cedric, reluctant to depart. It wasn't until the night grew ever darker that the Hufflepuff students concluded their meetup, returning in groups to their dormitories. In the Great Hall, only the Slytherin students remained hanging on the walls. Perhaps due to their usual arrogance, no one from the other houses was willing to inform a professor, leaving them in their predicament. In the dead of night, within the Hufflepuff dormitory, Cedric had long since fallen asleep. Wisenlight lay against his pillow, grasping a quill, diligently transcribing the incantations for the softening charm and the repelling charm. This scene resembled that of a diligent student. Of course, Wisenlight was also tallying his accomplishments. The recent altercation in the Great Hall had enabled him to complete all the combat tasks related to the students. With just one Petrie Ficus curse, he managed to immobilize students from all 7 years and 4 houses, securing all the rewards. If one were to count meticulously, including the first-year Gryffindor students he had defeated the previous day, along with the first-year Slytherins and the 5th, 6th, and 7th-year prefects, all these rewards accumulated together. The rewards from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff houses granted Wisenlight a total of 280 health points each, summing up to an impressive 560 health points from both houses. Conversely, Ravenclaw and Slytherin houses offered the same amount in magical energy, thereby providing an equal total of 560 magical points. Altogether, the rewards proved to be rather substantial. However, they paled in comparison to the bounties bestowed by vanquishing a headmaster. Defeating a headmaster not only guarantees a fixed amount of magical energy and health, but also grants a formidable spell and a unique magical skill. Of course, such high-stakes battles are exceedingly rare, In contrast, some ordinary explorations of Hogwarts and the main quest chain still present tangible rewards that can be reliably obtained. Main Quest Phase 3. Diligently complete the first-year curriculum at Hogwarts. 01. Task incomplete. How absurd. The system places such immense importance on academics. As a student, how could one possibly allow distractions during their studies? Today, Wissen Wright resolved to immerse himself in his studies, dedicating time to mastering 2 spells, all in the pursuit of ensuring a peaceful night at Hogwarts. Indeed, constantly embroiled in chaos is quite exhausting. Furthermore, Wissen Wright had already stirred up some mischief in the Great Hall earlier, and he too desired a tranquil evening. Yet, as is often the case, reality does not align with one's wishes. Just as Wissen Wright diligently practiced, he felt a subtle twitch in his brow, sensing the call of the ice crystal phoenix, Inevia. Someone had disturbed its slumber. Currently, Inevia rested peacefully beside Hagrid's hut, and given Hagrid's nature, it was unlikely he would disrupt the phoenix's repose. Even if Hagrid were to act a bit overzealous, he would merely gaze longingly at the sleeping creature, unable to rouse such a magnificent being. Unless, of course, mischief makers were involved. Wissen Wright paused his quill, suddenly recalling that Professor Minerva McGonagall had punished 2 first-year students for wandering the grounds at night, sending them into the Forbidden Forest for patrol duty. After all, this predicament was largely of Wissen Wright's own making. Could the Weasley twins not behave themselves? Wissen Wright felt an ominous premonition that these twins would undoubtedly become his nemesis, persistently thwarting his plans. For instance, he had intended to study diligently tonight, only to find the Weasley twins again disturbing Inevia's sleep. These brothers truly had a penchant for trouble. Very well, they had initiated this chaos. Wissen Wright swiftly set aside his quill and textbooks, hastily retrieving a vial of Polyjuice potion to transform into the likeness of Peter Pettigrew. Since a disturbance had been created, Wissen Wright saw no reason not to seize the moment to undertake some serious business. If all actions were executed with sufficient swiftness, he could not only gain an advantage, but also place the blame squarely on Pettigrew, all while secretly plotting against Voldemort, and perhaps even donning the guise of an innocent, diligent student. Naturally, the Weasley brothers would surely face repercussions. Meanwhile, in the cabin outside the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid anxiously examined the icy slumber of the Phoenix. For the Weasley twins had just attempted to rouse it by tapping on the ice. Fred and George Weasley crouched curiously beside him, whispering, "Hagrid, can we wake it up? We can make it snow right now." "Absolutely not," Hagrid swiftly countered. The towering half-giant shook his head solemnly, declaring, "Do not disturb this Phoenix's slumber. It is temporarily under my care, and I do not wish to be remiss in my duties." Reluctantly, the twins abandoned their idea. Despite their fervent enthusiasm for mischief, they did not insist on imposing their whims upon others. Crack! The sound of ice shattering pierced the stillness of the night. Hagrid's expression darkened as he heard the noise and traced it to a tiny fissure. Crack! 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 The solid ice continued to fracture. Suddenly, the slumbering ice crystal phoenix, Inevia, opened its eyes wide. Good heavens! Hagrid's demeanor shifted entirely, bewildered as he stroked the crack in the ice, murmuring to himself, "It's over. It has awakened. Can we coax it back to sleep?" Fred Weasley quietly suggested from the side, "Perhaps we could all sing it a lullaby." George Weasley chimed in, "Yes, after all, our pet rat, Scabbers, is easily lulled to sleep. He sleeps almost every day. I believe all creatures enjoy slumber." Hagrid rubbed his forehead in contemplation, and after a brief pause, he produced a flute from his pocket. "Though I know little of the Phoenix's habits, I hope it truly enjoys sleep. Let us take a chance." It turned out that anyone daring to gamble was destined to lose. When Hagrid finally resolved to play the flute, the Phoenix's eyes widened involuntarily, and the ice cracked at an accelerated pace. In an instant, the entire block of ice shattered. With no time to regret, Hagrid could only hastily shield Fred and George Weasley behind him. With a melodious cry, the magnificent ice crystal phoenix soared into the air. Chapter 53. Who would have thought that Voldemort would report on his own? The chill spread. The ice crystal phoenix broke free from its icy confines. Hogwarts was once again enveloped in a wintry night, as the sky began to produce a flurry of snowflakes that gently descended. How beautiful! Hagrid looked up at the dancing phoenix, lavishly praising Inevia's graceful flight. "Hope everyone has already lit their fireplaces for the night," Fred Weasley muttered, shivering as he wrapped himself in his cloak. "Merlin above, let us pray they don't fall ill tomorrow. That is all we can do," George Weasley added, huddling closely to his brother and Hagrid for warmth. Fred nodded in agreement with his brother's sentiment and turned to Hagrid, softly inquiring, "Hagrid, What do we do now? Can we freeze it back? That might be beyond our capabilities. Hagrid gently shook his head, pondering for a moment before continuing. However, given the commotion Inevia has caused, Wissen Wright must surely be aware of it and may come here shortly. Unfortunately, Wissen Wright did not arrive. The colossal ice crystal phoenix had already begun to showcase its magical prowess. High above in the sky, under the influence of magical powers, the protective enchantments of Hogwarts were unexpectedly frozen and shattered. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed over the Black Lake near Hogwarts Castle as a flurry of pristine snow descended, transforming the entire surface of the lake into a vast expanse of white. With the resurgence of the Ice Phoenix's ice magic growing ever stronger, its influence began to expand, with the ice spreading outward towards Hogwarts Castle. If the rampage of the Ice Phoenix remains unchecked, it is conceivable that the entire school will soon be encased in ice. Dumbledore and the professors quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore, Professor Minerva McGonagall, and Professor Severus Snape were the first to hasten to the hut in the Forbidden Forest, closely followed by Professor Amelia Bones of Defense Against the Dark Arts and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures. Fawkes. Dumbledore called for his immortal phoenix. As Fawkes soared in, Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring flames from Fawkes to create a circular protective barrier, halting the encroaching cold from infiltrating the castle. At least the castle's safety was secured. However, as long as the Ice Phoenix continued to circle in the sky, the crisis was far from resolved. What on earth was happening? Professor McGonagall gazed at the swirling Ice Phoenix above, glancing at Rubius Hagrid and the Weasley twins. Mr. Hagrid, do you have any explanations to offer? Sorry. Hagrid fidgeted, his hands awkwardly clasped. His failure to prevent the Weasley twins from disturbing the slumber of the Ice Phoenix had led to the calamity of the night. Indeed, it was a grave oversight on his part. This should not be laid at Hagrid's feet. Minerva. Dumbledore interjected, extending his arm for Fawkes to perch upon his shoulder. Defending Hagrid. It was I who permitted Weasley to bring his pet to school, and it was I who allowed him to leave it in Hagrid's care. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, her voice laced with discontent. You should never have agreed to this. Allowing such a dangerous creature to reside at Hogwarts is grossly irresponsible. No. Hagrid interjected, raising his hand to halt McGonagall's escalating admonition, proactively explaining. This is my fault. It could have continued to slumber peacefully. If McGonagall had continued, they might have been forced to send the Ice Phoenix away tonight. Professors, we are the ones who woke it. Fred Weasley cautiously peered from behind Hagrid. This is partially our fault. George Weasley chimed in from the other side, swiftly acknowledging their misdeeds. You two rascals. Professor McGonagall felt her blood pressure rising, pressing her hand to her forehead to suppress her ire. In any case, Mr. Weasley, you are to return to your dormitory immediately. After delivering her command, McGonagall cast a glance at Dumbledore, Snape, and the other professors, continuing. Once the situation at the school is resolved, I will announce your new punishments tomorrow. Mr. Weasley, prepare yourselves for detention and point deductions. The Weasley twins tiptoed away. Only after they had departed did the professors begin to deliberate on the pressing matter at hand. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, still fixated on the Ice Phoenix in the sky, persisted with her stance. Housing a dangerous creature within the school is a disservice to the students. I maintain that Mr. Weasley should be made to remove it. As she spoke, McGonagall cast a glance at Hagrid, stifling his attempt to speak. Mr. Hagrid, if you wish to avoid a repeat of past events, you should not offer any counterarguments. The towering half-giant stiffened at her authoritative tone, especially as she invoked the stories that circulated through Hogwarts concerning his past, leaving him reticent to voice any dissent. Many years prior, during his time as a student at Hogwarts, Hagrid had harbored a giant acromantula, which had ultimately caused chaos, resulting in an injury to a student and leading to Hagrid's expulsion from the school. Of course, both Dumbledore and Hagrid believed there was more to the story of that incident, as the individual who reported Hagrid's possession of the acromantula was none other than the young Tom Riddle, who would later become Voldemort. Indeed, Hagrid had once been classmates with Voldemort, who had a penchant for turning in fellow students. Minerva. Dumbledore gently stopped Professor McGonagall, suggesting, perhaps we should first resolve the current issue before discussing whether Mr. Weasley should be allowed to relocate his pet. Very well. Professor McGonagall turned to Hagrid, inquiring, Mr. Hagrid, do you know how to calm that Ice Phoenix in the sky? It may require Weasley's assistance. Hagrid swallowed nervously, carefully explaining, when Inevia arrived at Hogwarts. Weasley was able to soothe it into slumber. I expect he is already on his way. Generally speaking, in such circumstances, a pet owner would be unable to remain idle. However, peculiarly, Weasley had yet to make an appearance. Instead, Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff had arrived at the hut, bringing troubling news. Professor Flitwick had been attacked. Chapter 54. This does not concern you, do not worry. Another incident had occurred. This marked the third professor to be attacked. The news of Professor Flitwick's assault left the gathered individuals visibly alarmed. Dumbledore's gaze immediately shifted to Snape and Professor McGonagall. For Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, there was a burgeoning suspicion that the only individual capable of committing such an attack during this time was none other than Peter Pettigrew. Beyond Pettigrew, who else would dare assault professors at Hogwarts? Minerva, Severus, let us check on Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore instructed. Casting a serious glance at Snape before turning to McGonagall, I entrust the matter of Mr. Weasley's pet to you and Professor Sprout for the time being. Understood. Professor McGonagall nodded, her expression fraught with concern. She recognized that the predicament posed by Pettigrew's attack on Professor Flitwick was far more serious. But at this juncture, to prevent panic from spreading throughout the school, the issue of the Ice Phoenix's rampage must also be addressed. Moreover, Professor Flitwick was a longtime friend of hers. The thought of a student she had taught attacking a dear friend weighed heavily on Professor McGonagall's heart. What was happening? Rupert Hague paced anxiously, his gaze frequently darting upward to the crystalline phoenix soaring in the sky, his eyes betraying a mix of unease and guilt. Why hasn't Vichin arrived yet? Could something have happened to him? The expressions of Professors Minerva McGonagall and Sprout suddenly shifted. Who could predict whether tonight's assailants might harm the students within the school? We must hasten to the dormitory. McGonagall stammered, her lips trembling as she managed to utter a complete thought. If that impudent Peter dared to harm any student tonight, McGonagall vowed she would personally deal with that Gryffindor scoundrel. Fortunately, Vichin had not encountered any misfortune. When Professors Sprout and McGonagall reached the Hufflepuff dormitory, they found the young lad seated by the fireplace, warming himself, engrossed in a book. The flames danced in the hearth, casting a warm glow upon his handsome features. The sight of a young boy reading by the fire was indeed a delight. Just then, his roommate Cedric lay peacefully asleep on a thick blanket beside the hearth. Vichin, are you still awake? Cedric rubbed his eyes and, still drowsy, looked up to see his house head. Professor Sprout, what brings you here? Is something amiss? No, nothing is wrong, Sprout replied, her tension alleviating somewhat. It must be about Enivia, correct? Vichin closed his book and stood slowly. I became aware that Enivia had been awakened as soon as the temperature dropped, he explained. However, I did not dare to violate the curfew. I heard that 2 Gryffindor students were penalized 100 points for breaching it. So I was patiently awaiting permission from the professors to venture into the Forbidden Forest to soothe Enivia. McGonagall felt a moment of disorientation. Why would such words escape Vichin's lips? Had this young lad transformed into a model student who adhered to the rules, even knowing his pet was in distress? He dared not defy the curfew, or had his courage waned? You need not. McGonagall tightened her fists, her emotions becoming increasingly complex. Mr. Light, while adhering to school rules is commendable, there are circumstances. Yet, she found herself unable to finish her sentence. As a deputy headmistress, McGonagall certainly did not wish for students to breach the rules, nor could she encourage such actions. Sprout, however, was less encumbered by such reservations. As the head of Hufflepuff House, she was known for her open-mindedness and often spoke and acted freely. What a dear! Sprout gently tousled Vichin's hair, offering encouragement. In emergencies, one need not adhere to every tedious regulation. No one will fault you for concerns about point deductions. Very well, McGonagall, disapproving of Sprout's encouragement of rule-breaking, shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. Mr. Light, let us first address the trouble your pet has caused, and then we shall determine a time to relocate it. Yes, Professor, Vichin replied calmly. Just as McGonagall believed the matter was nearing resolution, Vichin suddenly posed a question. Professor McGonagall, could you tell me who awakened Enivia? Vichin met McGonagall's gaze, speaking softly. If all goes as expected, Enivia should remain asleep until winter's end. I do not wish for my companion to bear blame that is not its own. That is indeed a pertinent question. McGonagall found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she explained, last night, I assigned Mr. Weasley and his friends to patrol the Forbidden Forest, not anticipating they would disturb your pet. She quickly added, of course, it is their fault. I shall announce new disciplinary measures for them tomorrow, yet the presence of a dangerous creature at Hogwarts is unacceptable. Perhaps it need not be relocated, Sprout interjected. I could assist in finding it a more secluded spot. I believe everyone would come to adore it. Professor Sprout. McGonagall halted her retort, realizing that with the ongoing crisis at Hogwarts, this was not the time for lengthy discussions. She glanced at her colleague, swiftly concluding the topic. For now, We must focus on calming Mr. Light's pet, and we can discuss the rest later. Let's not forget, we must also visit Professor Flitwick. Indeed, for Flitwick's safety still remained uncertain. At this moment, no trouble could eclipse McGonagall's concern for her friend. Among all of Hogwarts, besides Headmaster Dumbledore, only Professor Flitwick shared a close bond with McGonagall, their friendship spanning many years. Is Professor Flitwick unwell? Vincent's face immediately reflected concern. The kind-hearted, silver-haired youth appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, even feeling a hint of guilt. Was it his fault that Nivea caused a drop in temperature that led to Flitwick's illness? No, it is not that. McGonagall quickly shook her head, her expression conflicted as she hesitated to involve a student in such matters. She could only offer a rather cold, brusque response. In any case, Mr. Light, this situation does not concern you. There is no need for you to feel guilt or worry. Chapter 55. Vincent Light never lets the innocent bear the blame. Very well. Students are sure to heed their teacher's words. McGonagall had stated that Professor Flitwick's attack was unrelated to Vincent. Thus, Vincent naturally concluded that the incident concerning Flitwick bore no connection to him. The silver-haired boy obediently followed the two professors toward the Forbidden Forest cabin, where he once more soothed his pet crystalline phoenix, appearing every bit the innocent student. However, upon their return to the castle, the caretaker, Filch, approached with a look of sheer alarm, reporting a matter that was inextricably linked to Vincent Light. Professor McGonagall, the Slytherin students have been hung on the walls of the Great Hall. Slytherin students were not particularly well-liked, and even at this hour, no one from any house had reported the incident to the professors. It was only when Filch conducted his late-night rounds that he noticed a group of students hanging on the walls of the Great Hall, a sight that left him momentarily paralyzed with shock. Imagine the scene, an elderly night watchman pushing open the doors to the Great Hall. Just as he lifted his lantern to inspect, he inadvertently glanced up to see a student hanging on the wall. No, a row of students hanging in perfect alignment. The sight nearly sent Filch into a frenzy. Even with his usual courage, he was taken aback. What did you say? McGonagall felt darkness cloud her vision. Her first thought was that this had to be the work of that impudent Peter. To her astonishment, Peter Pettigrew had attacked students. If the students of Slytherin were to survive, it would be a relief. However, if they were to perish within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly mark the gravest crisis in the institution's storied history, the slaughter of an entire house of students. Neither Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall could bear the thought, not merely out of concern for their own positions, but for the innocent lives that would be lost. An unspeakable dread and fury flooded Professor McGonagall's mind in an instant. The head of Gryffindor spoke with a tremor in her voice, her eyes reddening. How could that wretched individual harm students? Professor, what are you saying? Weasley exclaimed, astonished at McGonagall's distress, casting a cautious glance towards Professor Sprout beside him. It seems I hung that group of Slytherin students on the wall during dinner. Didn't Professor Snape save them? Weasley felt that Professor McGonagall might be mistaken, perhaps believing that it was Peter Pettigrew who had hung the Slytherin students, causing her to tremble with rage. This was most unfortunate. Weasley abhorred placing the blame on the innocent. Peter Pettigrew had already borne many burdens that were not his to carry. As a conscientious student, Weasley believed that the repercussions of confronting Slytherin students should be borne by himself alone. In truth, this incident could hardly be concealed. As fortune would have it, with Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, nearby, Weasley felt no apprehension of being questioned. As the party in the right, he spoke without pressure. During dinner in the Great Hall, the Slytherin students insulted me, even brandishing their wands to attack our fellow Hufflepuffs. And I had no choice but to hang them on the wall. Well done. Professor Sprout, as the head of Hufflepuff, instinctively praised Weasley, prompting him to recall the train attendant he had encountered on the Hogwarts Express. Indeed, all Hufflepuffs shared this same amiable demeanor, even in their commendations. Professor McGonagall was at a loss as to her own expression. She was torn between feeling irate at Weasley's high-handedness and relieved that the Slytherin students might have escaped unscathed. Weasley gazed at Professor McGonagall, his expression calm as he continued to explain. Students from other houses were present. They all witnessed the Slytherin students initiating the conflict. We were merely innocent victims. McGonagall felt her mind in disarray. Had it not been for the Hufflepuff students sleeping in their dormitories while the Slytherin students remained hanging on the wall of the Great Hall for half the night, Weasley's claims of victimhood might have evoked some sympathy. Well, that should be the case. Professor Sprout was eager to believe in her own badger. After all, a Hufflepuff student would never resort to deceit. Moreover, Weasley had ample evidence. Should the two professors inquire among the other house students tomorrow, They would uncover the true nature of the conflict in the Great Hall during dinner. The only concern was Weasley's somewhat domineering methods, especially given his previous infractions. Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply. The vice principal of Hogwarts led the way towards the Great Hall, lamenting, "I hope I do not hear news of Professor Snape being hung on a wall tomorrow. Yesterday, Weasley merely hung the Slytherin prefect. Today, he has hung the entire Slytherin house. Will he seek to hang the house's head, Professor Snape, tomorrow? Of course not." Weasley quickly shook his head, furrowing his brow. "I'm certainly no match for Professor Snape." Professor McGonagall took another deep breath, her forehead throbbing. "Mr. Weasley, if you could indeed do such a thing, do you truly wish to hang your potions professor on the wall?" In that moment, McGonagall found her outlet for frustration. For an entire night, she felt as though she might explode from the myriad of bizarre dilemmas. Whether it was the hidden hand behind the attack on Professor Flitwick, the mischievous Weasley twins who awakened the Ice Phoenix, or the troublesome student Weasley who fancied hanging others on the wall, Hogwarts was truly plagued by ill fortune. Professor Sprout smiled as she patted Weasley's shoulder, signaling her little badger not to be afraid, and began to explain, "Minerva, do not frighten the child. Weasley is still just a boy." Professor Sprout, McGonagall sighed, her forehead resting in her hand, somewhat helplessly stating, "You cannot always graciously indulge Hufflepuff students. Weasley did nothing wrong." Sprout shook her head, gently continuing to defend her student, her tone gaining a hint of stubbornness. "Honest Hufflepuffs never initiate bullying. That does not mean they should be bullied without recourse." After Sprout finished speaking, her gaze towards Weasley softened with warmth and kindness. "Little one, you did very well. Go back to your dormitory and rest. There is no need to worry about the rest." As a Hufflepuff student, Weasley naturally obeyed his head's command. After all, he had completed all his plans, reaping substantial rewards while also leaving a bit of trouble for Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort. Truth be told, the time was rather pressing. Initially, when the Weasley twins disturbed the slumber of the Ice Phoenix, Aeneas, Weasley had quickly transformed into the likeness of Peter Pettigrew using Polyjuice Potion and proceeded to attack Professor Flitwick in his office. Subsequently, after capturing Flitwick while disguised as Pettigrew, he swiftly awakened the Ice Phoenix, using its magical powers to dismantle Hogwarts' defensive wards. Then, taking advantage of the breach in the wards, Weasley deliberately chose to abandon further harm to Professor Flitwick and fled, creating the illusion that Peter Pettigrew had escaped Hogwarts. Finally, Weasley returned to the Hufflepuff dormitory, masquerading as an innocent student, patiently awaiting the professors to summon him regarding the trouble caused by the Ice Phoenix. Now, with all plans successfully concluded, the only hiccup was the fact that the Slytherin students remained hanging on the wall. Did their head, Professor Snape, not care for his students at all? Regardless, this matter held no consequence for Weasley. Inquiries from any student in any house would surely vindicate him. Rather than accompany Professors McGonagall and Sprout to witness the Slytherin students' plight on the wall of the Great Hall, it would be far more prudent to return to his dormitory and inspect his own gains. Moreover, the act of hanging others on the wall was, as long as Wissen is willing, there shall be numerous such opportunities in the future. It must be said that tonight's gains are exceedingly abundant. Combat task: defeat Phileas Flitwick 11. Task completed. Reward: the spell All Spells End. All Spells End. This incantation, when invoked by the caster, allows them to forcibly terminate the effects of any magic using their own magical power, and even create a barrier sustained by the caster's magic that prohibits all forms of magic, with the duration depending on the caster's own magical strength. Merely possessing this spell renders Wissen's arduous efforts this evening wholly worthwhile. All Spells End is a magic far more potent than Spell Lock and Null Sphere, enabling Wissen Light to construct a temporary anti-magic defense area sustained by his own magical energy. This spell represents a significant enhancement for Wissen, for once successfully wielded. Wissen Light could indeed attempt to confront the most formidable white wizard in history, Dumbledore, or rather, he has acquired a trump card sufficient to rival any wizard. With the invocation of All Spells End to obstruct all magic, Wissen Light firmly believes that his physical prowess can vanquish anyone, provided he does not encounter those aberrant wizards. Furthermore, aside from the formidable spell, All Spells End, defeating Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, also yields a generous magical specialty reward. Combat task: defeat the head of Ravenclaw 11. Task completed. Reward: magical specialty meditator 100 health points, 500 magic points. Meditator: from this point forth, one shall not be affected by spells targeting the brain. What a remarkable specialty! Wissen Light inexplicably senses that this specialty, named Meditator, is likely designed with a particular Ravenclaw graduate in mind. Of course, this magical specialty will also help Wissen Wright avoid the effects of spells like the Dementor's Kiss. Although Wissen Wright possesses advanced mind shielding, capable of preventing memory probing when activated, and can even fabricate memories to be discovered intentionally, the magical realm is not absolute. There always exist unknown abilities within this world. Some wizards are born legilimens, able to read minds and access emotions and memories passively, without the need for any magic, which poses a considerable challenge to guard against. For instance, Wissen Wright is aware of such a wizard, none other than the younger sister of Newt Scamander's wife, revered by all students of Hufflepuff. Indeed, Newt Scamander's sister-in-law, a natural legilimens, can directly read the innermost thoughts of individuals without any magical aid. This seems rather commendable. Wissen Wright feels a sense of gratitude toward Professor Flitwick for the fortuitous gifts he has bestowed. Both All Spells End and Meditator are immensely beneficial, such as Wissen's perspective. As for Professor Flitwick, who lies in the Hogwarts infirmary, he cannot possibly deem his late-night ambush as a stroke of good fortune. The head of Ravenclaw feels somewhat despondent. For the assailant was none other than a student he had once taught, Peter Pettigrew. Professor Phileas Flitwick reclines in his hospital bed, a hint of sorrow in his expression as he reflects. I remember that child. He was a remarkably obedient little fellow during his school days, never one to court trouble. As he speaks of these memories, Professor Flitwick continues, I also recall the day we received news of that child's demise. Both Minerva and I were deeply saddened by his fate. Peter Pettigrew was remarkably adept at masquerading. Dumbledore, seated on the chair beside the hospital bed, gently elucidates, Phileas. We all failed to recognize the danger posed by Peter. Even his friends were oblivious to it. No one would have imagined that the timid and cautious child would transform into the third individual to become a Dark Lord. What? A Dark Lord? Professor Flitwick's eyes widen involuntarily. At this moment, he is akin to anyone hearing such revelations for the first time, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Indeed, he has caused us considerable trouble. Dumbledore calmly presents the fact that Peter Pettigrew is the third Dark Lord, before turning to Professor Flitwick and remarking, Fortunately, our luck remains favorable. Phileas, our school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, has examined you thoroughly, and your condition is not grave. After speaking, Dumbledore extends his hand, tentatively seeking to capture Professor Flitwick's attention, before inquiring, Phileas, could you enlighten us on the events of this evening? I still cannot comprehend. Professor Phileas Flitwick furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment in his hospital bed, before suddenly exclaiming, However, one matter is of utmost importance. Peter Pettigrew is after the diadem of Ravenclaw. Chapter 57, The Fortunate Professor Flitwick. Indeed, Dumbledore and Snape exchange glances, for only they possess the deepest understanding of Peter Pettigrew. They are familiar with all his tales. Since Peter Pettigrew's re-emergence, this third Dark Lord, who has long concealed himself, excels in evasion. Whenever he makes an appearance, he does so with a strong sense of purpose, never engaging in futile endeavors. For the first time, Peter Pettigrew acquired the Marauders map, enabling him to monitor the movements of everyone at Hogwarts, thus allowing him to deftly evade Dumbledore's pursuit. For the second time, he sought the Gryffindor sword, perhaps due to a lingering shred of conscience that prevented him from harming his own headmaster. For the third time, Peter Pettigrew audaciously aimed to seize the diadem of Ravenclaw. This legendary artifact, said to enhance one's wisdom, was bequeathed by Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House, and is as precious as the Gryffindor sword, albeit it has been missing for ages. Even Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, remains unaware of its whereabouts. We need to uncover more. Dumbledore gazes at Professor Flitwick, prompting him with further inquiries. Let me think. Professor Flitwick sits in his hospital bed, furrowing his brow as he recalls the events of the night. At that time, I should have been recording evaluations of the first-year students' classes during the day. Indeed, I remember it well, as I happen to note a particularly impressive newcomer, a boy named Wissen Wright. As he recounts this, Professor Flitwick's memory seems to crystallize. To be honest, I initially believed that Wissen Wright would perform admirably in class. During the first few days of school, many students have been quietly discussing his diligent study methods, and I even heard that he excelled in his levitation charm. Although I hold the belief that intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, it does not preclude my recognition that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Yet, the boy's performance in class was notably subpar. His wand-waving lacked precision. Although I earnestly wished to grant that child a passing mark, I felt compelled, based on his performance in class, to temporarily annotate his name with a dismal evaluation. I hope that in the next lesson, he will master the softening charm. at which point I may be able to amend his grade to a passing or satisfactory one. In truth, Professor Flitwick's assessment was already quite generous, considering that at Hogwarts, evaluations can range from poor to abysmal. When Professor Flitwick recounted his grading for Weasley, he elaborated, "This is the best evaluation I can offer, for I believe young Weasley is sufficiently diligent in his studies. After all, we know he wields the levitation charm with remarkable proficiency, even managing to levitate several prefects, indicating his potential for improvement." "Phileas, let us focus on what truly matters," Dumbledore interjected, rubbing his forehead, feeling somewhat bewildered. "We wish to learn everything that transpired tonight, specifically concerning the appearance of Peter Pettigrew." "Very well, let me ponder for a moment." Professor Flitwick closed his eyes and quickly continued. "Indeed, it was at that moment a shadow suddenly emerged from behind me, questioning why I persisted in not providing the students with a worse evaluation." Naturally, Professor Flitwick's response was identical. This exceedingly understanding head of Ravenclaw offered the assailant the same rationale, asserting that the boy named Weasley would undoubtedly learn the softening charm, a rather simple spell. At that moment, I had yet to grasp the situation. Professor Flitwick continued to reminisce, his eyes still reflecting the astonishment of that instant. By the time I realized what was happening, that individual had already pinned me to my chair, swiftly disarming me of my wand, leaving me without a chance to resist. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances once more. In truth, even had Professor Flitwick chosen to resist, he would have found it impossible against Pettigrew, whose current strength far surpassed that of the professor. "I never anticipated such an event," Professor Flitwick lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. "I never imagined that a student we once taught would, on a dark night, wielding his sharp fingertips, demand to know the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's diadem." I recognized his face. It was indeed Peter Pettigrew. Upon mentioning Pettigrew, Professor Flitwick's countenance grew increasingly sorrowful. I thought I must have mistaken him for someone else, yet my impression of Peter was vivid, for he was quite small, with prominent front teeth. I could not have been mistaken. It was undoubtedly him. And then we reached an impasse. Professor Flitwick shook his head and continued. "As of now, no one knows the whereabouts of Ravenclaw's diadem. It has been ages since we last heard its name." When recounting the subsequent events, Professor Flitwick's expression turned somber. Peter Pettigrew, disbelieving my words, sought to cast an unforgivable curse upon me, continuing to press for the diadem's location. At that moment, an unexpected commotion arose outside. The weather turned cold, did it not? Dumbledore had already surmised what transpired next. Indeed, the temperature had abruptly dropped. Professor Flitwick nodded rapidly and continued. "Much like the night we commenced the school year, we felt a surge of potent freezing magic, which young Pettigrew also sensed. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly laughed a few times, relinquished his pursuit of the diadem, and warned me that his next return to school would not be so fortuitous, before transforming into a sparrow and flying away from the window." A profound silence enveloped the Hogwarts infirmary. Dumbledore and Snape fell back into contemplation, pondering why Pettigrew had chosen to depart at that moment, especially when, theoretically, no one should have discovered his presence. At that juncture, it should have been Weasley's pet, the Ice Phoenix, awakening. Unless something of greater urgency occurred, it would have been unlikely for Pettigrew to abandon his inquiry into Ravenclaw's diadem, relinquishing the opportunity to seize such a treasure. The magical barrier. Dumbledore pondered for a few seconds, swiftly arriving at the correct conclusion. The Hogwarts barrier had been directly breached by the freezing magic, granting Pettigrew the opportunity to escape silently under our very noses. Since the Hogwarts magical barrier was reinstated over the weekend, the entire school had been sealed once more, making it increasingly difficult for Pettigrew to sneak back inside and leave. I must say, Professor Flitwick was quite fortunate. Had he assigned Weasley a dismal evaluation instead of an abysmal one, it seemingly conferred a stroke of luck upon him. Coincidentally, Weasley's pet was awakened, disrupting Hogwarts' magical barrier and prompting Pettigrew to abandon his intentions of casting an unforgivable curse upon Professor Flitwick, opting instead to seize the opportunity to flee. What if he hadn't left? Professor Snape looked at Dumbledore, suddenly voicing his dissent. Is there not a possibility that he feigned his departure from the school to deliberately lower our guard? Chapter 58, Dumbledore's Christmas Endeavor. Peter Pettigrew is exceedingly cunning. Primarily, he excels in patience. Even Dumbledore and Snape, both of whom frequently engage with the Dark Lord, have come to recognize that Pettigrew's level of cunning is quite sufficient to merit the title of third-generation Dark Lord. If we all believe he has left Hogwarts. Snape's gaze bore into Dumbledore's, slowly stroking his chin as he solemnly inquired, "What would you do at that moment, Dumbledore? At the very least, you wouldn't be here at school every day as you are now." You are correct. Dumbledore nodded earnestly. It was precisely because Dumbledore remained stationed at Hogwarts that Pettigrew felt the weight of caution, refraining from brazenly acting within the school and instead stealthily seeking opportunities. Severus. Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Snape's, his voice gradually lowering. In truth, today, events present us with an opportunity. When one harbors greed for anything, their vulnerabilities will become apparent. Now, with Pettigrew fixated on Hogwarts treasures, this situation may not entirely be to our detriment. Anyone who allows greed to take root in their heart is easily blinded by it. Of course, even so, Dumbledore could not underestimate Peter Pettigrew. Capturing a Dark Lord fond of intricate schemes cannot be accomplished with mere trivial tactics. Perhaps a more substantial gambit is required. Fortunately, for Dumbledore, this elder possesses an abundance of resolve. As long as the ultimate goal is attainable, any precious treasure becomes negotiable. Dumbledore gazed at Snape, a flicker of that unique wisdom belonging to the elderly gleaming in his eyes. Severus, what do you believe Peter desires more at present, Ravenclaw's diadem or Gryffindor's sword? Snape tightened his robes slightly, sinking back into contemplation as he spoke deliberately. Then we must ascertain what he currently requires the most. Our thoughts were aligned. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, and he softly remarked, according to our previous conjectures, he should possess an object that belongs to Tom. Dumbledore refrained from elaborating further, for Snape certainly understood that the object in question pertained to Voldemort's Horcruxes. They had long speculated that Peter Pettigrew held one such Horcrux. Dumbledore appeared resolute in his thoughts, continuing in a measured tone. What he most urgently needs now is to locate a treasure capable of destroying that dark artifact. Although we are uncertain if Gryffindor's sword can achieve this, it remains the most likely candidate. Thus, Snape swiftly deduced Dumbledore's intentions and pondered aloud. Are we to use Gryffindor's sword as bait to ensnare him? No, that would be ill-advised. Dumbledore suddenly shook his head, almost as if engaging in a dialogue with himself. If the plan is too simplistic, he will not fall for it. Indeed, if such a scheme were too straightforward, Pettigrew would undoubtedly recognize the ruse. Hence, Dumbledore needed to devise a means to complicate the plan, combining it with a touch of Pettigrew's greed to potentially lure him into the trap. Of course, it was imperative that he at least perceived our strategy as overt. Dumbledore calmly began to outline his plan, speaking softly. During Christmas, I shall depart the school with Ravenclaw's diadem to Godric's Hollow, inviting several individuals to come study it. I am confident that Pettigrew will soon catch wind of this. He cannot be fooled. Snape could not help but shake his head, believing that Pettigrew would never fall for such a simple ploy. He would surely sense a conspiracy at Godric's Hollow. Pettigrew might well choose to avoid that location. Dumbledore gazed steadily at Snape, continuing in a low voice. But if I am not at the school during that time, do you think Pettigrew might attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts to steal Gryffindor's sword? This indeed was a rather cunning plan. Should Dumbledore venture to Godric's Hollow with Ravenclaw's diadem, it would imply that no wizard capable of posing a threat to Pettigrew remained at Hogwarts, compelling him to once again breach the school in search of Gryffindor's sword, which would be most advantageous to him. No wonder Dumbledore timed the execution of this plan for Christmas, as that is when students would be on holiday. The headmaster had also taken into account the safety of the students. Dumbledore bore an air of quiet confidence, as if he had regained his status as the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm. At that time, I will be in Hogsmeade, and should Pettigrew infiltrate the school and we detect him, I shall return immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Snape quickly raised a new objection. What if Pettigrew sees through our plan and decides to steal Ravenclaw's diadem instead? Snape, Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon him, an assertive glimmer in his eyes. Only the weak are compelled to make choices. Regardless of where he opts to go, we shall be prepared. Indeed, only the weak would falter in their decisions. For Dumbledore, during Christmas, whether Pettigrew chose to raid Godric's Hollow for Ravenclaw's diadem or come to Hogwarts for Gryffindor's sword, he believed he could swiftly apprehend him at either location. Now, the pressing question was, where was Ravenclaw's diadem hidden? In truth, a genuine diadem was not strictly necessary. After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore conceived an idea. No one has ever seen that artifact. I can enlist my friend Nicholas Flamel to assist in crafting a replica. His alchemical prowess is unparalleled, and even if it were a forgery, it would likely go undetected. This was indeed a considerable investment. Flamel was the most accomplished alchemist in the magical world, having even created the Philosopher's Stone, and the items he fashioned were treasured. To speak candidly, if Flamel meticulously crafted a counterfeit diadem, its rarity would scarcely differ from the authentic Ravenclaw diadem, sufficient to deceive most within the magical community. With their plan now roughly outlined, they merely awaited the Christmas holidays to see if Pettigrew would take the bait. At that moment, Professor Minerva McGonagall pushed open the door to the infirmary, followed closely by Professor Sprout, and all four house heads had now gathered. Dumbledore? McGonagall glanced at those present. Approaching the bed, as she inquired about Professor Flitwick's condition. How is Filius? He's fine, Dumbledore replied, turning to face her gently. The little creature of Weasley's startled Pettigrew, preventing him from casting the unforgivable on Filius. Thank goodness. Chapter 59. Professor Sprout, you will come to regret this. Professor McGonagall's spirits finally began to settle. If it was indeed due to the awakening of Weasley's crystalline phoenix that Professor Flitwick sustained no injuries, then she would no longer press Weasley to part with his pet. And Pettigrew? McGonagall's gaze fixed on Dumbledore, her eyes filled with questions and unease. Why did he attack Filius tonight? For Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore did not conceal the truth. Even casting a glance at the astonished Professor Sprout, speaking softly, we need not continue to keep this hidden, Sprout. Pettigrew, the disgrace of Gryffindor, is the one who assaulted Filius. At this juncture, it was imperative to cease concealing these matters from any professor at Hogwarts. Pettigrew's actions had grown increasingly brazen, and despite Sprout's desire for peace, she too might soon encounter the audacious Pettigrew should he infiltrate Hogwarts once more. At the very least, all professors ought to be made vigilant, aware that a student long thought deceased had now become a lurking threat in a magical world. It was only when Dumbledore detailed Pettigrew's recent deeds to Professor Sprout that her immediate concern shifted to the safety of the students. In that case, should we not re-establish the school's protective enchantments? Indeed, this is for their safety, Dumbledore nodded before sighing. Tomorrow, I shall notify the parents that to ensure the students can study without worry, Hogwarts will remain closed until the Christmas holiday. If Dumbledore's Christmas plan failed to resolve the issue with Pettigrew during the holiday, they would have to consider alternative measures. Speaking of safety, there was another matter. Professor McGonagall recalled the scene she and Professor Sprout had witnessed upon entering the Great Hall, a memory that still sent shivers down her spine. Professor Minerva McGonagall cast a glance at Professor Sprout, then at Professor Snape, and softly remarked, during dinner today, a grievous and large-scale brawl erupted within the Great Hall of Hogwarts, with nearly all students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin involved. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, observing the now serious disposition of Professor Sprout, and instinctively deduced that Hufflepuff must have suffered in this altercation. After all, the students of Hufflepuff, both in terms of magical prowess and mastery of spells, could hardly rival the lineage of Slytherin. Such occurrences were hardly uncommon each year. Snape's frown deepened. Professor Snape, please allow me to finish, McGonagall interjected, continuing, the incident was instigated when a Slytherin student deliberately humiliated a first-year Hufflepuff during dinner, which subsequently led to a verbal dispute escalating into physical confrontation. Snape quickly grasped the general circumstances and quietly countered. Inter-house rivalry has been a long-standing tradition in the history of Hogwarts for millennia. This situation, McGonagall glanced at him, shaking her head. Very well, as the head of Slytherin. What is your stance on this matter, Professor Snape? After all, it was a student from Slytherin who initiated this unreasonable conflict. McGonagall found herself at a loss for words. The Slytherin lot was simply too obstinate. Was it truly appropriate for the head of Slytherin to so vehemently excuse such behavior? He was utterly unaware of the outcome of the brawl. After a moment of contemplation, Snape glanced at Professor Sprout and softly declared, the instigators of this unreasonable dispute shall each receive a deduction of 10 points from Slytherin, and in addition, I will assign them to handle miscellaneous tasks in the potions lab. Sprout regarded him with a peculiar expression, slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, I have no objections. Let it be so. McGonagall wearily rubbed her temples and gently asked, however, Professor Sprout, do you truly not intend to discipline that audacious Hufflepuff student? Why should I punish him? Sprout replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection for her Badger students. Today, we witnessed that Verson is indeed the most compliant with school rules. Indeed, McGonagall conceded, for Verson Light was indeed a model student, having refrained from breaching curfew even when his pet nearly wreaked havoc throughout Hogwarts. It was simply absurd. She could not fathom the thought processes of this first-year student. McGonagall recalled the scene they had witnessed in the Great Hall and could not help but remark, but Mr. Light did have all the Slytherin students suspended from the walls. It was a sight that could easily haunt one's nightmares. The Slytherin students hung there like corpses suspended against the walls of the Great Hall, beneath the perennial glow of floating candles. Minerva, Sprout smiled at McGonagall, countering, yet young Verson still did not contravene any school regulations, did he? McGonagall felt the conversation dwindling. Wait a moment. The slow-on-the-uptake Professor Snape finally processed the conversation, his fingers nervously twisting together as his brow furrowed deeply. Did you just say that the lad, named Wissen Wright, hung the Slytherin students upon the walls? Every individual present turned their gaze towards Snape. Even Dumbledore, who had been quietly listening to the professor's discourse, could not suppress his curiosity about Snape's current expression. Oomph. The young head of Slytherin sensed the collective scrutiny and merely scoffed coldly, tightening his robes as he exited the infirmary. These old folks, with their advanced ages, how can they still be so petty? What infuriated Snape even more was the fact that after the Slytherin students had lost the fight, they were subsequently hung upon the walls, and the number of those suspended only seemed to increase. Just before he departed, Snape suddenly halted, turning towards Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout, I hope you won't come to regret having such a troublesome student in Hufflepuff. He will undoubtedly bring significant trouble to your house. Is that so? Sprout replied, observing Snape's evident agitation with a smile. You needn't worry about that. I am the head of Hufflepuff. Snape fell silent, slamming the door behind him as he left. The following day, Professor McGonagall announced the punishment for the twin brothers. Due to their unwarranted disturbance of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, resulting in the destruction of Hogwarts' protective barrier by the Ice Phoenix, they were sentenced to a week of menial labor. This punishment was not particularly severe, as McGonagall privately believed that the two lads had inadvertently saved Professor Flitwick, thus intending merely to impart a lesson. Regrettably, this matter could not be made public. Moreover, the twins had not disturbed the Ice Phoenix out of goodwill from the outset. Their intentions were far from altruistic. This was what McGonagall could not abide. Frankly, she merely hoped the twins would refrain from actively violating the overtly established school rules, even if it meant behaving as Wissen Wright did. This requirement was already quite minimal. Of course, McGonagall could not have anticipated that Wissen Wright was no longer the compliant student she had envisioned. The well-behaved student of yesterday had effectively achieved his aims. This also implied that Wissen no longer needed to conceal his true self. Chapter 60. A Scenery Named Wissen Wright. Professor McGonagall's thoughts seldom persisted for long. Initially, the head of Gryffindor had hoped that the twin brothers would learn from Wissen Wright, but before that notion could linger for more than a few minutes, she spotted Wissen leading a group of Hufflepuff students into breakfast. Wissen Wright walked at the forefront, with Cedric beside him, occasionally whispering a few words into the ear of the silver-haired youth. Tonks and several tall Hufflepuff prefects followed closely behind the two boys. Since yesterday's events, Wissen Wright seemed to have shed all pretense of modesty, boldly embarking on his endeavors with the same flair he had displayed in Muggle Elementary School. Despite the school year having just begun, the entirety of Hufflepuff had come to embrace him. Most importantly, the head of Hufflepuff did not oppose his methods. For Wissen Wright himself, he felt little had changed. The only difference was that, following yesterday, he suddenly found himself surrounded by many more friends eager to assist him in various endeavors. Truth be told, an ordinary student witnessing Wissen and his entourage might have felt a certain way. It was akin to witnessing a small-time gang leader from a school, flanked by a cunning strategist and several formidable enforcers. As this group made its way, students who might impede their passage instinctively parted to make way, some Slytherin students noticeably displaying anger and fear as they did so. Among them were a few unwilling to yield. Don't think we're afraid of you. A tall Slytherin boy glared at Vichent, snorting disdainfully. Just wait, Hufflepuff brat, you'll soon learn what Slytherin is all about. And what if we refuse to move? The Slytherin boy smirked condescendingly. It doesn't matter. Just remember to step aside next time. Vichent, growing impatient, drew his wand and effortlessly sent the troublesome students sprawling, magically pinning them against the wall. All the students present at breakfast were left dumbfounded. Each one involuntarily glanced at Vichent, then at the professors in the dining area, astonished that someone would dare to engage in a brawl in front of the faculty. Moreover, how could this individual casually converse while simultaneously suspending others against the wall? Mr. Vichent, Professor Minerva McGonagall stood up in shock, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded the students pinned to the wall before turning her gaze to Vichent, her demeanor shifting to one of stern seriousness. Do not presume that Professor Sprout's leniency yesterday grants you the liberty to bully your classmates. Good morning, Professor, Vichent replied politely, bowing slightly and retracting his wand. I believe he was deliberately seeking trouble, Professor. That is not a justification for your actions. Professor McGonagall swiftly countered Vichent's reasoning. You ought to exercise greater restraint. Very well, if you wish. Vichent sighed in resignation. Turning to the Slytherin dining area, he waved politely and greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Slytherin miscreants. Cedric facepalmed in exasperation, realizing once again he had failed to keep pace with Vicent's train of thought. He should have anticipated and prevented his friend's troublesome antics. With a clatter, the entire Slytherin dining area rose to their feet in response to Vicent's salutation. Enough. Professor McGonagall quickly intervened, raising her voice to quell the impending conflict. This first-year student is indeed a considerable nuisance. Vicent remained unfazed by the hostility emanating from Slytherin. He merely spread his arms wide and earnestly explained, "You see, Professor, if someone is intentionally causing trouble, I believe the instigator cannot be blamed for taking action first." How careless of me. Professor McGonagall had not anticipated that this young rascal would be such a handful, articulating even the flimsiest of arguments with such conviction. Furthermore, she now found herself in a position where she would have to discipline Vicent for his actions against an insolent Slytherin student. Fully aware that this young troublemaker might provoke the Slytherin students into acting first. Perhaps it would be best not to let the Weasley twins learn from such a defiant student. Yet, she was resolute in her duty to educate him. Professor McGonagall took it upon herself to inform the headmaster of the morning's events. "This cannot continue, Dumbledore," she murmured, massaging her temples. "Professor Sprout is far too indulgent with her students. I believe this child requires proper guidance." "Oh." Dumbledore, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's report, not only refrained from displaying anger, but also wore a mysterious smile. "I was curious to see how long this little one could suppress his true nature. In just a few days of school, he has revealed himself. His patience appears rather lacking." Dumbledore was well aware of Vicent's modus operandi, perhaps even anticipating it. After all, he understood that Vicent, who had once suppressed all students at a Muggle primary school, might stir up considerable trouble at Hogwarts. The elder wizard had long been prepared for such eventualities. "Dumbledore." Professor McGonagall glared at her headmaster in frustration. "Why do you also believe there is nothing wrong with Vicent's actions? Is this the attitude a headmaster should have toward a troublesome student? Surely you must be mistaken. Minerva." "You will find no grounds for punishment against him," Dumbledore replied with a weary shake of his head, sighing. "Even if you manage to find an opportunity to discipline him, it will only present that boy with a chance to create even greater mischief." After uttering this, Dumbledore's voice grew somber. "Do not worry, Minerva. The young lad will know his limits. I will seek an opportunity to discuss his education with Mr. Crouch. To speak candidly, having such a student is not necessarily a bad thing." Dumbledore recalled that Vicent had never been one to bully the weak. Rather, he had always defended those who were bullied in a rather unconventional manner. For example, while at the Muggle primary school, Vicent had indiscriminately quelled all instances of bullying. His presence a stroke of luck for those suffering from such torment. Notably, prior to this, Hufflepuff had languished at the bottom tier among Hogwarts' four houses. It seemed that every house looked down upon Hufflepuff, even the relatively friendly Ravenclaw, who openly regarded Hufflepuff as merely a means to an end. This was entirely unsurprising, for Hufflepuff students were often excessively kind-hearted. Even during Vicent's more boisterous moments, many remained oblivious to his inherent kindness. It was only in his absence that they came to realize how fortunate they had been to have him around. For instance, Harry Potter, still residing in the Muggle world, found his life increasingly unbearable after Vicent's departure from primary school, often reminiscing about the days Vicent had graced his life. Life is sure to present some remarkable vistas. Dumbledore, slowly rising from the table, approached the window of the headmaster's office. "Minerva, these vistas are something many students will never forget. These young ones will surely cherish these moments in their future. Our duty is to ensure these vistas become more beautiful, rather than allowing them to fade away little by little." Chapter 61. Is this not the two-eared grass? I truly did not recognize it while alive. Dumbledore harbored no worries regarding Vicent. One significant reason was that Vicent hailed from Hufflepuff, making it unlikely for him to cause any substantial harm. This young lad might even come to regret living his school life so recklessly. Should a student like Vicent arise from Slytherin, Dumbledore would likely suspect that Hogwarts was nurturing the next Dark Lord. Conversely, if a student like Vicent emerged from Gryffindor, Dumbledore might fear that Hogwarts was about to produce another reckless individual akin to James Potter. If a student akin to Wissen Wright were to emerge from Ravenclaw, Dumbledore would undoubtedly surmise that a future Hogwarts headmaster or minister of magic had begun to make a name for themselves during their student years. As for the Hufflepuff students, what issues could possibly arise in the future? They are destined to become invaluable allies. Even the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore would not refute the age-old tenets propagated by Ravenclaw, which assert that Hufflepuff students are indeed capable of providing assistance. Wissen Wright, a prodigious orator, despite his somewhat lackluster classroom performance, exhibits formidable prowess in practical wizard duels, easily besting even 7th-year wizards. No wonder, considering he was nurtured by the legendary Barty Crouch. In truth, there are occasions when Weissenlight's classroom performance could hardly be described as merely unsatisfactory. This morning, Hufflepuff's first-year students attended herbology, a class personally taught by Professor Sprout. The head of Hufflepuff House, and all were genuinely enthralled by the subject. Within the confines of Hogwarts' greenhouse, a group of young wizards stood at their desks, each before a rather unassuming herb, adorned with only 2 leaves. Curiously, Weissenlight caressed the leaves of the herb, scrutinizing it closely, and suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this a live 2-ears herb?" It was quite an adjustment to see a living specimen of the herb. Cedric instinctively furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by Weissenlight's remark. What could possibly be strange about a living 2-ears herb? In fact, Weissenlight's reaction was not entirely unfounded, for the 2-ears herb is frequently utilized in potions. Its powdered form is one of the key ingredients in the preparation of the Polyjuice potion. Weissenlight, being exceptionally adept at potion making, naturally excels at handling the 2-ears herb, even devising a unique method for expeditiously processing it. With a flick of his wrist, Weissenlight removed his gloves, drew forth his wand, and pointed it at the 2-ears herb resting on the desk. A burst of light erupted from his wand. The Lumos spell enveloped the herb in a gentle glow, reminiscent of warm sunlight, providing it with a sense of comfort. Mere moments later, the 2-ears herb withered away. Its moisture swiftly evaporated. Such a technique, employing magic to rapidly desiccate the herb, could only be executed by a wizard of Weissenlight's caliber, capable of performing intricate variations of the Lumos spell. Even Professor Snape, who would ordinarily harbor no fondness for Weissenlight, would undoubtedly find himself begrudgingly impressed by the boy's ingenuity in handling the herb. However, they were not in a potions class. They were in a herbology lesson. Just then, Professor Sprout approached, cradling a 2-ears herb, her voice halting as she noticed the desiccated specimen before Weissenlight. The head of Hufflepuff House glanced at the gloves on the desk and then at the wand in Weissenlight's hand, her expression filled with curiosity regarding the young lad. An awkward silence ensued. Weissenlight found himself ensnared in a prolonged moment of introspection. Amongst a row of lush 2-ears herbs, his withered specimen stood out conspicuously. Professor Sprout shook her head in resignation, moved closer to Weissenlight, and after inspecting his herb, she suddenly smiled and praised him. "Well done, young one. If we were in potions class, I would insist that Professor Snape award Hufflepuff some points for this." After her words, Professor Sprout placed her 2-ears herb before Weissenlight and affectionately tousled his gray hair, adding, "But today is herbology class. You mustn't do this again." "Yes, Professor," the gray-haired boy replied with a prompt acknowledgement. The events of that herbology class quickly spread throughout Hufflepuff House. Many upperclassmen, initially put off by Weissenlight's earlier arrogance, soon heard of the minor mishap he had caused during herbology class that morning. This little incident dissipated their discontent, compared to a student who perpetually exudes arrogance. Weissenlight's momentary befuddlement during class made him more relatable. He resembled a somewhat careless Hufflepuff. How could a lad who appeared slightly dazed in class ever bully anyone without reason? For the professors, life at Hogwarts grew subtly tranquil. Perhaps it was due to the escape of the lurking Peter Pettigrew from Hogwarts, alleviating Dumbledore and the faculty from their constant anxiety over potential attacks on students or professors. The only concern that lingered was the occasional appearance of students hanging from the walls, particularly the Slytherin students, who had learned their lessons well. If any student from a dormitory went missing for an entire night, they were sure to be found the next morning suspended on a wall. However, Hufflepuff soon faced Slytherin's retaliation. On Friday, during dinner, Weissenlight and Cedric had just finished their flying lesson. A group of young wizards animatedly discussing their performances and confidently predicting that both would soon join Hufflepuff's Quidditch team, riding the rickety, flying broomsticks. They soared through the air like acrobats, with Weissenlight even standing on his broom. Even Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, could not help but commend them, believing that the future Quidditch rankings at Hogwarts would undoubtedly shift with the arrival of these 2 first years. "I learned to fly on a broomstick at a very young age," Cedric recounted, engaging in light conversation about his childhood while excitedly nudging his calm friend, proposing, "Weissenlight, next year we can sign up for the Quidditch team. I'm certain you will become the finest seeker in the world. Let us do it together." Weissenlight shook his head in bemusement, for he held little particular interest in such wizarding sports. Quidditch resembled a basketball game in the Muggle world, where wizards ride broomsticks to evade the bludgers, aiming to score by throwing the quaffle through the opposing team's hoops. until one team captures the elusive golden snitch, at which point the game concludes, with the team having scored the most points declare the victor. This sport harbored a severe strain of individual heroism. If a seeker managed to catch the snitch, their team would instantly gain 150 points, equivalent to scoring 15 goals, essentially sealing their victory. I'm not keen on being a seeker, Wissen Wright replied slowly, shaking his head gently. But perhaps I might consider trying my hand at being a beater someday, engaging in some thrilling Quidditch. Cedric found himself somewhat perplexed by his friend's thoughts, and he earnestly urged, Wesley, your flying skills surpass anyone I have ever witnessed. I have never seen anyone soar so swiftly upon a broomstick. Just then, an urgent voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. A group of Hufflepuff wizards lifted their heads in response to the call, only to behold several upperclassmen from Slytherin being dangled upside down at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 62, A Day Tour of the Slytherin Common Room. Is anyone interested? Cedric. Wesley Light waved his wand to rescue his classmates while turning to his friend, check their injuries, and see if anyone needs to be taken to the infirmary. Cedric nodded gravely, examining one of the students when he discovered a folded piece of paper tucked into the boy's chest. He immediately recognized it as a potential clue left by the assailants. Wesley, there's a note here. It read, Slytherin, revenge is a must. The note contained but a simple phrase embodying Slytherin's motto. Their students would never forego retribution against any adversaries, albeit their methods of vengeance were rather juvenile. The upperclassmen of Slytherin seemed to have realized that they could not easily outmaneuver Wesley Light, resorting to ambushing a few unsuspecting Hufflepuff students and suspending them in the most conspicuous location of the school. After all, Wesley Light and the heads of Hufflepuff could not possibly monitor all their classmates at all times. Thus, the Slytherin students targeted the ordinary Hufflepuff students as a means of sending a message to Wesley Light. Fortunately, these miscreants possessed a modicum of restraint. The Hufflepuff students hung upside down at the castle entrance had suffered only minor injuries, primarily superficial abrasions from the ambush. The young Hufflepuffs and the injured students could not help but turn their gazes toward Wesley, now viewing the silver-haired youth as their steadfast anchor, awaiting his guidance to make a decision. Wesley, we must speak with the Slytherin students. Cedric extended his arms, looking at Wesley Light as he proactively proposed. If they're likely to do this again, we must put a stop to it. Let us first have our meal. Wesley Light suggested, a proposal well aligned with the ethos of Hufflepuff, while also cautioning, do not disclose this incident to anyone else. We shall address it after dinner. Nothing is more crucial than our meal. The Slytherin students did not attend the Great Hall for dinner, perhaps aware that their actions might provoke retaliation from Hufflepuff. Throughout the dinner, the new Hufflepuff students and several victims struggled to enjoy their meal, glancing at Wesley Light and Tonks, frequently on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. In the Hufflepuff common room, just as everyone was preparing to return to their dormitories, Wesley Light suddenly called out to all his classmates, tomorrow, being Saturday, we shall have no classes. We can explore the Slytherin common room together. The Hufflepuff students were instantly filled with confusion. What was this? A weekend without classes? A day tour of the Slytherin common room? It seemed like a thinly veiled invitation to provoke Slytherin. Why had their badger been perpetually at odds with Slytherin? If anyone were to inquire about this, Wesley Light would certainly provide an answer, as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had never been a source of trouble for him. Cedric furrowed his brow, somewhat troubled, as he observed the bewilderment among his peers, quietly recounting the events that had transpired before dinner. Several innocent victims bore faint bruises. During dinner, inquiries arose, but a few students remained tight-lipped. Upon hearing the full story, the Hufflepuff students erupted in indignation. Tonks, the fifth-year head girl, brandishing her wand, was ready to confront Slytherin. If there's an issue, it should be directed at us. What sort of bravery is it to bully Phil and the others? Initially, only Wesley had taken to hanging people on walls, but soon Tonks and the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff had adopted this peculiar habit. The Slytherin students were clearly retaliating against the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff by targeting innocent students, inciting the wrath of the head girl who possessed the traits of Gryffindor. Stay your hand. A spell suddenly shot forth, immobilizing Tonks in an instant. Wesley Light, his expression impassive as he toyed with his wand, murmured, we cannot arbitrarily breach the curfew rules. We must escort Senior Tonks back to her dormitory. The assembly of Hufflepuff students exchanged bewildered glances. Hearing such words from Wesley felt peculiar, for he had been at the forefront of the conflicts between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Yet, it appeared that Wesley had indeed adhered to those often overlooked school regulations. It was absurd. The curfew will be lifted tomorrow morning at 5:30. Wesley Light surveyed everyone present, stating their time arrangements. For those wishing to visit the Slytherin common room, We shall convene here in the common room before 5:30. One female prefect could not restrain herself from voicing a concern. Wesley, we cannot enter the common rooms of other houses. Each common room has a password, accessible only to its own students. We lack the password for Slytherin's common room. No password is required. Wesley Light continued to twirl his wand, his gaze sweeping across all present as he inquired, "Does anyone have other plans for tomorrow? Those with commitments may attend to their matters." At this juncture, Wesley continued, "Naturally, I hope my friends will not be absent. As I reflect on my time at Hogwarts in the future, I wish for my friends to have stood by my side." How could anyone argue against such a sentiment? The seventh-year male prefect of Hufflepuff could not help but chuckle, casting a resigned glance at Wesley Light. "Very well. It seems our Quidditch practice will have to be postponed until the afternoon." Given that Hogwarts Quidditch matches were held in the first half of the term before Christmas, this meant their training time had become quite pressing. Of course, to stand up for the Badgers, they were unperturbed by the delay. In truth, the role of the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff had always been to prevent the Slytherin upperclassmen from wielding their status to intimidate others when it came to brawling. The presence of Wesley Light and Tonks sufficed. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had spoken, the other team members naturally had no objections, as they preferred to act alongside their classmates. Truth be told, those who had a penchant for Quidditch tended to possess amiable dispositions. "Ha! I believe visiting the Slytherin common room will be far more entertaining than Quidditch practice. Moreover, after we resolve the troubles with those Slytherins in the morning, we can all head to watch our Quidditch practice in the afternoon. Hey, you lot over there, do not wear such disdainful expressions. If your practice were even slightly more impressive, we would genuinely be eager to watch. It is truly unsightly. Should our Hufflepuff Quidditch team participate in the world competition, I would undoubtedly support you, but post-match, I hope you will consider reimbursing my ticket expenses." Of course, generally speaking, the players possess commendable character, yet their skills leave much to be desired. Listening to these upperclassmen debate the abysmal performance of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Weasley felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, tinged with a hint of irony. As the discussion turned to when Hufflepuff might reach the finals, the seventh-year prefect could no longer endure the conversation and awkwardly interjected, "All right, enough of that. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we cannot afford to sleep in. We all need to rise early, so let us get some rest." Chapter 63. The most fortunate individual in Slytherin House. In the early morning, the Hufflepuff common room was teeming with students. Pupils from all 7 years congregated in small clusters, filling every corner of the lounge. Their faces bore the weariness of the night before, with many stifling yawns while engaging in conversations with friends, all eagerly awaiting the lifting of Hogwarts curfew. "Let us go." Weasley glanced at the clock. As the hour hand quietly settled at 5:30, the wooden barrel door of the Hufflepuff lounge swung open. Students clad in Hufflepuff uniforms, wands in hand, streamed out in succession, startling the house elves in the basement, who nearly mistook their arrival for a breach by the Dark Lord himself. Strictly speaking, the Slytherin common room is situated at the bottom of the Black Lake. Few outside of Slytherin House are privy to its location. It is said that the Slytherin Lounge offers a view of the lake, making it one of Hogwarts' most enigmatic locales, with no Slytherin student ever willing to disclose the happenings within their common room. Unfortunately, someone possessed the Marauder's map. Even more regrettably, the audacious head of Hufflepuff, Tonks, was also aware of its location. To be candid, had it merely been to seek justice for the victims of the previous day and to encourage Slytherin students to behave, Weasley had ample means at his disposal. His venture to the Slytherin common room also served the purpose of his exploratory quest. Hogwarts is an enigmatic castle, with numerous areas awaiting Weasley's gradual discovery, such as the headmaster's office, the girls' lavatory, the Chamber of Secrets, the Room of Requirement, the Slytherin Lounge beneath the Black Lake, the Gryffindor common room at the tower's pinnacle, the entrance to the Ravenclaw dormitories, and the kitchen adjacent to the Hufflepuff dormitory. These regions certainly piqued curiosity. The entrance to the Slytherin common room is a stone wall underground. Adorning this wall is a serpentine stone carving emblematic of Slytherin, with the eyes of the serpent glimmering a sinister shade of emerald, imbuing the atmosphere with an eerie and foreboding essence. The issue lies in the fact that there are no visible doors on this stone wall. To locate the entrance without a password is no small feat. Tonks, absent-mindedly toying with her wand, frowned in displeasure. "We should have sought them out last night. At least we could have silenced a few." "Wait a minute." Weasley shook his head, surveying the gathered crowd, and continued in a hushed tone, "If no one emerges in 1 minute, we shall employ magic to open this stone wall." For Weasley, unlocking the entrance to the Slytherin common room posed no challenge. It merely required the magical assistance of the other students present to disguise his actions, as he preferred to keep his ability to unlock any door secret. Naturally, the Slytherin students were far from idle. Just as Weasley was about to speak further, a disturbance arose from the stone wall, and a small door of verdant green materialized, revealing a figure brandishing a broomstick. It was Marcus Flint, a third-year student of Slytherin and a chaser on the Slytherin Quidditch team. "We're heading to the Quidditch pitch to claim our positions." Flint smirked as he pushed the door open, seemingly relishing the prospect of boasting to those behind him. "I inquired yesterday, and Hufflepuff's Quidditch team is scheduled for practice this morning. We might as well seize this opportunity to teach them another lesson. They won to see it coming." Indeed, the Slytherin team was plotting their retaliation. The early rising of the Slytherin Quidditch players was a strategic move to seize the chance to confront their Hufflepuff counterparts, given that Slytherin currently boasted the most impressive Quidditch record at Hogwarts. However, when Flint turned around, his voice faltered. He was met with a throng of Hufflepuff students, their wands drawn, standing resolutely outside the Slytherin common room door. This sight sent a shiver down Flint's spine. Without a second thought, his initial instinct screamed that Hufflepuff had come to confront them. "Good morning, Mr. Flint." Weasley, standing at the forefront, expressionless, raised his wand and pointed it at the bewildered Flint, casting a levitation charm that propelled Flint forward, unceremoniously tumbling him at Weasley's feet. "Good morning," Flint stammered, his gaze darting toward the seemingly endless line of Hufflepuff students, his eyes betraying a flicker of despair. Why had he been the first to exit the common room today? As Weasley greeted Flint, his voice echoed into the common room. The other Slytherin students heard him, and their immediate reaction was to hastily shut the door, showing no regard for their classmate still outside. That S. Weasley-esque voice. He S. right at the door. "Quick, shut it." Flint S. still outside. "Forget him. Close the door. Tell everyone to stay put." Without a second thought, they knew Weasley had brought a host of trouble with him. The previous afternoon, Slytherin's upperclassmen had hung a few Hufflepuff students at the castle gates, so they anticipated retaliation. Slytherin was mentally prepared. They just hadn't anticipated that Hufflepuff would come to ambush them at their own door. One must acknowledge that when faced with a potential threat, Slytherin students acted with remarkable swiftness, showing no hesitation in abandoning their own teammate. As the door to the Slytherin common room shut, the concealed stone wall at the entrance reverted to its original state, leaving Marcus Flint alone outside, confronted by the vengeful Hufflepuff students. Even the Hufflepuff students were taken aback by the Slytherin's betrayal of their own. "Mr. Flint," Visum seemed to have anticipated this moment, merely shrugging nonchalantly. "Your life appears rather tragic. It seems they do not regard you as one of their own." As he spoke, Visum gradually crouched down, extending his wand to lift Marcus's chin, the tip of the wand pressing firmly against Marcus's throat, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered him motionless. "Mr. Flint." Vesemlight gazed intently at the terrified visage of Marcus Flint, whispering enticingly, "I trust you would be inclined to assist us by articulating the password to enter the Slytherin common room?" Of course, Marcus Flint felt the sharpness of the wand. He dared not even swallow, fearing that any movement might provoke Vesemlight's ire. "That is splendid." Visum retracted his wand, extending his palm in a friendly gesture. "Mr. Flint, congratulations. You shall be the luckiest individual in all of Slytherin today." Chapter 64. I do not care who did it. Potions. Marcus Flint pronounced the password aloud. This password took everyone by surprise, for Professor Snape had recently inspected the dormitories and altered the common room's password to potions. The students of Slytherin dared not recklessly change the password set by their headmaster. Marcus Flint's utterance was indeed correct. A small, eerie green door swiftly reopened in the stone wall, from within which erupted a chorus of Slytherin Quidditch team members cursing Marcus for his betrayal and immediately casting spells to reinforce the entrance to the common room. A barrage of armor charms and protective charms converged upon the door. Does anyone excel in blasting spells? Vesemlight glanced at his classmates, raising his wand toward the entrance of the common room, softly declaring, "Come, let us greet our fellow Slytherins." What a ridiculous way to say hello. Vesemlight offered no further explanation, merely directing his wand toward the small door of the common room, unleashing a powerful stopping charm. As the enchantment from Vesemlight's wand struck the door, the protective spells recently cast by the Slytherin Quidditch players dissipated rapidly. Attendre explosion. The older Hufflepuff students simultaneously raised their wands, aiming at the door of the Slytherin common room, collectively unleashing blasting curses. In the next moment, the grand door of the Slytherin common room erupted in a burst of splinters. Within the Slytherin common room, Subsequent explosions reverberated, causing a violent uproar, and a group of Slytherin Quidditch players were flung into the air. The sound of the explosion echoed toward the Slytherin dormitories. The students of Slytherin, still in slumber, were abruptly roused from their sleep. What on earth is happening? Hurry, get up. What's going on outside? Is someone experimenting with magic? The Slytherin students began to survey their dormitory, hastily donning their clothing, preparing to investigate the turmoil in their common room. Soon, these Slytherin students would be grateful for their timely attire. In a Slytherin common room, Wissen Wright and a cadre of Hufflepuff students entered, waving away the smoke that enveloped them. Glancing at several Slytherin students sprawled on the floor from the blast, it appeared the situation was not dire. Wissen Wright waved his wand, using a levitation charm to suspend a few students upside down before him, cradling the head of one. This individual seems somewhat familiar. Have I seen him before? This is our Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint cautiously interjected, adding he was once the head boy of Slytherin until you hung him on the castle wall, leading headmaster Snape to dismiss him from his position. What a misfortunate soul, Wissen Wright remarked nonchalantly, retracting his hand and beckoning the crowd of classmates gradually entering behind him. Very well, everyone may freely explore the sights of the Slytherin common room. After saying this, Wissen Wright turned to Marcus Flint, quietly requesting, Mr. Flint, could you guide us to retrieve the students from the dormitory? We wish to confront those who bullied our Hufflepuffs yesterday. A bitter expression crossed Marcus Flint's face. Did he now possess the authority to refuse this band of Hufflepuff students? In matters of betrayal, there's only one chance or countless. Marcus Flint could only hope to devise a means to survive after the Hufflepuffs departed. Before long, the Hufflepuff boys followed Marcus Flint to the boys' dormitory, while the girls trailed behind Tonks to the girls' dormitory, all intent on bringing forth every Slytherin student. As for Wissen Wright, he was reveling in the rewards of his accomplishments. Exploration task. Visit the Slytherin common room, 11. Task completed. Reward. Inverted bell spell. Inverted bell. The incantation is inverted bell. The counter curse is bell falls. After casting the spell, one can suspend the target upside down in any area. This spell was surely not designed to indulge his proclivities. The entirety of Hogwarts was aware of Wissen Wright's penchant for hanging individuals upon the walls, and now, with the emergence of this spell, was it not an invitation for him to soon suspend the Slytherins upside down? Within a span of mere minutes, sounds of struggle echoed from the Slytherin dormitory. The Hufflepuff students acted swiftly, dragging Slytherin students out of their dormitories one by one, many boys emerging with bruised faces, while the girls appeared disheveled. Numerous Slytherin students had barely comprehended the situation upon hearing a knock at their dormitory door. They opened it only to be immediately subdued by the Hufflepuff student spells. What is the meaning of this? Why are the Hufflepuffs invading our common room? A throng of Hufflepuff students brandished their wands, wary of any potential retaliation from the Slytherin students, creating a scene reminiscent of a kidnapping. Good morning. I apologize for intruding upon your weekend. Wissen Wright politely bowed to everyone present before raising his gaze to survey the Slytherin students, many of whom averted their eyes under his scrutiny, while others defiantly met his gaze. Wissen Wright idly toyed with his wand, continuing, last night, not a single Slytherin student dined in the Great Hall. I trust you all understand precisely why we are here. Wissen Wright's demeanor remained calm as he regarded each student who lowered their heads, his voice gradually taking on a colder tone. Since you are unwilling to meet me, I have come to see you. That incident has nothing to do with us. A Slytherin girl could not restrain herself from retorting. Wissen Wright furrowed his brow for a moment, then suddenly raised his wand, pointing it at the girl, lifting her into the air, manipulating her to float beside him. Wissen Wright clutched her wand, her fingers idly twirling her hair. Our dear classmate Phil from Hufflepuff shares your plight, as he too was suspended at the gates of Hogwarts yesterday, just as you are now. The girl immediately yearned to utter the name of the perpetrator. Hush! However, Wissen Wright raised a finger to her lips, interrupting her impending words. Do not speak it. I harbor no interest in knowing who is responsible. I am here solely to ensure that you all remember one thing. Suddenly, with a flick of her wand, a surge of magical energy erupted forth, instantly enveloping the entire Slytherin common room. The students of Slytherin found themselves inverted, hanging precariously. Panic ensued as each individual grasped at the air, yet proved utterly futile. Mark this well. Wissen Wright regarded the terrified faces of the Slytherin students, her tone shifting to one of gravity. If I have acted unfriendly in any regard, you may retaliate as you wish. However, do not provoke my friends. Today is merely the beginning. Over the course of the next week, any Slytherin who crosses my line of sight will find themselves suspended from the walls. A fitting retribution for your transgressions. Perhaps you ought to be grateful that I am merely a student, bound by the principles of respect for my mentors. As she spoke, Vesemlight waved her wand, ensnaring the ghost known as the Bloody Baron, who had drifted into the common room. Nothing in Slytherin shall escape unscathed, save for our potions master, Professor Snape. This includes the ghostly legacy that has haunted Slytherin for generations. Chapter 65. Is it truly appropriate to visit the infirmary in such a manner? The Bloody Baron was, in fact, quite innocent. Compared to the Slytherin students, he was merely a specter wandering the halls of Hogwarts. Moreover, the Bloody Baron seldom made appearances in the Slytherin common room. He typically preferred the astronomical tower, hoping to catch a glimpse of the ghost he adored. Today's intrusion was purely coincidental. Having encountered the spirit he longed to see, but too timid to engage, he hurriedly retreated into the subterranean Slytherin common room, only to be ensnared in this unforeseen calamity. This ghost, once a follower of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts, could hardly have anticipated that a millennium later, he would be suspended in midair by a student employing the inverted hanging spell. To speak a truth that may not be well received, perhaps it was the diminutive Vesemlight who should have ensnared the head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, rather than this innocent ghost. Now, a throng of Slytherin students and their spectral companion dangled like bats in the common room, creating a scene reminiscent of a sinister lair. Little one, the Bloody Baron's voice carried an unsettling chill, his inverted head twisting to fix his hollow gaze upon Vesemlight. This is not the conduct befitting a Hufflepuff student. I have extended ample courtesy to Slytherin. Vesemlight approached the Bloody Baron, seemingly undaunted by the specter deemed the most fearsome in Hogwarts lore. The silver-haired youth's gaze betrayed no trepidation as he spread his arms in explanation. Mr. Baron, I wield no blade capable of slaying them, nor is my attire stained with their blood. Visum, Cedric hastily interjected, attempting to curtail his friend's speech. For Vesemlight's words struck a nerve with the Bloody Baron. Why was this Slytherin ghost referred to as the Bloody Baron? Because he bore the stains of others' blood. Anyone familiar with the history of Hogwarts would know that this ghost had infamously slain the Lady Grey of Ravenclaw in a tragic tale of unrequited love. Despite his subsequent suicide and penance, a story forever etched in the annals of history. Of course, those inquisitive about history might uncover deeper truths, such as the fact that the Bloody Baron was tasked by Lady Grey's mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, to retrieve her from her ailing state. Alas, Lady Grey stubbornly refused, and in a moment of heated conflict, the Baron inadvertently took her life. Regardless of the circumstances, both the fates of Lady Grey and the Bloody Baron were steeped in tragedy. Very well, I shall remain silent. Vesemlight, ever tolerant of her friends, regarded the now subdued Bloody Baron with a nonchalant glance. As long as Mr. Baron comprehends my intent, the spectral figure of Slytherin seemed disinclined to engage. The boy had spoken his piece, nearly ripping open the wounds of the past, yet what significance remained in this demeanor? Perhaps there was merit after all. The Bloody Baron, during Vesemlight's 7 years at Hogwarts, might find himself wishing to avoid this student who delighted in prodding at old wounds. This Hufflepuff's tongue was rather formidable. Even after millennium, the Bloody Baron had never encountered a student quite like Vesemlight, one who dared to bully a ghost of Slytherin. It became evident that, in comparison to the Slytherin students, Vesemlight was relatively cordial towards the Bloody Baron. Does anyone have any objections to my words? Vesemlight turned to face the Slytherin students, now dangling like bats, and continued with calm resolve. We must all acknowledge that none of us are blameless. Last night, not a single Slytherin appeared in the Great Hall. You had all prepared for war against Hufflepuff. Should I recount the events that transpired? Not one among you, unlike my friend Cedric, endeavored to dissuade the assailants. I understand your desire for self-preservation, yet had you not mocked Phil? Anyone present who claims ignorance, I shall extend my apologies. Reflect honestly. As I suspend you against the wall, who among you believes themselves innocent, save for Mr. Baron? The Bloody Baron was somewhat at a loss for words. If you are aware, then why not set us free? Vesemlight, a senior Slytherin student, glared at her, venom in his eyes. You little brat. Do not presume this matter will conclude so easily. You had best pray to Merlin that the Hufflepuffs remain united, and hope that your kind can return alive next time. Should they seize an opportunity, today's events will surely be avenged. Slytherins do not forget a slight. This student seemed to have forgotten another maxim, to exercise caution in perilous times, rather than drawing trouble upon oneself. Silence. Marcus Flint immediately interjected, swiftly defending his peers. This is his own sentiment. The rest of Slytherin has never contemplated retaliation. Marcus Flint truly was a timely savior. Many students of Slytherin cast fierce glares at the one who dared to speak up. Some even felt a hint of gratitude towards Marcus Flint for his astuteness. Now is not the time to provoke Hufflepuff. When was it ever a good time to discuss retaliating against Hufflepuff? Why must it be at this moment to anger this group? The entire house was under scrutiny. Mr. Flint, I certainly believe what you say, Wissen Wright remarked seriously, nodding at Marcus. If such words had been uttered by another Hufflepuff student, most would have dismissed them as foolishness. Yet, Wissen Wright was not to be judged by ordinary standards. Marcus Flint always sensed he might conjure some mischief. And indeed he did. Rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation, Wissen Wright continued. Everyone at Hogwarts knows that Hufflepuff tends to trust whatever is said, just as we shall trust that this Slytherin upperclassman will, as he claims, seek to secretly retaliate against Hufflepuff after we depart. How shall we resolve this matter? I do not know. Marcus Flint gritted his teeth. We Hufflepuffs have always relished aiding others. Rubbing his forehead, Wissen Wright spoke with a touch of resignation. Perhaps I could devise a solution for you, Mr. Flint. I have heard that Madame Pomfrey's infirmary is quite pleasant, far superior to the dark, damp dungeons of Slytherin. What do you think of having this upperclassman recuperate in the infirmary for a while? What kind of absurd suggestion is that? Marcus Flint nervously broke into a sweat. As the only surviving Slytherin student still standing, he felt as if he had no power to refuse. The question was, what did this have to do with him? He was merely an ordinary third-year Slytherin. You are correct, Marcus Flint murmured, somewhat bewildered, merely nodding at Wissen Wright. Then, Mr. Flint, you may proceed to assist him, Wissen Wright urged. His gaze fixed on Marcus Flint. The smile of the silver-haired youth took on an unsettling quality in Marcus Flint's eyes. Mr. Flint, it seems somewhat inappropriate for that upperclassman to be taken to the infirmary in such a dignified manner. Would you mind helping him? Chapter 66. A mere retaliation from Hufflepuff. The morning of this weekend unfolded like a nightmare. For Marcus Flint, this third-year Slytherin student, the morning passed in a blur, and he felt he ought not to be standing, but rather hanging from the ceiling. Wissen Wright observed as Marcus Flint pummeled the disrespectful Slytherin upperclassman. Wissen Wright was not a bad person. In fact, he made an effort to exonerate Marcus Flint. Think about it. If he cannot remain in the infirmary peacefully, our Hufflepuff classmates cannot study in tranquility. Your Slytherin peers may face the same ordeal as today. I understand, Marcus Flint gritted his teeth. As he responded to Wissen Wright, his blows to the upperclassman grew increasingly forceful. He merely wished to bring this ordeal to an end. Wissen Wright. Some Hufflepuff students felt uneasy. Even the boldest of them, Tonks, found the scene unsettling. If Tonks were to use her wand against a Slytherin student, she might feel little moral burden. However, witnessing a Slytherin assaulting another student left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I understand. Wissen Wright nodded to his classmates, signaling them to leave. Let us go have breakfast. The rest is a matter for Slytherin to resolve themselves. As Wissen Wright exited, he cast a glance back at the beleaguered Marcus Flint. Mr. Flint, we must all pray to Merlin that in the future, no innocents are harmed and that you may once again find restful sleep. In that moment, Marcus Flint's fist collided with his upperclassman's face. At that instant, he seemed to envision the upperclassman as Wissen Wright. In that moment, he sought to release his pent-up fear. Not solely the fear of Wissen Wright, but more so the dread of how he would face his fellow Slytherin students following Wissen Wright's departure. There exists no one who does not detest a traitor. To be accepted once more by Slytherin, Marcus must demonstrate his worth. Fortunately, unity among Slytherins had never been strong. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Marcus Flint was not foolish. He recognized that some would harbor animosity towards Wissen Wright and Hufflepuff. Others would share his trepidation regarding potential retribution from Wissen Wright and Hufflepuff. We must temporarily cease hostilities with Hufflepuff. Marcus Flint waved his wand to lower his friend and commenced his explanation. This is merely a tactical retreat. Hufflepuff's numbers are vast, and we have never held an advantage in that regard. Continuing on this path would only result in a prolonged conflict with Hufflepuff, leaving us restless even on weekends. Marcus, please continue, a seventh-year Slytherin girl prompted. Marcus Flint felt a surge of confidence. As long as one person was willing to heed his words, others would surely follow suit. The third-year student seemed to find his rhythm. Observing the frowns of his classmates, he continued, "This is all temporary. We are compelled to confront our current circumstances. Recently, the school was unexpectedly sealed off, and we are unable to communicate via Owlpost. Once the closure is lifted or the Christmas holidays arrive, we may inform our families. Many of our parents are members of the school board, and they can exert pressure on the school. In due time, the school will certainly expel Wissen Wright and that rabble of Tonks." It must be said, Marcus Flint spoke truthfully. The reason these Slytherin students have been bullied was due to Hogwarts establishing a defensive barrier against Peter Pettigrew, which interrupted their owl communications. Otherwise, news of the internal conflicts at Hogwarts would have reached home, and a group of Slytherin students would have certainly alerted their parents. Those from families with ties to the school board would write to Hogwarts, inquiring about Dumbledore's handling of the conflicts and demanding the expulsion of troublesome Hufflepuff students. Many of these Slytherin students harbored such thoughts, as some indeed had fathers who were members of the Hogwarts board, a fact well known among many students. Whether within the confines of the school or after graduation, Slytherin ought to maintain a position of superiority. This sentiment was the root of their disdain for Hufflepuff. They were now being suppressed by the very students they had long looked down upon. A situation that would bring shame upon the entire Slytherin house if it were to become known. It was not a difficult matter for these students to consider leveraging their family connections. Yet, these Slytherin students remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of their adversaries, clinging to the naivety and ignorance passed down from their forebears. If Slytherin were indeed engaged in such trifling matters, they would likely be perceived by Weasley as merely stirring trouble for their own kin. Weasley had contemplated this issue at the onset of the academic year. Presently, his strategic focus lay upon the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm, Dumbledore, and the second Dark Lord, Voldemort. A cohort of pure-blood wizards hailing from Slytherin could only be regarded as mere seasoning in the grand tapestry of life. Alas, before the truth of the forbidden is buried, there will always be the ignorant who dare to probe its depths. The Slytherin students, oblivious to the reality, had mostly acquiesced to Marcus Flint's proposition, which reflected Slytherin's characteristic approach to matters. It was but a fleeting patience. A senior student cleared his throat and continued, "Let us proceed as Marcus suggests. After Christmas, that rascal Weasley shall not remain at Hogwarts any longer. It is certain," Marcus Flint fervently assured his classmates, going so far as to propose, moreover, "prior to the Christmas holidays, we have a Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. We can make them aware of the consequences of provoking Slytherin." The students of Hogwarts were well aware that Hufflepuff's Quidditch team had historically performed poorly. Slytherin's Quidditch team had consistently been a source of pride, significantly contributing to their ongoing success in the House Cup, showcasing their exceptional prowess in the sport. Most importantly, the players from Slytherin relished the brutality of Quidditch. Flint, glancing at the upperclassmen he had injured, quickly added, "On the day of the Quidditch match, we can brazenly send all of Hufflepuff's players to the hospital wing." This proposal certainly sounded satisfying. Another senior Slytherin student endorsed the suggestion, yet soon raised a new concern. The issue is after the Quidditch match. There remains a full day before the school breaks for the holidays. The Hufflepuff students will undoubtedly retaliate. It was merely a day, yet the Slytherin students deemed this time frame inconsequential. Only a few Quidditch players expressed discontent with Marcus's plan, as they considered the risks involved too perilous. Chapter 67. Even if a pack of broom-riding hounds were to take the field, they could not perform worse. To savor the sweet fruit of revenge, one must learn to endure the trials and tribulations that precede it, before the arrival of the Christmas holidays, or rather, before the Quidditch match. The students of Slytherin had accepted a temporary forbearance, even refraining from the customary verbal humiliations directed at Hufflepuff. Such behavior rendered the atmosphere at Hogwarts exceedingly amicable. In December, Hogwarts, akin to a Muggle school, would break for the holidays before Christmas, allowing all students to return home and celebrate the new year with their families. As anticipated, the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts unfolded before the Christmas holiday. The four houses took turns competing, with Slytherin's Quidditch team surging ahead, first triumphing over the formidable Gryffindor, and subsequently defeating the weakest, Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff's Quidditch team, however, performed abysmally. They had initially been well matched against Ravenclaw, but due to a blunder by their seeker, succumbed to defeat. As for the second round, featuring Hufflepuff against Gryffindor, numerous Hufflepuff students had already resigned themselves to a dismal outcome from the outset. Yet they clung to a glimmer of hope to rally their team. What if the seeker managed to catch the golden snitch? This was Quidditch, a game where miracles could unfold. However, 20 minutes in a match, the Hufflepuff students began to ponder why they were wasting their time watching a match they knew would end in a massacre at the hands of Gryffindor. The final score settled at 30 to 340. Such a staggering margin was utterly despairing. Cedric and a group of Hufflepuff freshmen sat in stunned silence, feeling as though their lives had been turned upside down. How could a Quidditch team possibly achieve a score differential of 300 points? Do not be so disheartened. Weasley addressed the circle of downcast young wizards, finally able to offer some consolation. He quickly identified a comforting angle. Cedric, Elvin. The gap between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor isn't as vast as it appears. The young wizards could not help but lift their heads. Although the score seemed overwhelmingly disparate, Weasley casually spread his hands and continued, "If Hufflepuff had a competent seeker, merely catching the golden snitch would mean we would lose to Gryffindor by a score of 180 to 190, which amounts to just losing a single goal on the field. Even catching the snitch would not guarantee victory." Elvin Bones genuinely felt that Hufflepuff Quidditch team was devoid of hope. The young lad couldn't suppress a few tears. Moreover, it was Gryffindor's seeker who caught the golden snitch first. Indeed, had Gryffindor's seeker not snatched the snitch, the match, which had already tortured Hufflepuff spectators, would surely have seen an even greater score differential. Cedric rallied himself, turning to his friend with earnest resolve. "Weasley, in my second year, I shall apply to join the Quidditch team. Let us embark on this journey together." Weasley fell silent for a moment. Then, the silver-haired boy looked at his friend and suddenly declared, "I have already petitioned Professor Sprout for permission to join the Quidditch team as a first-year student." Cedric was left utterly perplexed. According to Hogwarts regulations, only second-year students could join the Quidditch teams, and it was highly improbable that the headmaster would grant approval for a first-year student, given the dangerous nature of the sport. Weasley's rationale to Professor Sprout had been that Hufflepuff's team could hardly perform worse than they currently were, having already recorded the largest score differential in Quidditch history. Furthermore, regarding the danger, Hufflepuff's players flailed on their brooms without so much as touching the ball, which would not alter the final outcome. To be frank, even replacing them all with first-year students practicing their flying would yield the same result. In the upcoming final match, Hufflepuff would face the mightiest of adversaries, Slytherin. Weasley had preemptively joined the Quidditch team, fully aware that Slytherin was adept at violent Quidditch, and the likelihood of these individuals retaliating against Hufflepuff was alarmingly high. It was merely a precaution, not solely for the sake of a system task reward. As it transpired, Weasley's choice proved to be astute. The Slytherin students were remarkably cordial before the match. Marcus Flint, a Quidditch player, even approached Weasley, feigning trepidation towards potential retaliation from Hufflepuff. Should we strive to make the score more aesthetically pleasing? When Marcus Flint spoke of these matters, he exhibited a certain timidity. The Hufflepuff team had performed dismally, and if we were to deliberately lose, we must adhere to the rules of Quidditch. Weasley, with a nonchalant air, unequivocally dismissed Marcus Flint's concerns. "Hufflepuff has never been one to fret over the outcome of defeat. You ought to know that my foremost priority is to uphold the regulations." "Very well." Marcus Flint appeared deeply conflicted. "Is there anything else?" Weasley regarded Marcus Flint with a hint of amusement. "I have always suspected that you would resort to some trickery in the Quidditch matches." Indeed, Marcus Flint's demeanor instantly turned serious, his gaze fixed on Weasley, revealing all his plans. Many from Slytherin wished to exact revenge on Hufflepuff. They intended to inflict severe injuries upon Hufflepuff players during the match, and I aimed to thwart them. No matter. A smile flickered at the corners of Weasley's mouth as he patted Marcus Flint's shoulder. "Marcus, I know you have done your utmost. Simply continue to do what you must." Truly, Slytherin excels at self-preservation. In fact, it was not only Marcus Flint. 5 other Slytherin team members also approached Weasley, articulating their desire to distance themselves from responsibility in a succinct manner. Yes, they too wished to intervene. However, they could not alter the outcome. The majority of the Slytherin team was intent on reclaiming their honor in the Quidditch match, and they could only express their helplessness to Weasley before the game commenced. The only issue was that the entire Quidditch team consisted of merely 7 players, including Marcus Flint. 6 members of Slytherin had specifically sought out Weasley, and among the 7, 6 expressed their wish to prevent this act of revenge. When the first individual arrived, Weasley believed himself to be prophetic, having preemptively requested to join Professor Sprout's Quidditch team to avert any potential dangers. When the second person came, Weasley remained steadfast in his belief. The third, fourth, fifth, and 6th individuals followed suit. After sending off the 6th Slytherin player bearing tidings, Weasley's expression grew somewhat numb. He felt deceived and could only wait for the final Slytherin Quidditch player to arrive with news, presumably the Seeker of Slytherin. However, this Seeker never appeared. Chapter 68. He had sent the Slytherin Seeker crashing down. Absurd. Out of a team of 7, 6 had come to deliver warnings. It was hard for Weasley not to remember the absent individual. The final match loomed. Hufflepuff's Quidditch players continued to persuade their own badger, citing that Quidditch was a perilous sport, and Weasley had not undergone any collective training, which would result in a lack of synergy between him and the players. Tonks bluntly confronted her own Quidditch captain. "The issue is that you lot have trained for so long, yet have shown no signs of coordination on the field. It cannot possibly end up worse than this, can it? Do you truly believe you can triumph over Slytherin?" Such an outcome was simply impossible. The entire Hogwarts community knew that Hufflepuff's Quidditch team was destined for defeat. Until Weasley arrived on his Nimbus 1700, no one anticipated any alteration to the match's outcome, which even stirred excitement among the Slytherin students. As the only member of the Slytherin Quidditch team who had not warned Weasley or Hufflepuff, the Slytherin Seeker gazed down at the noticeably shorter gray-haired boy among the surrounding students, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Little one, are you prepared to face Slytherin's vengeance here? For in Quidditch matches, the use of any magic is strictly prohibited. This sport only permits wizards to ride their flying broomsticks. Any player employing magic would be deemed in violation, even a simple levitation charm to maintain balance. The other Slytherin players couldn't help but glance at Weasley, then at their own Seeker, each grappling with internal conflict. They had all warned Weasley, hoping to avoid Hufflepuff's retribution after the match. Yet for them, it was also an opportune moment for a counterattack. If, shortly, they could incapacitate this little one and send him to the infirmary for a day, Hogwarts would usher in the Christmas holidays. Would Hufflepuff truly have the audacity to retaliate? However, this thought would swiftly dissipate once they took to the field. It must be said, Quidditch is indeed immensely popular among wizards. As the sole magical school in Britain, Hogwarts boasts a spacious Quidditch pitch. Presently, this arena was replete with stands, filled to the brim with young wizards clutching the banners of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, positioned in their respective sections. Even the school's headmaster, Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall were present on one of the stands. Although everyone knew the outcome of the match, none wished to miss such a grand Quidditch event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final Quidditch match of the season. The announcer's resonant voice echoed throughout the Quidditch pitch, loudly introducing today's teams. The team that has maintained an undefeated record this season, Slytherin. Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the players from Slytherin soared into the air on their broomsticks, spiraling around the pitch and greeting their supportive classmates. This was to be expected, for Slytherin's performance had indeed been commendable, and their fellow students were eager to rally behind their house, especially as this match symbolized Slytherin's vengeance against Hufflepuff. Of course, the cheers for Hufflepuff were no less fervent. Regardless of their players' lackluster performance, their classmates unwaveringly supported their team, primarily because there were no alternatives. Hogwarts stipulated that each house could only field one Quidditch team. Irrespective of how dismal this team's record might be, Hufflepuff students had no choice but to cheer on, even through tears. It was our turn to take the field. Hufflepuff's Quidditch captain patted Weasley's shoulder and was the first to mount his broomstick and take to the skies, followed closely by the other players, with Weasley's figure amidst them. To be candid, the fact that Hufflepuff students maintained their enthusiasm for Quidditch today was solely due to their newest addition, this little badger, as they yearned for Weasley to bring them a glimmer of surprise. After weeks of soaring around the pitch on their enchanted broomsticks, the players from both teams finally descended gracefully to the center of the field, each one fixated intently on their opponents, poised in anticipation of the match's commencement. The Seekers of both teams hovered above, while the remaining players gradually aligned at the same altitude. Unlike others, Winslet, a newcomer to Quidditch, displayed no hint of anxiety. Instead, he observed the ever-shifting expressions of the Slytherin players, finding their reactions far more entertaining than the game itself. The Slytherin Seeker cast a condescending glance at Hufflepuff's players, his gaze landing on the smallest among them. Winslet, little brat, I hope you don't burst into tears later. Unfazed, Winslet lifted his chin to meet the Seeker's gaze, arching an eyebrow. I believe it will be you who finds it difficult to hold back your tears shortly. With a booming voice, the announcer interrupted their banter, diligently reporting the unfolding events. Madam Hooch has released the quaffle. The quaffle is airborne, and the match has officially commenced. As the quaffle ascended, players from both Hufflepuff and Slytherin lunged towards it, the competition for the first ball particularly fierce, as this moment marked the peak of their performance. Winslet exhibited remarkable speed, outpacing every other player on the field, darting past two Slytherin players and soaring high to grasp the quaffle. Let us see. Hufflepuff has seized the quaffle first. The freshman Winslet has claimed the ball. The excitement of the Hogwarts Quidditch commentator surged, as if she had discovered the perfect point to ignite the crowd's enthusiasm. Quickly narrating Winslet's movements, is Winslet charging towards the Slytherin goal? He ascends, with others trailing behind him. The entire stadium is electrified. The Hufflepuff stands erupted with fervor. Every student recognized that their team had gained a standout chaser. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, applauded jubilantly, while even Professor McGonagall, typically exasperated with Winslet, couldn't help but join in the applause, being a fervent Quidditch enthusiast herself. Winslet's speed was astonishing. It was evident to all that others could not keep pace with him. He might be the fastest chaser I have ever seen, and perhaps the youngest as well. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the commentator's voice quickened as she detailed Winslet's actions. Winslet is still flying, evading the blockade of two Slytherin players. We soon witnessed this new chaser score Hufflepuff's first goal. As her voice hastened, it suddenly halted. Wait, Merlin above. He just struck the bludger with the quaffle, knocking the Slytherin seeker off his broom. Now Slytherin is without a seeker. A wave of astonishment swept through the stands. Chapter 69. The sole purpose of Hufflepuff Seeker is to commence the match with full attendance. What a bewildering spectacle of magical Quidditch this is. Many students present were quite young and had never witnessed anyone wielding the quaffle not to score, but rather to knock the opposing team's seeker out of the game. Such actions, while unconventional, were not deemed against the rules of Quidditch. The only pressing concern was that with Slytherin's seeker now incapacitated, Hufflepuff Seeker could secure victory if they captured the golden snitch, provided the score difference remained within 150 points. This task seemed almost effortless. Winslet and the Hufflepuff students shared this belief, confident that their seeker could swiftly claim the snitch, thus securing their sole Quidditch victory of the season. Regrettably, Winslet soon experienced firsthand the caliber of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The disparity in skill among teammates was glaring. The Slytherin players were devoid of any petty tricks, and whenever they gained possession of the quaffle, they almost invariably scored. The communication among players alone revealed the chasm between the two teams. Pass the quaffle. Guard the goal. Prevent them from advancing. Watch the seeker. Do not let them catch the snitch. This was the nature of communication among Slytherin players, devoid of any superfluous chatter. For with their seeker sidelined, they had to devise a strategy to widen the score gap beyond 150 points. Had this been a match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, the Slytherin players would have undoubtedly resorted to underhanded tactics. Unfortunately for Winslet, they now faced the Hufflepuff team, which had their seeker grounded. The remaining 6 Slytherin players conveyed to Winslet that they were not inclined towards playing violent Quidditch. Watch out for the bludgers. Watch out for the bludgers. Watch out for the bludgers. This was the extent of communication among the Hufflepuff players. Winslet couldn't help but excuse his teammates. Perhaps their vigilance stemmed from concern for their fellow players' safety. Yet nonetheless, 2 Hufflepuff players were struck down by bludgers. One of Hufflepuff's chasers was knocked off their broom. The commentator's voice turned grave with concern as she observed the player descending from considerable height. That is quite a drop. If they land from this height, it could be perilous. Has Madame Hooch reached them? Will she be able to save this Hufflepuff chaser in time? It might be too late. Merlin above. What is Winslet doing? Is he going to save him again? This would be his second rescue. Can he succeed? As numerous spectators anxiously watched the Hufflepuff chaser plummet from the bludger's impact, the silver-haired boy darted through the sky on his broom, executing a stylish maneuver as he gripped his teammate, aiding in their descent and gently placing them safely on the grass below. Thank you, the shaken Hufflepuff chaser breathed, visibly relieved, and earnestly regarded Winslet. The next play is in your hands. Winslet, maintaining a stoic expression, took to the skies once more. In his previous life, he had little interest in such sports. Now, he began to understand why fans often resorted to harsh words during matches. This game was indeed infuriating. Initially, Winslet had hoped that his seeker would not capture the golden snitch. Before the match, he had envisioned a fair and thrilling contest, where Slytherin and Hufflepuff would ultimately determine the victor based on the score tally. Yet, this match had devolved into a spectacle unworthy of viewing. At this moment, Winslet began to grasp why Cedric would be particularly beloved in Hufflepuff. Cedric truly faced formidable challenges. This valiant warrior from Hogwarts, excelling in every conceivable aspect, even undertook the arduous task of reconstructing the Hufflepuff Quidditch team into a formidable force capable of rivaling Gryffindor. It was no small feat. The current teammates were simply unable to keep pace. Moreover, Wissen Wright himself was no expert in Quidditch. He relied solely on his physical prowess and extraordinary flying capabilities to score, sometimes struggling to breach the defenses of the Slytherin players. The Slytherin Quidditch team recognized Wissen Wright's formidable strength. Whenever he seized the quaffle, several players would swiftly abandon their attempts to regain possession and instead return to their defensive zone to assist their keeper in thwarting Wissen Wright's scoring attempts. To be candid, the Slytherin players initially appeared somewhat restrained. However, as Wissen Wright adhered meticulously to the rules, they gradually transformed the match into a thrilling spectacle. For the outcome could only depend on their own merits, not on their seeker-esque prowess. The Hufflepuff players exhibited remarkable teamwork, converging whenever the quaffle was in play. Yet there always seemed to be one crucial player missing from the formation. As for defense, Hufflepuff's keeper was hardly commendable. Perhaps he represented the very baseline of Quidditch performance. The only Seeker capable of swiftly securing victory for Hufflepuff had spotted the golden snitch, yet the Seeker's flying skills were not sufficiently adept. Faced with the erratic flight paths of the elusive snitch, he could only momentarily ascend, maintaining altitude while waiting for another opportunity to capture it. However, that next opportunity was approaching, just as Wizenlight clutched the quaffle, swiftly maneuvering past two Slytherin players, preparing to launch the ball into the Slytherin goal. The announcer's jubilant voice resonated across the pitch. The match has concluded. Congratulations to Hufflepuff Seeker for capturing the golden snitch. Let us now award Hufflepuff 150 points. Regrettably, even with the points from the snitch, Hufflepuff fell short by a mere 10 points, concluding at 430 to 440. This match, lasting nearly 6 hours, was undoubtedly the longest and most exhilarating of the season. Let's extend our congratulations to Slytherin for their victory. Likewise, let us eagerly anticipate Hufflepuff's performance next season. Wizenlight, a newcomer to Hufflepuff, achieved an astonishing 25 goals, securing 250 points and setting a new record for individual scoring in Hogwarts Quidditch history. Wizenlight cast a complex glance at the quaffle in his grasp, then at the Hufflepuff Seeker, who was basking in the cheers of his teammates after capturing the golden snitch. This Seeker, who should have allowed him to seize the snitch at a more opportune moment, had instead captured it now, just as he was about to equalize the score. Perhaps the Seeker's greatest utility was merely to allow Hufflepuff to field a full team for the match. Chapter 70. Winning within the rules is indeed their victory. Well played, remarked a Slytherin player as he approached Wizenlight. This was a former 7th-year Slytherin prefect whom Wizenlight had previously outclassed. The ex-prefect halted before Wizenlight, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I've been a Quidditch enthusiast since childhood. This is my final Quidditch match at Hogwarts, and it has been the most exhilarating game I've played in years. After graduation, I may never have the chance to play again. From the occasional air of superiority that slipped through the former prefect's words, it was evident that he hailed from a well-off family, likely not requiring to seek employment post-graduation as many wizards from other houses would. The former prefect appeared somewhat nostalgic, waving to the cheering Slytherin crowd while continuing to address Wizenlight. I've been a Slytherin beater since 2nd year, and I've never experienced a match as thrilling as today's. Perhaps Quidditch should always be played this way. Wizenlight furrowed his brow. All right, I'm not here to provoke. The former prefect, noticing Wizenlight's displeasure, quickly clarified, I merely thought today as Quidditch was enjoyable, and I thought I might offer you a heads up. How so? The former prefect adjusted his long hair, speaking softly. I heard you were adopted by Mr. Barty Crouch from the Ministry of Magic, correct? He is indeed an adversary of many pure-blood wizarding families. You might want to inform him that his enemies may once again seek trouble due to your presence. Oh, Wizenlight replied nonchalantly. Just to know, the former prefect was somewhat baffled by Wizenlight's reaction, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Forget it. You seem unaware of the gravity of the situation. How was Wizenlight to respond? Should he elucidate that it was his peers who overestimated their significance? After all, the Slytherin 7th-year prefect was ostensibly well-meaning, though perhaps impulsively so, likely motivated by the enjoyment of the Quidditch match, to come over and offer a warning. I understand, and I will acknowledge your kindness, Wizenlight said, glancing at the Hufflepuff crowd waving at him. He continued softly, in return, as long as you and your friends adhere to the rules, you may enjoy your final moments at Hogwarts. This was effectively Wizenlight's promise. As long as the former Slytherin prefect refrained from causing trouble, Wizenlight was willing to extend a favor, which, in essence, revealed his boundaries. As long as others respected the limits, he would not maliciously target anyone. The former Slytherin prefect seemed oblivious to the value of what he had received and muttered softly, It would have been better if you hadn't shown up. Perhaps we would have had more fun. Had Wizenlight not arrived, not only would he have been the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, but he would have undoubtedly retained his position as the 7th-year prefect. Being removed from the position by Professor Snape due to being outclassed by a first-year student was a blemish that would surely earn him a reprimand upon returning home. What did you say? Wizenlight arched an eyebrow. Nothing. The former prefect quickly halted his lament, casting a glance at Marcus Flint, who was receiving cheers from the crowd. A flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Since he had already divulged one piece of information to Wizenlight, he decided to lay bare the rest. That Marcus Flint is targeting you, the former Slytherin prefect revealed without hesitation. After you left our locker room that day, Marcus began rallying us to turn against you. Is that so? Wizenlight followed his gaze towards Marcus Flint and suddenly smiled. Well, he seems rather amusing. I quite enjoy an adversary who is both flexible and formidable. I hope Mr. Flint will repeat a year so that I can spend more time with him at school. Isn't such a remark rather venomous? If a Slytherin student were to be held back, it would indeed be a tremendous disgrace for his family. I shall go meet my friends now. The former head boy quickly shook his head, waved at Wissen Wright, and soared away on his broom, leaving behind a polite farewell, wishing you a delightful Christmas holiday. Wissen Wright barely had the chance to stop him. Of course, the most pressing matter for Wissen Wright was to inquire about his name and surname, so that he might eventually let this somewhat conscientious seventh-year student off the hook. Now that he had departed, that inquiry would have to wait. Wissen Wright pondered whether asking for his name might also be perceived as a slight. After all, it is rather disrespectful for an adversary to forget the name of their opponent. One could only wish him well sincerely. Their paths would no longer intersect. With a heavy sigh, Wissen Wright tossed the quaffle in his hand, glancing at the task reward from the Quidditch match, which finally allowed him to cast aside the disappointment of losing. Exploration task. Participate in a Quidditch match. 11. Task completed. Reward. Patronus Charm. Patronus Charm, the incantation for the guardian spirit, which conjures a powerful protector unique to the caster, capable of emitting a radiant light to repel the encroaching darkness. Wissen Wright felt a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Why would participating in a Quidditch match reward him with a Patronus Charm? Did he experience joy during the match? He had just lost, after all. Yet, the exhilaration he felt while scoring was undeniable. Perhaps if his teammates were more reliable, he might have enjoyed the game even more. Now, he could only look forward to Cedric joining the team. As Wissen Wright descended from the air, the Hufflepuff students surged towards their hero, as everyone knew that Wissen Wright, the new talent making his debut, was the mainstay of the match. I want to apply to join the Quidditch team. Cedric glanced at the direction of his own house's seekers, his expression conveying a sense of unspoken frustration. He patted Wissen Wright on the shoulder with sympathy. Next time, we shall surely win. Wissen Wright nodded noncommittally. If given the choice, he would prefer not to have another exceptional seeker. It would be better to have a superb chaser and beater instead, for only then could the game of Quidditch be truly exhilarating. You played remarkably well. Far superior to that bunch. Sister Tonks patted Wissen Wright's other shoulder, whispering, I've watched Quidditch matches at school for several years, and our team is truly dreadful. Wissen Wright wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. To maintain Hufflepuff's unity, it was best not to say too much at that moment. After all, while Hufflepuff students may have been subpar at Quidditch, they were at least far more honest and reliable than the Slytherins, who were always betraying their classmates. After praising Wissen Wright, Tonks brought up the earlier incident. By the way, young Wason, what did that Slytherin fellow say to you up there? Is Slytherin gloating over their victory? Let them revel in it. Wissen Wright cast a glance at the lively Slytherin stands in the distance, murmuring, Slytherin won within the rules of Quidditch. For them, it is a matter of pride. Chapter 71. The eve of the Christmas holiday. Despite losing the Quidditch match, the Hufflepuff students did not let it hinder their celebrations. For the team had gained a promising new star. Hogwarts had issued advance notices to all houses, and tomorrow all students would return home or find a place to spend the Christmas holiday, perfectly coinciding with the final feast of the year to be held that very night. Strangely, both Headmaster Dumbledore and Slytherin's head of house, Severus Snape, did not linger for long. They merely made an appearance at the feast before departing the Great Hall. Professor Minerva McGonagall presided over the entire dinner, relieved that her house's Weasley twins and Hufflepuff's Wissen Wright had not caused any disturbances. The only issue arose with Hagrid, who had been imploring Wissen Wright to allow him to continue caring for the Ice Phoenix, Fawkes, during the holiday, hoping to be permitted to awaken Fawkes, as it was the season for a phoenix to soar freely through the sky, a responsibility of a true caretaker. Professor McGonagall was nearly horrified by Hagrid's notion. The winter brought by Fawkes was entirely unlike a typical winter, and the last time the Weasley twins had rashly awakened that phoenix, Hogwarts had nearly been frozen solid. In truth, this was not a trivial matter. As she scolded Hagrid, Wissen Wright defended his pet. If Fawkes' environment were unsuitable for it to thrive, it would actively release its magic to alter its surroundings. Currently, it is in its favored winter, the only season in which Fawkes can truly flourish. At least not now. Professor McGonagall was unwilling to relent on this matter, for it was far from inconsequential. What if that Ice Phoenix were to once again breach Hogwarts' protective enchantments? Hagrid and Wissen Wright were unaware that Dumbledore was planning a scheme to capture Peter Pettigrew during the Christmas holiday, and nothing could obstruct the execution of that plan, as it was crucial to the future of the entire Wizarding World. However, what Professor McGonagall did not know was that Dumbledore was wavering on whether to proceed with the Christmas plan, as he and Snape were currently examining a certain treasure in the headmaster's office, the diadem of Ravenclaw. while it might be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to locate Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore, as the school's headmaster, knew precisely whom to consult. Thus he sought out Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, Lady Grey. This ghost, active within Ravenclaw House, shared with Dumbledore the tale of Ravenclaw's diadem, including the identities of those who had once possessed it. Consequently, Dumbledore received some rather disheartening news. His former student, Tom Riddle, had long since tainted Ravenclaw's diadem with dark magic, meaning that this artifact had been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Initially, Dumbledore had intended to use the creation of his friend, Nicholas Flamel, as bait to lure Peter Pettigrew into a trap, but now that plan would likely require modification. For a counterfeit might not entice Pettigrew to take action. After all, he too was searching for it. Dumbledore gazed at the diadem resting on his desk, solemnly inquiring of Snape, "Severus, do you believe that Pettigrew is in pursuit of the treasure, or is he seeking the Horcrux crafted by Tom?" It was evident. Professor Snape cast a fleeting glance at the diadem resting upon the table and calmly elucidated. That individual is acutely aware of the precise number of Horcruxes. I do not believe he is oblivious to the fate of the diadem. In theory, only Mrs. Grey and Voldemort were privy to the knowledge that Ravenclaw's diadem was a Horcrux. However, one cannot rationally predict the extent of Wormtail's awareness. Who knows whether that fellow truly comprehends it? Snape leaned towards the notion that Wormtail was cognizant of all the Horcruxes. "Are you inclined to dispose of this Horcrux?" Snape inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, who was deep in thought. He continued, "I believe it may be prudent to wait a while longer, as this could easily arouse Voldemort's suspicions. The Horcrux is right before us." Snape understood the gravity of such matters and dared not be careless. By the time we locate the Horcrux, he would likely already be aware of it. Dumbledore shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "I had not intended to address it at this juncture, for Peter is also in pursuit of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Perhaps only a Horcrux could lure him into the open. We cannot allow him to leave empty-handed." Dumbledore's mood was somewhat somber. Initially, he had hoped the Christmas plans would unfold smoothly, but unexpectedly, before the festivities had even commenced, they found themselves compelled to utilize the Horcrux they had painstakingly unearthed as bait. "Do you still wish to continue with the Christmas plans?" Snape could not help but furrow his brow, earnestly advising, "You understand the potential chaos that could ensue should this Horcrux of the Dark Lords become public knowledge." "Severus," Dumbledore replied, nodding thoughtfully as he articulated his reasoning, "we must proceed for the safety of the school. This presents an opportunity. Allowing Peter to roam freely is exceedingly perilous. In truth, most individuals in this world are scarcely aware of the existence of Horcruxes. Beyond the elder wizards, many middle-aged sorcerers might not have even heard of Horcruxes, for creating them is an exceedingly malevolent form of dark magic, and such tomes have long been banned within the confines of Hogwarts. So be it," Dumbledore resolved firmly, stating, "Tomorrow, while the students are on holiday, I shall dispatch the invitations via outpost. I trust Peter will swiftly receive the news." One such invitation, concerning the examination of Ravenclaw's diadem, was addressed to Rita Skeeter, a journalist from the Daily Prophet. Being a product of Ravenclaw herself, she would undoubtedly extol her house's diadem in print, ensuring that the entire wizarding world would soon learn of Hogwarts' recovery of Ravenclaw's diadem. Let us hope that fellow takes the bait. Snape could only wish for Dumbledore's plan to unfold without a hitch. Without question, the individual Snape loathed most in this world was Wormtail, who, being the mastermind behind Lily's demise, evoked a profound hatred within the Slytherin head. "Severus, do not act impulsively," Dumbledore cautioned, furrowing his brow gently. "Our true objective lies not in Godric's Hollow, but within Hogwarts. We must not allow our fury to cloud our judgment. Given Peter's intellect, the likelihood of him opting to seek Ravenclaw's diadem is minimal. The probability of his presence at Hogwarts is far greater." Chapter 72. Old Barty Crouch Jr. only knows how to train me to become an Auror. Everything is a facade. Dumbledore and Snape were unaware that within the confines of the headmaster's office, they were plotting against the third-generation Dark Lord, while Wormtail's impersonator was currently engaging in conversation within a Hufflepuff dormitory, casually cataloging his achievements at school. Vincent felt he had amassed sufficient accomplishments this semester. Name, Wissen Wright. Gender, male. Date of birth, August 8th, 1978. Health points, 2090. The average adult male has 100. Health recovery, 2 seconds. Magic points, 3585. The average Auror has 500. Magic recovery, 2 seconds. Spells, Killing Curse, Soul Curse, Cruciatus Curse, Obliviate, Alohomora, Scourgify, Transfiguration, Disarm, Lumos, Reparo, Incendio, Wingardium Leviosa, Petrificus totalis, accio, expecto patronum, stupefy, apparate, water prison, avada kedavra, confringo, finite incanitum, levioso, bombarda, protego. The magic points consumed by any spell will stabilize according to its potency. Magical skills: purification, void sphere, void feast, teleportation. Magical traits: never petrified, wind riding, parcel tongue, wizard's chess. Meditation, potion recipes, elixir of life, magical potion, polyjuice potion. Magical pets: Ivy, an ice crystal phoenix, adept in ice magic. Tom, an owl skilled in catching mice. In merely a few months, Wissen Wright's prowess had more than doubled since his enrollment, not accounting for the spells and magical traits he had acquired. These constituted the foundation for his endeavors during the Christmas holiday, as Vincent, disguised as Wormtail, was a puppet master. He could not afford to focus solely on Hogwarts, but must also cast his gaze upon the entire wizarding world and its future. Vincent, what do you plan to do during the holiday? Cedric, unable to sleep, lay in bed and engage his friend in conversation, sincerely proposing, if you have no plans. May I invite you to my home? After a moment of silence, Vincent sighed. I apologize, Cedric. I would love to visit, but Mr. Crouch may require me to practice the spells used by Aurors during the holiday. Generally speaking, nothing was beyond old Barty Crouch's grasp as an excuse. Should Vincent wish to stir up trouble, Mr. Crouch would serve as his alibi, although it was unlikely anyone would suspect him, at least not at this moment. What a pity. Cedric lamented. Cedric, the future exemplar of Hufflepuff, was already revealing his innate kindness. After expressing his regret, he quickly offered a defense on behalf of his elder. I recall Mr. Crouch once served as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He must surely desire for you to grow up to be a formidable Auror. Indeed, many shared this belief, as even Dumbledore was aware that Vincent had been groomed by old Barty Crouch to become an Auror, and he might one day prove to be a formidable asset in the Ministry's fight against dark wizards. I share that sentiment. Vincent quietly closed his eyes and murmured, "If I cannot achieve some measure of success, it would surely disappoint Mr. Crouch." Of course, Vincent hoped that Mr. Barty Crouch would not be disheartened either. For during this Christmas holiday, there remained much work to be done, and with Wissen Wright's growing strength, he could not simply wait passively for the situation to unfold. Most importantly, numerous tasks that were inconvenient to complete during the school year can be rewarded during the holidays, as the magical realm is replete with myriad locales awaiting Wissen to explore. The Christmas holiday has arrived as anticipated. At King's Cross Station in London, Platform 9 3/4 is teeming with parents eagerly awaiting their children's arrival. Old Barty Crouch feels he has devoted more care to Wissen Wright than to his own son, for during young Barty's school days, old Barty never once came to fetch him. Unsurprisingly, some pure-blood wizarding families who once supported Voldemort display their disdain upon seeing old Barty Crouch. For this old fellow's methods against Death Eaters were notoriously severe. Now, with his reputation in tatters, he can only linger in a neglected department, relying on an adopted child to see him through the remainder of his days, which hardly warrants fear. Last time, they did not encounter old Barty Crouch, but this time, they are keen to ascertain which child he has adopted, hoping to incite their own children against that little wretch as a form of retribution against old Barty Crouch. Unfortunately, it seems their plans may come to naught. Perhaps it is not surprising that like attracts like for their own children upon seeing their parents, also hope for a chance to target that little scamp. The Hogwarts Express pulls into the station, and all the parents quietly await the emergence of their children. The first student to disembark is a strikingly handsome gray-haired boy, dragging a sizable suitcase. Upon witnessing this scene, old Barty Crouch steps forward and takes the boy's luggage. "Long time no see, Mr. Crouch," Wissen Wright remarks, handing over his suitcase while surveying the crowd at King's Cross, noting, "It seems many students' parents harbor animosity toward you." That has always been the case. Old Barty Crouch responds nonchalantly, recalling past events. 7 or 8 years ago, those fellows nearly found themselves incarcerated in Azkaban. It would be abnormal if they did not resent me. Time has passed, and he no longer wields such power. I thought it was my fault. Wissen Wright muses, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. Your fault? Old Barty Crouch becomes instantly alert. His pace slows as he takes a deep breath, casting a sidelong glance at Wissen. He speaks in a hushed tone. There was a communication blackout at Hogwarts for a term. You haven't caused any trouble at school, have you? Of course not. I'm not one to stir up trouble, Wissen Wright replies, his expression subtly shifting as he glances back at a group of disembarking Slytherin students, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lowers his voice conspiratorially. However, I am quite curious about the trouble you are inquiring about. whether it pertains to my escapades as a student or something else entirely. Chapter 73. I lent Mr. Pettigrew a bit of assistance. It is evident from a mere phrase that Wissen Wright has undoubtedly been embroiled in considerable mischief at school. For only those who frequently encounter trouble would take the time to categorize their misdeeds. Fortunately, old Barty possesses remarkable composure. Regardless of the magnitude of trouble Wissen Wright may have caused at Hogwarts, old Barty Crouch would refrain from scolding. Instead, he would suppress his temper and inquire what exactly Wissen has been up to at school. Did you see that? Wissen Wright tilts his head slightly, observing a group of wizarding families reuniting with their children. He chuckles lightly and continues. Make a note of which of those children belong to Slytherin. Which families? Old Barty Crouch furrows his brow, scrutinizing the parents of several Slytherin students, speculating on which might have had a disagreement with Wissen. Flint? Greengrass? Farley? They are all rather inconsequential cowards. Indeed. Upon hearing Wissen Wright's casually uttered words, old Barty Crouch's hand tightens around the suitcase handle, his expression becoming somewhat inscrutable as he regards Wissen. Wait, what did you just say? What mischief has that little rascal just alluded to? Indeed. Wissen Wright calmly reiterates his previous statement, even kindly elaborating, all parents of Slytherin students from 1st to 7th year may harbor intentions of revenge against us. There may be one exception, though I have not remembered their name. You at school. Old Barty Crouch gazes down at Wissen Wright, his expression one of profound complexity. What on earth have you done? Voldemort himself would not have dared such things in his youth. Thus, he remains simply Voldemort. Wissen Wright retorts, exhibiting no reverence for the second Dark Lord. He surveys the other families reuniting, softly continuing, no need to fret. These are merely minor issues. And to label them as trouble is to overstate the matter. After all, there are numerous friends among the members of Wizengamot. Old Barty Crouch hastily interrupts Wissen's words, responding gravely, if they unite to impeach me, even the Minister of Magic must heed their voices. You are still merely a Hogwarts student. I trust you do not wish to be expelled. Do not worry. Wissen Wright waves at a few Hufflepuff classmates, murmuring, I have made quite a few new friends. All the students from Hufflepuff are my friends. Hufflepuff. Old Barty Crouch recalls Wissen Wright's intention to join Hufflepuff before beginning school, unable to suppress his curiosity. You were not sorted into Hufflepuff, were you? Slytherin would suit you far better. That would certainly raise Dumbledore's suspicions. Wissen Wright smiles and shakes his head, whispering, Dumbledore will soon require some allies by his side. He will need more people standing with him shortly, and I shall reveal more on the way. En route to their residence in the outskirts of London, old Barty Crouch drives, while occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror at the gray-haired boy seated behind him. It seems Dumbledore does not require assistance. Many likely received his letters today. Dumbledore has located the long-missing diadem of Ravenclaw, he remarks, with the Daily Prophet making it the headline news. As he speaks, he retrieves a letter from his pocket, pinching it between his fingers and extending it towards the back seat. Dumbledore must have sent out numerous such invitations. He will be hosting a dinner on Christmas Day to showcase the treasures left behind by one of Hogwarts' founders. So generous? Wissen Wright accepts the invitation from old Barty Crouch. Dear Mr. Crouch, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has recovered the treasures left by the founders Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. I believe this is worthy of celebration for the entire wizarding community of Britain. Due to my limited knowledge, I am unable to ascertain the wisdom contained within the treasures left by Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. Thus, I was compelled to seek the assistance of a distinguished scholar, Ms. Bashida Bahat. Ms. Bashida Bahat holds the view that the diadem of Ravenclaw is a remarkable treasure bequeathed to all wizards by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, and she believes that the wisdom encapsulated within this diadem is worthy of possession by every wizard. After a thoughtful selection process with Ms. Bashida Bahat, we have concluded that Mr. Barty Crouch should partake in the revelation of the diadem as secrets. We hope that Mr. Crouch will grace us with his presence at Ms. Bashett's residence in Godric's Hollow on December 25th. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the hidden tales and history of Ravenclaw as diadem alongside you. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Wissen Wright cast a glance at the intricately worded invitation, unable to suppress a frown as he voiced his confusion. Who is this Bashida Bahat? Why does that name seem somewhat familiar? Old Barty Crouch was momentarily speechless before finally suggesting, if you had taken your studies at Hogwarts seriously, you would have discovered that your history of magic textbooks were authored by Ms. Bashida Bahat, the most renowned historian in the wizarding world, whose understanding of wizarding history is unparalleled. This little rascal, surely he hasn't spent his entire time at Hogwarts causing trouble. Wissen Wright recalled the most tedious history of magic class at Hogwarts, where a group of Hufflepuff students struggled to keep their eyes open and couldn't help but yawn. All right, I remember now. It's no wonder Dumbledore would invite Ms. Bahat to unveil the diadem of Ravenclaw. This Ms. Bahat has always been the compiler of history of magic, recognized as the official chronicler of the entire wizarding history. And Wissen Wright believed that anyone involved in such endeavors must be of extraordinary stature. Unfortunately, this Ms. Bahat also possesses another identity. As old Barty Crouch continued to drive, he elaborated, "I once heard a reporter named Rita Skeeter speak of some rather scandalous tales. That reporter, a graduate of Ravenclaw, has previously fabricated stories under the name of Ms. Bahat that slandered Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald." Oh, Wissen Wright perked up, intrigued as he inquired, "What connection does Ms. Bahat have with the most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, and the first dark wizard, Grindelwald?" The first dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald. For hidden within the past of this first dark wizard lies a combat task with a considerable reward, which Wissen Wright hoped to utilize as a litmus test for his own combat prowess after maturing at Hogwarts. That was merely slander. Old Barty Crouch furrowed his brow and continued softly, "Ms. Bahat is Grindelwald's great-aunt. It is said that when Grindelwald visited her in Godric's Hollow during his youth, she introduced her nephew Grindelwald to her neighbor, Dumbledore. Goodness, there is indeed a familial connection." If that is the case, Wissen Wright felt compelled to do something special for Christmas, ensuring that Dumbledore and Ms. Bahat would hear news about their friends and family during the dinner. These two elders would surely enjoy Christmas all the more. Old Barty Crouch observed the visibly excited, gray-haired youth and couldn't help but frown, interrupting the topic. "If you wish to delve into those scandalous stories, you can peruse Rita Skeeter's book later. Do you need me to take you to Godric's Hollow for Christmas?" Whether to go or not is inconsequential. Wissen Wright promptly lost interest, glancing at the invitation in his hand, before suddenly chuckling. The diadem of Ravenclaw is merely a trap, a snare set by Dumbledore targeting the third dark wizard. Such matters are readily apparent without extensive contemplation. Wissen Wright was acutely aware of the true nature of Ravenclaw's diadem, and he understood that Dumbledore's desire to showcase this artifact in Godric's Hollow undoubtedly stemmed from the lurking presence of the third dark wizard, Peter Pettigrew, coveting this treasure. Such a simple trap. How could Dumbledore dare to set it? Even Pettigrew's intellect surely wouldn't allow him to foolishly walk into it, would it? Given Wissen Wright's knack for impersonating Pettigrew, it would be far more prudent to seize this opportunity to pilfer Gryffindor's sword from Hogwarts instead. Wissen Wright's expression suddenly shifted, a smirk reappearing at the corner of his lips. "Now, that presents a genuine conundrum. It seems I must confront a colossal dilemma." "What dilemma?" Old Barty Crouch abruptly slammed on the brakes and turned to look at Wissen Wright, exclaiming, "Before that, could you enlighten me on the situation regarding the third dark wizard? Surely you aren't suggesting that you are he? What is this about? Why has a third dark wizard emerged?" They have yet to resolve the issues surrounding the second dark wizard, Voldemort. How has another dark wizard suddenly appeared in the wizarding world? Especially when there hasn't been a whisper of disturbance. What nonsense are you spouting? Wissen Wright cast a displeased glance at old Barty Crouch, leaning back against the car seat as he sighed. "How could I possibly be the third dark wizard? The third dark wizard is none other than Mr. Peter Pettigrew. I merely borrowed his identity to assist him with a trivial matter." Chapter 74. Let Dumbledore know how difficult it is to deal with Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew? Old Barty Crouch shook his head rapidly. He remained oblivious to the current circumstances. Lost in recollection, that individual had perished in an explosion caused by Sirius Black 7 or 8 years ago, thereby earning a first-class Order of Merlin award. Old Barty Crouch had personally dealt with the explosive duel between Pettigrew and Sirius Black, and the memory was still vivid in his mind. A person defined as dead, how could he possibly be the third dark wizard? Wait. Old Barty Crouch suddenly recalled the Polyjuice potion ingredients Wissen Wright had requested be sent to Hogwarts on the day of school opening, as well as the lockdown of Hogwarts that followed that very night. It must have been Wissen Wright's doing. That rascal stirred up trouble on his first night at Hogwarts. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't have inexplicably closed for an entire term. The only issue is that the Polyjuice potion can only disguise one as someone who is alive, which implies that Pettigrew is indeed alive. Do you remember? Wissen Wright reclined leisurely against the backrest, smiling as he recounted the past. The mouse I saw from the Weasley household was none other than Peter Pettigrew. He has been alive all along. An illegal animagus. Old Barty Crouch's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face. Peter Pettigrew is an illegal animagus capable of transforming into an animal and did not perish in that explosion. Indeed, Wissen Wright nodded, softly praising Peter Pettigrew. And ever since that day, Mr. Pettigrew's life has been quite extraordinary and will soon become even more so. However, if my memory serves me correctly, old Barty Crouch recalled the events of that day and couldn't he help but interject. On that day, you seem to have plucked some fur from him and subsequently asked me to send you some polyjuice potion ingredients that very night. As old Barty Crouch pondered these matters, his resolve solidified, and he pressed on with his inquiries. Do you comprehend the reason behind Peter Pettigrew's continued existence? What precisely have you done under his guise during this time? It appears to be rather extensive. I find myself unable to tally it. Wissen Wright cast a glance at old Barty Crouch, rubbing his forehead as he continued. There will be more in the future. You need not fret over this matter. We merely borrow his identity temporarily, for our own cannot directly confront Voldemort. Only the persona of Peter Pettigrew is suitably apt for this undertaking. Old Barty Crouch found himself at a loss for words. Surely, this young rascal had facilitated Peter Pettigrew's rise as the third Dark Lord. Wissen Wright seemed to grasp Barty Crouch's thoughts and did not intend to refute his assumptions. I am merely a student of Hogwarts, and I must remain inconspicuous to avoid alerting Dumbledore. Thus, I have conjured a terrifying and formidable third Dark Lord, utilizing this identity to combat the second Dark Lord, Voldemort. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Old Barty Crouch contemplated for a moment, initially nodding slowly before inquiring, is Peter Pettigrew truly an innocent wizard? Or is he something else? How many innocents do you believe existed in the magical world back then? Wissen Wright retorted, locking eyes with Barty Crouch. He added, Peter Pettigrew is a devoted spy for Voldemort, secretly orchestrating his return. Instantly, old Barty Crouch felt the weight lift from his heart. Anyone endeavoring to resurrect Voldemort must undoubtedly be his foe. He even proactively offered his opinion. Is there anything I can assist with? For instance, solidifying his identity as the third Dark Lord? If he still serves a purpose, revealing his identity too soon would be unwise. Indeed, Wissen Wright replied, seemingly struck by a thought. He casually remarked, it is likely that Dumbledore will soon inquire about the Sirius Black explosion case. Perhaps I could provide him with a false lead. After you swiftly dealt with the incident involving Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black, during your multiple site visits, you encountered a stout dark wizard who ambushed you. But at that time, you believed it was merely a disguised Death Eater seeking vengeance against you. Such matters can be dismissed as trivial, merely embellishing the reputation of Peter Pettigrew, the third Dark Lord. Old Barty Crouch rubbed his scalp, feeling a tingling sensation, and finally shifted the conversation. On Christmas Day, do we truly not need to go to Godric's Hollow? Not at all, Wissen Wright replied, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. He softly declared, in the future, you need only tell everyone that your entire focus lies in one endeavor, diligently training me to become an Auror dedicated to combating dark wizards. As he spoke, Wissen Wright elucidated, my power will grow increasingly rapid, necessitating a suitable rationale for such swift ascension. I understand, old Barty Crouch nodded slowly in agreement. Do not rush, Wissen Wright observed, his gaze fixed on old Barty Crouch in the driver's seat, and calmly stated, if we wish for Mr. Barty to relinquish his adoration for Voldemort entirely, we must obliterate all aspects of Voldemort, his magic, his body, his soul, and even his mind. Leaning closer, Wissen Wright's youthful voice took on a beguiling tone, akin to an incantation. If one day Mr. Barty discovers that the Dark Lord he has followed is merely a pawn manipulated by his father, Mr. Crouch, do you think Mr. Barty would continue to revere him? I do not know. Old Barty Crouch grasped the steering wheel tightly. Such thoughts were unthinkable for any wizard, and he was no exception. He slowly turned his head to face Wissen Wright. Do you believe we can achieve such a feat? That would certainly require sufficient power. Wissen Wright reclined into the back seat, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. During the Christmas holiday, I intend to personally challenge the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. You must be mad, old Barty Crouch exclaimed, suddenly anxious. You are only 11 years old. You are already formidable. Yet that is Grindelwald, the legendary wizard under whom all of Europe trembles. Very well. Allow me to rephrase. Wissen Wright slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide with a light chuckle. Mr. Peter Pettigrew will challenge the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, to prove that he possesses the power to become the third Dark Lord. Old Barty Crouch found himself at a loss for words. This little rascal was indeed relentless in his efforts to tarnish Peter Pettigrew's name. This was not merely a whim of Wissen Wright's. During this time, he sought to test his strength, obtain rewards related to Grindelwald, and compel Dumbledore, the mightiest of wizards, to recognize a critical truth. Peter Pettigrew, as the third Dark Lord, would not be easily captured. Godric's Hollow was undoubtedly a ruse. Wissen Wright glanced at the invitation sent by Dumbledore. A flame erupted from his palm, reducing the parchment to ashes. The true peril undoubtedly lies within Hogwarts. Yet I must assume the identity of Peter Pettigrew on Christmas Day and venture to Hogwarts. This is perilous. Thus, I shall first test my strength. Wissen Wright calmly outlined his plan. A Christmas strategy capable of contending with Dumbledore. I shall confront Grindelwald in the guise of Peter Pettigrew. If victorious, I will cast this first Dark Lord into Godric's Hollow as a tribute to Dumbledore. Casting a glance at old Barty Crouch in the driver's seat, Wissen Wright continued softly. When Dumbledore's attention is drawn to Grindelwald, I shall seize this opportunity to stir some trouble at Hogwarts. By that time, Dumbledore will be unable to prevent me. Wissen Wright clenched his fist, allowing the ashes to darken his palm, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence and determination. I will make our headmaster aware of one crucial fact. The third Dark Lord, Peter Pettigrew, is far more cunning than he realizes and will not be so easily outmaneuvered. Old Barty Crouch shook his head in disbelief. Were it not for Wissen Wright, who coldly articulated his plans while deftly placing the blame on Peter Pettigrew, he might have found the audacity somewhat admirable. Why was this fellow so adept at shifting blame? What if you fail? Old Barty Crouch posited another possibility. Wissen Wright appeared unperturbed, extending his palms and softly replied, "Then from that point onward, the first Dark Lord Grindelwald shall return, and Peter Pettigrew will merely be his minion." Old Barty Crouch found himself utterly speechless. Wissen cast a glance at the helpless old Barty Crouch, chuckling softly as he slowly shook his head. A powerful tide of magical energy gradually coalesced in the palm of Wissen's hand, only to dissipate into the ether moments later. Trust me, I shall not be defeated. Chapter 75. The most precious thing in the world is memory, for time never repeats. December 24th, Christmas Eve. Albus Dumbledore engaged in leisurely conversation with his old friend at Godric's Hollow, while Professors Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Pomona Sprout gathered in Hogwarts Castle for a rather subdued Christmas Eve dinner. In the suburbs of London, within the subterranean fortress of the Crouch family, Wissen Wright permitted the aged Barty Crouch to enter the secure chamber of the underground stronghold to dine with his son, young Barty, who was enjoying one of the most substantial meals he had had in half a year. The last time Wissen had visited the fortress, he had specifically instructed the house elf, Winky, to provide young Barty with merely a slice of bread and a cup of water each day, resulting in the boy's visibly gaunt frame. Under the watchful gaze of his father, young Barty paid little heed to his appearance, devouring the lavish dinner voraciously and carelessly wiping his mouth. What that little imp named Wissen? Young Barty Crouch maintained a cold demeanor towards his father, his eyes glinting like a wolf's, filled with a predatory intensity. When my master returns, I shall crush that little brat to pieces. Clearly, young Barty Crouch had not changed much. This Death Eater harbored a profound hatred for Wissen Wright, though that imp had freed him from the control of the Imperius curse. He had also stripped him of all freedom, confining him to this subterranean fortress where he counted the days. It was a time fraught with despair. Yet, young Barty Crouch clung to his loyalty towards Voldemort, enduring day by day, yearning for the Dark Lord's resurrection, longing for Voldemort to liberate him from this underground prison, and then to unleash a bloody rampage within this very home. The only companionship young Barty had were a pile of Muggle books, filled with childish and tedious tales, which he methodically tore apart. However, Wissen had seemingly anticipated this predicament. Upon leaving London, he had thoughtfully prepared a Christmas gift for young Barty, entrusting it to the elder Barty Crouch for delivery. A whole box of self-help books. Upon seeing the familiar box of books, a remarkable expression crossed young Barty's face. The gaunt skin of his cheeks revealed the tension within. As his emotions fluctuated, his tongue instinctively darting out to lick his lips. This was the precursor to young Barty Crouch's fury. Old Barty Crouch understood his son's temperament all too well, merely instructing the house elf Winky, "Ensure he eats well. Do not let him go hungry again. Are you pitying me?" Young Barty Crouch abruptly lifted his head to stare at his father, his tongue darting out to lick his lips before quickly retracting. His face twisted into a snarl. "I do not require your pity. Both you and that little imp should remember, I shall never submit to you. My master will return. You have lost your mind." Old Barty Crouch, more obstinate than his son, rose abruptly, adjusting his attire, intending to turn his back on his son and leave. Yet, as he opened the circular door of the fortress, he recalled Wissen's instruction and retrieved a beautifully wrapped small box from his pocket, returning to place it on the table. "This is your Christmas gift." Having spoken, old Barty Crouch did not linger. "I do not want it." Even as young Barty Crouch's frenzied screams echoed behind him, he paid no heed, departing the underground fortress with an expression of cold indifference, as if utterly unmoved by young Barty's plight. It was not until he closed the door that this father slumped down, a hint of despondency washing over him, standing at the threshold of the basement. Wissen Wright calmly cast his magic to seal the safe house once more. The longing for a mother will one day surpass his loyalty to Voldemort. Perhaps. Old Barty Crouch swiftly composed himself, rising to brush off his suit, transforming back into the meticulous Ministry of Magic official he always was. This man remained ever so composed. Leaning against the doorframe of the basement, Wissen mused softly. Everything in this world is subject to comparison, even human emotions. When they think of such things, they will inevitably compare. When loyalty is also subjected to comparison, the defenses they have erected for themselves will begin to reveal cracks. I did not comprehend this. Old Barty Crouch rubbed his temples. He had never been adept at delving into complex emotions and was unaware that, moments after he departed, young Barty Crouch had opened the exquisite gift box left behind. Inside the box lay a photograph of Mrs. Crouch for a lifetime. Young Barty Crouch collapsed in tears, clutching the image of his mother, this Death Eater who had remained faithful to Voldemort, this youth who had endured profound loneliness and suffering over the past 6 months. This son who had always been cold and resentful towards his father was utterly shattered by the appearance of this photograph. This image of his mother became the sole anchor for young Barty Crouch's spirit, the loyalty to Voldemort and the responsibilities of a Death Eater. The glory and status of a pure-blood wizard paled in comparison to the opportunity to weep freely in his mother's embrace, pouring out all his grievances. What followed would be an endless wave of nostalgia. Even the time spent in service to Voldemort could not compare to the memories of being cuddled in his mother's arms until he drifted into slumber. Old Barty Crouch would not grasp this sentiment, remaining focused on their pressing matters. Tomorrow is Christmas. When do you intend to go to Nuremberg in Austria? At that moment, a vial of polyjuice potion appeared in Wissen's palm. After taking a large gulp, his form gradually shifted, transforming before old Barty Crouch into that of Peter Pettigrew. What a pity. Although Peter's voice remained somewhat shrill, it no longer betrayed the timidity of before. He. What a shame it would be if we could secure a photograph of Headmaster Dumbledore in his youth to gift to the Dark Lord for Christmas. There are indeed many current photographs. Old Barty Crouch furrowed his brow. Everything nowadays seems rather cheap. Peter's nails remained sharp. This mastermind disguised as Wissen Wright resembled a Dark Lord, and his piercing tone now carried a seductive allure. The precious things are always forever out of reach. People often romanticize their memories of the past, cherishing them as beautiful, for deep down they understand that those moments can never return, rendering such recollections particularly precious. What visage of Dumbledore do you believe Grindelwald conjures from his memories? An elderly man with a white beard hardly aligns with the Dumbledore etched in his mind. Memories. They bear witness to the most enchanting tales, yet they also encapsulate the most harrowing experiences. Old Barty Crouch finds some resonance in this sentiment. Nonetheless, he must concede one truth. When young Weasley dons the guise of Peter Pettigrew, his every movement strikingly resembles that of a mad Dark Lord orchestrating schemes from the shadows. To be frank, even old Barty Crouch, while listening to Weasley speak through Pettigrew as persona, finds himself involuntarily contemplating the notion that he must surely be a shrewd and formidable Dark Lord. It seems as though everything in the world could be grasped within one's hands. The truths of the universe appear to flow effortlessly from one's lips. Every adversary seems utterly incapable of posing a challenge. A sense of absurdity burgeons within old Barty Crouch. This masquerading third-generation Dark Lord, though a mere fabrication, exudes an authenticity that eclipses that of any true dark wizard. How will you make your way to Austria? Old Barty Crouch shook his head and hastily posed a question. The key from England to Austria was sealed this very morning, and should one attempt to use transfiguration, it's possible your magical reserves might be depleted before reaching your destination. Indeed, the castle of Nuremberg, where the first Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald is imprisoned, is not situated within Germany, but rather within the borders of Austria. For a long time, many have assumed Nuremberg to be in Germany. This assertion is not entirely erroneous. During World War II, due to a certain artistic student leading Germany, Austria was completely annexed for a time. Coincidentally, that period coincided with the pinnacle of Nuremberg's notoriety. Grindelwald was particularly active during this era, and his followers spanned the entirety of the European continent, causing the magical community to consider Nuremberg the heart of European wizardry, leading many wizards to mistakenly believe it to be German. However, it undoubtedly belongs to Austria now. I shall soon arrive in Austria. A sinister grin flickered across Peter Pettigrew's lips as he cheerfully remarked, as a third-generation Dark Lord. It would be rather remiss if I could not resolve even this trivial matter. Accompanied by Pettigrew's voice, magical auras swiftly ignited beneath his feet, coalescing within seconds into a potent magical barrier. In the next moment, Peter Pettigrew's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 76. The Christmas Eve of the First Dark Lord. Austria. Nurmengard Castle. Here, everything is isolated from the world, devoid of even a hint of the festive spirit of Christmas Eve. Only the icy mountain winds howl through the castle, standing alone in the frigid night, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Brilliant blue magical auras materialized within the valley. A stout figure emerged alongside these auras, his gaze gradually sweeping across the solitary illuminated area in the valley. Nurmengard Castle, the prison of the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Rather than merely being confined, it could be said that he is self-imprisoned. The entire magical community dares not station any wizards at Nurmengard to guard Grindelwald. When this first Dark Lord was captured by the American wizarding community, he cunningly seduced an unsuspecting wizard into allegiance with him, allowing him to escape entirely during transport. Presently, the guardians of Nurmengard are mere muggles, devoid of any magical prowess. They cannot aid Grindelwald, nor could they thwart his escape. Of course, Grindelwald may have never contemplated leaving. Ever since his fateful duel with Dumbledore, this Dark Lord, who once wreaked havoc across the globe, has not entertained any other thoughts, instead choosing to live quietly within the confines of Nurmengard. The magical community remains uneasy. Nurmengard Castle is still enveloped within a magical barrier. The stout figure approached with haste, coming to a sudden halt above the castle, gazing down upon the thin veil of magic that cloaked it. The stout man descended slowly, extending his palm to gently rest upon the barrier, a spell gradually emanating from his hand to settle upon the protective enchantment. Alohomora. A circular opening silently manifested within the sturdy, magical barrier. The stout man adjusted his attire and gently pushed open the grand doors of Nurmengard, exuding the courtesy befitting a visitor to a reclusive scholar he deeply respects. The mute guardian stationed within the castle heard the sound and hurriedly emerged to investigate, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the red gleam in the stout man's eyes. Upon meeting that gaze, the guardian's expression instantly transformed to one of bewilderment, his mind swiftly ensnared by the stout man's soul-binding curse. Where is Grindelwald? He resides in the highest tower. After a brief exchange, the guardian turned and returned to his quarters. The stout intruder, having obtained the desired information, ascended the castle's staircase, each step leading him closer to the tower. Atop the tower, in a dimly lit chamber, an elderly man sat alone on a small bed, leaning against the somewhat dilapidated wall, gazing at the ceiling above. No one knows what he reminisces about on this Christmas Eve, when families gather in warmth and light. Perhaps he reflects on his past glories. In days gone by, this elder wielded immense power within a magical community, his every word and deed capable of inciting countless followers, directly destabilizing the world's peace. Or perhaps he recalls his humiliating defeat. In the present, this elder, having lost to Dumbledore, the most formidable of wizards, in a duel, is now confined to this high tower, destined to spend his remaining days in solitude. Even on this bustling Christmas Eve, no one comes to offer him a word of blessing. The only connection to the holiday is a plate of unappealing apples delivered by the mute guardian in charge of his watch. The first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, this lonely elder's true identity. For he is a failure, and the fate of failures tends to be somewhat pitiful. However, if anyone assumes that Gellert Grindelwald is mired in the nostalgia of a glorious past, unable to extricate himself from the anguish of his present solitude, they underestimate this first Dark Lord significantly. Grindelwald never concerns himself with such trivialities. Just as Grindelwald was lost in contemplation, the stout man abruptly entered, interrupting his reverie, and, with a sharp voice, extended his greetings to the first Dark Lord. Mr. Grindelwald, Merry Christmas Eve. When the short, stout man entered, he casually seized an apple from the table and, after taking a bite, wrinkled his brow in disdain. The flavor of Austrian apples leaves much to be desired. Is this the best available on Christmas Eve? It seems that the former Dark Lord's current existence is not as splendid as I had envisioned. This fellow is rather impertinent. Just a single utterance reveals the attitude of this short, stout man, and given the hour, his presence in Nurmengard surely indicates ulterior motives. Gellert Grindelwald furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he closed his eyes, his tone laced with impatience as he sought to dismiss this unwelcome intruder who disturbed his contemplation. There is no Dark Lord here. Nurmengard is home to but one elderly man. The world has never been devoid of those with ulterior motives. Even after Grindelwald's defeat in his duel with Dumbledore, many wizards still harbored hope in him, believing in the potential for a wizard to reign over the world. These wizards did not believe that Muggle weaponry could annihilate the entire world. Yet, Grindelwald had come to a stark realization. The Muggle wars during World War II had thoroughly dispelled his illusions, and this understanding contributed to his decision to abandon his ideals. The fact that this short, stout man could enter Nurmengard, regardless of the means employed, indicated that his identity was far from ordinary, undoubtedly a dark wizard with sinister intentions. However, whatever he sought to accomplish, Grindelwald had lost interest. "You are mistaken," the stout man declared, extending his left hand and taking another bite of the apple before continuing. "Mr. Grindelwald, you ought to say that there are 2 elderly men in Nurmengard. I observe that the doorman downstairs is quite advanced in years. Or do you not consider him mute to be human?" Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback. The once Dark Lord paused for a heartbeat before his face resumed its impatient demeanor. "Let us refrain from idle chatter. It is merely a waste of time for us both." "Very well, then I shall address the matter at hand." The stout man set down his apple and settled into a dilapidated chair, fixing his gaze upon the despondent First Dark Lord. "Mr. Grindelwald, your old friend, Albus Dumbledore, has entrusted me to inquire about your thoughts. He wishes to invite you to a Christmas feast tomorrow." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Without allowing the stout man to finish, Grindelwald erupted into laughter. The First Dark Lord's eyes snapped open, fixated on the stout intruder, his gaze sharpening, as if his eyes could pierce through to the depths of one's soul. Though Grindelwald had aged, those once all-seeing eyes had not succumbed to the ravages of time. They remained capable of captivating and discerning the intentions of any schemer in this world. Upon hearing the stout man's words, the despondent First Dark Lord seemed to rekindle an undeniable aura of authority, his voice chilling and cruel. "Even when lying, do not lay bare your ignorance too openly, for it will render your deceit all the more foolish when exposed. Is that so?" The stout intruder instinctively nodded in agreement with Grindelwald's words, as if, in that moment, his will had been effortlessly swayed by the Dark Lord's utterance. Truly, the First Dark Lord, who once seduced the entire magical communities of Europe and America with his words, possessed an unmatched commanding presence and incisive rhetoric. He wielded such power that even without magic, one could feel their spirit under siege. However, the stout intruder quickly regained his composure, for he had anticipated the potential exposure of his deceit. Indeed, these very lies were crafted to provoke Grindelwald. It seems that some rumors are not entirely unfounded. The stout man suddenly regarded the impassive Grindelwald with a sly smile. "Even having been bested by him, you still place such trust in Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald." As he spoke, the stout man appeared to reclaim control over the exchange, rising gradually to approach Grindelwald, his sharp tongue now laced with confidence. "Let me think. If Dumbledore indeed wished for you to leave Nurmengard, he should come personally to escort you. Should he not?" Grindelwald fell silent. It required no extensive speculation. Both men understood this to be the truth. The only individual whose counsel Grindelwald would heed was his dear friend and rival, Albus Dumbledore. If anyone could persuade Grindelwald to depart from the confines of Nurmengard, it could only be Dumbledore. The stout man observed Grindelwald's continued silence. Yet he did not perceive any cracks in his resolve or spirit. Only those who had once stood at great heights could achieve such composure. To be frank, the stout man mused, a sense of inexplicable intuition washing over him. "I feel I might derive not only rewards from this First Dark Lord, but also acquire an array of peculiar knowledge that could enhance the terror of my masquerade as the Third Dark Lord. Gellert Grindelwald, the First Dark Lord, truly a paragon of dark mastery, possessing depths of wisdom and intrigue.